My name is Feng Fifan. I found myself in a strange world after being pulled into a sacred summoning circle by accident. While 4 other people were chosen as heroes and given legendary weapons like the Holy Sword and Divine Spear, I stood there with nothing. Instead of panicking or acting humble, I decided to treat the situation like a business deal. I looked at the goddess statue and asked for compensation for the mix-up. To everyone's shock, the goddess actually answered me. She granted me 2 specific gifts, an endless money pouch and the power of words made real, which allows me to command others. After the ceremony, we were taken to a luxury inn. The high priest and the 4 heroes tried to convince me to join their quest to save the world from the Demon King. They talked about duty, fame, and honor, but I wasn't interested. I explained that my power is limited and I would likely just be a burden in a real war. While they wanted to be heroes, I just wanted to survive and live a comfortable life. I told them that the responsibility of saving the world belonged to them, not to a mistake like me. The hero of the shield called me a coward, but I didn't care. I believe that staying alive is more important than being remembered in a tragedy. I refused their offer to join the team, choosing instead to find my own path. The high priest gave me a map, and I walked away from their heavy responsibilities and high expectations. With my magic pouch and my unique ability, I was ready to explore this new world on my own terms. I planned to use my wealth and wits to write my own story as a survivor, rather than risking my life for a cause I never asked for. As I left the temple, I felt confident that my money power would prove to be just as useful as their holy weapons. I arrived in Radiant City, the heart of human civilization, ready to see what my endless wealth could truly do. My first goal was simple: upgrade my lifestyle and find reliable protection. Instead of checking cheap taverns, I went straight to the Golden Cup, the city's most elite trading house. When the guards tried to stop me because of my simple clothes, I gave them 2 gold coins as a tip, more than they make in 2 weeks. Suddenly, I was their most honored guest. Inside, I didn't waste time. I bought a massive elven storage bag, a stylish set of protective travel clothes made from leopard hide and mithril, and 40 bottles of the best potions available. I dropped nearly 1,000 gold coins on the table as if it were pocket change. By the time I walked out, I looked like a refined, wealthy traveler rather than a confused outsider. Next, I headed to the Griffin's Wing Adventurers Guild to hire a team. The place was loud and rough, but I commanded the room when I announced my offer: 10 gold coins per person, per day. The entire hall went silent. This was 10 times the normal rate for average adventurers. Everyone thought I was either a crazy noble or a scammer until I put the 3-day deposit on the counter. I didn't choose the strongest-looking warriors. I wanted people who were reliable and easy to manage. I picked a group called the Stone Shield team. They were a bit down on their luck, but well-balanced, featuring a veteran shield warrior named Barton, an elven mage, a ranger, a scout, and a shy apprentice priestess. I made the deal clear: I pay for everything, from food to equipment repairs, and they keep me safe. Barton and his team were stunned and incredibly grateful. I paid them 150 gold coins up front as a deposit. As they felt the weight of the gold, I could see their loyalty was already locked in. I finally had my own private squad, and I was ready to explore the world on my own terms, using money as my greatest weapon. I moved my new team into the Starlight Swan, the most luxurious inn in the capital. To build loyalty, I treated everyone to a high-end dinner. It worked. The atmosphere became friendly, and I learned more about their skills. The next day, I started my plan to level up safely. Instead of heading to dangerous war zones, I picked easy, low-rank missions near the city, like hunting wild boars. During our first fight, I stayed in the back like a tourist while my team took their positions. I decided to test my words made real power. I whispered for a charging boar to trip, and it instantly crashed to the ground, allowing Barton to kill it easily. I noticed my power has a limit of 10 uses a day, but more importantly, I discovered how experience points work. Even though I didn't swing a sword, I gained a small share of energy from the fallen monsters just by being in the group. We spent several days completing easy missions. By using my power at key moments to trip or freeze enemies, I kept everyone safe and minimized risks. My team grew to trust me completely, especially since I provided them with the best equipment and generous bonuses. Soon, I reached level 2. My physical stats improved, and my mana pool grew, making my special abilities even more effective. Just as I was enjoying this peaceful life, I received urgent news from the Golden Cup trading house. The 4 chosen heroes I met earlier had been ambushed by the Demon King's army and were in deep trouble. I realized this was a perfect opportunity for a business trip. I told Barton to get the team ready. I didn't want to save them out of the goodness of my heart. I saw a chance to turn a major crisis into a profitable deal. I was ready to show the world that money and cleverness could be just as powerful as holy weapons. I led my team to the Sorrow Hills to find the 4 chosen heroes surrounded by a demon army. Instead of a standard heroic charge, I treated this like a business operation. We watched from a ridge as the heroes struggled, their strength nearly gone. I decided to start with a warm-up show by reaching into my endless pouch and throwing handfuls of gold coins into the densest part of the demon ranks. The physical impact and sheer confusion of a rain of gold broke the demon's formation, with some even stopping to pick up the coins. Seeing the chaos, I ordered my team to attack. While my archers and mages targeted enemy leaders, I used my words become power to make a key demon commander trip and fall. The demon army collapsed into panic, allowing my stone shield squad to reach the heroes and them to safety. Once the fighting stopped, the heroes tried to thank me, but I quickly pivoted to the real reason I was there: the bill. I explained that my rescue services weren't free. I had risked my life, used my private troops, and spent magical energy. When the heroes protested that they were saving the world, I reminded them that without me, they would be dead and the demons would have taken everything anyway. I framed it as insurance, a fair trade of their current wealth for their lives and future cooperation. To settle the debt, I demanded all their cash and half of their collected loot. I even threatened to leave them behind if they didn't agree, forcing them to realize that having me as an ally was worth more than a pile of gold. Eventually, they surrendered their bags. We walked away with over 200 gold coins and a mountain of supplies, leaving the chosen ones alive but humbled. As I left, I offered them a returning customer discount for next time. This business venture proved that in this world, gold and logic can be just as effective as any holy sword. Post-battle rewards and campfire talk, I led the Stone Shield team away from the Sorrow Hills, leaving the 4 conflicted heroes behind. Their gratitude and frustration had nothing to do with me. A deal is a deal, fair trade, no deception. As for their feeling of being taken advantage of, after they face the harsh reality of this world a few more times, they'll understand. Any problem that can be solved with money is a small problem. We headed south, leaving the hills behind and entering a stretch of gentle woodland. The sun was setting, painting the treetops with a warm golden glow. "Boss, there's an open area near a stream ahead. It's a good spot to camp," Barton reported, pointing forward. His face showed signs of fatigue after the battle, but his eyes remained steady. "Good. We'll rest there tonight," I said with a nod. Although I have money, I'm not so extravagant that I stay in luxury inns every day, especially when we're out on an adventure. A bit of outdoor survival not only saves money, though I don't really need to, but also helps the team grow stronger. More importantly, it makes us look like normal adventurers, not people who stand out too much. The camp was set up quickly. Barton and Jack cleared the area and set up simple traps for safety. Elvin used a small flame spell to light the campfire. Ellie went to the stream to check the water and see if she could catch some fresh fish. Lilith organized the medical supplies, ready to treat any small injuries. I leaned against a comfortable tree root and watched them work. It felt strange. Back in my previous life, I was just an ordinary office worker, and now I was the leader of an adventuring team in another world. I took out the heavy storage pouch and began counting today's earnings. With a soft clinking sound, I poured out a small pile of gold coins and the spoils we had shared from the heroes. The coins gleamed under the firelight, more than 200 of them. It might not sound like much, but in this world, it was enough to keep an ordinary family well-fed for years. The loot included a few unidentified magic ores, some herbs with faint magical energy, 2 good-looking leather bracers, and a short staff decorated with a sapphire. "Boss, did we really take money from the heroes today?" Lilith asked softly as she applied ointment to a small cut on Jack's hand. The girl was kind-hearted and still felt uneasy about charging the so-called saviors. I picked up the sapphire staff and weighed it in my hand. It felt nice, probably worth a good price, or maybe Elvin could use it. Lilith, do you think if we didn't take their money, they'd be grateful to us forever? Lilith blinked her big eyes and shook her head. Exactly. I tossed the staff back onto the pile. The things you get for free often cost the most. If we let them owe us a favor, one day they might use the excuse of saving the world to drag us into something dangerous or unpleasant. But now we've been paid. We're even. Next time we meet, we can be partners, strangers, or even rivals if needed. Clear boundaries are better for everyone. Erwin sat by the campfire, wiping his wooden staff with a soft cloth. He nodded and said, "The boss makes a good point. Honor and duty are the chains of heroes, but we are freer." The elf mage always saw things more clearly than others. "I just feel a little embarrassed," Lilith said softly. Jack finished tending to his wound, flipped lightly in the air, and grinned. "Lilith, what's there to be embarrassed about? Did you see the look on that big shield warrior's face? Haha, like he'd just eaten something sour. The boss really played it well, saved people, gained rewards, and made those proud heroes look bad. 3 wins in 1 move." Ailey came back carrying 2 cleaned fish. Hearing the talk, she said calmly, "Without the boss's help, they would have died in the hills. Paying a price is only fair." The ranger always spoke simply and directly. After setting up the watch, Barton came to sit by the fire and said steadily, "The boss's decision protected the team's interests. A warrior's honor lies in guarding others, and a clear contract is one of the best ways to ensure that." The former soldier valued order and rules. Listening to their discussion, I smiled and didn't explain further. The team needed time to grow together, and our ideas would take time to align. I wasn't in a hurry. I pushed the pile of loot to the center. "See if there's anything useful for you. Jack or Ailey, try the leather bracers. Erwin, see if the staff suits you. Anything we can't use, we'll sell in the next town and put the money into our team fund for equipment and daily needs." "Team fund?" they asked, puzzled. "It's shared money that belongs to all of us," I explained. "From now on, everything we earn, except what I specifically claim, will go into the fund by set portions. After all, the stronger the team, the safer I'll be." That was only half true. I did need their protection, but more importantly, I wanted to tie this team firmly to me through shared interests. Just paying wages wouldn't build loyalty, but shared goals and growing rewards could. Everyone's eyes lit up. It meant they weren't just hired hands anymore. They could share in the team's success. Even Barton, usually calm, looked a bit more eager. "The boss is wise." Jack cheered first. By then, Ailey had already skewered the fish and set them over the fire to roast. She carried a few small spices with her and carefully sprinkled them over the fish. Soon, a delicious aroma spread through the camp. Dinner time. Dinner was grilled fish, served with fine wheat bread I had bought in Radiant City and a small barrel of apple cider from my storage bag. It was a simple meal, but after a battle and a long journey, it tasted especially good. I took a bite of the crispy, tender fish. Ellie's cooking was truly impressive. As I ate, I casually asked, "Barton, how much do you know about the Demon King's army structure? A vanguard unit like the one we met today, what's their usual setup?" Barton swallowed his bread and answered seriously, "Boss, based on my experience in the border guard, what we faced today was likely a standard demon hunting squad. They're usually led by a mid-level horned demon or a dark mage, commanding 20 to 30 lesser demons. Sometimes they have a few hellhounds or gargoyles as support. Their job is to harass border areas, wipe out small patrols, or ambush important targets like today. So, we basically stirred up a small hornet's nest." I took a sip of the sweet apple cider. "You could say that. Their commander was taken down by you in a rather impressive way, and the squad was nearly wiped out. This area should stay quiet for a while. But the Demon King's army never lets things go easily. Stronger patrols might come to investigate soon," Barton analyzed. Elvin added, "And the news that a hero appeared here has probably spread already. From now on, not only the Demon King's army, but other forces will also turn their attention to the northern border." I thought for a moment. That meant my plan to quietly gain experience along the border might need to change. Risk and opportunity always come together. "Boss," Jack said quietly, wiping the oil from his mouth as he leaned closer, When I was checking the bodies, I found this on that dark mage. He handed me a black wooden plaque carved with strange runes. This doesn't look ordinary. It might be something special. I took the plaque. It felt cold to the touch, and faint waves of dark magic pulsed from the runes. My insight ability reacted slightly, but the information was too vague to understand its purpose. Good work, Jack. I put the plaque away. When we reach the next town, we'll find someone who knows what this is. Maybe we can get some surprises. Night deepened, and the campfire crackled softly. Barton arranged the watch order, and as the important person to protect, I naturally didn't need to join. Lying in the comfortable tent, part of our luxury gear, I could faintly hear the sounds of insects and the quiet footsteps of the night guards outside. Today, I used the word command twice, once to create confusion and once to assist in a fight. Both worked well. At level 2, I could clearly feel my stats improving, especially speed and endurance. Long rides on horseback were no longer so tiring. My mana had recovered to 50 points, and tomorrow promised to be another day full of opportunities. The experience bar had moved up a little, but there was still a long way to go before reaching level 3, which required 50 experience points. It seemed that gaining experience from low-level monsters was indeed inefficient. Maybe it was time to take on more challenging tasks. Or, like today, find high-value clients to offer special services to? With these thoughts in mind, I slowly drifted into sleep. The night in this other world was far from peaceful, but the weight of the coin pouch at my waist and the power of the word command within me gave me a sense of calm I had never felt before. I knew my journey had only just begun. Blackwood Town and a low-key arrival on the third day after leaving the Hills of Sorrow, we arrived at a place called Blackwood Town. As the name suggested, the small town rested beside an ancient forest with dark-colored trees. Most of the buildings were made from the local black-brown timber, giving them a rugged and sturdy look. This was one of the frontier outposts of human activity. Further south lay the truly dangerous and unexplored lands, where both great risks and opportunities awaited, and where the Demon King's army often appeared. The town wasn't large, but it was lively. Armed adventurers, weary merchants, and cautious local guards could be seen everywhere. The air carried the scent of wood and the smoke from blacksmith forges, along with a faint sense of tension. It seemed that news of the conflict in the Hills of Sorrow had already reached here. Boss, up ahead is the Grizzly Tavern. It's also a branch of the local Adventurers Guild. Good place for information, Barton said, pointing to a sturdy 2-story building with a huge grizzly skull hanging above the door. All right, let's find a place to rest and gather some news first, I nodded. This time, I didn't plan to draw too much attention. After all, I had just helped the hero, and who knew if spies from the Demon King's army or other forces might be watching us. Our group walked into the tavern. The noise mixed with the smell of ale and roasted meat filled the air. Adventurers of different races crowded around wooden tables, loudly boasting about their adventures or quietly exchanging information. Our arrival drew some glances, but the attention soon faded. Barton's team looked like a typical, fairly experienced group of adventurers, while I was well protected in the middle, appearing like a guarded employer or scholar. Exactly the impression I wanted. Barton went to the counter to arrange rooms and gather news, while I led the others to an empty table in the corner. Jack quickly darted to the bar and soon returned with several large mugs of foaming ale and some decent-looking roasted meat. Just as we were about to enjoy our late lunch, the tavern door burst open. A bloodied adventurer, his armor damaged, stumbled inside and shouted hoarsely, "Help! The forest! The Blackthorn Woods! There are mutated giant spiders! My team! I'm the only one left." The tavern fell silent for a moment, then erupted into loud chatter. Mutated giant spiders? Aren't they supposed to stay deep in the forest? Blackthorn Woods? That's only half a day from town. Where's the patrol? At that moment, Barton returned, his face serious. Boss, I found out what's going on. There have been several reports of unusually active monsters nearby. The mayor has already raised the alert level. The guild just posted an urgent subjugation quest to clear out the mutated giant spiders in Blackthorn Woods. It's rated C, with a good reward, but no one's taken it yet. I calmly cut a piece of roasted meat on my plate. Mutated giant spiders? AC quest? It sounded like a good chance to gain some experience. Close enough. and the risk seemed manageable. What's the full situation? I asked. Based on the survivor's report and scattered information, there are about 8 to 10 adult spiders. One of them is especially large, possibly the spider queen. It seems to have undergone some unknown mutation. Its shell is tough, and its web carries a strong paralyzing toxin, Barton reported quickly. Elvin added, giant spiders fear fire, but the mutated ones might have stronger resistance. Their vision is poor, and they mainly rely on vibrations to sense their prey. I thought for a moment. Around 10 of them, plus a stronger leader. For our team, a direct attack would be risky, especially because of that paralyzing poison. Still, it's not impossible. We'll take this mission, I said, putting down my knife and fork. Barton and the others had no objections. After the battle at the Sorrow Hills, they were already used to me taking on dangerous jobs, and even looked forward to it. Boss, what's the plan? Ellie asked calmly as she cleaned her longbow. The plan. I smiled and patted the pouch at my waist. First, we need to prepare. Elvin, get a large amount of flammable oil, preferably fire oil. Jack, see if you can find some strong antidotes, at least something that can ease paralysis. Barton, check our shields and armor for any weak spots. Money isn't a problem. An hour later, we left Blackwood Town and headed toward the Blackthorn Forest. My storage bag now held several barrels of fire oil and a dozen bottles of expensive antidotes. I had to admit, money really does make things easier. The terrain in Blackthorn Forest was worse than I expected. Twisted black trees tangled together, the ground was covered with thick, rotting leaves, and the air carried a sweet but decaying smell. The dim light made it hard to see far. Watch your step, and keep an eye above, Barton whispered, holding his shield in front. Jack moved ahead like a shadow, leaving marks along the way. Ellie and Elvin stayed alert on both sides, scanning the surroundings. Lilith followed close behind me, clutching her holy symbol, ready to cast a spell at any moment. After about 15 minutes, Jack suddenly appeared from behind a tree and made a hand signal. I found something. About 200 meters ahead, there's a huge spider nest stretched between several large trees. I saw at least 6 normal giant spiders moving around, and deeper inside, there's a larger shadow. It should be the spider queen. The ground and tree trunks nearby are covered with sticky webs. Feng Fifan signaled the team to stop and hide behind the trees. He carefully observed the nest ahead. The web looked like a gray curtain, covering a wide area. Several black spiders, each the size of a calf, crawled across it, their many eyes glinting with a cold, dangerous light. Deep inside the nest, a huge shadow the size of a small car moved slowly, giving off a chilling presence. Barton, Ellie, draw their attention from the front. Elvin, wait for my signal and get ready to ignite the area I mark with a fireball. Jack, move to the flank. When I give the signal, shoot the joint above the nest with your fire oil arrows. Lilith, stay alert for dispelling and antidote work, Feng Fifan ordered calmly. Boss, what about you? Barton asked. Feng Fifan smiled slightly. Me? I'll give them a little surprise. He quietly circled around, using the trees and his enhanced insight skill to avoid the webs on the ground and the warning threads in the air, reaching the side and rear of the nest. From his storage pouch, he carefully poured out the fire oil, forming an uneven half-circle around the nest. The sharp smell of oil was hidden by the forest's natural decay. When he finished, he retreated to a safe distance and signaled Barton. Barton understood and struck his sword against his shield with a loud clang. Hey, ugly bugs, over here. The giant spiders on the nest were instantly alarmed. They screeched and surged toward Barton and Ellie like a wave of black water. Ellie's arrow flew from her bow, piercing one spider's eye. It stumbled but kept charging wildly. At that moment, Feng Fifan moved. Instead of attacking the spiders directly, he threw the last half bucket of fire oil toward the dark shadow deep inside the nest and shouted, by my command, this stone beneath my feet, strike the largest spider's head with full force. Power surged. A fist-sized stone shot forward as if hurled by an invisible giant, slicing through the gaps in the webs and smashing into the mother spider's eye with a heavy. The spider queen shrieked in pain and fury, her massive body trembling. Now, Elvin, fire wall. Jack, fire arrows. Feng Fifan commanded. Elvin swung his staff, and a blazing wall of fire rose along the oil line Feng Fifan had set earlier. It swallowed several charging spiders, burning them fiercely as they struggled in the flames. Jack coated his arrows with blazing oil and shot precisely at several key points above the nest. Flames quickly spread along the webs, and the entire nest burst into a roaring fire. I watched the sea of flames before me, the air filled with the smell of burning protein and the dying cries of the giant spiders. The Spider Queen thrashed wildly inside the nest, trying to put out the fire on her body. The oil I used worked perfectly, but her huge size and the flammable nest became her own prison. Ellie, focus on the big one's eyes and joints. Barton, hold off any that get through, I shouted. The battle soon turned into a one-sided fight. The spiders trapped in the fire lost much of their strength, and the few that broke through were easily taken down by Barton and Ellie. At last, the Spider Queen collapsed under the flames and Ellie's precise arrows, no longer moving. In my mind, I clearly heard the message that I had gained experience, one step closer to level 3. I still had 9 ability uses left. When the fight ended, Barton and the others began collecting the spoils with practiced skill, the spider's venom sacs, their hard fangs, and a dimly glowing mutated magic core taken from the queen's body. I walked to the burning nest and looked at the charred spider corpses, thinking to myself, a sea-level mission like this should pay well. With these spoils, our team fund would grow nicely. More importantly, we finished the battle almost unharmed, proving the value of spending wisely and fighting smart. All cleaned up, boss, Barton reported. We've taken everything valuable. Good, I nodded with satisfaction. Let's head back to Blackwood Town, turn in the mission, and then find a good restaurant. My treat. Seeing my teammates' tired but proud faces, I knew our team was slowly becoming what I had hoped for. And my journey of survival in this other world was moving forward steadily, slow but solid. Danger? Maybe. But more than that, it was the joy of taking control of my own fate. The night of Blackwood Town and the unexpected message back in Blackwood Town. After turning in the mission, I saw the guild manager's shocked face at how quickly we had completed a sea-level task. Holding the heavy bag of gold coins and guild points in my hand, I couldn't help but feel pleased. The mutated Spider Queen's magic core and materials sold for a good price, and the team's shared funds quickly grew. Let's go to the Old Oak restaurant. My treat, to celebrate our first independently completed sea mission, I said with a wave, leading the team toward the most elegant place in town. The Old Oak was far better than the Grizzly Tavern. The wooden tables and chairs were polished smooth, and the air was filled with the delicious smell of roasted meat and freshly baked bread. We ordered a large table full of local dishes, herb-roasted venison, creamy mushroom soup, rye bread with local cheese, and a steaming jug of honey mead. Long live the boss. Jack cheered first, his eyes shining as he stared at the sizzling venison. Even the usually calm Ellie smiled slightly. Barton and Elvin, though steady as always, looked much more relaxed. Lilith sipped her soup, her cheeks glowing with contentment. That was exactly what I wanted. A bit of reward could greatly strengthen the team's unity and morale. I slowly cut into the venison, tender, juicy, and perfectly seasoned. Food in this world, once you got used to it, had its own special charm. So, boss, what's next? Barton asked after a sip of mead. Are we staying in Blackwood Town for more jobs, or heading somewhere else? I swallowed my bite and wiped my mouth. No rush. Blackwood Town is in a good spot and full of information. We've just finished a sea mission, so we've made a name for ourselves here. Let's rest for 2 days and gather more intel about the Demon King's army and other heroes. I'm curious about both. Just then, the restaurant door opened. A group of adventurers in matching leather armor walked in, dusty from travel. The badges on their chests showed they belonged to a well-known mercenary group. They spoke loudly as they sat at a nearby table. Did you hear? The Sword Lion mercenary group got crushed at the Northern Pass, said a scar-faced warrior, gulping down his ale. What happened? They're pretty strong, his companion asked. They ran into an elite demon patrol. Their leader was a shadow fiend, moves like a ghost, and always targets mages and priests first. The spellcaster of the Sword Lion group was almost wiped out, and even their leader was badly injured. They barely managed to escape. Shadow demon? I perked up my ears. That's a high-level demon skilled in stealth and assassination. Fast, tricky, and dangerous for teams that rely on formation and backline attacks. The demons are getting bolder. The border's full of holes now. Exactly. I heard it's not just our side. Other fronts are under heavy pressure too. I really wonder if those summoned heroes are doing their job. I frowned slightly. The situation was worse than I thought. Even a famous mercenary group like the Sword Lions suffered losses. Ordinary adventurers must be struggling to survive. That also meant my rescue service had great potential, but the risks were rising just as fast. Another piece of news caught my attention. There's something even stranger. The scar-faced warrior lowered his voice, though we could still hear him. They say in the eastern Silent Swamp, strange undead creatures have appeared. Not normal skeletons or zombies, more like fusion monsters. Some adventurers claim they saw creatures made of swamp mud and mixed body parts from different beings. They can't be killed easily and can even split apart. Silent Swamp? Fusion monsters? That didn't sound like a regular demon army unit. It seemed more like an experiment or a natural mutation. I subconsciously touched the dark wooden token I had taken from a dark mage. It felt slightly warm. Elvin had heard it too. He looked at me seriously. Boss, the disturbance in the Silent Swamp might be linked to dark or necromantic magic gone out of control. Those fusion monsters are trouble. I nodded, keeping the information in mind. Maybe there was something worth investigating there, whether for experience or secrets. Dinner ended in a heavy mood. Outside, night had fully fallen, and the lights of Blackwood Town flickered like stars. Back in my room at the Grizzly Tavern, this time I booked a suite so everyone could rest comfortably. I stood by the window, gazing at the town's night view. In the distance, the Black Forest loomed like a crouching beast, its shadows deep and shifting. The threat of the Shadow Demon, the strange events in the Silent Swamp, and that mysterious wooden token. This world was far more complicated than it seemed. My current strength is enough to handle ordinary demon squads and mutated creatures, but facing assassins like shadow demons or unknown fusion monsters is still too risky. I need to level up, improve my attributes, and better coordinate with my team and their equipment. More importantly, I need more information about this world, the Demon King army, and various secret powers. It seems that just fighting monsters to earn money isn't enough. I need to find ways to gather more information. Maybe I should try to contact local information traders or underground groups. Using gold to open doors might help me find useful things. While I was thinking, I heard a soft knock outside the door. Boss, are you resting? It was Lilith's voice. I'm not yet. Come in. Lilith pushed the door open, holding a steaming cup that smelled of calming herbs. Boss, I noticed you seemed to be thinking tonight and not sleeping well, so I brewed some calming tea for you. I was a bit surprised and took the cup. Thanks, that's thoughtful. Lilith's face slightly reddened. You're welcome. Boss, today. Thank you. If you hadn't prepared so many antidotes and fire oils in advance, we might have ended up like that previous squad. That's basic risk management. I took a sip of the tea. It was slightly bitter but had a sweet aftertaste. We are a team. Ensuring everyone's safety is also ensuring my own. Don't worry too much, Lilith nodded firmly. I understand. I will work hard to improve my healing skills and never hold the team back. After saying that, she quickly ran off like a frightened rabbit. Watching her back, I smiled. This team is becoming more interesting. After finishing the calming tea, I lay on the bed, feeling my magic power slowly recover. Even though I haven't used much, resting or meditating seems to help recovery a little. I plan my next steps. First, rest for 2 days, gather intelligence, and see if there are suitable missions or maybe create some opportunities. That wooden sign needs to be identified as soon as possible. The Silent Swamp might be a good backup target. With a clear plan in mind, I fell into a deep sleep. The night in this strange world is still long, but my path is gradually unfolding, guided by gold and words of power. Expanding abilities and relaxing in Blackwood Town. During my few days resting in Blackwood Town, I didn't stay completely idle. Besides practicing shooting coins with my hand every day, initially, the coins could only fly a meter or two softly. Now, I've made progress. Thanks to my increased strength and speed, I can now shoot coins like proper darts, about 10 meters away, and they can even stick into softwood. I've started exploring more possibilities with speech-driven magic. Since I can control living beings, I wonder if I can also influence their states. Is that possible in theory? One quiet afternoon, I decided to do my first experiment in the small yard of the inn I rented. I focused, feeling the strange rule-like power inside me, and softly said, "Speech-driven magic. Increase my speed by 50% for the next 5 minutes." Whoosh! A cool breeze instantly wrapped around my legs. I felt lighter, as if a heavy burden was lifted. I jumped in place and ran a few laps around the yard. Sure enough, my steps were lighter, and my speed was noticeably faster, even creating a slight wind sound. It worked. I felt excited. But then, a wave of fatigue hit me. Not physical, but mental, as if I had stayed up all night. The invisible counter in my mind dropped from October 10th to 7/10. One group buff used up 3 normal control charges. I panted, feeling the speed boost fade after 5 minutes. I understood. Applying positive effects consumes more than simple control, and there's a time limit. In the following days, I also tried strength enhancement and endurance enhancement. When I increased strength, my muscles felt slightly swollen, full of explosive power. I could leave shallow marks on the stone slabs in the yard with a punch. Before, I only left some dust. With endurance, I felt my breathing longer and the fatigue from running and coin shooting greatly reduced. All these positive buffs lasted about 5 minutes each time, and each use consumed 3 speech-driven magic charges. As for applying negative effects like paralysis to enemies, whether it's feasible and how much it costs still needs practical testing. "Boss, your abilities are becoming more and more incredible," Barton said, watching me accelerate myself. He couldn't help but marvel. The other team members gathered around, their eyes full of curiosity and respect. "It's just a small application of my skills," I said with a smile, suppressing a slight dizziness caused by the energy drain. "In theory, I should be able to use it on you too. Next time we fight, we can try it." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. A temporary boost of 50% in speed or strength could change the outcome of a battle at a critical moment. "Boss, if you give me a strength boost, I feel like I could punch through that mutant Spider Queen's shell," Jack said excitedly, gesturing enthusiastically. Ellie was more focused on speed, 5 minutes of rapid fire. That could clear out an area. Seeing how eager they were, I reminded them, "Don't get too happy too soon. It consumes a lot of energy, and you can't use it many times a day. Use it wisely." This also made me realize how important it is to improve my own level and magic power, as that directly affects how much I can influence the rules. Relaxed daily life. In my free time, I also enjoy the slow pace of life in this world. Blackwood Town is small, but it has its own charm. I took my team to the best bakery in town, where we bought freshly baked baguettes with crispy crusts and soft insides, filled with a rich wheat aroma. At a local farmer's stall, we found a sweet, juicy purple fruit called night dew berry, a specialty of the Black Forest. I also found a nice-looking bathhouse, spent a few silver coins, and enjoyed a steaming herbal bath that washed away the dust and fatigue of the past days. At first, Barton and the others were a bit reserved, but after I insisted and paid, they happily went in. When they came out, they all looked refreshed. In the evening, we didn't go to the Gray Bear Tavern again, but instead visited a more elegant place called Moonlight Deer Tavern, which featured a bard performance. Listening to the bard play the lute and sing ancient hero epics, though I found them a bit old-fashioned, drinking locally brewed fruit wine, and tasting perfectly roasted sausages with mashed potatoes, this felt much more comfortable than eating dry rations and sleeping in tents every day. "Boss, following you is truly such happiness." Lily sipped her fruit wine gently, her face flushed, and her eyes sparkled as she watched the bard on stage. "Yes, in the past, doing quests meant camping outdoors and roughing it. We didn't dare spend so much money," Barton said with emotion, holding his wine cup and looking relaxed. Even Elvin rarely commented. Taking proper breaks helps keep magic circuits stable and growing. Seeing them relax made me feel satisfied. This is the life rhythm I want. Exciting adventures and peaceful enjoyment. I'm not a monk-like hero who pushes himself too hard. Earning money and improving my skills are just ways to live better. Of course, while enjoying myself, I also gather information. Through Jack's casual chats at the tavern and market, and my occasional discreet inquiries at the guild hall, we collected a lot of news. 1. The shadow demon activity at the northern pass remains frequent. Several small adventuring groups trying to hunt there have returned empty-handed or even suffered injuries. 2. Rumors about the fused monsters in the Silent Marsh grow more intense. The guild has raised the quest level to be dash, but few have taken it because there's little information and the risks are unknown. 3. News about the 4 heroes. They seem to have taken a short rest in Ironclad City before heading north again, aiming for the Orc army outposts, but their exact whereabouts are unknown. 4. I asked Jack to identify the black wooden badge from a few shops, but no one knew its specific use. They only confirmed it contains pure dark magic, possibly a token or a key. Boss, what's our next move? Barton looked at me, waiting for instructions. I swirled my fruit wine, watching the amber liquid ripple in the light. The northern pass is too dangerous for now. Heroes have their own paths. We don't need to interfere, I said thoughtfully. As for the Silent Marsh, A-B, level quest, high risk, but probably good rewards. More importantly, I'm very interested in those fused monsters. I put down my cup and made a decision. Get ready, gather some protective gear against undead and corrosive attacks. In 2 days, we set out to explore the edge of the Silent Marsh. No unnecessary fights. First, do some reconnaissance outside. If there's a chance, we'll take on this tough challenge. If not, we'll retreat. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes no longer showing initial nervousness, but instead filled with anticipation for the unknown challenge and trust in my decisions. I knew that leading a confident and energetic team would help us face the dangers ahead. My word of command and unlimited coins are our greatest confidence. The Silent Swamp? Let me see what secrets you hide. Clear panel and first exploration of the swamp after a few days of rest and training. I felt my control over my abilities had improved a little. It was time to check my current state. I focused inward, and a clear panel appeared in my mind. Feng Fifan, LV2. Strength. 20. Can easily swing a long sword, break ordinary bricks with bare hands. Speed. 17. Running speed close to an excellent athlete. Quick reflexes. Endurance. 15. Can fight continuously at medium intensity or travel long distances. Magic power. 50-50. Basic command consumes 10 per use. Enhanced version consumes all. Natural magic recovery is slow. Defense. 15. Body resistance improved. Can effectively resist normal attacks with equipment. Perception. 10. Improved observation. Can notice subtle traces and potential dangers. Free attribute points. 0. Already allocated. Experience. 3250. Needs 18 more points to reach LV3. Ability. Word of command. Usable 10 times per day. LV2 effect. Controls creatures of the same or lower level for about 5 seconds. Positive state buff. Strength, speed, endurance increased by about 50%. Lasts 5 minutes, consumes 3 uses. Negative state buff. To be tested. Enhanced version. Consumes all magic power. Controls all creatures of the same level for 1 minute. Not used yet. Good. The attributes are clear, and the goal is defined. LV3 is within reach. 2 days later, our group left Blackwood Town and headed east toward the Silent Swamp. The closer we got, the more desolate the environment became. The air grew heavier with moisture, carrying the smell of decaying plants and mud. The ground beneath our feet turned soft and muddy, trees twisted and withered, hanging with sticky vines. Patton calmly reminded everyone that the shield should always be in front. The visibility here was very low, with gray fog covering everything. My insight ability worked well here, helping me tell the difference between solid ground and dangerous mud. I also sensed some unnatural movements hidden under the fog or decaying plants. After walking for about half a day, we encountered the first group of swamp creatures. 3 large swamp turtles, LV3, covered in mud on their shells, slowly crawled out of a murky puddle. They looked fierce, with a presence similar to ordinary monster soldiers. Their life energy felt heavy, like thick rocks, probably able to withstand several hits from Patton. At the same time, several brightly colored, very fast poisonous water snakes, LV2, leapt down from dead trees, heading straight for Lily and Irwin. Defend, Patton shouted angrily, slamming his shield on the ground with a loud thud. drawing the turtle's attention. Ely's arrow shot instantly, accurately pinning one water snake to the ground. But another snake was already approaching Erwin. Speak and cast. This snake in front of me is 3 times slower. I immediately used my ability. The rushing snake seemed to sink into an invisible swamp, moving in slow motion. Erwin calmly dodged to the side, summoning an ice spear with his staff and smashing it to freeze the snake. Ability uses 9 out of 10. Meanwhile, Jack moved like the wind, his dagger flashing with cold light. He left a deep wound on the joint of one turtle, but its thick shell meant its health only dropped about 10%. Patton was fighting 2 other turtles, with heavy impacts on his shield. Try my new move, I thought. I took a gold coin from my pouch, used all my LV2 strength, and threw it at the injured turtle. The coin scattered like buckshot, hitting the turtle's head and shell with a jingling sound. Most bounced away, but one lucky, or unlucky, coin, after passing through Jack's wound, embedded deeply into the turtle's shell. The turtle, in pain, let out a dull roar and slowed down noticeably. Its life energy shrank a little. That worked. Jack's eyes lit up. He took the chance to land a fierce backstab, finishing off the turtle. It seems that coins can not only disturb enemies, but also finish them off. Maybe in the future, we could develop moves like Coin Flood or Giant Coin Crush. However, that would probably require very high strength and a deeper understanding of the ability. The rest of the fight was easy. With Ellie's long-range support and Barton's steady defense, we quickly defeated the remaining crocodile turtles and scattered water snakes. After the battle, we collected some tough turtle shells and venom sacs from the snakes. Our experience points also increased a little. These are just normal creatures on the swamp's edge, Elvin said, wiping dirt off his staff with a serious look. The real fusion monsters are probably deeper inside. I nodded and looked into the thick fog in the swamp's depths. Even on the outer edge, there are level 3 elite creatures, so the dangers inside must be even greater. Keep moving forward and stay alert, I ordered. Jack, shorten your scouting range so you can support us at any time. Lilith, prepare your divine magic to dispel negative effects. We carefully continued deeper into the swamp. The terrain became harder to walk, and a faint, disgusting smell of decay filled the air. Suddenly, the black wooden talisman on my waist grew hot without warning. Almost at the same time, a large mud pit nearby suddenly exploded. A huge monster, made of rotten mud, white bones, twisted branches, and unknown creature parts, slowly stood up. It had no fixed shape. Its large body dripped foul-smelling mud, and several head-like parts made grating sounds as they rubbed against each other. Its hollow eye sockets fixed their gaze on us. Swamp Fusion Monster, LV5, Elite. Its life aura is like a constantly writhing, malicious pollution source, very heavy and resilient, far stronger than the previous Spider Mother. Its total life force is estimated to be at least 20 times that of a level 2 ordinary adventurer. It has very high physical defense and seems resistant to normal slashes and pierces. A level 5 elite monster, 3 levels higher than us. And it has such a strange form. Get ready to fight. Barton's voice was more serious than ever, his shield held firmly in front of him. Elvin had already begun chanting quickly, preparing his most powerful magic attack. Ellie's bowstring was pulled tight, and her arrow aimed at the seemingly fragile connection points on the fusion monster's body. Jack's figure disappeared into the fog, searching for an opportunity. Lilith's face turned pale, but she still held the holy emblem tightly and began chanting a protective prayer. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves caused by the strange movement of the wooden talisman and the fear of facing a strong enemy. It looks like we've really encountered a tough opponent this time. Can my word of power and unlimited coins help me defeat this hard nut? Fighting the Swamp Fusion Monster, that Swamp Fusion Monster, level 5 elite, just standing up was almost suffocating with its oppressive presence. Its huge body, made of filth, looked like a constantly writhing disaster. Its life aura was like a wave of thick mud crashing over me, making my chest feel heavy. It's 3 levels higher, still an elite. The gap is bigger than I expected. Roar. The fusion monster let out a beastly, mixed scream of many creatures, and its large arms made of mud and bones suddenly swung toward us, bringing a stench-filled wind and splashes of dirty mud. Hold on, Barton roared, muscles bulging, pressing his shield firmly in front of him, his feet sinking deep into the mud. Boom. A heavy impact sounded. Barton was hit like by a siege hammer, sliding back several meters along with his shield, carving two deep grooves in the ground. His throat turned sweet, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His life aura dropped instantly. Just blocking a normal attack caused internal injuries. Barton, Lilith exclaimed, immediately waving the holy emblem. Soft healing light fell on Barton, stabilizing his injuries. Ellie, attack its joints and those glowing points that look like cores, I shouted loudly, forcing myself to stay calm. My ability to see through allowed me to barely distinguish a few nodes on its constantly changing body that emitted intense dark magic. Elvin's fireball spell and Ellie's enchanted arrows with armor-breaking effects were shot simultaneously, accurately hitting a node located on the fusion monster's shoulder, made of a twisted skull. Bang! Uffed! The fireball exploded, and the arrow pierced in. The node dimmed noticeably, and the fusion monster let out a pained roar, its attack slightly faltering. It worked, but its life force only decreased by a tiny, barely noticeable amount. This monster's health and defense are incredibly strong. Jack, distract its side with a hit to draw its attention. I continued giving commands. Jack's figure moved like a ghost, quickly darting around the monster. He tried to cut at its leg joint with his dagger, but the mud on the monster's body was highly corrosive. When Jack's dagger scraped it, it not only failed to cause real damage, but the dagger also sizzled and emitted blue smoke. Jack's arm was burned by the splashing mud, making him grimace in pain. The monster's other arm suddenly slammed into the ground. Boom. The mud splattered like an explosion, covering a large area. All of us were caught in the blast. Watch out. I hurriedly retreated, but a few drops of mud still splashed onto my traveler's outfit, causing corrosion marks. I felt a burning pain on my skin. Elvin's mage shield flickered violently, almost breaking. Ellie and Lilith couldn't dodge in time and were hit by more mud. Cuts appeared on Ellie's arm and Lilith's leg, and the wounds started turning black and rotting, caused by corrosion and disease effects. Lilith, dispel it, I shouted, quickly pulling out 2 bottles of strong antidote and 2 bottles of health potions from my storage bag, throwing them to Ellie and Lilith. Drink them quickly. Lilith endured the pain and cast a dispel spell on herself and Ellie. A soft glow passed over, removing the blackness from their wounds, but the rot remained. They immediately drank the potions, and their life force stopped dropping and began to recover slowly. Less than a minute into the fight, everyone was injured, and we had used up precious potions and magic. This is the terrifying power of level suppression. The monster clearly didn't plan to give us a break. The nodes on its body that had been attacked started glowing ominously. A large amount of mud gathered in front of its chest, forming a constantly spinning, dark mud ball that radiated destruction. Oh, it's an area spell. Everyone scatter. Elvin's face changed drastically as he shouted a warning. We couldn't let it release that attack. Otherwise, we might all be finished here. Words of power, Barton, for the next 5 minutes. Increase strength by 50%. I used a recent skill I had just learned to boost Barton. Buzz. The power of the rules descended. Barton's muscles instantly swelled, veins bulging, and a strong sense of power filled his entire body. He felt that his shield became lighter by a few points. Roar. With his enhanced strength, Barton roared loudly and suddenly charged forward. He used all his strength, smashing his shining shield, glowing with fighting energy, like a battering ram, directly hitting the arm of the fusion monster that was gathering magic. Bang! A deafening explosion. Under the boost of his strength, Barton's attack actually worked. The fusion monster's arm suddenly tilted, causing the dark mud ball it was forming to lose stability and explode prematurely. Boom. Although we avoided being hit directly by a concentrated attack, the uncontrolled dark energy still spread out like a shockwave. We all were blown away by the force, like leaves caught in a strong wind, and fell heavily onto the muddy ground. Ugh, cough, it hurt. My whole body felt like it was falling apart. I felt my health drop by half instantly. Jack and Lilith, who had lower defenses, were seriously injured, coughing blood and unable to get up for a moment. Erwin and Ellie were also hurt quite a bit. Even Barton, who had just received a power boost, was near the explosion center. His shield shattered, and his arm holding the shield was bent unnaturally, probably broken, and his life force was very weak. Ability uses 6/10, one positive buff used 3 times. This is terrible. So terrible. Just one wave of magic interruption almost wiped out our entire team. Although the fusion monster's spell was interrupted and it suffered some backlash, making it even more frantic, it still stood. Its life force had decreased a little more, about 1/10, but it was still strong. It moved heavily toward Jack and Lilith, who were closest and unable to move. I can't let them die. My team members can't die here. Use healing potions. I forced myself to endure the pain, frantically pulling healing and mana potions from my bag, throwing them to each team member as if they were free. I also drank 2 bottles of healing potion myself, feeling my life slowly recover. By the power of words, monster ahead, stop moving for 5 seconds. I used the simplest control spell on the fusion monster. The power of rules descended. The huge body of the fusion monster suddenly froze, its raised foot stopping midair, less than a meter from Jack and Lilith. 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds. Ellie, Elvin, attack that biggest core. In its chest, I shouted desperately, throwing the last few bottles of magic potion to Elvin. Ellie struggled to stand up, ignoring the pain in her arm, pulled her bowstring tight, and shot all her remaining armor-piercing arrows along with her gathered fighting spirit at the dark spot that was beating like a heart in the monster's chest. Elvin drank the magic potion, ignoring the stabbing pain from his magic circuit, and cast his strongest single-target attack magic, the Thunderbolt gun. A sharp purple lightning bolt, faster than anything else, hit the core almost at the same time as Ellie's arrows. Boom! It sounded like glass breaking, followed by a fierce explosion. The core in the monster's chest was completely shattered. The huge body trembled violently and twitched, and the mud, bones, and remaining limbs that made up its body started to break apart quickly. It let out a final, angry, and resentful scream before collapsing with a loud crash, turning into a large pool of smelly, lifeless mud. The battle was over. The scene was a mess. Everyone collapsed in the mud, gasping heavily, covered in wounds, with broken potion bottles scattered everywhere. Barton was unconscious. Jack and Lilith were badly hurt. Elvin and Ellie were exhausted both in magic and stamina, and I was in pain all over, with my magic nearly drained. A hard-won victory. A truly tough win. Without the large supply of potions, and without the precise control and buffs from the Word of Power at the critical moment, we would have been wiped out here. I looked at the slowly settling mud, feeling no joy at all, only relief for surviving and a sense of awe in the face of greater power. In this world, level is a real and huge divide. In my mind, the notification about gaining experience was stronger than ever, causing my experience bar to jump from 32/50ths to level 2, 50/50ths, level 3, 2/100. I leveled up, and I gained 5 free attribute points. But right now, I had no time to think about that. I struggled to stand up and used my remaining strength to give more healing potions to each badly injured teammate. Hold on. We won. Don't sleep. I mumbled as I hurriedly treated everyone. This team is the foundation of my life in this world. I cannot afford to lose anyone. The thick fog in the silent swamp remains, but the fierce battle has finally ended. The next step is a long period of recovery and reflecting on what we gained. What does a level 5 elite monster drop? Long recovery and valuable gains. The fierce fight against the swamp creature left deep marks on all of us, both physically and mentally. We barely found a relatively dry, wind-protected in the rocks near the swamp to set up a temporary camp. In the following days, we relied entirely on the large amount of healing potions, antidotes, and Lily's powerful healing magic to save Barton, Jack, and Lily from the brink of death. Barton's arm was broken and needed to be immobilized and rested. Jack and Lily's internal injuries and corrosive wounds required slow recovery over time. Although I was the least injured, I also used a lot of mental and magical energy, and I was sore all over for several days. That battle made me realize clearly that the huge difference in levels and attributes cannot be fully made up with clever tricks or money alone. If we hadn't prepared well and had enough potions, we would have lost more people this time. We stayed at that temporary camp for 10 days until the seriously injured could move a little. Then, we carefully set out to return to Blackwood Town, moving at a pace several times slower than when we first came. Back at the Grey Bear Tavern, I immediately rented a whole row of quiet rooms in the backyard as a temporary healing place for our team. The best doctors were brought in, and the best herbs and nutritious meals were continuously delivered. Money once again proved its power. We received the best medical care and recovery conditions that Blackwood Town could offer. The recovery period was long and boring. Barton needed daily arm rehab, enduring pain and sweating profusely but insisting on it. Jack and Lily's faces remained pale, and they had to take regular potions to restore their magic. Ellie and Erwin were doing better, but they also spent a lot of time meditating and calming their breath to recover their drained magic and stamina. Besides handling some necessary affairs, like selling the common loot from the swamp trip, I mostly stayed in my room. On one hand, we focus on recovering ourselves. On the other, we analyze the experience from this battle and the only spoils from our hard-won victory. From the core of the collapsing fusion monster's body, we found 2 items. The first is a shadow shielding necklace. The chain is made of a mysterious dark metal, cold to the touch, and the pendant is a smooth black obsidian stone that seems to have gray mist flowing inside. Effect: the wearer gains 5 mental resistance and reduces damage from dark and undead magic by 10%. It also grants the skill Shadow Step, once per day, short-range teleportation to a shadow within sight. This is undoubtedly top-quality gear for Jack or Ellie, perfect for survival and quick attacks. The second item is a Breath of Life bracelet. It looks like ordinary dried vines woven into a bracelet, but at the knots, small, gentle green gemstones are embedded, radiating soft life energy. Effect: the wearer gains 3 stamina and 20% faster health recovery. It also grants the skill Life Bloom, once per day, instantly restores moderate health to oneself or a designated target and removes 1 minor negative status. This is a divine item for frontline tanks like Barton or those who need self-protection, such as Lilith or Erwin. The value of these 2 magical items far exceeds all our previous mission rewards. They are the reward for challenging high-level elite monsters. High risk, high return. I didn't distribute them immediately. Instead, after about a month, once everyone's injuries had mostly healed and their condition stabilized, I gathered everyone in my room. This swamp expedition nearly wiped us out, I said plainly, with a serious tone. But it also made us see the gap between us and true strong enemies. These 2 items are earned at the cost of our lives. I placed the necklace and bracelet on the table, where they emitted a captivating magical glow. Based on their attributes and effects, the Shadow Shielding Necklace will greatly enhance Jack's survival and assassination skills. The Breath of Life bracelet will boost Barton's stamina and endurance, helping him better protect the team. I made my decision. No one objected. Jack eagerly took the necklace and immediately put it on, his figure seeming to blur slightly. Barton carefully picked up the bracelet, feeling the life energy within it. He said seriously, "Thank you, boss. I will use this to protect everyone." As for the others, I looked at Ellie, Erwin, and Lilith. The rewards from this mission, along with the savings we've accumulated, will all be used to buy or customize suitable gear for you. Our team must become stronger together. Ellie nodded, Erwin slightly bowed to thank me, and Lilith quietly said, "Boss, I will try my best not to hold everyone back." After a month of rest and gear distribution, our team's morale not only recovered, but became even better than before. Sharing life and death experiences and valuable loot created a strong bond that brought us closer. Personal progress. During this month, I reached level 3, and my attributes increased again. I allocated 5 free points, putting 3 into endurance to fix weaknesses, and 2 into perception to improve insight. Feng Fifan, level 3, strength, 30, auto 10, speed, 25, auto 8, endurance, 28, auto 8, free 3, significantly improved survival ability. Magic power, 70, auto 20. Regular spells remain the same, but my magic pool is deeper. Defense, 23, auto 8. Perception, 17, auto 7, free 2, better observation and intuition. Free attribute points, 0. Experience, 2 out of 100. Needs 100 for level 4, a long way to go. Ability, spontaneous spellcasting, 10 uses per day. Level 3 effect, control creatures of the same or lower level for about 6 seconds. I feel my physical qualities have improved in all aspects, and I now handle gold coins more skillfully. When throwing, I can embed coins deeper into wood and faster. My understanding of spontaneous spellcasting seems to have deepened. Maybe I can try more complex uses, like local enhancement, strengthening only my arm for throwing, or temporarily giving objects special states. A month has passed, and the situation in Blackwood Town has also changed. The harassment from the Demon Lord's army continues, but the strange disturbances in the Silent Swamp seem to have temporarily calmed down. Perhaps the source is one of the merged monsters. News about the hero is sporadic. It seems they are currently dealing with the main forces of the Demon Lord's army in the north. It's time to set out again. After resting and leveling up, we need new challenges to strengthen our skills and gather more experience and resources. Get ready, I said to the refreshed team members. Let's go to the guild and see if there are any suitable good quests for our current level. My eyes scan the map. Maybe it's time to explore a larger area. Blackwood Town is starting to feel too small, and that dark wooden sign, which still occasionally feels warm, seems to faintly point towards somewhere far away. A new adventure is about to begin. A new direction and rumors about the Black Forest after resting in Blackwood Town for about a week. Making sure everyone was at their best, we returned to the busy guild hall. A month is enough time for many news updates. The Northern Pass remains tense, and the Silent Swamp has returned to its usual calm, or at least no new strange reports for now. The news about the 4 heroes has become more unclear. It seems they have gone deep behind enemy lines for some secret mission. My gaze moved over familiar D and C level quests. These no longer give us much experience, unless they have special rewards like clearing the giant spider nest before. We need more challenging, but still manageable targets. Boss, look at this. Elvin pointed to a sheepskin scroll in the corner of the quest board, with fresh ink on it. Investigation quest, strange activity deep in the Black Forest, level C. Updated intelligence, may involve B. Level threats, location, south of Blackwood Town, deep in the Black Forest, specific coordinates to be provided after accepting the quest. Details, recently, hunters and adventurers have reported hearing strange whispers in certain areas deep in the Black Forest. They have also observed animals acting unusually aggressive, and small groups of monsters have mysteriously disappeared. Suspected presence of unknown dark forces or special monsters. Requirements: investigate the source of the abnormal activity, assess the threat level, and if possible, eliminate it. Reward: based on the investigation results and threat level, starting at 50 gold coins, with no upper limit. Deep inside the Black Forest? A floating level between C and B-. That sounds just right for our current state. Challenging, but not as overwhelming as facing level 5 elite monsters right from the start. I'll take this quest, I decided. When I went to the guild counter to accept it, the clerk kindly warned, "You're with the Stone Shield team, right? This quest has been a bit strange lately. 2 teams that took it on before failed, and one even lost a member, saying they encountered a monster that messes with their mind." Be extra careful. Messed with their mind? I touched the quiet wooden badge on my waist, feeling more cautious. After preparing protective scrolls against mental attacks and calming potions, we set out again. This time, heading south into the vast forest known for its high-quality black wood and dangerous creatures. The inside of the Black Forest is darker and deeper than the outside. Tall, ancient trees block the sky, with only scattered patches of light filtering through the dense branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air smells of damp soil and rotting wood. It's very quiet, with hardly any bird sounds, giving a strange feeling of pressure. "Keep your formation, Jack. Don't go beyond the support range," Barton calmly directed. He wore the Breath of Life bracelet, looking healthier than before, with sharper eyes. Jack's shadow shield necklace made him better at blending into the shadows, like a real ghost. Following the rough coordinates from the quest, we carefully moved deeper into the forest. Along the way, we found some strange signs. Animal remains torn apart by some force, unnatural claw marks on tree trunks, and A faint, low whisper that seemed to echo directly in our minds. "Did you hear that?" Ellie suddenly stopped, listening carefully. Her senses are usually very sharp. We focused and listened. The sound was broken and distant, like it was coming from far away or right next to us. We couldn't understand what it was saying, but it made us feel uneasy and distracted. "It's mental pollution," Elvin said confidently. He created a small mental shield around us, blocking out most of the whispering. The sound weakened considerably. The source shouldn't be far now. After moving forward for a while, we reached a clearing in the woods. In the center of the clearing, there was an extremely large ancient tree with a dark gray, ominous color all over. The tree's branches twisted like struggling arms, and its trunk was covered with dark red veins that seemed like blood vessels, gently pulsing. The unsettling whispering sound was coming from this ancient tree. Fallen ancient tree, LV4 Elite. Its life force is like decayed roots, deeply embedded in the ground, drawing vitality from the surroundings. It emits strong waves of mental corruption, and beneath the ground nearby, there seem to be guards under its control. "It looks like this thing is causing trouble," I whispered. "The LV4 Elite is one level above us, but considering we just faced a LV5 Elite and have new gear and higher levels, this opponent is a good test of our current strength. Prepare for battle. First, deal with its mental interference and the enemies hiding underground," I quickly planned. Almost as soon as we formed our formation, the fallen ancient tree seemed to wake up. Its twisted branches suddenly swung like whips toward us, and the whispering grew louder, turning into sharp mental shocks, trying to tear apart our minds. "Stay focused," Elvin shouted loudly, maintaining his mental barrier with all his strength, but the edges of the barrier were already flickering. Meanwhile, the ground around the clearing cracked open, and several furious giant wolves, LV3, entangled in roots and with glowing red eyes, along with a few slow-moving but well-defended controlled trance, LV2, emerged and attacked us. The battle was about to begin. This time, we would face the source of corruption deep in the dark forest with a new attitude. Steady dominance and unexpected gains faced with the LV4 Elite, the fallen ancient tree and its minions. We remained calm. A month of tough battles and real improvements in our strength gave us confidence against enemies just one level higher. "Follow the plan," Barton growled. Wearing the Breath of Life bracelet, his life aura was especially long and heavy. He strode forward, holding his shield steadily against two twisted branches swinging toward him, making dull crashing sounds. This time, he only wobbled slightly, as if rooted to the ground, standing firm. The bracelet's boost to endurance and healing made him much tougher. "Elvin, maintain the barrier and focus on taking down those annoying wolves first," I ordered calmly. Elvin nodded, stabilizing the mental barrier and blocking most of the piercing howls. He swung his staff, no longer chanting for a large fireball, but casting wind blade instantly. Several green blades of wind shot out, slicing precisely at the raging giant wolves, LV3, trying to circle around us. The wind blades were fast and efficient, perfect against these quick wolves. One wolf leapt forward but had its front leg cut off midair, falling with a painful cry. Ellie's arrows struck like the touch of fate, working perfectly with the wind blades. Each shot found its mark, quickly clearing the outer pack. Her arrows carried new anti-darkness runes, which worked wonders against the wolves' dark corruption. Under the effect of the Shadow Shelter necklace, Jack's figure almost melted into the darkness. Instead of attacking the thick trunk of the ancient tree, he moved like a phantom among the controlled tree spirits, LV2, cutting the energy roots that connected them to the ground. Without energy, the spirits froze, and Barton smashed them apart with his shield. The rhythm of battle was completely in our hands. The corrupted ancient tree seemed enraged. The dark red lines on its trunk pulsed violently, and more branches lashed out like furious serpents. The ground trembled, and sharp spikes coated with corrosive liquid shot up beneath our feet. "Watch the ground." Lilith, who had been fully focused, quickly raised her holy emblem. A soft yet firm light of earth stabilization spread out, hardening the ground beneath us. The spikes barely broke through before getting stuck. Well done. Lilith's healing and support skills were becoming more refined with every fight. I studied the battlefield and knew it was time to strike hard. The tree's core had to be where those pulsing red lines met on the trunk. Ellie, Elvin, focus your attacks on the brightest node slightly left of the center. I pointed at the target and silently invoked, by my command. Ellie, for the next 5 minutes, your accuracy and arrow increase by 50%. The power of the rules descended. Ellie felt her vision clearer than ever before, her arms steady like machines. The power from the bowstring suddenly grew stronger. Without hesitation, she pulled the bowstring tight. An ordinary arrow shimmered with a deadly glow as it shot out. Whoosh! The arrow flew like a shooting star, ignoring small branches trying to block its path, and accurately pierced the dark red point with a sharp angle. Thud! It was like bursting a water bag filled with dirty blood, and thick, dark red liquid sprayed out from the point. The fallen ancient tree let out a deafening cry of pain and anger. Its trunk trembled violently, and all its swinging branches drooped weakly. The mental shock also suddenly stopped. Now? Full power attack, I shouted. I didn't need to say more. Elvin's lightning gun was ready. A purple lightning bolt struck the same wound first. Barton roared and charged forward, smashing the roots of the ancient tree with the edge of his shield. Jack took the opportunity to circle behind, wildly cutting the patterns on the back of the tree with his dagger. Without the core node and mental interference, this level 4 elite ancient tree's life force rapidly declined under our coordinated attack and firepower. It struggled in vain, but could no longer mount an effective counterattack. In just a few minutes, the huge trunk cracked and collapsed loudly, turning into charred, lifeless wood. The controlled giant wolves and tree spirits also fell to the ground, returning to their original, dead, state. The battle was over. We stood in place. Aside from some exhaustion of magic and mental energy, almost everyone was unharmed. Barton's shield had a few scratches, and Jack's breathing was a little hurried, but that was all. Compared to the terrible scene in the swamp a month ago, it was a world of difference. Nice job, I couldn't help but praise. Perfect teamwork. The team members also showed relaxed and proud smiles. This quick and clean victory greatly boosted our confidence. The level increase, new gear bonuses, and our improved coordination made us much stronger overall. Clear the battlefield, I ordered. Jack and Ellie skillfully began collecting the spoils. From the remains of the ancient tree, they found a piece called the Dark Heart Crystal. It contains pure energy that blends darkness and nature, making it a good material for alchemy and enchantment. There are also some tough, rejuvenating wood, and a few fierce wolf fangs. The biggest find was at the original core of the ancient tree, where they discovered an old-style, tranquil silver ring embedded in charred wood. Effect: the wearer gains 5 mental resistance, and their meditation and magic recovery speed increase by 15%. It also has a skill called Serenity, usable once a day, to dispel fear, confusion, and other minor mental negative effects on friendly units in a small area. This ring is perfect for Elvin, who often needs to maintain barriers and defend against mental attacks. It can also greatly boost Lilith's ability to resist mental pollution. I handed the ring to Elvin. This is yours. Next time, maintaining the barrier will be easier. Elvin's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He took the ring seriously and gently put it on his finger, bowing slightly. Thank you, boss. This will greatly improve my endurance in battle. After distributing the loot, the experience points arrived smoothly. Although 100 points are needed to reach level 4, the reward from this actually close to, very happy face, mission, combined with the experience from elite monsters, raised my experience from level 3, 2 out of 100, to level 3, 25/100. A good progress. Watching the team members excitedly discuss the recent fight and their new gear, I knew our team was truly on the right track. As long as we keep improving steadily, gathering resources and experience, the future looks bright. Let's go back to Blackwood Town to turn in the quest, I said happily. Then, we can consider taking on more distant, higher-paying missions. Deep in the Black Forest, there seem to be other places worth exploring. And I faintly feel that the black wooden plaque and this forest, corrupted by dark forces, might be connected. New clues are waiting ahead for us. The forest deepens, revealing new puzzles and keys. After the battle, Only the charred remains of the ancient tree remain on the open ground. The team members, though somewhat exhausted, are energized. A clean, even spectacular victory can boost morale more than words. Jack skillfully peeled the valuable feral wolf teeth while excitedly saying, "I didn't expect it to be this fun." "Combining the boss's two abilities is really clever," Erwin said, wiping his staff and looking at the tranquil silver ring on his finger, his eyes shining with thought. "The power of rules and the transformation of physical matter. There's a deep principle involved." "Who cares about the principle? As long as it works," Barton said cheerfully, patting his chest. The faint glow of the life breath bracelet made him feel energized. "Following the boss, I always see new tricks." Ellie and Lilith also smiled as they cleaned up the battlefield. Ellie carefully checked the damage to her arrows, while Lilith used a small purification spell to dispel the faint dark aura lingering in the air. I smiled quietly, not explaining much. With the combination of spontaneous magic and endless gold, I had a sudden flash of insight during the fight. It seems the potential of these abilities is far from fully explored. More battles and thinking are needed to discover their true power. We quickly finished counting the spoils. The Dark Tree Heart Crystal and revitalized wood were valuable, and with the mission reward, it was a good income. More importantly, while clearing the core area of the ancient tree debris, Ellie found something special. It was a badge, half buried in the charred wood chips, made of a dull metal. It was about the size of a palm, engraved with a pattern of a closed eye surrounded by thorns, in an old-fashioned and eerie style. "Boss, look at this," Ellie said, handing me the badge. I took the badge. It was cold to the touch, and its material seemed to come from the same source as my black wooden token. What worried me more was that when my hand touched the badge, the black wooden token at my waist responded again, clearly, and even with a slight heat. There was definitely a connection between the two. I tried to bring the badge closer to the wooden token. As soon as they touched, something strange happened. Buzz. Both the wooden token and the badge vibrated slightly, and the patterns on them seemed to come alive, emitting a faint glow. The eye pattern on the badge, which was originally closed, slowly opened a slit. It revealed a pair of emotionless, seemingly mind-reading dark purple eyes. This strange scene made everyone hold their breath. A faint light shot out from the open eye, casting a blurry, simple map made of light and shadow on the ground in front of us. The map clearly marked a red dot, next to a strange symbol that looked like a twisted tree. The light lasted about 5 seconds before fading away. The eye on the badge closed again, and everything became silent. The wooden sign stopped glowing. "Is this a treasure map?" Jack asked, wide-eyed. "More like a guide," Elvin said seriously. "That symbol, I've seen it in old books. It's connected to a shadow elf tribe that worshipped ancient trees. They're said to have forbidden knowledge." "Shadow elves? Forbidden knowledge?" I rubbed the badge and the wooden sign, feeling very curious. It seems the secrets hidden in this dark forest are much deeper than a fallen ancient tree. "Can you tell where that red dot is?" I asked Elvin. Elvin thought carefully about the map. "The general direction is clear. It's deeper in the dark forest, near the branch of the southern mountains. The area is more dangerous and complicated, with rumors of high-level monsters." "High-level monsters?" "That means more risk and better rewards. This looks like a hidden quest chain, and the rewards probably aren't just ordinary gold and gear." I looked at my team. After the fight, just now, they trusted me almost blindly. "So, are you interested in exploring the Shadow Elf ruins?" I waved the badge. "It might be dangerous, but the rewards should be worth the risk." Barton didn't hesitate. "Wherever the boss goes, we go. Sounds exciting." Jack rubbed his hands. Ellie nodded. "It's worth checking out," Elvin said. "Knowledge itself is priceless." Lily, though a little scared, said firmly, "I'll do my best to heal and support." "Good." I put away the badge and the wooden sign. "Let's go back to Blackwood Town first and prepare well. This time, we're exploring the ruins, not rushing in blindly. Safety and gathering information come first." With full hearts and new goals, we set off back to Blackwood Town. Back in town, we prepared a large supply of equipment. To deal with possible traps, dark magic, mental attacks, and physical guards, we bought many scrolls, potions, and special tools. Elvin spent a lot of time in the town's small library and alchemy workshop, researching everything about shadow elves and the twisted tree symbol. After 3 days of preparation, we were ready and entered the Black Forest again. This time, our goal was the red spot marked on the map, the Shadow Elf Ruins. As we went deeper, the forest became more wild and dangerous. Tall, ancient trees blocked the sunlight. Thick vines curled like giant snakes, and the air smelled faintly of sickness. Sometimes, we could hear distant, frightening animal roars. The monsters here were stronger, with some level 4 and even rare level 5 enemies. We had to be very careful and avoid unnecessary fights. Using Elvin's sense of direction and my insight skill, we struggled through the dense woods for 2 days. Finally, at sunset on the second day, we reached the marked area. It was a ruin in a mountain valley. Broken stone buildings with a dark elven style were partly hidden under thick plants and moss. The only nearly intact entrance was a crooked stone archway, carved with the twisted tree symbol. A sense of age, loneliness, and a faint ominous feeling spread from the ruins. "This is the place," Elvin said, his eyes showing excitement. I looked at the deep archway, feeling as if darkness and time flowed inside. What awaits us here? Lost treasure? Forbidden knowledge? Or deadly traps? Check your gear and stay alert, I said, taking a deep breath. Let's go in. Shadow corridor beyond the crooked archway. It was not the spacious hall I imagined, but a dark, damp corridor that stretched downward. The corridor walls are made of roughly cut black stones, covered with thick, slippery moss and fungi. The air smells strongly of mold and a faint, sulfur-like, sharp odor. Some glowing moss provides faint light, making the space look shadowy and dangerous. Be careful of your steps and the walls. There might be traps, Irvin whispers. His staff glows with a soft light, illuminating part of the darkness ahead, but also making us more noticeable. Barton walks at the front with a steady step, holding a shield. Jack moves silently like a shadowy predator, exploring ahead and checking for loose stones or strange cracks in the walls. Ellie has her bow half drawn, arrow ready, her sharp eyes scanning the edges of the light. Lilith stays close to me, her holy symbol glowing softly, ready for any sudden danger. I walk in the middle, feeling safe. My see-through ability is at its best, enhancing my senses to catch any unusual movement or energy. The corridor twists downward gently. After walking about 100 steps, we reach a fork with 3 nearly identical paths. Which way should we go? Barton stops and asks. Jack carefully examines the ground at each entrance, shaking his head. Too many confusing tracks, and they're covered in thick dust. Hard to tell. Irvin tries to sense magic, but the dark energy here is too thick and chaotic, like loud background noise, making it hard to notice small differences. I close my eyes, recalling the feeling from touching the black wooden sign and badge and the red dot on the map. A vague instinct guides me. Go left, I say, opening my eyes and pointing to that path. This side feels more organized in its dark energy. Maybe it leads to the core area. Without hesitation, the team turns left. The narrow path is just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. After a short distance, Jack raises his hand to signal us to stop. There's something ahead. A trap, he says. He squats down and points to a seemingly normal stone slab on the ground. A clever pressure trap, connected underneath. It could be acid or poison spikes. Can we disable it? I ask. Jack looked carefully and shook his head. The structure is very complex, and it has both magic and physical triggers for double safety. Forcing it open might cause it to explode immediately. It's best to go around. However, the passage was narrow, with wet, slippery walls on both sides, leaving almost no foothold. It seems it's time for the gold coin trick again, I said with a smile. I took a gold coin from my pouch and weighed it in my hand. I aimed about half a meter in front of the trapped stone slab and gently tossed the coin. Clink. The coin landed on the stone slab, making a clear, ringing sound. Snap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trap mechanism suddenly activated. Dozens of poison metal spikes shot out from both walls, crossing to block the passage. At the same time, small holes opened in the ceiling, pouring out sticky, green smoke-emitting acid that corroded the floor with sizzling sounds. If someone stepped on it, they would either die or peel their skin off. After the spikes retracted and the acid stopped flowing, Only mess and a foul smell remained. All clear now, I said, clapping my hands. Let's keep going. The team members looked at me with no surprise anymore. Using a single coin to easily disable a deadly complex trap, probably no other place on the continent could do that. We carefully bypassed the corroded area and continued deeper. As we advanced, some niches appeared on both sides of the corridor, holding old, weathered pottery or relief carvings depicting twisted runes and ritual scenes. The style of these runes, badges, and wooden plaques was consistent, giving off a strange, eerie feeling. Turning another corner, we suddenly saw a small round stone chamber. In the center stood 3 lifelike shadow elf statues. They wore cloaks, holding curved knives or staffs, with their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods, only their faintly glowing red eyes visible. The moment we stepped into the chamber, the red glow in the statues' eyes intensified. Fragments of stone fell away as the statues seemed to wake from a deep sleep. Their joints creaked painfully as they slowly turned around, their hollow eyes locking onto us intruders. Shadow Guard statues, level 4, X3. Their life force feels like solid rock, with very high physical defense and good resistance to magic. They move a bit stiffly but are quite strong, with weapons that shimmer with a faint magical glow. Prepare for battle. They are the guardians of the ruins. Barton immediately stepped forward, raising his shield to face the central statue holding a sword. The 3 statues moved heavily and attacked us. The sword-wielding statue in the middle swung a powerful at Barton. The statue on the left, holding a staff, suddenly froze, and a wave of dark, binding energy spread out, trying to slow us down. The statue on the right suddenly shifted, moving like a ghost to flank us, targeting Elvin and Lilith. Lilith, dispel negative effects. Ailey, hold back that magic statue. Jack, trap the assassin type on the right. I quickly ordered, thinking fast. These statues have high defense, so direct attacks are inefficient. Words of power. The sword of the middle statue becomes as fragile as glass. I used my ability on the statue fighting Barton. The power of rules descended. The determined sword strike from that statue hit Barton's shield, but instead of a loud crash, there was a sharp, the glowing curved blade shattered like glass, scattering into pieces. The sword-wielding statue froze instantly, seeming unable to understand what just happened. Now's the chance. Barton seized the moment, smashing his shield into the statue, making it stagger. Then, with his sword and fighting spirit, he slashed deeply into the statue's chest, leaving it deep. At the same time, Lilith's dispelling magic arrived just in time, removing the effect of dark binding. Ailey's arrows shot like a rapid-fire volley at the staff-wielding statue, forcing it to wave its staff defensively and unable to cast spells peacefully. Jack, using the extreme speed granted by the Shadow Sanctuary necklace, engaged the assassin-type statue, scratching white marks on its surface with his dagger. Though not deadly, it successfully kept it busy. The tide of battle quickly turned in our favor. I noticed that the core of these statues seemed to be a faintly glowing dark crystal in their chests. Attack their chest crystals, I shouted loudly. Following the command, everyone's attacks became more focused and targeted. Barton gave up chasing the knife-wielding stone statue, which no longer had a weapon, and instead helped Ellie attack the chest of the staff-wielding stone statue. Elvin also stopped casting powerful spells that required chanting and switched to instant, arcane missiles, which accurately struck the crystal in the statue's chest with magical energy. Bang! Under focused fire, the crystal in the staff-wielding statue's chest shattered first. Its red eyes instantly went out, its movements froze, and it turned back into a normal stone statue, then fell apart with a clatter. Next, the assassin statue, caught by Jack's clever feint, was also struck by Ellie's arrow, breaking the crystal in its chest and falling behind. Finally, the knife-wielding statue without weapons was quickly shattered by Barton and Elvin's combined attack, its core destroyed, turning into a pile of rubble. The battle ended, and the stone chamber returned to silence. These guards are quite strong, Barton said quietly, inspecting new scratches on his shield. If I hadn't quickly disabled one of their attack methods, the fight wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Looks like the owner of this relic doesn't welcome visitors, Elvin said thoughtfully, looking at the broken stones on the ground. The deeper we go, the stronger the guards probably become. I walked over to the remains of the statues and picked up a few pieces of dark crystal shards. These fragments still held faint dark energy, which might have some research value. Rest for 5 minutes, hydrate, and check your gear, I ordered. Then we move on. I have a feeling we're close to our target. Beyond this stone chamber, there is a steeper staircase leading downward. At the bottom, a stronger, more concentrated wave of dark energy faintly emanates, as if something is sleeping there or waiting for us. Feng Fifan's exploration of the ruins has just begun. The real challenge may be right in front of us. Mirror Hall phantom shadows walking down the steep stairs. What lies ahead is not a tomb or treasure room as expected, but a very spacious, high-ceilinged circular hall. The dome of the hall is hidden in darkness, making its height unclear. Most astonishingly, the walls around the hall, and even parts of the floor and ceiling, are embedded with large, smooth black mirrors. These mirrors do not reflect our familiar images, but distort and stretch our reflections, like shadows flickering in water, creating an unsettling and strange feeling. The sulfur-like smell in the air has grown stronger. Be careful, these mirrors are strange, Irwin said with a frown. His light globe seems suppressed here. The light cannot reach far. Instead, reflections from countless mirrors form a bizarre maze of light and shadow, making it very confusing to tell what is real and what is not. We walk carefully into the mirror hall. Our footsteps echo loudly in the empty space, bouncing off the mirrors and creating overlapping sounds, as if many unseen people are walking around us. Suddenly, my seeing through ability gives a strong warning. Left side, I whisper urgently. Almost at the same time, from a black mirror on the left, our stretched and twisted reflection suddenly lunges out a dark shadow. The shadow looks like a ghost without a body, moving incredibly fast, heading straight for Lily. Divine light, protect us, Lily reacts quickly. Her holy emblem shines brightly, and a milky white shield instantly surrounds her. Clang! The black shadow hits the holy shield, making a sound like cold water splashing into hot oil, producing blue smoke. After a sharp scream, it quickly pulls back into the mirror. But the shield also flickers violently, and its light dims considerably. This is a shadow in the mirror, LV4. Irwin immediately judges. They live inside these magic black mirrors and can use the mirrors to attack. Physical attacks are mostly ineffective. They fear light and holy energy. Before he finishes speaking, countless black mirrors all around start showing twisted shadows. They make scratching sounds like nails on glass. Shadows shoot out like arrows from all directions, launching attacks at us. Back to back. Circle defense, Barton shouts angrily, holding his shield to protect the front. Ollie's arrows, infused with faint holy light, temporarily treated with holy water, shoot at the attacking shadows. They can't kill them instantly, but can force them to retreat. Jack wields a dagger coated with silver powder, moving quickly within a limited space to block attacks from hidden angles. Irwin fully opens a small holy light barrier, like a lighthouse in a storm, barely holding back the shadows. Lilith kept chanting softly, using a weak healing spell to stabilize her teammates who were being slowly consumed by the shadowy aura. However, the shadows seemed endless. They poured out from the mirrors, were pushed back, then retreated, only to attack again from another mirror. Our protective circle was under constant, like a small boat in a storm, teetering on the edge. Irwin's shining barrier was quickly fading, and Lilith's magic was draining rapidly. This can't go on. We'll be exhausted and defeated here. My mind raced quickly. These shadows depended on the mirrors to exist. If I could destroy the mirrors. But the black mirrors looked very sturdy, and there were too many. Or maybe I could interfere with their connection to the mirrors. Looking at the heavy pouch of coins in my hand, a bold idea came to me. Irwin, shrink the barrier. Everyone, come closer to me, I shouted loudly, pulling out a handful of gold coins from the pouch. This time, I didn't throw the coins at the shadows. Instead, I used all my strength to toss them high into the air, aiming for the open space in the center of the mirror hall above our heads. Words become magic. Using these coins as a base, transform into countless mirrors, reflect all light, and dispel darkness. Buzz. The power of the rules surged with unprecedented strength. The coins in midair didn't fall but floated there, suspended in the air. Each coin began to glow, change shape, and stretch out. In an instant, they transformed into countless small, smooth, golden mirrors about the size of a palm. These golden mirrors weren't still. They moved as if alive, spinning rapidly around us, forming a dazzling golden mirror storm. Even more amazing, Irwin's once dim shining barrier shone on these spinning golden mirrors. The light was instantly reflected, refracted, and amplified. Swish! The barrier, which could only cover a few meters around us, was reflected and strengthened countless times by the golden mirror storm, illuminating the entire hall. The gentle white glow turned into a blazing, intense sunlight, fierce and commanding. Countless piercing screams echoed at once. The shadows rushing out of the black mirrors were struck by this sudden, repeatedly reflected, and amplified bright light. Like snow melting under the summer sun, they instantly dissolved and vaporized. Even the black mirrors embedded in the walls made a cracking sound as they shattered under the continuous bright light. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on their surfaces, and the dark energy inside was quickly purified. Uses remaining. 3 out of 10. This large-scale, high-intensity mirror creation and light energy boost used up 4 of my ability charges. The light lasted about 10 seconds before slowly fading away. The floating small golden mirror turned back into coins, jingling as they hit the ground, then transformed into streaks of light and returned to my money pouch. The mirror hall returned to silence. Most of the once dazzling black mirrors had dimmed and were covered with cracks, losing their magic. The unsettling feeling of distortion and the smell of sulfur in the air also lessened significantly. Only a few less damaged black mirrors still showed faint shadows writhing inside, but they no longer posed a threat. The team looked at the miraculous change before them and fell silent again in awe. If the previous ability was like a sharp knife, then this golden mirror storm was the ultimate purification over a wide area. Boss, Jack swallowed hard. Your ability. It's like a natural counter to dark creatures. Elvin looked at the broken black mirrors around him, took a deep breath, and showed a tired but excited expression. You cleverly used the reflection and amplification of light to maximize the limited energy. Boss, your mastery of the rules is becoming more and more incredible. Barton put away his shield and looked at the coins about to return to his pouch, smiling simply. Anyway, following the boss always helps us turn danger into safety. Lilith and Ailey also looked at me with admiration and reassurance. I took a deep breath. The energy cost of this ability was huge, leaving me feeling empty inside. But the effect was outstanding. It seems that combining spoken spells with unlimited coins can not only be used for physical attack and defense, but also intervene at the energy level, achieving many incredible effects. Let's rest and recover. I sat against the wall and took out some water and calming medicine that could slowly restore my mental strength, sharing them with everyone. We don't know what's ahead, so we must stay in top condition. Beyond this purified mirror hall, there was only a dark, narrow passage leading deeper inside. The dark energy emanating from there was purer and older than anywhere else. The core of the Shadow Spirit ruins seems to be right in front of us. Feng Fifin's exploration is about to uncover the secrets buried here for thousands of years. Dividing and shaping shadows, cleverly targeting the core after a short rest in the mirror hall and taking a calming potion, the feeling of emptiness caused by mental fatigue eased significantly. The team quickly adjusted their states, tending to minor cuts and the dark energy corrosion. Following the recent, radiant purification, everyone understood the danger of this ruin more clearly, but their eyes showed determination rather than fear. We passed through the only passage behind the mirror hall into a more ancient, oppressive corridor. The walls were no longer rough black stone but a dark purple, smooth material like the shell of some creature, with complex dark red veins that moved slightly, radiating a disturbing energy. The air was thick and heavy, each breath feeling oppressive. At the end of the corridor was a large door made of the same dark purple material. It was sealed shut, with no handles or keyholes, only a deep, intricate groove identical to the eye symbol on my badge. On either side of the door stood 2 guards, very different from those in the previous stone chamber. These were 2 Shadow Weavers, LV5 Elite. They were not made of stone, but of pure shadow energy and dark purple shell-like material. Their forms were shapeless, sometimes forming human shapes, sometimes spreading into mist. They had no fixed features, only two deep red glows like eyes that seemed to swallow light. A powerful mental pressure radiated from them like a tangible wave, far stronger than any enemy before. Two LV-5 elites, and judging by their stance, they are likely the final guardians of the ruins core. Prepare for battle. This will be a tough fight, Barton growled, his shield firmly in front, the green glow of the life breath bracelet flickering, ready for action. Elvin immediately raised a mental barrier, but its light dimmed noticeably under the enemy's mental pressure, fluctuating violently. Allie aimed her arrow at one of the weavers, her fingers slightly white with tension. Jack's figure flickered in the shadows, searching for a nearly non-existent opening. Lilith tightly held the holy emblem, her lips moving as she prayed for divine power. Two shadow weavers seemed to sense our intrusion. Their foggy bodies churned violently, and they raised their arms, tentacle-like shadows made of darkness. They do not rush directly at us, but start quickly weaving a shadow magic circle. A strong wave of magic energy gathers in front of them, clearly preparing a powerful area attack or summoning spell. We cannot let them finish casting. I'll draw their attention. You take the opportunity. I quickly decide, a bold and new plan forming in my mind. Suddenly, I pull 3 coins from my pouch and toss them into the open space ahead. Focusing my mind, I shout, by the power of words. Using these 3 coins as a base, transform into my illusionary copies to distract the enemy. Buzz. The power of the rules responds. The 3 coins shimmer with golden light, stretch, and transform into 3 identical gold energy copies of coins, my illusionary doppelgangers. They look a bit unreal, not as solid as me, but they move quickly and even mimic holding illusionary weapons. Uses remaining, February 10th, creating 3 distracting copies, costing 1 use. The complexity and number of copies affect the cost. Go, I command mentally. The 3 coin copies shoot out like arrows from different directions, charging fearlessly toward the 2 shadow weavers who are casting their spell. This sudden change clearly surprises the shadow weavers. Their red eyes flicker wildly, unable to tell which target is real. Their casting actions slow down. One instinctively swings a shadow tentacle, striking the nearest copy. Splash! The shadow tentacle sweeps through, causing the coin copy to burst like a bubble, turning back into a dull coin that falls to the ground. But the other 2 copies have already taken the opportunity to get closer. Now, attack the one on the left, I shout, seizing this precious moment. Barton roars and charges, smashing his shield into the distracted weaver on the left, whose spell circle wobbles. Ellie's piercing arrow shoots out like a meteor. Elvin also abandons maintaining his difficult mental barrier, gathering his strongest Thunderstrike gun. Jack's figure was like a ghost. At the moment when the other clone distracted the weaver on the right, he suddenly attacked from the shadows, stabbing his dagger coated with anti-evil potion into its back heart. Boom. Splat. A focused attack hit instantly. The shadow weaver on the left was caught off guard. Its shadow body was torn open by lightning gunfire, and Barton pushed it back with a stumble. Ellie's arrow pierced through its core's red glow. It let out a silent scream, its body twisted violently, and finally shattered into nothing, leaving only a small piece of pure shadow crystal. The weaver on the right reacted just in time, smashing the second clone with its tentacle and blocking part of Jack's attack. But Jack's clever dagger scratched its energy body, making it slow for a moment. And that moment decided the battle. I didn't use any more spells, but instead used my last bit of mental energy, combined with my improved insight ability, to carefully track the flickering pattern of its core's red glow. Ellie, its core will appear 3 inches below the right chest next time. Shoot. I gave the precise location. Ellie didn't hesitate at all, trusting completely. She drew her bow, and the last enchanted arrow seemed to transcend time. Just as I finished speaking, it shot accurately into the spot I pointed to. Ugh! The shadow weaver's body suddenly stiffened. Its core's red glow exploded like a broken light bulb, and the entire shadow body disintegrated, leaving behind a shadow crystal. The fight ended much faster than expected. Silence returned in front of the door. Only our heavy breathing, 2 slowly vanishing coins, clones, and the 2 valuable shadow crystals remained. Did we succeed? Lily was a little in disbelief. We had almost defeated 2 level 5 elites without injury. Boss, your clone was amazing, Jack said excitedly, watching the last bit of gold light disappear from the ground. It was the perfect bait. Barton also relaxed and put away his shield. With your command, these 2 monsters didn't even show their full strength. Elvin picked up the 2 shadow crystals, feeling the pure energy inside, and praised, your precise timing and tactical deception are impressive. Boss, your understanding of battle is truly admirable. I smiled slightly, feeling a bit tired after using my ability. The first real test of my gold coin clone turned out better than I expected, even though its defense was almost 0. But as a tool for distraction and creating chances, it was very cost-effective. It seems that as I understand my ability more deeply, there are endless ways to play with infinite gold coins. I walked up to a huge dark purple door. I took out the badge that was already slightly open and carefully pressed it into the slot on the door. It fit perfectly. Buzz. The eye on the badge suddenly opened completely. The dark purple pupils shone with light, scanning the door. Then, a deep, mechanical sound like something from underground started to turn. The big dark purple door slowly opened inward, revealing a deep, unknown space behind it. A stronger, pure dark aura, as if it had been settled for thousands of years, spread out from behind the door. It carried a faint, almost imperceptible pressure that made the soul tremble. Finally, the core area of the ruins was open to us. Feng Fifan took a deep breath and clenched his money pouch at his waist. He knew that what awaited him inside might not be just simple monsters or treasures, but the true secret of this shadow elf ruin. His words and his infinite gold coins would continue to accompany him, helping to uncover this final mystery. Between the throne and the sleeping shadow beyond the dark purple door was not a shining treasure vault or a spooky tomb, but a grand, uniquely styled round dome hall. The hall was much larger than the previous mirror chamber. The dome was tall, seeming to support the entire mountain's interior. The support for the dome was not stone pillars, but countless thick, dark purple energy veins that moved like living creatures. They stretched from the walls and met in the middle of the hall's ceiling, like a network of blood vessels in a heart. These veins carried dark, heavy energy, making a deep, pulsing sound like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, echoing through the space and creating a suffocating sense of pressure. The floor of the hall was smooth and mirror-like, reflecting the strange energy veins of the dome. In the very center was a raised platform, not a throne, but a structure made of the same dark purple energy veins, shaped like a throne. And on the throne sat a figure. This was not a flesh and blood body, nor an energy construct. It looked more like a complete shadow elf skeleton shining with a dark metallic luster. It wore a tattered but still regal black cloak, and a crown embedded with a large dark gemstone on its head. Its skeletal hands were crossed over its chest. It held a simple, ancient-looking black staff. Instead of a gemstone, the top of the staff had a slowly spinning black sphere that seemed to contain a starry sky. Although it was just a skeleton, the aura it emitted was more terrifying than all the enemies we had faced before. It came from the soul level, showing the presence of a timeless, kingly authority and deep darkness. Ancient Shadow Elf King Skeleton, level 6 elite. Its life force was like a bottomless cold pond, quiet but full of immense power. It seemed to be in a strange sleep, but any careless move might wake it up. Is this the ancient king of the Shadow Elves? Elvin's voice was full of disbelief and shock. Legend says they disappeared long ago in history. I didn't expect the remains to still be here, and this energy, boss, it looks alive. Jack swallowed nervously. The skeleton didn't move, but it didn't feel dead either. Barton tightly gripped his sword and shield, ready for battle. I feel it's more dangerous than anything we've faced before. Lilith couldn't even look directly at the king's skeleton. The holy emblem in her hand trembled slightly. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. A level 6 elite with a question mark meant there could be hidden traits. Fighting it head-on would be a bad idea. My gaze swept across the hall and finally landed behind the throne, where there was a small stone platform. On it floated a crystal about the size of a fist, emitting a gentle white glow. The aura from the crystal was completely out of place in the darkness of the hall. It radiated peace, harmony, and life's power. It seemed to be the only light in this dark throne room, or perhaps a sealed core. Could it be that this bright crystal was suppressing the Shadow Elf King's skeleton? Just as my thoughts were racing, a sudden change occurred. The dark wooden plaque at my waist suddenly started to shake violently out of control, emitting intense heat. At the same time, the badge in my chest flew out by itself and floated in front of me. Its open eye was fixed on the skeleton on the throne, showing a mix of awe, desire, and madness. Buzz. It seemed the plaque and badge stimulated something. The hollow eye sockets of the ancient skeleton on the throne suddenly ignited two flickering purple flames of spirit. Intruder, a deep, old, and commanding voice, as if made of countless whispers from spirits, echoed directly in our minds, cold and indifferent. Carrying my token, disturbing my sleep, the skeleton's intertwined bones moved slightly, gripping the black staff tightly. The black sphere at the top of the staff spun faster, and the energy in the hall surged. The deep thumping sound grew faster and stronger. Prepare for battle. It has awakened, I shouted loudly, feeling despair deep inside. The worst has happened. Hand over the token, and your souls. The skeleton slowly stood up from the throne, like a rusty machine. Its tall bones creaked painfully, and a terrifying pressure swept through the hall like a tidal wave. Elvin's mental barrier shattered instantly. Lilith let out a muffled groan and nearly collapsed to the ground. The full force of a level 6 elite's pressure was more than we could withstand now. Hold on, Barton. Distract Ellie, Jack. Elvin and Lilith, retreat and strengthen. I ordered quickly, my mind racing. How to fight? The level difference was too obvious. I could still use 2 more spells, but the gold clone had been used before and might have been seen through. Lowly. Ants. The Shadow Spirit King skeleton raised its staff. The black sphere at the top shone brightly, and dark energy in the hall gathered like rivers flowing into the sea. It was about to cast a destructive spell. At this critical moment, my gaze turned again to the bright crystal behind the throne. A risky plan suddenly formed in my mind. Let's gamble. I gritted my teeth and shouted at Ellie and Jack. Help me by 3 seconds. Don't attack the skeleton. Focus all your attacks on the glowing crystal behind it. Although I didn't understand everything, Ellie and Jack's complete trust in me played a big role. Ellie quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow like a continuous burst of fire toward the bright crystal. Jack also acted without hesitation, flashing his figure and throwing a dagger with full strength at the crystal. This sudden attack clearly surprised the Shadow Elf King, Hale. He seemed not to expect us to attack the seemingly harmless crystal, which even appeared to be his enemy. During his brief confusion, I moved. I pushed my remaining mental energy to the limit, gripping tightly the badge that was still emitting strange waves. I used all my strength to throw it forcefully toward the bright crystal behind the throne. At the same time, I spoke what might be my last and most important words today. Words as power. Using this badge as a medium, activate the full purification power of the bright crystal. Target, Shadow King Hale, Buzz. The power of the rules burst out with my shout, stronger than ever before. The badge didn't bounce back or break when it touched the bright crystal. Instead, it seemed like a key fitting into a lock. The eye on the badge shed 2 streams of dark blood tears, and the entire badge was instantly swallowed by a milky white light. Immediately after, the bright crystal, which had been silent for countless years, seemed to be fully awakened. Boom! An indescribably intense white light erupted from the crystal, spreading across the entire hall like a supernova explosion. The light was so pure, so overwhelming, filled with the power to purify and repel all darkness. No! The Shadow Elf King Hale let out a deafening, soul-shaking roar filled with pain and anger. The dark energy he gathered melted away under the white light like snow and ice. His tall skeletal body was billowing with black smoke, and the fire of his soul flickered violently in his eyes, as if about to go out at any moment. He tried to wave his staff to resist, but the black sphere at the top of the staff dimmed under the white light, and its rotation slowed dramatically. The energy lines in the hall broke and withered under the white light, and the deep thumping sound suddenly stopped. This sudden reversal stunned everyone. The white light lasted about 10 seconds before gradually fading. The hall returned to its previous brightness, but the oppressive darkness was completely gone. On the throne, the skeleton of the Shadow Elf King still stood, but the fire of his soul in his eyes had become very faint, like a dying candle in the wind. The dark metallic shine on his body had dimmed and was covered with fine cracks. His scepter hung low, and the black orb at the top was also cracked. He stared at me with his weak gaze, filled with endless resentment and a hint of disbelief. Thief of divine power. He rasped out this last word, and the fire of his soul in his eyes finally went out completely. Click. Rustle. The tall skeleton lost support and shattered completely, turning into a pile of ordinary bones, along with the crown and the cracked scepter, which scattered on the throne. Only the dull, cracked, and faded bright crystal floated in place, a sign of what had just happened. Ability uses 1 out of 10. The last time I used the spell, combined with the badge key, to activate the sealed core, costing 1 use. Silence, deathly silence. We all sat on the ground, exhausted, breathing heavily, soaked in cold sweat. Did we win? Did we defeat a level 6 ancient ruler? Even if it was just a wreck, even if we relied on the sealed power? Looking at the pile of bones and the dull crystal on the throne, I felt no joy of victory, only endless fear and a big question. What did the last words of that king skeleton mean? Thief of divine power. Was he talking about me? Or the goddess who granted me the spellcasting ability? Feng Fifin's journey in this strange world, while solving a mystery, seemed to fall into an even deeper fog about his own origins. Whisper of the divine power thief, and the way home inside the throne room, silence reigned. Only our heavy breathing and the faint sounds from the cracked, dimly glowing bright crystal could be heard. The skeleton of the ancient Shadow Elf King had turned to dust, and the crown and broken scepter had lost all their glow, like old, forgotten exhibits in a museum. But his final, resentful words were like a cold, poisonous snake, wrapping around everyone's hearts. Stealing. Divine power. Thief. Is this statement directed at me, the one who speaks freely? Or at the goddess who granted me my abilities? Or is there another meaning behind it? Lilith. What it just said, Lilith's voice trembles with fear and confusion. I wave my hand to signal her to stay silent. I force myself to stand despite my exhaustion and walk to the throne, carefully examining the pile of bones and relics. The crown and scepter seem to have lost their power, just old, hard antiques. My eyes finally settle on the nearly broken light crystal. I try to sense it with my perception ability, but I can only feel a faint, pure energy remaining inside, along with a sense of relief and exhaustion after completing a long mission. It seems to be just a tool set here to suppress the king's remains, not intelligent itself. So, the thief, accused by the king's remains probably comes from its own ancient memories or some deeper dark connection. Elvin, I look at the elf mage. About the ancient gods, how much do you know? I mean, the real, original deities. Elvin recovers from his shock, thinks for a moment, then shakes his head. Most myths passed down are altered or beautified. Official texts say the gods are embodiments of the world's rules, born from chaos to establish order. But some ancient, heretical texts and secret elven traditions do mention some different stories. He pauses, seeming to recall forbidden knowledge. There are fragments that mention, before the rise of the current order of gods, there might have been older, more powerful primordial gods. And these records suggest that some of the existing gods' powers were not innate, but gained through some form of inheritance, replacement, or even darker means. But these are just baseless legends, strictly forbidden by the temples to spread, stealing divine power. I murmur, linking the king's words with these forbidden legends. If the current gods, including the goddess who summoned heroes and granted me my powers, do not derive their strength from pure sources, then what is the real purpose behind this so-called saving the world? We, the summoned, heroes, and accidents, wonder what roles we are playing. It's quite frightening when you think about it deeply. Everything you hear and see today must be kept secret after we leave. I say seriously to all team members. This includes what the king's remains said last, and our guesses about the gods. The team members understand how serious the situation is and nod solemnly. Barton speaks in a deep voice. Don't worry, boss. We understand what's important. I order, gather all valuable items. We leave now. We can't stay here any longer. We take the lost power crown, the broken scepter, and the largest shadow crystal found near the king's remains. The bright crystal is almost broken, but it might still hold some original energy. I carefully remove it, wrap it in soft cloth, and put it into my storage bag. We head back the way we came, and surprisingly, everything goes smoothly. The black mirror in the hall is completely shattered, and the trap in the corridor no longer works. When we finally step out through the crooked archway and breathe in the fresh, grassy air of the Black Forest, everyone feels like they've seen the light again and are in a different world. We don't stop. We leave the depths of the Black Forest as quickly as possible and return to Blackwood Town. Back in the familiar room at the Grey Bear Inn, our nerves finally relax. Although the exploration was dangerous, we gained a lot. Not just material things, but also the shocking news about the God Power thief and the huge mystery that follows. I tell the team to rest well, while I start counting and handling our loot. The crown and scepter lost their extraordinary powers, but their materials and craftsmanship are very valuable historically and artistically. I sell them through the Golden Cup Guild. I secretly contact an anonymous collector who studies ancient elven artifacts and sell for a high price. The money will support the team financially for a long time. The shadow crystal from the king's remains is of very high quality. After studying it, Erwin believes it can be used as a core material to make a stronger staff or upgrade Jack's dagger. As for the nearly broken bright crystal, I have temporarily stored it away, hoping to find a way to repair or use the remaining energy in the future. Experience calculation and level up, defeating 2 LV5 Shadow Weavers and indirectly causing the complete destruction of the LV6 Shadow King skeleton gave me a huge amount of experience. Although the experience gain was slightly reduced due to level differences and clever tactics, my experience bar still shot up rapidly. Feng Fifan LV3 25/100, LV4 80/100, LV5 45/150. I leveled up twice. Reached LV5. As my level increased, I felt my magic become fuller and my body's strength, speed, and reflexes improved significantly. Most importantly, when I reached LV5, I clearly felt that the daily limit for using the speech-driven magic ability increased from 10 to 15 times. Feng Fifan LV5, Strength 40, Auto 10, Speed 35, Auto 10, Endurance 38, Auto 10, Magic 100 out of 100, Auto 30. Magic pool greatly expanded. Defense 33, Auto 10. Perception 27, Auto 10. Free attribute points 10, 5 points each for LV4 and LV5, not yet allocated. Experience 45/150. Ability Speech-driven magic. Daily uses 15/15. LV5 effect. Controls creatures of the same or lower level for about 7 seconds. Positive status buff. Strength, speed, endurance increased by about 50%. Last 5 minutes usage seems to be reduced to 2 times. Needs verification. Negative status buff. To be tested. Enhanced version. Uses all magic to control all creatures of the same level for 1 minute. Not used yet. Gold clone. Up to 3 can exist simultaneously. Consumes 1 use per 3 clones. More combinations to develop. The increase in strength has made me feel a bit more at ease. No matter what I face in the future, stronger power is always useful. While the team members rest and process their gains, I am also staying busy. Through the Golden Cup Chamber of Commerce and Jack's underground channels, began to consciously and discreetly gather secret information about ancient history, lost myths, and the origins of the gods. I know this is very dangerous. If the temple detects my actions, it could lead to disaster. But the accusation of being a thief feels like a thorn in my heart, and I must find out the truth. A few days later, an unremarkable message from the Chamber's channels caught my attention. It said that in the southeast of the kingdom, in a large neutral city called City of Scholars, Atlas, There is a recently discovered ancient Omni library that does not belong to any mainstream religion. While organizing the underground ancient books, a sealed set of clay tablets from a long-extinct ancient civilization was found. It is said that the contents recorded on them are very different from all existing historical records. Atlas City, Omni Library, Forbidden Clay Tablets. Looking at the distant city on the map, I made a decision. Get ready, I told my team, who had recovered their strength and were equipped anew from the treasures of the ruins. Our next stop is the City of Scholars, Atlas. It's time to actively seek the ultimate secrets of this world. The extraordinary journey of Feng Fifan from passive survival and enjoyment to actively exploring the hidden truths behind history about the gods begins. His spontaneous speech and unlimited gold coins will be his most surprising weapons on the road to uncovering the truth. Gold coin gear and daily training after returning from the Shadow Elf ruins. Besides secretly investigating the mysteries of the gods, I focused more on improving my own and my team's regular strength. Spontaneous speech and gold summonings are powerful, but they consume mental energy and have daily limits. I can't rely solely on these. Moreover, the whisper about the divine power thief made me worry about over-relying on this gift. So, while waiting in Blackwood Town for the merchant caravan or suitable missions to go to Atlas, I started my gold coin armor plan. I found the best blacksmith in town, booked his workshop for an afternoon, and took out a big bag of gold coins. Master, please melt these gold coins and craft the items according to my drawings. I hand over a stack of sketches to the amazed blacksmith. The drawings show 64 identical, lightweight, sharp daggers, and a full set of armor, helmet, with only the eyes showing, breastplate, leg guards, gauntlets, and even a pair of metal boots. All designs focus on being light and flexible. The armor's thickness is carefully calculated to balance protection and weight, making it as light as possible while still being strong. Customer, the blacksmith stammers, staring at the shining gold coins. Making weapons and armor from pure gold? Gold is too soft and not practical. Plus, this is too fancy. I smile and explain. Don't worry, master. I have my reasons. Just follow the drawings carefully for shape and size. I will pay double for your work. Seeing the double pay and the bag of gold, the blacksmith hesitantly begins. The furnace ignites, and the coins melt into hot, golden liquid, then are poured into molds. A few days later, all my equipment is ready. The 64 gold dagger shines brightly, with sharp blades. But since they are made of gold, they are a bit soft, not good for blocking hard hits. However, they should work well for throwing and stabbing. The gold armor set is dazzling. When I wear it, I look like a legendary golden warrior, shining in the sunlight, attracting the attention of villagers and adventurers. Boss, what is this? Barton looks at my outfit, with a strange expression, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. The other team members also find it hard to hold back their laughter. Don't worry about the details. Just try the effect, I say, patting the shining breastplate with a dull thud. It looks flashy, but the armor is much stronger than normal leather. It can handle regular sword strikes and arrows easily. Next, I do the most important test, the distance retrieval. I walk about 6 meters away from my gold pouch, then throw a gold dagger at a wooden stake in the distance. Thud! The dagger embeds deep into the wood. I start counting silently. 1, 2, 3, 10. At the moment I counted to 10, the gold coin dagger embedded in the wooden stake, along with my entire set of gold coin armor, helmet, and wrist guards, all transformed into streaks of golden light. In an instant, they crossed space and reappeared at my feet, automatically fitting back onto me. Sure enough, as long as the core is still gold coins, no matter what shape they are made into, they cannot escape the rule of disappear 5 meters from the wallet, recover in 10 seconds. Yes, I did it. I cheered, punching the air. This meant I now had a set of equipment that couldn't be taken away, could regenerate endlessly, and had some defense and attack power. Although the soft gold coin material is a weakness, it's enough for emergency and special situations. Since that day, I added 2 new training routines. First, throwing gold coin daggers. I set up several targets in the backyard of the inn and spent a lot of time practicing throws from different distances, angles, and techniques. With my increased strength and speed, along with the precise eyesight from insight, I improved very quickly. From hitting 1 or 2 out of 10 to accurately striking targets within 30 meters, the golden daggers flew like deadly swarms, tracing bright paths in the air. 64 daggers are enough for multiple rounds of continuous throws, creating a dense fire of projectiles. Second, practicing dagger swordsmanship. I hired a retired veteran known for his agility from the town to teach me basic dagger combat skills, footwork, dodging, parrying, as much as possible, and how to find weak points for a fatal strike. I know I'm not a strength-based fighter. Agility and cunning suit me better. Wearing the gold coin armor for practice was a bit heavy at first, since it's metal, but once I got used to it, it also helped improve my stamina and agility. My team members went from laughing at me initially to watching seriously, and even Jack became interested in learning how to throw gold coin daggers. Boss, your move coin toss kill. Gold coin storm. It's like it was made for me. Jack played with a few practice gold coin daggers I gave him, unable to put them down. The only catch is you need to pick up the daggers within 10 seconds after throwing, or have an endless recovery wallet like mine, Ellie said casually, but her eyes on my gold coin gear showed a bit of approval. After all, an employer who can protect themselves rather than needing constant protection makes the whole team more flexible. Elvin was more interested in my gold coin transformation ability. He often discussed with me the conservation of energy and how the rules are reflected, though most of the time I just say, the goddess's gift is often unreasonable, to brush it off. Days passed peacefully and productively as we trained, gathered information, and worked together as a team. My level remained at LV5, and I became more skilled at controlling my attributes and abilities. I kept the 10 free attribute points for emergencies. Finally, after nearly a month since we arrived at Blackwood Town, the Golden Cup Merchant Guild sent news that a large caravan was about to leave for the City of Scholars, Atlas, in the southeast. They were willing to accept us as guards, and the pay would be standard. The opportunity had arrived. Pack your gear and check your equipment, I announced to the ready team. We are leaving with the caravan, heading to Atlas City, the library of all things. A new journey was about to begin. Feng Fifan, with his strengthened team, newly developed gold weapons, and a desire to uncover the truth of the world, was about to set out for the land of knowledge. And waiting for him ahead, besides countless ancient books, might be a secret hidden beneath the dust of history. Guards and the Golden Rain. Repel the enemies. The caravan heading to Atlas City was quite large, consisting of over 20 mule carts loaded with goods, mainly local specialties like blackwood timber, ores, and some magical materials. About 50 people, including hired guards and our Stone Shield team, were part of it. The manager of the caravan was a clever middle-aged human who was quite polite to our recently famous team in Blackwood Town. He arranged for us to be in a relatively safe position in the middle of the convoy. We left Blackwood Town and headed southeast. The initial road was fairly flat, with fields and scattered villages along the way. But as we went further, the terrain became rugged, with rolling hills and dense bushes on both sides, perfect hideouts for bandits. My LV5 attributes brought me comprehensive improvements. Even wearing my special gold armor, I usually cover it with a simple travel cloak to avoid attracting too much attention. I felt no weight during the long march. The increase in endurance allows me to stay focused longer, while my ability to see through things helps me notice small changes in the environment more quickly. Traveling is not always tense and exciting. During the day, the team moves slowly amid the dull sound of the pack animals' bells and the wheels turning. I use this time to walk with the team and play with 1 or 2 gold coin daggers in my hand, getting familiar with their weight and feel, or practicing some subtle finger agility exercises. In the evening, after setting up camp, we have fixed training and relaxation time. I find a quiet spot to practice throwing the gold coin daggers, their golden light cutting sharp lines in the sunset, accurately hitting targets dozens of meters away. Sometimes, I spar with Jack in dagger combat. My style is steady and relies on prediction, using my see-through ability to find openings. Jack, on the other hand, is more cunning and agile. His shadow shield necklace makes him hard to catch, like a slippery eel. These practice fights are very helpful for both of us. Barton patrols the camp with other guards. Elvin often exchanges magic insights with an old scholar traveling with the caravan. Lilith helps handle minor discomforts among team members or merchants, and Ellie is responsible for guarding the camp's perimeter. Her eagle eyes are the best sentinels. These days went by for about 5 days, until we entered a dangerous area called Crying Gorge. On both sides of the gorge are steep cliffs, with a narrow path barely wide enough for 2 wagons side by side. The air smells of earth, and the light is dim because of the cliffs blocking the sun. Everyone be careful. This place isn't safe, the caravan manager warned nervously, and the guards also tightened their weapons. My see-through ability sent a clear warning. There are multiple signs of life moving on the cliffs, with obvious hostility. Sure enough, just as the caravan fully entered the middle of the gorge, sharp whistles suddenly sounded from the cliffs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows and spears rained down like a storm from above. At the same time, dozens of bandits with sharp blades and fierce faces emerged from the front pass and the rear escape route. They radiated mixed fighting energy or faint magical waves, mostly between level 2 and level 4, with a few leaders reaching level 5. Enemy attack. Form a defensive formation. The caravan guard leader shouted loudly. The pack animal was startled and let out a panicked whinny, causing the caravan to fall into chaos instantly. The guards fought hard to block the attack, but under the high ground and being attacked from all sides, casualties quickly occurred. The Black Wolf Gang. It's them. One guard recognized the enemy and shouted in despair. They are a notorious group of bandits known for their cruelty and cunning in this area. Stone Shield Squad, protect the middle of the caravan, Barton immediately ordered. He raised a newly reinforced shield, strengthened with funds from relics, and led the front, blocking most of the arrows flying toward us. Elvin quickly created a curved hurricane barrier to disrupt most of the long-range attacks from above. Allie, like a precise reaper, drew her bowstring repeatedly. Each arrow caused a bandit hiding behind the rocks to scream and fall. Jack disappeared into the shadows, sneaking forward to find and take out the enemy commander or spellcaster. Lilith hid behind Barton and the wagon, quickly chanting to heal the injured merchants and guards. I stood in a relatively safe spot, calmly watching the battle. The bandits outnumbered the guards and had the advantage of terrain. If we fought blindly, we might survive, but the caravan would suffer heavy losses. It was time to test my new abilities in real combat. Suddenly, I tore off my travel cloak, revealing a shining suit of gold coins underneath. In the dim canyon, it looked like a bright lighthouse. Hey, over here, I shouted toward the densest area of bandits on the rock wall, successfully drawing their attention. What is that thing? Looks like a golden statue. Is he an idiot? The bandits laughed and mocked. I ignored them. Simultaneously, I reached into a special dagger bag at my waist. With both hands, I drew 4 gold coin daggers, throwing them like golden lightning. Swish, 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 swish. I didn't aim at specific targets, but used a wide area attack. The golden daggers rained down like a fierce storm, covering a large area. Ah, my arm. What is that? Sudden screams echoed from the rock wall. Although the gold coin dagger alone is not very deadly due to its material, unless it hits a vital spot, its sharp blade, enhanced by level 5 strength, easily tears through leather armor, embeds into flesh, and causes real pain and distraction. More importantly, the sudden rain of gold coins from the side completely disrupts the archers above, throwing off their shooting rhythm. Speak and act freely. Any enemy hit by my gold coin dagger will suffer double pain and move slowly for 5 seconds. I immediately activated my ability. This time, I tried to apply a group negative status effect. Ability uses 14/15 group negative effect, covering about 10 people, costing 1 use. It seems the cost and range depend on the number of targets. The power of rules descended. Ugh, ow. I can't move. The bandits wounded or stabbed by the gold coin daggers suddenly fell to sharp, stabbing pain as if countless needles were piercing them at once. Their movements became stiff and slow, and some even lost their footing and fell from the rocks. This almost completely shut down the remote firepower from above. Well done, boss, Barton shouted angrily, taking advantage of the momentary hesitation caused by the chaos behind the enemy lines. He struck with his shield in a powerful sweep, knocking 2 level 4 bandits flying. Ellie's pressure eased, allowing her to calmly target and shoot the bandit leaders rushing from the front. Jack also found an opportunity. Like a ghost, he appeared behind a level 5 leader chanting a dark spell, and without hesitation, he stabbed his poison dagger toward the enemy's throat. The caravan guards, seeing our great display of power, cheered and launched a counterattack. The bandits clearly didn't expect such a strange and tough force inside the caravan, especially the unpredictable rain of gold coins and the resulting slow pain effect, which completely disrupted their plans. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The surviving bandit leader saw the situation was bad and signaled to withdraw. The remaining bandits retreated like a tide, leaving behind dozens of bodies and a mess on the ground. The battle was over. Although there were some casualties on our side, the damage was much less than expected. Everyone looked at me with a mix of gratitude, awe, and curiosity as I finished putting away the last of the automatic gold coin darts, shining brightly in the dust while I wore a suit of golden armor. Lord Fong Fifan, the caravan manager, hurried over, excited and rambling. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you and your team, we would have. It's just my duty. I only took care of it for the reward. I interrupted her with a wave, pulling my travel cloak over my armor to hide its flashy appearance. While it was effective, being too noticeable isn't always good. This battle, with the group harassment from the gold coin darts and their unpredictable negative effects, worked surprisingly well. It avoided using up too many abilities and helped turn the tide of the fight. I now have a clearer idea of how to develop my skills. After clearing the battlefield, the caravan, feeling lucky to have survived, continued on their way. This incident boosted our status among the caravan members without us saying a word. Meanwhile, I was cleaning my automatic, undamaged gold coin darts while looking southeast. Atlas City, the Grand Library. I hope to find the answers I seek there, about power, gods, and the truth of why I am here. The gold coin bounty and the end of the guild after the fight. The caravan set up camp near the canyon exit in a relatively safe spot to treat the wounded and count their losses. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the heavy feeling of surviving a disaster. I found the still-shaken caravan manager. Sir, was the attack on the caravan carried out by the Black Wolf gang? I asked calmly. Yes, Lord Fong. He nodded quickly, still looking scared. Those bandits have been lurking on this trade route for years, like a parasite. We've tried to wipe them out several times, but they never go away. I didn't think they'd be so bold this time. I nodded without asking more. Returning to our camp, I told Jack directly. Jack, go to the nearest town with an adventurer's guild or a large mercenary group. It doesn't matter which direction, just go as fast as you can. Boss, any task? Jack immediately perked up. I took a handful of gold coins from my pouch and pulled out a piece of parchment. I quickly wrote a bounty notice, then handed it to Jack along with the pouch of gold. Offer a bounty. Target. All remaining members of the Black Wolf gang. Bounty amount. 5 gold coins per ordinary member. An extra 50 gold coins for completely wiping out the entire Black Wolf gang, regardless of who accomplishes it. Proof. A unique wolf head tattoo or token of the Black Wolf gang. Deadline. 1 month. Jack took the parchment and pouch, eyes wide with surprise, and gasped. 5 gold coins per head? Plus 50 gold coins for total destruction? Boss, this will drive all nearby outlaws and mercenaries crazy. Remember, an ordinary farming family earns less than 10 gold coins a year. 5 gold coins per person is like a windfall for daring adventurers and mercenaries. The 50 gold reward for wiping out the gang is enough to make small and medium mercenary groups fight desperately. I want them to go crazy, I said calmly. Today, the Black Wolf gang dares to attack our guarded caravan. Tomorrow, they'll dare to retaliate when we're alone. I don't like loose ends, and I don't like constantly watching for hidden snakes. Since we've made enemies, let's make sure they disappear completely. Money can solve any problem. Understood. I'll handle it right away. Jack's face lit up with excitement. In a flash, he disappeared into the night outside the camp. Spreading news of death and gold is exactly the kind of task he loves. Barton and the others had no objections to my decision. Having fought side by side many times, they understood that this young employer seemed easygoing, even funny, but when it came to the bottom line, His methods were decisive, his mind meticulous, and his ruthless use of gold to crush everything was beyond ordinary. "Boss, with this, the Black Wolf Gang is finished," Elvin said, his tone tinged with awe at the power of money. "Hopefully," I said, taking a sip of water. "We've done a good deed for this trade route, haven't we?" The journey afterward was much calmer. The merchants and guards treated us with more respect, even a bit of fear. Lord Feng Fifan was not only powerful, his golden armor and strange gold coin dagger left a deep impression, but also ruthless and decisive, offering a bounty to wipe out the entire gang. He was definitely not an ordinary adventurer or noble's son. A few days later, we arrived at a transit town on a busy trade route. Jack was already waiting here and successfully posted the bounty through the local mercenary guild. The news spread like wildfire. As Jack predicted, once the bounty was announced, the entire underground world and adventurer circles in the area became excited. 5 gold coins per person. 50 gold coins for total elimination. The target was still the infamous Black Wolf Gang, whose strength was not the top, but still dangerous. Suddenly, many greedy eyes looked toward the forests and hills where remnants of the Black Wolf Gang might hide. Various mercenary groups, lone adventurers, and even former partners of the gang started to act. When profit is at stake, notions of morality and fear become powerless. We continued traveling with the merchant caravan toward Atlas City. Along the way, we kept hearing different stories about the Black Wolf Gang. First, a small leader of the gang was poisoned and killed in a tavern by an acquaintance, and his head was cut off for a reward. Next, a Black Wolf Gang raiding team was ambushed by a large mercenary group and completely wiped out. Later, there were rumors of internal fighting within the gang due to suspicion and fear. Less than half a month later, when we were halfway to Atlas City, Jack received confirmed news through the Mercenary Guild. The last known stronghold of the Black Wolf Gang was taken down by 3 medium-sized mercenary groups working together. The injured gang leader and all core members were captured or killed, with no survivors. The entire Black Wolf Gang was disbanded. The 50 gold coins reward for total destruction was divided among the 3 mercenary groups based on their contributions. During this time, the gold coins flowing into the market from hunting gang members roughly exceeded 500 coins. A years-long bandit problem was easily wiped out by Feng Fifan with a simple pocket money. He didn't personally fight, didn't spend his valuable words or spells, just scattered enough gold coins, and countless eager blades came to serve him. "Boss, the bounty is over. The Black Wolf Gang is gone," Jack reported with a satisfied tone, as if he had created a piece of art. "Yes, the money was well spent," I nodded, feeling as if I had just made a small, insignificant deal. This event didn't stir much emotion in me. This is the power of money, an almost rule-like force. In this real and harsh world, it can sometimes be more effective than personal strength. The merchant manager learned of this news and expressed deep gratitude, even offering to waive all our current protection fees. I politely declined, but I still took the money that was due. That's the rule. "Are you insulting me, Brother Fifan? Brother Fifan has endless money. Does he need this small amount from you?" What a joke. After resolving this potential problem, our journey to Atlas City became smoother. My focus also returned to my original goal. Looking at the distant outline that was becoming clearer, symbolizing knowledge and wisdom, I knew that the city of scholars, Atlas, was right in front of us. Are the forbidden clay tablets in the Grand Library truly recording the truth about the thief of divine power? Brother Fifan's quest for knowledge was about to reach a critical stage. The coins and magic words in his hands would continue to clear all obstacles, whether in strength or in information. After more than 10 days of relatively peaceful travel, the caravan finally reached its destination, the city of scholars, Atlas. From afar, this city looked very different from other human cities. It had no tall, pointed towers or heavy, oppressive military walls. Instead, there were many white or light yellow stone buildings with domes and arches, spread out neatly across a wide plain that stretched to a gentle hill in the distance. The city's outer walls looked more like decorative low stone fences covered with green vines, symbolizing the city's openness to knowledge and ideas, at least on the surface. Above the city, besides common flying birds, there were also some small, intricately built flying devices slowly circling, probably used for guarding or sending messages. The air was filled with a faint smell of parchment, ink, and a special magical spice. "Welcome to Atlas, the lighthouse of knowledge, the cradle of wisdom," the caravan leader said proudly, as if he had also caught the scholarly atmosphere here. We followed the caravan through the wide, almost unguarded main city gate. Inside, the scene was even more astonishing. The streets were broad and clean. The shops didn't sell ordinary weapons, armor, or daily items, but a dazzling variety of books, scrolls, magical materials, laboratory tools, and strange crafts. Among the pedestrians, many are dressed in various mage robes and scholar cloaks. Some are gnome or dwarf scholars, and a few are calm and composed elves. Most walk quickly, some are lost in thought, and others are engaged in lively debates, creating a strong academic atmosphere. "Here is truly Elven's paradise," Jack said, watching a gnome scholar and a human mage argue heatedly over a magic formula at a street corner. He couldn't help but complain. Elven's eyes sparkled with excitement. He took a deep breath and said, "I can feel that the magic in the air of this city carries the rhythm of knowledge." As planned, we settled the payment with the caravan and said our goodbyes. Then, we found a quiet inn called Tower of Reflection to stay. The inn is peaceful, with a quiet reading room and soundproof meditation chambers. It seems mainly to serve scholars and researchers from all over. After settling in, we didn't rush straight to the multiverse library. My experience told me that in such a chaotic city with complex power struggles, rushing in would be a big mistake. In the next few days, we split up and used different identities and goals to gather information around the city. Barton and Ellie were responsible for understanding the city's layout, main power groups. Besides the multiverse library, Atlas City also has a famous magic school, alchemist guild, and history society, and the security situation. They disguised themselves as adventurers seeking enchantments and special arrows, mingling in shops and markets. Jack secretly explored the city's darker side, visiting taverns, black markets, and info brokers to learn about recent movements at the multiverse library, especially about the newly discovered clay tablets and the library's rules and possible taboos. Elven, using his identity as an elf mage and his extensive knowledge, openly visited old acquaintances at the Magic Academy. From an academic perspective, he subtly inquired about the current research on ancient historical texts and the library's access policies. Lilith, as a priest, visited several temples of different faiths in the city. She aimed to understand the local religious atmosphere and also to learn how the temple factions might view the heretical clay tablets related to the library. I, Fong Fifan, am dressed in an unremarkable traveler's outfit. My gold coin set is put away, appearing as an ordinary wealthy scholar's son. I spend my time in major bookstores and public lecture halls, feeling the academic pulse of this city. At the same time, I use my improved insight ability to observe for possible spies or unusual activity. After a few days, we gathered quite a lot of information. 1. The Vortex Library is indeed one of the oldest and most well-stocked libraries in Atlas City and the entire human kingdom. It is known for its inclusiveness and for collecting many unconventional or even forbidden knowledge. It also has a strong independence, making it difficult for the royal family and major temples to fully control its affairs. 2. News about the forbidden clay tablets has spread, causing some academic controversy. Mainstream scholars, especially those close to the temples, are cautious and criticize the tablets as absurd and blasphemous. However, many independent scholars and historians are very interested. 3. It is very difficult to access those tablets. They are classified as restricted items and kept in the library's underground vault. Ordinary visitors are not allowed to enter the underground area. To see them, one needs at least 3 senior library officials' recommendation letters and a strict background check for temporary access. 4. The library has complex factions. Some conservatives strongly oppose revealing the tablet's contents, while radicals want to challenge traditional authority. Our previous actions must be very careful to avoid getting involved in these academic conflicts. Looks like seeing those tablets isn't so easy, I summarized, lightly tapping my fingers on the table. 3 senior officials' recommendation letters. That's too difficult, Barton frowned. Maybe. We can use money, Jack tentatively suggested, though uncertain. In such an academic sanctuary, money isn't always the answer. Elvin pondered. Perhaps we can start with independent scholars interested in the tablets. They might have some reputation or no shortcuts to get the recommendation letters. I agree with Elvin. I nodded. Forcing our way in or bribing high officials is too risky. We need a suitable guide. The goal is clear. Find someone capable and willing to help us access the mudboard, either an insider or a related scholar. While we were discussing our next steps, Lilith shared some seemingly unrelated information she heard from the Goddess of Life Temple. By the way, I heard that a senior librarian at the library, Master Aubrey, recently faced a problem. He carefully cultivated a plant called Moonlight Fern for a major magic experiment over the past 15 years. Suddenly, it started to wither, and the botanists and natural mages at the library couldn't figure out why. Master Aubrey was very angry and offered a reward for a solution, including gold and access to his private library. Moonlight Fern? Withering? This caught my attention. My words come true. Ability mainly works on living creatures, but plants. Does that count? Even if I can't directly command it to recover, could I influence it positively, like speed up nutrient absorption or boost vitality? And the access to Master Aubrey's private library. That might be a great chance to get close to the core and obtain a recommendation letter. Lilith, this is important, I said to her. Do you know where I can find detailed information about the Moonlight Fern's habits and common diseases? The library's public area should have plant guides and magical botany books. Elvin answered immediately. Good, I said, standing up. Elvin, you and I will go to the public section of the library to look for all information about the Moonlight Fern. The others should continue gathering intelligence, focusing on Master Aubrey's personality, preferences, and details about his experiment. Boss, you mean? Jack's eyes lit up. Trying to see if I can take on a hidden quest, I smiled. Using knowledge and my abilities to find a way in is much more elegant and safer than blindly spending money or forcing our way in. Atlas City's journey, once aimless in gathering information, now shifts toward a clear goal of academic research. And my ability to make words come true might find a new way to be used in this sea of knowledge. The public reading area of the Wonders Library is large and grand, with a high, wide dome. Several layers of circular bookshelves extend upward like the rings of a giant tree. The air smells of old paper, ink, and magical preservatives. Scholars and students dressed in colorful robes walk quietly through the space. Some are deeply engrossed in heavy books, while others whisper softly, creating a serious and focused atmosphere. Elvin and I have a clear goal. We go straight to the magical botany section. With Elvin's expertise and my ability to see through things, we quickly find detailed records about the Moonlight Fern, among many scrolls and illustrations. The Moonlight Fern is a rare plant very sensitive to magical environments. It only grows in places where the moonlight is strong and magic is pure. Its leaves can absorb and store moonlight energy. It is a key ingredient in many high-level elf spells and moonlight magic rituals. There are many reasons it can wither: pollution of magical energy, unbalanced soil elements, dirty water sources, or being affected by negative energies like undead, curses, or strong bad emotions. Master Aubrey's laboratory must be top quality, so the first few reasons are less likely, Elvin said. I think it's probably the last one, some subtle negative energy influence. I nodded, thinking carefully. Thanks to Jack's intelligence network, we quickly learned that Master Aubrey is a strict, somewhat old-fashioned elf mage. He focuses on ancient magic symbols and energy transfer research. Recently, he has been experimenting with a rune stone found in an ancient ruin. The stone has faint, ominous fluctuations. His lab and greenhouse are at the top of the library tower. All the clues fit together. It's very likely that the negative energy from that rune stone is affecting the Moonlight Fern, which is very sensitive to energy. We didn't rush to visit him directly. Instead, Elvin, pretending to be a fellow elf mage, first sent a formal invitation along with a brief professional analysis about the fern's energy sensitivity and how ancient artifacts might influence it, without revealing the specific guess about the runestone. This move caught Master Aubrey's interest. We gained a chance to meet him. In the top-level laboratory filled with books and experimental equipment, yet spotless and clean, we saw this old elf with furrowed brows. He ignored politeness and pointed at a small silver fern on the windowsill, its leaves curled, edges yellowed, and looking very weak. He asked urgently, "You mentioned negative energy in your letter. What evidence do you have? How can we fix it?" Elvin was responsible for professional academic discussion, citing references and explaining possibilities. I, meanwhile, secretly used my see-through ability to carefully observe the energy flow in the fern and the entire lab. Sure enough, in a corner of the lab, inside a protective barrier, I saw a tightly guarded black stone slab with twisted runes carved on it. It was constantly emitting very faint but inherently cold and dirty energy ripples, like ink dropped into clear water, slowly polluting the magic environment of the space. The moonlight fern was most affected. Therefore, we suspect that a newly introduced ancient artifact with unknown negative energy in the lab caused the fern to wither, Elvin concluded. Master Aubrey's face changed. He had suspected the rune stone, but couldn't confirm it, nor could he fully stop the subtle erosion caused by the barrier. "Even if we know the cause, what can we do?" he sighed. "That rune stone is vital for my research and can't be moved. As for the fern." Sigh. At this moment, I stepped forward and said, "Master Aubrey, perhaps I can try. I have a special technique to soothe life force." The old elf looked at me with doubt. "If even high-level natural magic can't help, what can you do?" "Please allow me to get close to the fern," I requested without explanation. Under Master Aubrey's tense gaze, I gently placed my hand above the fern, focused my mind, and activated the rule of spoken magic. Instead of acting directly on the plant, I used a softer, more indirect method, softly reciting, "Spoken magic, centered on this fern, dispel all negative energies within 3 feet, guiding pure moonlight to gather here and nourish its origin." I did not command the plant to recover health, which might require a lot of energy and involve deeper life rules, but instead chose to disperse negative energy and guide energy, which are more indirect methods that align better with the basic rules of the world. Uses of ability. 14/15. This detailed action used 1 charge. Buzz. A barely noticeable fluctuation in the rules swept through. The energy flow inside the laboratory seemed to change slightly. Around the moonlight fern, it was as if an invisible purification field formed, pushing away the cold, negative energy. At the same time, the daylight outside the window, though it is daytime, the rule's power guides the idea of moonlight, seemed to bend slightly, and very faint, pure energy began to gather into the fern's leaves. The effect was not immediate, but Master Aubrey, a high-level mage, keenly sensed this tiny change in energy. He widened his eyes, looking at the moonlight fern with disbelief. Although the fern's leaves did not immediately unfurl, the signs of decay and withering stopped. There was even a faint hint of slight recovery. This is... Master Aubrey's voice trembled with excitement. "Interference at the rule level? Who are you?" "I am just a traveler who happened to master some special methods," I said calmly, retracting my hand. "Master, the ongoing influence has been temporarily isolated, and I have provided the plant with its most basic nourishment. It will need time to recover slowly, and the isolation measures on that rune stone may need to be strengthened further." Master Aubrey's expression changed completely, from initial suspicion to shock and curiosity. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself. "I understand. Thank you for your help, Mr. Feng Fifan," he said seriously. "As a reward, I will open my private library to you for a month. Additionally, I can write you a letter of recommendation, giving you access to most of the restricted materials in the library, including that batch of newly discovered clay tablets. It's a success." "Thank you, Master," I thought with relief. But then, Master Aubrey's tone shifted, his expression serious. "I must warn you, that batch of clay tablets. The records on them are astonishing and shocking, contradicting all existing historical records. I have briefly looked at a few pieces, which point to a dark and chaotic ancient era, even touching on forbidden topics about the origins of the gods. Are you sure you want to get involved? It could bring you unimaginable trouble." "I understand the risks." I nodded. "But I need to know the truth." With Master Aubrey's recommendation letter, we finally gained access to the underground forbidden zone of the Library of All Things. Deep underground, in a tightly guarded, climate-controlled secret room, we saw the ancient clay tablets called Salacha's Confession. They were carefully placed on special stands, covered with ancient cuneiform writing that had long been lost. Elvin was in charge of translating, while I and the others kept watch and studied. There were many tablets, but their contents were broken and incomplete. Many parts were worn away or missing. We spent days trying to understand the first relatively complete tablet. The record was from an ancient storyteller who called himself Salacha. He described a time without gods, when powerful human tribes relied on digging up and worshipping the remains or fragments of an ancient being called the primordial light for strength. It's similar to the source in the previous book, so I won't bother with other names. Later, a group called the Fire Thieves used a cruel and treacherous ritual to successfully steal the core power of the primordial light. Based on this, they established the first divine realm and declared themselves gods. That's where the tablet's story ends, but the information it contains is already shocking enough. Primordial light? Fire thieves? This seems to confirm the Shadow King's accusation of divine power thief. But the details are vague, and key information is missing. Who exactly are the fire thieves? How did they do it? What is the primordial light, really? A single tablet has too little information, Elvin said, lowering his magnifier and rubbing his tired eyes. Based on the material, writing style, and scattered place names mentioned, Salacha probably came from an ancient civilization that long ago disappeared, located on the southeastern coast of the continent. To piece together the full picture, we might need to find more forbidden texts like Salacha's confession scattered around the world. I looked at the silent tablet, understanding deep inside. This is indeed a long and difficult journey. Master Aubrey's warning still echoes in my mind. Just one clay tablet pointed to such a shocking truth. If we gather all the pieces, what kind of incredible picture will we reveal? It seems our journey is still very long, I said slowly. Atlas City is only the first stop. We need to plan our route to places that might hold ancient texts or related legends. The ruins of an ancient civilization along the southeastern coast of the continent match some of our previous clues. This extraordinary journey into another world has become even more important. From initially surviving, earning money, and enjoying life, to exploring the mysteries of our own abilities, now we are heading deeper into the world's most hidden and dark secrets of creation. And this is just the beginning. Visiting hundreds of towns and piecing together the true history has just started. We stayed in Atlas City for more than half a month. During this time, thanks to my success in healing the Moonlight Fern and Master Aubrey's recommendation letter, I was able to enter the library's restricted area many times. With Elvin's help, I read and copied as many fragments of the Confession of Salacha clay tablets as I could. The information I gathered was scattered and vague. The tablets mentioned that the original alliance of the Fire Thieves was formed at the Place of Falling Stars. They used the blood of kin and the oath of betrayal as sacrifices when stealing power. It also mentioned that the primordial light is not the only one. There are other ancient, sleeping sources of power in the world called Shadows of the Root. The key part is worn out. These clues are like scattered puzzle pieces, missing key connections to form a complete picture. But the direction is very clear. Existing gods are built on plunder and betrayal. Before we left, Master Aubrey found me privately again. His expression was even more serious than before. Lord Feng Fifan, the things you are investigating are more dangerous than you think, he said in a low voice. The inside of the library is not as united as it seems. Your frequent searches of the tablets have attracted the attention of some interested parties. As far as I know, the Temple of the God of Knowledge, Vont, and the Royal's official historical revision office are especially concerned about these clay tablets. He paused for a moment and handed me a small card, decorated with a shattered mirror pattern drawn with silver wire. Leave Atlas behind. The waters here are too deep. If you insist on continuing to search for buried history, you can go to the southeastern port city called White Sail City. There is an organization called the Broken Mirror Guild that specializes in, well, non-mainstream historical documents and forbidden knowledge circulation. Showing this card might help you open some doors, but be careful. They only care about profit, not people. I took the card, feeling its cold touch. The name, Broken Mirror Guild, sounded strange and untrustworthy. But for now, it seemed to be the only clear next step. Thank you, Master, for your advice and help. I sincerely expressed my gratitude. Although Master Aubrey was cautious, it was rare for him to do this much for us. May knowledge and truth guide you, young one, Master Aubrey sighed. But remember, some truths come with heavy burdens the more you know. We didn't delay any longer. We quickly packed our things and quietly left Atlas City. Before leaving, I used the Golden Cup Guild's channels to send a large sum of money and a detailed shopping list to White Sail City, asking them to prepare a good, seaworthy medium-sized sailboat and the necessary navigation supplies before we arrived. Since our goal was the ancient ruins along the southeastern coast, having our own ship would be much more convenient. Leaving the City of Scholars, we set out again. This time, our destination was White Sail City, a trading hub on the southeastern coast of the kingdom. On the way, we no longer rushed like before. I knew that piecing together ancient secrets wouldn't happen overnight. Rushing could easily lead us into traps. We traveled at a normal merchant's pace, moving during the day and practicing or reviewing our progress at night. I allocated my 10 free attribute points. Considering the complex environment and the need for a long-term struggle ahead, I focused on improving survival and perception skills. Endurance 4, up to 42, for longer battles and journeys. Insight 4, up to 31, for better observation, intuition, and danger awareness. Magic 2, up to 102, slightly increasing my magic pool. Extraordinary Wind, level 5, Strength, 40, Speed, 35, Endurance, 42, Magic Power, 102/102, Defense, 33, Insight, 31, Free Attribute Points, 0, Experience, 45/150, Skill, Words Come True, 15/15. I have become more skilled at using the gold coin dagger. Now I can control up to 8 daggers at once for complex cross attacks or defensive blocks, though the blocking effect is usually limited due to material issues. I am also getting used to wearing the gold set, and it no longer interferes with my daily activities. Along the way, we passed through several towns and villages of different sizes. We stayed for a day or two in each place, mainly for supplies. We also intentionally or unintentionally listened to local legends, strange stories, or visited scholars, guardians of ancient sites, and experienced adventurers in taverns. The process was slow and tedious, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Most stories were just baseless folk tales or unrelated to the ancient records on the clay tablets. But we patiently collected, recorded, and filtered the information. Erwin was responsible for judging its credibility. Jack verified underground sources. Barton and Ellie assessed local safety and threats, and Lilith communicated with the local temple to understand the official historical records. In a place called Stone Crow Town, we heard a legend from an old man guarding a ruined ancient elf site. It spoke of a beast that devours stars, mentioning starlight as dim as tears, which faintly related to the description of the place where stars fall on the clay tablets. In another place, Amber Valley, famous for brewing wine, we found a blurry mark on an old family deed made of sheepskin, used as decoration by the winery owner. It looked very similar to a damaged rune on the Salacha clay tablet, said to be a lucky charm brought by ancestors from the seaside. These clues are tiny and vague, and might just be coincidences. But they're like fireflies in the dark, at least showing us that we might be heading in the right direction. Collecting and verifying these clues took us nearly a month. When we finally arrived at the shining jewel of the southeast coast, White Sail City, after a long and tiring journey, nearly 2 months had passed since we left Atlas City. White Sail City, true to its name, is a lively port town. The salty sea breeze hit us, and the docks were filled with tall masts and billowing sails that blocked the sun. Merchants, sailors, and adventurers of many different skin colors and backgrounds moved around, creating a noisy scene. The air was a mix of fish smell, spices, and the busy scent of goods. We didn't have time to enjoy the busy port. We went straight to the branch of the Golden Cup Guild to confirm our ship, the Swift Silver Gull, was ready. It was docked at a private pier. The ship was sleek, with 3 masts and basic magical defenses. It was big enough for our team, along with the crew and sailors we needed. Next, we had to find the mysterious Broken Mirror Guild. Based on vague clues from Master Aubrey and information Jack gathered from the local black market, The Broken Mirror Guild's hideout was hidden near the complicated sewer system of Whitesail City, in a place called the Anchor Inn. Looking at the dark alley, with a wooden door that seemed ready to fall apart, and the smell of cheap beer and sweat coming from I knew that a new challenge was waiting behind that door. Fong Fifin's long journey to find the truth would continue, diving into the shadows beneath the city's shiny surface after reaching this first important point. Would meeting the Broken Mirror Guild lead to new clues or deadly traps? The answer was about to be revealed. The door of the Anchor Inn was much heavier than it looked. When pushed, it made a loud, grating sound, as if resisting every visitor. Inside, the world was very different from the busy harbor outside, dark, damp, and oppressive. Only a few oil lamps, burning with black smoke, provided light, barely illuminating the crowded hall. The air was thick and foul, filled with the sour smell of cheap beer, sweat, fish, and a moldy smell typical of sewers. It was almost enough to make you sick. The patrons were a rough bunch, mostly sailors, smugglers, and adventurers who looked suspicious and wary. Our entrance drew a brief moment of attention, with eyes like hidden blades in the dark, filled with judgment and indifference. Soon, they quickly looked away, each person immersed in their own drinks and deals. Here, unfamiliar faces mean trouble or opportunity. Barton silently stepped in front of me, his heavy body blocking most of the suspicious glances. Ellie casually rested her hand on her dagger at her waist, her gaze sharp and eagle-like scanning the entire hall. Jack had already blended into the shadows in the corner, disappearing like a drop of water into the sea. Elvin and Lilith followed behind me. The mage's modesty and the priest's innocence seemed out of place here, drawing a few low, sneering laughs. I headed straight for the bar. The bartender was a one-eyed giant, wiping glasses with a dirty cloth that looked like it had lost its color, ignoring our group of outsiders. 3 beers, I said, knocking on the counter and placing a silver coin down. The one-eyed bartender slowly poured 3 cloudy drinks, pushed them toward us, and glanced at me with his single eye, but said nothing. I picked up my glass, but didn't drink. Instead, I looked at the broken mirror card given by Master Aubrey, seemingly casually pressing it to the bottom of the glass before pushing it back toward the bartender. The bartender paused briefly, carefully examining the cracked mirror pattern on the card. Then he looked up at me, his expression shifting from numbness to a sharp, almost cunning look. He quietly pocketed the card and the silver coin, then tilted his head toward a darker passage at the back of the hall, whispering in a hoarse, almost inaudible voice. 3rd door, knock 3 times, pause, then 2 more knocks. Thank you. I nodded, lifting the glass of beer I had no intention of drinking, signaling my team to follow. We moved through the noisy, dangerous hall into the darker corridor behind it. On both sides were closed private room doors, with muffled voices or the sound of dice clattering coming from inside. Following the instructions, we found the 3rd door and knocked. 3 knocks, pause, then 2 more. The door silently opened, revealing a pair of cold, almost hollow eyes watching us from behind. After a moment, the door swung open fully, revealing a thin, middle-aged man in a plain gray short robe who sidestepped to let us in. The door closed behind him, cutting off the noise from outside. This is a small but very tidy room, with only a table and 2 chairs. The walls are bare stone blocks, with no decorations. There is a faint, fresh smell in the air, a mix of mint and metal, which contrasts sharply with the dirty outside environment. The man in a gray robe walks to the table and sits down, signaling us to sit opposite him. His movements are precise and efficient, with no unnecessary gestures. Broken mirrors reflect the truth, but truth can cut you. He begins, his voice calm and steady. Show your token. I place the card on the table and push it toward him. He picks up the card, gently rubbing his fingertips over it, as if feeling the energy lines on it, then nods. A mark from an old friend of Aubrey. So, Seeker, what do you want to see through the broken mirror? Knowledge. About Salacha, about the fire thief, about forgotten origins, I say directly, keeping my eyes fixed on him. The man in gray shows no change in expression, but his eyes seem to flicker slightly. Dangerous curiosity. These words carry curses. The cost is high. Name your price, I reply simply. We do not accept ordinary coins, he says calmly. What we want is equal information, or to resolve some troubles, exchange of information, or perhaps to act as enforcers. This fits the style of such a gray organization. We can accept, I say, but first, we need to confirm the value of your information. Caution is a virtue, he replies. From under the table, he takes out a thin box made of a dark metal, opens it, and inside is a yellowed, rough-edged fragment of ancient leather. This is one of the additional pieces from this Salach's Confession clay tablet rubbings, not part of the Atlas Library collection. It mentions the fire thieves' initial gathering place, the Fall of the Stars, near a forbidden sea area called Cracked Scale Island in the Storm Bay. Ancient sea tribes and twisted sea monsters dwell there, and signs suggest that the god of knowledge, Won't, and his pure flame knights are secretly searching that region. He turns the leather fragment toward us. It bears some blurry wedge-shaped writing and a rough sea map, marking a dangerous area southeast of the continent. Storm Bay, Cracked Scale Island. This is indeed new and very specific geographic information. Although dangerous, it is much clearer than our previous aimless searches. The value of this information requires you to go to the warehouse area at Rusty Blade Dock and retrieve a piece of our cargo, said the man in the gray robe. A black ebony box marked with a broken mirror. It was stolen by a group of reckless, bloodfin fishmen who have taken refuge in the third abandoned warehouse. Clear them out and bring back the box. As a reward, this fragment of the map will belong to you, and we will provide a safe route map to Storm Bay, along with known information about Broken Scale Island. Bloodfin fishmen? A common humanoid creature, usually level 3 to 4, skilled in underwater combat and group fighting. They are hiding in the abandoned warehouse. It sounds like a standard cleanup mission, but in such places, any task could hide unknown risks. I looked at my team members. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The risk of this mission is manageable, and the reward is exactly what we need. Deal, I said and stood up. One last reminder, the man in the gray robe said before we left, bloodfin fishmen are usually just mindless bandits, but recently, they seem to have become more organized. Be careful. With a new goal and potential warning, we left the secret chamber of the Broken Mirror Guild and once again blended into the shadows of the Deep Anchor Tavern. Our target was clear, Rusty Blade Dock, Warehouse No. 3, to retrieve the ebony box. The journey from White Sail City to Phong Phi was from gathering clues directly into active combat. This time, our target was no longer land-based bandits or monsters, but the more mysterious and tricky fishmen hiding in damp, dark warehouses. After accepting the mission from the Broken Mirror Guild, we did not rush straight to Rusty Blade Dock. Acting impulsively is a rookie mistake. In a strange city, facing unknown enemies, thorough preparation and intelligence gathering are the first rules for survival. We rented a 2-story stone house with a private yard near the private dock area of White Sail City. The environment here is relatively quiet, and it's convenient to watch over our ship, the Swift Silver Gull. The rent is not cheap, but for us, it's just a small expense. Over the next few days, we used this stone house as our base to carefully prepare and carry out our daily routines. Information gathering and battle readiness. Jack was in charge of scouting Rustblade Dock and Warehouse No. 3. He disguised himself as a down-and-out sailor, blending into taverns and worker-gathering spots in the dock area. He gathered information about the latest movements of the Bloodfin fishmen, the interior layout of Warehouse No. 3, and rumors of other groups getting involved. The reports indicated that there are about 20 to 30 Bloodfin fishmen, led by a particularly strong leader with dark red skin called the Bloodfin Leader. They are indeed occupying Warehouse No. 3, seemingly digging something inside, and acting more aggressively than usual. Barton and Ellie handled procurement and equipment maintenance. Barton went to the blacksmith to repair and enchant our weapons, mainly adding water-resistant properties against aquatic creatures. He also bought sturdy fishing nets and several barrels of special fire oil that burns quickly on water, which is very effective against fishmen who dislike damp environments. Ellie restocked our arrows and specially ordered a batch of barbed, shark catcher arrows that are hard to pull free. Elvin focused on researching ways to fight water creatures and possible dark magic, as fishman shamans are not uncommon. He bought ingredients for potions to repel aquatic monsters and drew several air bubble scrolls for emergencies. Lilith prepared plenty of antidotes and healing potions, especially targeting the toxins and bacteria commonly used by fishmen. Everyday life and unexpected events. In addition to preparing for battle, we also enjoyed the life in the port city. Food exploration. White Sail City's seafood is outstanding. We visited several famous local restaurants, tasting thick soups made from strange seaweeds and shellfish, grilled giant lobsters, and a type of silver fish marinated with local spices and eaten raw, delicious beyond words. I even splurged to rent a terrace at a high-end restaurant for the whole team, enjoying the sunset over the harbor and relaxing for a rare moment. Market stroll. We wandered through the busy central market. I bought some exotic shell crafts and a jar said to bring good luck, probably a scam. No, definitely a scam. Though our extraordinary brother isn't short of money. The mermaid tears, perfume, and several pieces of silk from the southern islands, as light as cicada wings, are prepared to make more comfortable summer clothes. Elvin is very interested in rare magic corals and pearls. Encounter with a thief, showing wealth often attracts trouble. On my way back from the market, I felt my money pouch at my waist lighten slightly. My see-through ability instantly alerted me. A small figure slipped through the crowd like a mudskipper, clutching my suede money pouch. "Hey, my money pouch," I shouted in fake surprise. The thief turned around with a smug smile and ran faster. Jack silently followed. In less than 5 minutes, Jack returned with my pouch and the bruised, knocked-out thief. "Boss, it's taken care of. He's a member of a local gang called Mudskippers, Jack reported. Should I deal with him? Just teach him a lesson and leave him at the police station," I said, waving my hand. Such small troublemakers aren't worth a big fuss. This incident also reminded me that, although the pouch can't be truly stolen, unnecessary trouble should be avoided. I became more careful about hiding my money close to my body. Troubles with recruiting crew. I asked a local agent to find sailors and crew for the Swift Silver Gulls. Applicants were a mix of fish and dragons, some experienced but demanding high pay, some strong but with suspicious backgrounds, and even spies trying to sneak aboard to gather information, all detected by Jack's and my see-through abilities. Picking crew members was slow and tedious. Potential spying. I keenly sensed that we seemed to be watched by more than one group. Sometimes it was from shadowy figures, other times from strangers in taverns who appeared to chat casually but were actually probing us. It might be the Broken Mirror Guild watching us, or other factions interested in us, especially in how I spend money and the occasional glimpse of my golden armor. We didn't cause suspicion but stayed alert, acting more carefully every day. Training and team bonding. I train every day without fail. My dagger throwing with gold coins can now hit moving targets accurately within 50 meters. I also try to develop new skills, such as making 2 gold coin daggers collide in the air to change their paths, or weaving multiple daggers into a small golden blade net for defense. I continue practicing dagger swordsmanship and sparring with Jack. My style focuses on prediction and finding openings. Sometimes I use a low-cost move called word magic, like slipping on the ground or causing arm numbness for a second, to create chances and improve my ability to connect techniques smoothly in battle. Our team also works better together. Barton and Ellie practice using fishing nets and oil to limit the fishman's movements and create opportunities for Ellie. Erwin and Lilith practice quick spellcasting and healing in wet environments. We spent a busy and fulfilling week in White Sail City. Our information about Rusted Blade Dock is quite complete, and we have repeatedly planned our attack. It's time to act. On a dark, windy night, we dress carefully, check our gear, and silently leave the stone house. We sneak toward the Rusted Blade Dock, located at the edge of the city, smelling of rust and decayed seaweed. Warehouse number 3 looks like a beast crawling in the darkness, silent and still. Only the sound of waves hitting the dock piles echoes regularly. The warehouse door is slightly open, dark inside, with a faint smell of fish and a subtle hint of blood. Feng Fifen signals, and the team members immediately spread out as planned, taking strategic positions. This mission is not just about reclaiming a box. It's also a test of our recent training and our first real challenge on the path to uncover ancient secrets. In the darkness behind the door, are we only facing those foolish and savage bloodfin fishmen? According to the plan, Jack, like a drop of water blending into the night, was the first to slip through a damaged ventilation opening on the side of the warehouse to scout inside. The rest of us patiently waited in the shadows outside the warehouse door. A few minutes later, Jack's voice came softly through a simple communication shell. Elvin's little gadget, inside confirmed. About 25 Murlocs, mostly gathered around a campfire in the center of the warehouse, roasting fish. Or maybe something else. Something. In the corner, there were some crates stacked, with a blackwood box on top of a broken crate, guarded by 2 Murlocs. No shaman was seen, but the Bloodfin leader was there. He was large and sleeping, snoring loudly. Is the situation simpler than expected? No, I always feel something is wrong. The Broken Mirror Guild warned that Murlocs could become organized. Does that just mean they would send 2 guards to watch important items? I'll follow the second plan, I whispered into the shell. Barton will pretend to attack from the front to draw attention. Ellie will take the high ground to snipe key targets. Elvin and Lilith will coordinate, and Jack and I will seize the wooden box. The operation began. Barton took a deep breath and suddenly kicked the slightly open warehouse door. Boom. The rotten wooden door collapsed inward with a loud crash, echoing loudly across the quiet dock area. For the boss's box. Charge, Barton roared, shield in front, rushing in like a heavy tank, deliberately making a loud noise. Inside the warehouse, chaos erupted instantly. The Murlocs around the campfire panicked, grabbing their spears and bone knives, emitting shrill, squealing sounds like disturbed frogs, rushing toward the door. Using the chaos Barton created and the firelight inside, I saw the scene clearly. These Bloodfin Murlocs, LV3, LV4, had smooth, slimy skin, dark red or gray-green in color, with bulging fish eyes and sharp teeth, emitting a disgusting fishy smell. They weren't very strong fighters, but they were numerous and fearless. Ellie had already climbed onto a beam outside the warehouse, using cracks in the wall. She drew her bow, and her arrows, like invitations from death, shot precisely at those trying to flank Barton or at the spear throwers threatening the most dangerous targets. Elvin stood at a safe distance at the door, waving his staff. Instead of using powerful spells, he cast quick, small spells like arcane missiles or grease in a small area. He disrupted the merfolk's formation, causing them to slip and bunch together. Lilith hid behind cover, ready to cast healing magic and watch for any spellcasters. The plan was going well. Most of the merfolk's attention was on Barton in front and Ellie above. Jack and I moved like shadows from another hidden gap in the warehouse. Using the shadows of the crates, we quickly circled toward the corner where blackwood boxes were stacked. We were only about 10 meters from the target. 2 merfolk guards were stretching their necks, nervously watching the lively scene at the door. Suddenly, something changed dramatically. Gah! Roar! A loud, fierce, and commanding roar, very different from a normal merfolk scream, echoed from deep inside the warehouse. Then, a huge figure suddenly stood up from a pile of broken fishing nets. It was the Bloodfin leader, level 5 elite. It was nearly twice as tall as a normal merfolk, with bulging muscles and dark red skin covered in fierce scars. It held a giant bone hammer embedded with sharp coral. It wasn't sleeping, but pretending to sleep or waiting. Even more shocking, behind it in the shadows, a merfolk shaman, level 4 elite, wearing a tattered feather cloak and holding a twisted wooden staff, revealed himself. Its shriveled lips moved quickly, and a skull-shaped eye on the top of the staff glowed with an ominous green light. It was a trap, a rough but effective trap. They deliberately showed weakness, exposing most of their forces at the front to lure us in. Then, the leader and shaman would strike it deadly. Watch out. It's a trap, I immediately warned. Almost at the same time I spoke, the merfolk shaman swung his staff down. Buzz! A wave of dark green, foul-smelling corrosive energy spread out in a fan shape from him toward our corner. It moved very fast and covered a wide area. Boss, watch out! Jack reacted very quickly, suddenly pushing me aside. Using the speed granted by the Shadow Sanctuary necklace, he rolled backward just in time to avoid the core area of the energy wave. However, the corrosive energy at the edge still touched his leather armor, making a sizzling sound. Although I was pushed away, the edge of the energy wave also swept over me. The gold coin armor on my body immediately glowed faintly. Its indestructible property at the rule level seemed to offer some resistance against this corrosive energy. But I still felt a cold, dark energy trying to seep in. Tiny marks, like acid burns, appeared on the surface of my armor. The corrosiveness is so strong. If I had been hit directly, the consequences would be terrible. The Bloodfin leader roared and stepped heavily, like an out-of-control battering ram, smashing through a cargo box blocking the way. It swung a huge bone hammer, charging straight at Jack and me. Its bubbling fish eyes shimmered with cruel and cunning light. Our plan was disrupted, and we found ourselves in a dangerous pincer attack. Elvin, Lilith, support us over here, I shouted into the communication shell while quickly retreating, putting distance between us and the charging Bloodfin leader. At the same time, my hands darted into my dagger pouch like lightning. It seems I have to use some real skills to get that box. Feng Fifin's eyes sharpened, facing the massive creature rushing toward us and the shaman preparing another spell in the distance. He no longer held back. Golden light began to gather in his hands. The huge body of the Bloodfin leader charged forward with a stench of blood and fish, swinging its massive bone hammer with a dull roar, aiming to crush us into pulp. Far away, the fishman shaman's staff glowed green again, clearly preparing a more powerful spell for the second wave. We were caught between two enemies, and the situation was very dangerous. Jack, keep the shaman busy so it can't cast spells peacefully, I shouted sharply, then swung both hands. 6 gold coin daggers, like a swarm of bees, shot toward the charging Bloodfin leader with sharp whistling sounds. I didn't aim for its vital spots but attacked its eyes, joints, and wrists holding the bone hammer, trying to distract it. Got it. Jack's figure flickered again, merging into the shadows. He bypassed the charging creature and pounced like a ghost toward the distant fishman shaman. His daggers shimmered with toxic light, aiming to interrupt the shaman's chant. Clang clang. The gold dagger hit the Bloodfin leader, producing a clear clashing sound. Most of the attack bounced off its thick skin and rough bone armor, leaving only shallow white marks. However, the dagger aimed at its eyes and wrist did cause some disturbance, making it hesitate slightly in its charge and roar angrily. Seizing this moment, I pushed off the ground and quickly retreated to the side and behind, while softly shouting, "Words become law." Using the scattered iron nails here as bait, transforming them into tangled ropes to bind the fishman's leader's feet. Ability uses 14/15, small object control, consumes 1 use. The power of rules surged. The abandoned, rusty iron nails and metal scraps on the ground seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, suddenly flying up as if alive, quickly wrapping around the thick ankles of the Bloodfin leader, twisting into tough metal cables. Gah! The Bloodfin leader's charge was suddenly halted. Its large body lost balance and nearly fell. It struggled angrily, smashing the metal cables with its bone hammer, producing a harsh screech of friction. This gave me valuable time. Ellie, target the shaman, I shouted into the communication shell. Ellie, already on the high ground, understood immediately. The bowstring snapped, and a shark-catching arrow shot out like a shooting star, aiming directly at the fishman shaman, holding the wooden staff. The fishman shaman was focused on chanting and was distracted by Jack's close harassment. It was caught off guard as the arrow pierced its arm. The barb instantly opened, and a sharp pain made it scream painfully. Its spell chanting was forced to stop, and the green glow on the staff suddenly extinguished. Well done, I praised. On the front line, Barton's pressure eased significantly. Without the leader's command and the shaman's magic support, the ordinary Bloodfin fishmen, under Barton's steady defense and Irwin's precise magical harassment, collapsed like foam hitting rocks. Lilith's healing light steadily covered Barton, ensuring he could keep fighting. The situation turned around instantly, but just when we thought victory was within reach, a strange change occurred again. Sudden loud impacts and tearing sounds came from the warehouse ceiling. Boom! The wooden ceiling was forcibly broken open by a great force, creating a large hole. Amid flying wood chips, several figures dressed in shiny silver armor with burning book emblems on their chests descended swiftly along ropes, like divine warriors sent from above. They moved in perfect unison, exuding a sharp, intimidating presence and a sense of judgment that made people uncomfortable. They are the purifying flame knights, the armed priests and judges of the god of knowledge, Volante. Why are they here? The leader of the knights, with sharp eyes like an eagle, quickly scanned the entire warehouse and immediately locked onto the black wooden box in the corner, as well as Jack fighting the merman shaman and myself just regaining my footing. In the name of Volante, purify heretics and recover forbidden objects. The knight leader's voice was cold and emotionless as he declared, then waved his hand to give the order. Attack. Kill, without mercy. Several purifying flame knights behind him split into two groups. One brandished long swords burning with white flames, charging like tigers into the remaining Bloodfin merfolk, including the struggling Bloodfin leader. The other group charged directly at me and Jack, or rather, at the black wooden box behind us. Their target was also that box, and they were extremely determined, leaving no room for negotiation. Temple dogs, Jack cursed, having to abandon his pursuit of the shaman and dodge a fiery sword swung by a purifying flame knight. The merman shaman took the chance to crawl behind a cargo box, trembling with fear as he watched the sudden appearance of the knights. Things became very complicated. We not only had to deal with the remaining merfolk, but also faced these hostile, unknown power-purifying flame knights. One knight had already rushed to the black wooden box and reached out to grab it. Don't think so, I said coldly. After finally finding a clue, I couldn't let them take it. I drew 2 gold coin daggers again, but instead of aiming at the knight, I shot at a seemingly loose hook hanging above him, attached to the cargo box. Words become law. Hook breaks, cargo box falls. Ability uses 13/15. Precise physical interference, consumes 1 use. Clatter. The hook snapped. A heavy wooden box filled with unknown metal parts crashed down, smashing right onto the outstretched hand of the purifying flame knight. The knight reacted very quickly, sensing danger. He immediately withdrew and swung his sword to block falling debris. Although he was not hit, he looked quite clumsy, and his attempt to seize the wooden box was interrupted. Seizing this moment, I pushed off the ground and darted forward like a leopard, aiming straight at the black wooden box. Stop him, the knight leader ordered coldly. Another holy flame knight immediately turned around, wielding a white flame longsword that seemed to purify everything, and swung it toward me. Inside the warehouse, a strange 3-way battle quickly formed. Our Stone Shield team, the remaining Bloodfin merfolk, and the suddenly intervening, uncertain allies or enemies, Holy Flame Knights. Feng Fifin's treasure hunt had encountered an unexpected turn. With the temple's strong interference, could he succeed in reclaiming the wooden box? And how should he deal with these knights claiming to purify? The situation became suddenly confusing and unpredictable. The scene inside the warehouse turned chaotic and dangerous. The addition of the Holy Flame Knights was like pouring hot oil onto a nearly extinguished fire. These knights were well-trained, working in perfect harmony, with strength generally between level 4 and level 5. The leader knight exuded the pressure of a level 5 elite. They waved their burning white flame swords, ruthlessly slaughtering the merfolk. The white flames seemed to do extra damage to dark creatures and heretics. Touching the merfolk caused injury. Contact ignited them, and they let out shrill screams. They were quickly cleared out. The merfolk leader, who had just broken free from his shackles, was also attacked by 2 holy flame knights, with many parts of his body ignited by white flames. Defeat was only a matter of time. However, their main target was clearly us and the black wooden box. One holy flame knight blocked my path as I rushed toward the box. His white flame sword, with intense heat, swung toward me. I could even feel the purifying power within the flames, which seemed to suppress my ability to speak freely. I couldn't take him head-on. I slid sideways, and at the same time, swung my right hand. 3 gold coin daggers shot out in a triangle shape toward his face and wrist, trying to force him back. The knight was experienced in battle. He spun his sword, creating a blaze of flame, knocking all the gold daggers away with a few clangs. But this gave me a fleeting chance. Jack, I shouted loudly. Jack, who had been swimming nearby, understood immediately. He suddenly attacked from the shadows, aiming not at the knight himself, but at the ground beneath him. Jack threw a special iron caltrip. The knight reacted quickly and jumped to dodge, but he was just a moment too slow, stumbling when he landed. Now was the moment. I didn't go to pick up the dropped gold coins or dagger. They would automatically return in 10 seconds. Instead, I poured almost all my remaining magic into my legs, boosting my speed to the limit. Like an arrow shot from a bow, I sped past the knight and headed straight for the nearby Blackwood box. The arrogance! The knight commander sneered. He abandoned his burning Bloodfin leader, vanished in a flash, and appeared in front of me with incredible speed. He held a glowing white flame sword, radiating a powerful pressure, and stabbed directly at my chest. This strike was fast and fierce, with a tricky angle, almost blocking all my chances to dodge. There was no way to avoid it. At the last moment, a fierce light flashed in my eyes. I no longer held back. The enhanced version of my spell, which I had been saving, finally activated. Spell of Silence. Within 10 meters of this spot, all living things except me will freeze for 1 second. Boom. My magic points, which were at 102, instantly emptied. A force of rules, far more powerful and domineering than any before, surged from me like an invisible storm. Time usage, 13/15. Enhanced Spell of Silence. Consumes all magic points. It can be used once per day without reducing the count. It felt as if time had frozen. The knight commander, rushing forward, froze mid-air. His sword, only a foot from my chest, was frozen in place, the white flames on its tip seeming to stop moving. Nearby, the Netfire Knight fighting the last few fishmen, Erwin trying to cast spells to interfere, Ellie pulling her bowstring tight, Lilith chanting nervously, and even the burning Bloodfin leader, all were frozen in absolute stillness. Only I, in this 1 second forcibly taken from the rules, I could still move. My brain, drained of magic instantly, throbbed with pain and dizziness, but I endured. I didn't stop my steps. I moved like the only living thing in a still painting, narrowly avoiding the knight captain's frozen sword tip. I took a quick step into the corner and grabbed the cold black ebony box. It felt heavy in my hand, and the broken mirror mark on it was icy to the touch. 1 second, just a moment. Then time resumed. Huh, what's going on? The box. All sounds and movements suddenly returned. The knight captain's sword missed, and for the first time, he showed a surprised and incredulous expression. The other flame knights also saw that I had taken the wooden box and immediately became furious. Heretic! Hand over the sacred object, the knight captain shouted angrily. White flames burst out as he charged at me again. The other knights abandoned their remaining fishmen and gathered around. Boss, once we get it, let's retreat. Barton saw this and immediately dropped his defensive stance, launching a fierce charge that temporarily blocked the 2 knights on the left. Ellie's arrows shot like a continuous volley toward the knight captain, forcing him to swing his sword to block. Elvin cast a large area, brilliant light spell, and blinding white light flooded the warehouse, disturbing all enemies' vision. Let's go. I didn't hesitate, stuffing the wooden box into my storage bag, then turning to run toward the gap where we had sneaked in. Jack was already waiting there. The 5 of us worked together smoothly. While the Flame Knights were briefly blocked and blinded, we quickly rushed out of the warehouse and into the dark night of the Rusted Blade docks. Behind us, we could hear the angry roars and footsteps of the pursuing knights, but they clearly didn't expect us to be so decisive and slippery. Plus, the chaos inside the warehouse slowed their chase. Using our familiarity with the terrain, thanks to Jack's earlier reconnaissance, and the cover of night, we zigzagged through the complex dock area and soon lost our pursuers. Once safe, we stopped behind an abandoned shipyard, all gasping for breath. How did the Flame Knights come to steal this thing? Jack said, still shaken. Aren't they supposed to burn books and catch heretics? When did they start killing and looting? Elvin's face was serious. That wooden box. I fear it's not just holding forbidden knowledge. It can attract the pure Flame Knight, which suggests that the Church of the God of Knowledge, Vont, probably knows about the existence of the Salacha clay tablet, and is likely trying to prevent its content from spreading widely. Feeling my empty magic pool and a dull headache, I recalled the Knight Captain's deadly strike. and a sense of seriousness filled my heart. The involvement of the temple forces has made this matter much more dangerous and complicated. Let's go back first, I said, suppressing my thoughts, and see if the reward from the Broken Mirror Guild is worth the trouble we might get into. We quietly returned to our rented stone house. After closing the door and setting up a protective barrier, I took out the ebony box I had worked hard to obtain. The box had no lock. I took a deep breath and slowly opened it. Inside, there was no treasure, only two items: an ancient sea map drawn on some kind of beast hide, and a small, roughly edged dark red clay tablet fragment, about the size of a palm. The sea map clearly marked a route from White Sail City, passing around dangerous reefs, to the deep part of Storm Bay called Cracked Scale Island. It also carefully noted some possible supply points and dangerous sea monster nests to avoid. As for the clay tablet fragment, the wedge-shaped writing on it was even older and more twisted than what we saw in Atlas. Elvin leaned in closely, studying it for a long time before slowly raising his head, eyes wide with shock. This mentions a name among the Fire Stealers, Hermes, and the power he holds, Deception Authority, originating from the concept of contracts and communication in the primordial light, but twisted and usurped, another name from the Fire Stealers, and the specific power he stole. The information is still fragmented, but its value is priceless. It confirms that the Fire Stealers are not just a vague group, but have specific names and roles. This gives us a crucial direction for our future investigation. However, joy was soon replaced by worry. We are now targeted by the Pure Flame Knight. In White Sail City, it's probably no longer safe. Feng Fifan looked at the sea map and the clay tablet fragment, knowing that the real storm might just be beginning. The journey to Crack Scale Island will surely be turbulent. And what kind of buried, treacherous past involving Hermes and the Deception Authority awaits us, full of betrayal and conspiracy? Inside the stone house, the flickering light reflected the serious and tired faces of everyone. On the table lay a rare sea map and a dark red clay tablet fragment inscribed with Hermes and Deception's Power, Hermes. Deception's Power. Elvin kept repeating the name, frowning. In existing myths, there is no god named Hermes who directly rules over deception. The closest is the god of schemes and tricks, Morphesto, but his teachings lean more toward pure malice and chaos. This Hermes was probably one of the original gods who was deliberately obscured, split, or defamed in later myth stories. So, the history of the gods we know might have been altered from the very beginning, starting with their names. Lilith's voice trembled slightly, her face pale from her shaken faith. Most likely, Elvin nodded heavily. This fragment is valuable because it hints at the fire thief, whose true name was erased. But it also puts us in opposition to some existing gods. I touched the cold clay fragment, feeling a faint tremor as if it carried whispers from ancient times. Risk and reward go hand in hand. Seeking the truth always involves danger. The Knight of Purity recognizes us. White Sail City can't stay safe for long, Barton said solemnly, inspecting the tiny scorch marks on his shield from the white flames. We must leave by sea quickly, I agreed with Barton. Jack, before dawn, find a way to secretly load our supplies onto this swift silver gull. For now, put aside recruiting crew. We have just enough people. Elvin, check the ship's defenses and power core to make sure everything's secure. Ellie, Lilith, count all supplies and medicines. Yes, boss. Everyone responded and started working immediately. I went alone again to the Anchored Tavern, near the sewer entrance. The heavy wooden door was the same, and the air still thick and oppressive. I walked straight to the bar and placed the empty Blackwood box in front of the one-eyed bartender. The bartender glanced at the box with his one eye, then looked at me. He didn't ask anything, just tilted his head toward the back passage. Once again, I entered the small, tidy secret room. The man in the gray robe was still sitting behind the table, as if he had never left. The goods have been retrieved. I pushed the empty wooden box toward him. The man in gray opened the box and looked inside, confirming it was empty. I had already stored the sea map and clay tablet. He still showed no expression. Very well. As for the agreed payment, he made a move as if to take something out. We have already received the payment. I interrupted him, staring sharply. It's in that box. I want to know if you knew from the start that the Pure Flame Knight would get involved? The man in gray paused, and a faint flicker appeared in his hollow eyes, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The Broken Mirror Guild only provides information and a platform. We do not guarantee the safety of transactions. Risks are for the seeker to bear. Self-born risks, I sneered. So, regarding why the Pure Flame Knight is so interested in this goods, do you have any information to share? Price is negotiable. The man in gray was silent for a moment, weighing his options. Finally, he spoke slowly. Extra information requires an extra price. 100 gold coins, or a promise. What kind of promise? At some future time, when the Broken Mirror Guild needs it, you will do us a favor. It won't go against your core interests, but it might be troublesome, the man in gray said calmly. Trading uncertain future trouble for key information now? I pondered for a moment. I wasn't short of gold, but future promises needed caution. I choose to pay with gold. I counted out 100 gold coins from my pouch and pushed them over. The heavy pouch clinked on the table, making a pleasant sound. The man in gray didn't seem surprised by my choice. He took the coins and whispered, "The Pure Flame Knight is not tracking the clay tablet itself, but a secret message on it about the fall, or concealment, of Hermes. It is said that there hides a fragment of his power that hasn't been fully absorbed. The Won't Church has a great interest in all source powers that might shake the foundation of the current divine system. Fragment of power? Not fully absorbed. This news was even more shocking than the clay tablet itself. This means that the Fire Stealers did not perfectly steal the power. There may have been mistakes or even internal conflicts. Surprisingly, the missing fragments of authority can still be found. Where is the place of downfall? I immediately asked. That is another cost, and we currently have no exact information. The man in the gray robe shrugged. We only know it is related to Broken Scale Island. The map we provided is the closest known route to that area. Good luck, seekers. But remember, those who try to peek into the god's power often do not end well. Leaving the tavern, I felt heavier but more determined. Broken Scale Island is not only connected to clues about the place of falling stars, but may also hold fragments of the Deception Authority. This stormy voyage to the Bay of Storms is necessary and will be full of dangers. When I returned to the stone house, dawn was breaking. Jack reported that supplies had been secretly loaded onto the ship, and Elvin said the ship was in good condition. We didn't delay anymore. In the early morning fog, we quickly left the stone house and boarded the Swift Silver Gull, docked at the private pier. We raised the sails, untied the ropes, and the medium-sized ship slowly left the noisy White Sail City port, heading toward the vast, mysterious sea of stars. I stood at the stern, watching the city shrink behind us. The sea breeze blew through my hair and carried the scent of the deep ocean. Boss, the route is set. If all goes well, we should reach the edge of the Bay of Storms in 15 days, Elvin reported. 15 days. This journey will not be peaceful. The Knights of Pure Flame will not give up easily, and the Bay of Storms itself is full of danger. Maintain the highest alert, I ordered. Take turns on watch. Watch for any unusual activity on the sea or in the sky. The Swift Silver Gull shot through the blue sea like an arrow, heading toward the forbidden waters that have swallowed many ships and adventurers. The era of extraordinary navigation has begun. His goal is to uncover the secrets of the gods and fragments of their power hidden behind storms and fog. This voyage will be a test and an opportunity. Will his gold and words of power help him create miracles again on the endless sea? The Swift Silver Gull completely left White Sail Harbor, blending into the endless blue. The salty, free-flowing sea breeze fills the sails, pushing the ship through white waves as it steadily heads southeast. The sky is a high, clear blue, dotted with thin white clouds. The vast view of sea and sky temporarily eases our last worries about leaving land. Our small team has 5 members, plus 6 experienced sailors hired temporarily from the Golden Cup Trading Guild. These sailors are carefully selected by Jack to have clean backgrounds. They handle basic tasks like steering, lookout, and maintaining the ship, while we focus on navigation, decision-making, and handling dangers. As the captain, self-appointed, since the ship is mine, I stand on the front deck, feeling the wood beneath my feet sway gently with the waves. A sense of excitement and adventure fills my heart. I am experiencing real sailing, something I only saw in movies before. Pirates of the Caribbean music plays in the background. Sailing daily routines and roles. Life at sea quickly settled into a unique rhythm. Elvin, the vice captain and navigator, spends most of his time in the captain's cabin studying a precious sea map. He uses stars, currents, and sometimes a magical albatross, a creature marked by wizards for navigation, to correct our course. He also maintains the basic magic arrays on the ship, stability spells to reduce rocking, water-repelling spells to slow growth on the hull, and elemental resistance spells to handle bad weather. Barton is the steady anchor on the deck. With his military bearing and calm demeanor, he manages the sailors, assigns lookout shifts, and keeps order on the deck. His strong muscles and composed presence easily keep any mischievous sailors in check. Ellie is our sharpest eye. She spends long hours on the lookout platform at the top of the main mast. With her elf's excellent vision and her special ability to see through illusions, she vigilantly scans the sea for reefs, other ships, or even sea monsters. Jack is like a ghost on the ship. He checks the seals of the cabins and storage areas, listens in on sailors' private conversations to spot potential risks, and sometimes uses his agility to climb the mast and help adjust the sails. Lilith is our ship's medic and logistics manager. She prepared many medicines to treat seasickness, sunburn, and a common maritime disease, and was responsible for managing food and freshwater supplies. Her presence, especially her gentle healing magic, made the sailors feel safe. As for me, Feng Fifen, I not only oversee the overall situation but also adapt and learn. I ask the old sailors about basic navigation terms and common knowledge, observe the changes in wind direction, and practice how to stay steady on the bumpy deck. Of course, I still practice every day. Inside the relatively calm cabin, I practice throwing gold coin daggers at hanging sandbags, or I work on footwork on the deck to prepare for fighting in a rocking environment. Sea adventures and new uses of my abilities. Traveling at sea is not always smooth sailing. Encountering a storm. On the 5th day after departure, we faced a sudden summer storm. The sky quickly darkened, and fierce winds whipped up huge waves, crashing like mountains against the ship. The swift silver gull shook violently in the storm like a helpless leaf. The sailors shouted in fear, struggling to secure the ropes and sails. At a critical moment, Erwin used his stabilizing magic array with all his strength, and Barton led the sailors to defend the deck. I tried a new approach. I didn't try to fight the storm, which would be too exhausting and unrealistic, but focused my mind and ordered the ship itself. Words follow the law. This ship's keel remains strong and intact, seams sealed, buoyancy doubled. Ability uses, December 15th, maintaining and lightly strengthening non-living objects, consuming 1 use. The power of rules swept over the ship. While it couldn't completely calm the storm, I could feel that the structure of the swift silver gull seemed to become more resilient, and the rocking was slightly less intense. This small help, combined with everyone's efforts, allowed us to safely pass through the storm zone. Fishing and food. When the sea was calm, fishing became the main leisure activity and a way to supplement our food. The sailors used fishing lines and harpoons, while I tried using gold coin daggers. But it didn't work well. The daggers were too light, and accuracy was affected by the water flow. I even lost a few, though I could recover them, which the sailors found quite funny. In the end, I used a fishing rod. We caught all kinds of strange-looking sea fish, and Lilith, together with a sailor skilled in cooking, turned them into delicious fish soup, grilled fillets, and even sashimi, greatly improving the food on board. Boredom and entertainment. Long voyages can be dull. The sailors often gathered to play dice or sing off-key sea songs. Sometimes, I would take out a few gold coins as prizes and hold small throwing contests, using special wooden darts that wouldn't bounce away. Or listen to the sailors share strange stories from their travels, hoping to find useful information among them. Freshwater crisis. On the 10th day, Lilith reported that our freshwater was being used up faster than expected. At this rate, we might not have enough to reach Scalesplit Island. We immediately began water rationing. I tried using a spell to gather moisture from the air, but the result was poor. The effort far outweighed the gain. It seemed my ability wasn't suited for this task. In the end, it was Elvin's small invention, a simple freshwater collector using magical condensation that eased the crisis. The 15-day voyage passed in a mix of tension, routine, small surprises, and quiet moments. We crossed the relatively safe coastal trade routes and gradually approached the outer edge of Storm Bay, an area on the map covered with blank spaces and danger marks. According to the chart, once we passed through the Sighing Strait, a fog-covered channel, we would officially enter the perilous waters of Storm Bay. "Captain, the Sighing Strait is just ahead," Elvin said, pointing toward the gray wall of mist on the horizon that seemed to connect sea and sky. "The map notes that the fog here never clears. The passage is narrow, reefs are everywhere, and some sailors claim to have heard strange singing in the mist. We must be careful." "Strange singing?" I frowned, recalling old tales of sea sirens. "All hands on alert. Ellie, double the watch at the lookout. Barton, have the sailors check their weapons and prepare for boarding defense. Elvin, activate all magic circles. Jack, keep an eye on the waters below." I gave the orders one after another. The swift Silver Gull adjusted its sails and slowed down, moving forward like a cautious explorer, gliding into the thick fog that swallowed both light and sound. Visibility dropped to less than 50 meters. Around us, only the sound of water breaking against the hull and the sailors' tense breathing could be heard. The air was filled with cold, damp mist and an indescribable feeling of oppression. On the extraordinary journey to Scale Island, the first real test awaited them beyond this mysterious fog. Was the legendary Erie singing truly real? What dangers lay ahead? The swift Silver Gull ship suddenly entered a milky white chaos. Thick fog swallowed the sunlight and muffled all sounds. Visibility was so poor that they could barely see the breaking waves at the bow. The air was cold and biting, and an unsettling silence filled the space. Only the creaking of the ship's wood, the flowing water, and the suppressed breathing of everyone on board showed they were still moving. Ellie slid down from the lookout, looking serious. "The fog is too thick. I can't see anything, only listen." Everyone tensed up. Erwin cast a small, detection magic barrier to watch for energy fluctuations. Barton ordered the sailors to hold harpoons and crossbows, spreading out along the sides of the ship. Jack crouched at the bow like a clever cat, ears twitching to catch any strange sounds. Lilith held her holy emblem, praying softly. I stood by the helm, steered by the most experienced old sailor. My insight ability was at its peak, and my senses were fully extended, trying to pierce through the heavy fog. Time seemed to pass slowly in the tense silence. It felt like a century had gone by. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal singing voice broke through the fog, like a thread of silk, reaching everyone's ears. The song was indescribably beautiful, as if it directly touched the soul, awakening deep desires and fantasies, wealth, power, love, home. All hidden wishes amplified by the song, making people instinctively want to get closer and find its source. "Such a beautiful song," a sailor whispered, eyes dazed, and slowly moved toward the side of the ship. "Steady your mind," Barton shouted sharply, like a morning bell, waking some sailors with weak willpower. But even he was sweating slightly, clearly struggling against the temptation. Erwin's magic barrier fluctuated violently. The singing seemed to carry a mental magic that could the barrier. Lilith's prayers trembled with emotion. Jack clenched his teeth, pressing a dagger against his palm, using pain to stay alert. As soon as I heard the singing, I felt a strong dizziness and attraction. My mind involuntarily flashed back to the bustling city of my past life, and a deep desire to return surged in my heart. No, it's the enchanting song of the siren. If I don't act now, before I see the true face of the siren, I might jump into the sea myself. I'ma stop it. Normal methods probably won't work, as the song affects the mind directly. I can control living things with my words, but the siren hides in the fog, making it impossible to target directly. A wild, absurd thought suddenly crossed my mind. Since her song can enchant me, why can't my song enchant her too? Let's try it. I took a deep breath, ignoring the swirling illusions in my mind. I focused my scattered spirit, weakened by resisting her charm, and in the direction of the fog where the singing came from. I started to sing in a tone so off-key, I found it funny. Words obey. My song, full of irresistible charm, hits deep into the soul, making listeners lose themselves in delight. Ability uses, November 15th. Imposing a conceptual state on myself, consumes 1 use. The power of rules surged through me. A strange feeling spread through my throat and vocal cords. My voice, which might have sounded like a broken drum before, under the power of the rules, actually became indescribable. This isn't just the ethereal allure of the siren's song, but a more domineering, unreasonable charm. It's like the crisp sound of coins clashing, with the rhythm of the rules and a hint of a catchy, mind-numbing melody I once heard in my past life, like a viral internet song. This voice cut through the thick fog, crashing recklessly toward the source of the siren's song. I randomly sang my own lyrics. Golden light shine bright. Endless riches belong to me. Obedient kids get sweets. Disobedient ones get hit by coins. This bizarre, copper-smelling, rule-powered magic sound worked instantly. The siren's song from the fog suddenly stopped. It was as if I was stunned by this completely unpredictable counterattack, or perhaps by this indescribable charm. Suddenly, from the depths of the fog, came a few sharp, frantic cries filled with panic and confusion, along with sounds that seemed like arguing and hitting. Did it work? Jack stared at me in shock, as if he was seeing his boss for the first time. Barton and the sailors also looked confused, turning to look at me standing at the bow, humming the gold coin song in a strange tune, with very complicated expressions. Elvin's mouth twitched slightly, trying to stay calm as a mage. Boss, your singing has quite a unique style. Lilith covered her mouth, wanting to laugh but afraid to, her face turning red. However, my counterattack seemed to anger the creatures in the fog. Splash! The sea on the right side of the ship suddenly exploded. Several enchanting, yet dangerous figures leapt out of the water and landed lightly on the ship's side. These were sirens, LV4 elites. Their upper bodies were beautiful women with pale skin, but their lower bodies were covered in colorful scales, bird claws, and tails. Their eyes no longer held charm, but were filled with anger and coldness after being provoked. One siren even had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, as if a fight had just happened among them. Despicable land creatures! How dare you tarnish the sacred song with such ugly sounds? The lead siren roared sharply, summoning a spear made of water element ice crystals. The other sirens also gathered ice spears or opened their mouths to emit high-frequency sound waves, trying to stun us directly. Both physical and mental attacks arrived at the same time. Defend! Barton shouted angrily, holding his shield at the front, blocking 2 ice spears. The sailors also shot back with crossbows and harpoons, but with little effect. Ellie's arrows accurately hit the sirens, but they moved quickly and dodged nimbly in the air. The high-frequency sound waves caused everyone's heads to ache terribly, and their movements became distorted. This isn't over yet. I endured the discomfort from the sound waves and activated my ability again. This time, my target was clear. Words of power. All sirens on the deck slip and lose their balance. Ability uses 10/15. Group negative status. Consumes 1 use. The power of rules has arrived. The sirens standing on the ship's side were about to throw ice spears or use sound waves again, when suddenly they slipped, as if stepping on a greasy deck. They cried out, flapping their wings, arms, to keep balance, and their attack rhythm was instantly disrupted. Good chance. Ellie and Jack seized this precious moment, shooting arrows and stabbing with daggers like venomous snakes. Thud! Thud! 2 sirens, losing their balance, were hit in the wings and shoulders by Ellie's arrows and fell into the sea. Jack moved like a ghost, approaching another siren, slashing her calf with a poisoned dagger. The poison spread quickly, slowing her movements. The lead siren, seeing the situation was bad, glared at me with anger and hatred, giving a sharp whistle. The remaining sirens, still able to move, jumped into the sea and disappeared into the fog and waves. The fight was quick, and so was the retreat. On the deck, only a few colorful scales, some bloodstains, and the frightened crew remained. Is it over? A sailor asked, panting heavily. Just for now, I said, watching the sirens vanish into the sea. My brow was still furrowed. We're still in the Strait of Sighs. This fog, I don't know how much farther it extends. But after this battle, the others looked at me with even stranger eyes, especially when I instinctively hummed, "Obedient children get sweets." Even Barton couldn't help but turn his head away. Feng Fifan, with his unique money power and ear-shattering magic voice, once again unexpectedly resolved a deadly crisis. However, the test of the Strait of Sighs seemed only just beginning. Ahead, besides the lingering fog, could there be even more terrifying sea monsters? After repelling the siren sea witch, the swift silver gull continued cautiously into the dense fog. The atmosphere remained tense. No one knew how large the fog-covered area of the Strait of Sighs was, or what dangers might still be hidden within. I still stood at the bow, using my full, see-through ability to try to pierce this unsettling milky white barrier. The previous magic sound dispel was effective but drained my mental energy, leaving me a bit tired. Suddenly, a strong, instinctive sense of danger pierced my mind like an ice spike. The warning from see-through was more intense than ever, coming from underwater. A huge, malicious life force is rapidly rising to the surface. "Watch out below. Something is coming up," I shouted sharply, my voice clear in the silent fog. Almost as soon as I finished speaking, boom. The water on the left side of the ship suddenly exploded, as if a mine had been triggered. A massive wave pushed the ship sharply to the right, causing everyone on deck to stumble and fall. Then, several thick, slimy, black tentacles covered with large suckers, like monsters from the deep, broke through the water. They wrapped around the ship with great force. Two of these tentacles tightly gripped the left side of the ship, causing the wooden railing to creak painfully, then bend and break. Another tentacle swung across the deck like a giant whip. A sailor who couldn't dodge was hit and flew into the cold sea, screaming. We didn't know if he was alive or not. Luckily, Lily quickly threw a life buoy. One more tentacle climbed up the main mast. Its great strength pulled hard, making the sail creak as if it might snap or topple the ship. Deep-sea giant octopus, LV-6 Elite. Its life force is like an endless abyss, full of raw, wild power. Its tentacles can cut through the strongest wood, and its suckers can tear apart the ship's planks easily. Its total life and defense seem even stronger than the Shadow King's remains. That's a giant octopus. Hold the ship steady. Attack its tentacles, Barton shouted from the bumpy deck, raising his sword and slashing fiercely at a tentacle wrapped around the ship. Clang. Sparks flew. The sword hit the tentacle, but only left a shallow white scar, like rubber, which only made the tentacle angrier. It tightened its grip even more. Ellie's arrows hit the tentacle, but only tickled it. Elvin tried to cast a fireball, but the wet environment and the octopus's slimy surface greatly reduced its power. Jack tried to stab the tentacle suckers with a dagger, but almost got stuck. Normal attacks barely worked. The ship was being dragged toward the abyss. "Captain, the ship can't hold much longer," the old sailor at the helm shouted in fear. Seeing those terrifying tentacles ravaging the ship and tightening constantly, I knew I couldn't hesitate anymore. Physical defenses are very high. Let's use the rules to cut it off. I suddenly drew 8 gold coin daggers from a special dagger bag, holding 4 in each hand. My eyes were sharp as blades, aiming at the part of the tentacle that was tightly wrapped around the main mast and posed the greatest threat to the ship. By the power of the rules, these gold coin daggers are sharp beyond compare, unstoppable, and will cut through the tentacle in front of me. The ability can be used 9 out of 15 times. It temporarily grants the objects a concept of sharpness, with a clear target, consuming 1 use. The power of the rules instantly enveloped the 8 gold coin daggers in my hands. Their blades, which were originally a bit dull due to soft material, now seemed to be given the absolute concept of cutting, shimmering with a golden cold glow that felt like it could tear space apart. "Give me." "Cut." I used all my strength at level 5, throwing the 8 daggers like flying knives. But instead of scattering, I concentrated all my power and focus, aiming at the root of the tentacle, and shot them out forcefully. 8 golden streaks of light seemed to converge into an unstoppable golden scissors, precisely and fiercely slicing into the tentacle's thick base, thicker than a barrel. Thud! There was no clash of metal as expected, only a tearing sound like hot blades slicing through butter, sharp, and painful to hear. Under the blessing of the rules, the gold coin daggers showed a terrifying cutting power far beyond their material. That incredibly tough tentacle, capable of resisting swords and blades, was forcibly cut off at the root by the intersecting golden streaks. Boom! The severed tentacle, as if it had lost all strength, fell heavily onto the deck, writhing violently like a giant snake. Black blood spurted out from the cut, foul and pungent. Roar, a deep, agonized roar came from beneath the sea, causing the entire surface to shake violently. The remaining tentacles seemed to sense the deadly threat, releasing electric-like shocks, and frantically retracted into the water. The ship suddenly lightened and shook violently, but at least it avoided being dragged into the depths or torn apart. Did we succeed? The sailors stared at the huge tentacles still writhing on the deck, then looked at the 8 gold coin daggers in my hand, now back to normal and covered in ink-black blood, automatically cleansing and slowly returning to my dagger bag. They were speechless with shock. Not over yet. It's hurt, but not dead. Be careful of its revenge. Barton still didn't dare to relax, keeping a close eye on the raging sea. However, the huge shadow beneath the water seemed to circle for a moment. Then, filled with intense hatred and unwillingness, slowly sank and disappeared into the deep sea. Perhaps the pain of losing a limb made it realize that this little bug was not easy to deal with, so it chose to retreat for now. The crisis was over. Everyone collapsed onto the damp deck, gasping for air, their faces showing a mix of fear and relief at surviving. I looked at the giant octopus tentacle on the deck, stroked my chin, and suddenly said, "Barton, find some people to clean this up. Jack, go to the kitchen and see if there's a bigger grill and enough spices. Everyone." "Boss, what are you doing?" Lily looked at the tentacle, which was thicker than her whole body, her face turning pale. "What's wrong?" I said confidently. "Such a big octopus tentacle looks chewy and delicious. Wasting it would be a shame. Tonight's special, grilled giant octopus tentacle. My treat." The sailors looked at each other, then burst into cheers. Having just survived a life-and-death crisis, now enjoying such a meal created a lively atmosphere. So, as the fog began to lift, after defeating the giant octopus, the fog over the strait seemed to clear. The deck of the Swift Silver Gull had a makeshift large grill set up. The cut octopus tentacles hissed on the flames, brushed with oil and special spices, releasing an irresistible aroma. I personally grilled a few skewers, sprinkled cumin and chili powder, took a bite, and it was chewy, tender, with a firm texture, full of ocean freshness, a true delicacy. Delicious. I squinted happily. Looks like this big guy isn't all bad after all. The crew and sailors sat together, sharing this hard-won bounty and delicious food. Laughter and chatter replaced the earlier fear and tension. Elvin carefully tasted the grilled octopus, then looked thoughtful. "Boss, your make full use of everything idea really is carried out thoroughly." Fong Fifin, again using his unique method, cut then grill, turned a deadly crisis into a barbecue party on the deck. As the fog over the Sai Strait gradually clears, in the distance, the true, more turbulent waves of Storm Bay become faintly visible. The Broken Scale Island lies deep within this sea, where storms and legends intertwine. Broken Scale Island and the cursed crew after crossing the oppressive Sai Strait. The view suddenly opens up. The thick fog, like a curtain, slowly closes behind the ship, revealing a very different sea area, Storm Bay. The water here is a deep navy blue. The sky, no longer foggy, is filled with heavy, storm-like gray clouds. Far out on the sea, white waves can be seen roaring, and the air is filled with a damp, electric, salty smell. At the edge of this restless sea, the outline of an island begins to become clear. This is the island marked on the map as Broken Scale Island. The island is small, with higher ground in the middle and lower areas around the edges. Its overall color is dark red, like scales fallen from a giant beast. The vegetation on the island is sparse, mostly twisted, dark-colored salt-tolerant bushes and moss. Near the island, a strange smell of sulfur and ozone can be detected. The Swift Silver Gull carefully avoids visible rocks and anchors in a relatively calm small bay on the leeward side of the island. "Ellie, Jack, stay on the ship and keep watch. Barton, Erwin, Lilith, come with me to explore the island. I quickly give orders. We must be cautious on this unknown island. We lower the small boat and row toward the dark red sandy beach. As soon as we step onto the island, we feel a hard, rough surface under our feet. I crouch down, pick up a stone, and find it dense, with a scale-like pattern on the surface, and it's slightly warm. This island seems quite unusual, Erwin observes around. We follow a faint trail, worn by footsteps, into the island. Inside, the island is even more desolate than it looks from the sea. Apart from the wind and distant crashing waves, everything is silent. As we approach a higher near the center of the island, my perception ability alerts me. There are faint waves of spiritual energy ahead, and more than one. Be alert, I whisper, my hand resting on my gold coin dagger. We carefully approach the top of and the scene before us stunned everyone. At the top, there was a small, relatively flat clearing. On it sat 4 skeletons. They were not scattered bones, but intact human-shaped figures, with bones showing a grayish-white color from years of weathering. Their eye sockets were empty and hollow, yet they all seemed to be looking at us. The strangest thing was that one skeleton's finger bones held a bone flute made from some fish vertebrae, as if it had just been playing. Another skeleton had a few small stones and shells in front of it, as if playing some kind of game. A third was holding a rough stone, repeatedly rubbing a cracked rib. The last one just sat quietly, gazing toward the sea. When it heard our movement, the skeleton holding the bone flute slowly turned its head. The neck made a faint scraping sound. Its jaw moved, and a dry, hollow sound, like 2 stones rubbing, came out. Oh, more humans have come. How rare it can talk. All of us tensed up, ready for anything. Undead creatures are not uncommon, but a skeleton that can clearly communicate and even show some emotion, perhaps curiosity, was unheard of. Who? What are you? Barton asked in a deep voice, holding his shield in front. Things? The flute-playing skeleton seemed surprised for a moment, then made a clicking sound that resembled laughter. We used to be humans, like you, living people. Now, we are cursed guardians. It tapped its skull with finger bones. We have forgotten our names long ago. You can call me Old Flute. This is the gambler, the one playing stones, the mumbler, the one rubbing ribs, and the sea gazer, the one looking at the sea. Cursed? What curse? I stepped forward, more curious than afraid. These skeletons didn't seem to have any ill intent. Old Flute's hollow eye sockets looked at me. A long time. A very long time. I can't remember exactly. All I know is, we are trapped on this island, unable to leave. If we try to sail away, beyond a certain distance, our bones will fall apart. And then, with the next tide, we will be reassembled on the island again, cycle, back and forth. The gambler stopped playing his game and drew lines on the ground with stones. Winning is boring. Losing is also boring. Anyway, I can't leave. Mendon continued to polish his ribs, making a soft, sanding sound. Wang Hai still looked out at the sea, as if there was his eternal hometown there. A strange feeling of sadness and absurdity spread. These 4 skeletons were actually poor souls trapped here for countless years. Do you know about the place where stars fall, or Hermes? I tried to ask for clues. Old Flute shook his head. Stars falling? No memory. This island. Besides rocks. It's just us old bones. Hermes? Sounds like a con artist's name. It seemed the clues had run out. But looking at these 4 wise yet lonely skeletons, I had a sudden idea. What if I could take you away from this island? I offered. The 4 skeletons instantly froze. Even Wang Hai, who had been staring at the sea, suddenly turned his head, his neck making a loud sound. All 8 hollow eye sockets fixed on me. No, impossible. Old Flute's voice trembled. A curse. Can't be broken. How do you know if you don't try? I smiled, patting my waist pouch, though it didn't contain ordinary gold coins. I'm good at solving impossible problems. As for payment, you have to serve as my crew for a while, guiding this sea area until I find what I want. So what do you say? Continue counting stones here, or come with me to enjoy the real sea breeze. The 4 skeletons remained silent, literally silent. The faint sound of bones rubbing against each other seemed to be an unspoken conversation. Finally, Old Flute spoke for them, its jawbone moving with a firm grinding sound. Deal? Living person, as long as you can take us away from this cursed place. I don't mind being a crew member, or even a rower's. So, after a brief stop at Broken Scale Island, the Swift Silver Gull set sail again. On board, there were 4 special crew members: Old Flute, the Gambler, Mendun, and Wang Hai. At first, the sailors felt fear and discomfort toward these skeleton companions, but they soon became enchanted by their unique qualities. Old Flute would play some out-of-tune, lonely, ancient ship songs on his leaky bone flute. Though it sounds bad, it creates a good atmosphere. The Gambler would teach sailors to play a very complicated domino game he invented, using shells and stones, and he always wins. Muden quietly helps take care of weapons and tools, with his very nimble bone fingers. Wang Hai has become the best lookout, second only to Ellie. He can stay perfectly still on the mast all day, watching everything on the sea surface. Although they cannot eat, when we eat grilled octopus tentacles, Old Flute's jawbone moves unconsciously, and they do not need sleep. Their presence adds a strange life to the voyage. Feng Fifan stands at the bow, looking at the stormy sea that truly belongs to the Storm Bay, with lightning and thunder. His new and old crew members stand beside him. Old Flute, which way should we go next? I ask. Old Flute, with its hollow eye sockets, looks toward the storm in the distance, pointing its finger bone at the densest lightning. Its dry voice carries a faint excitement. That way, the eye of the storm, is the direction. It's also the most dangerous part of this sea area, and the most likely place to hide secrets. Captain, are you sure? You want to go? Of course, I smile. The eye of the storm? Sounds like a good place to relax. The Swift Silver Gull adjusts its course and heads fearlessly toward the stormy sea that seems to swallow everything. With these old skulls joining us, Feng Fifan's journey to Crackscale Island feels more confident and will surely be more lively. The gift of taste and the celebration of skeletons, we successfully crossed the Storm Echo area and entered the outer edge of the Storm Eye. Although the central island, called the Silent Ruin, remains mysterious and dangerous, the relatively calm waters around it gave us a moment to breathe. Continuous intense sailing and fighting left everyone exhausted. To boost morale and celebrate the new crew members, though in a special way, I decided to hold a small celebration on the deck. Lily and the skilled sailors took out stored cured meat, hard biscuits, softened with fish broth, beans, and even several barrels of good quality wheat beer and fruit wine brought from Whitesail City. The fire on the grill was rekindled. Although not as impressive as giant octopus tentacles, the aroma was still very tempting. The sailors and Barton sat together, beginning to enjoy this rare moment of relaxation. However, the old flute player, the gambler, the quiet one, and the lookout for skeleton crew members could only sit quietly in the corner. Their hollow eye sockets watched everyone happily eating, and their jawbones moved slightly without control. They had no taste buds, no digestion system, and even their drinks would leak out through their rib gaps. Being unable to enjoy food for hundreds or thousands of years, only watching others indulge, was probably more cruel than being imprisoned. Seeing their skeletons, which couldn't show expressions but somehow seemed lonely, I was moved. My magic can bounce off even the charm of mermaids and cut through giant octopus tentacles. Couldn't I give them just a little small pleasure? Without hesitation, I picked up a mug of wheat beer and walked to the 4 skeletons. Old Flute, Gambler, Quiet One, Look Out, I called their names. The 4 skeletons turned their gaze toward me. Follow me. If you're on my ship, you're part of my crew. My skeleton crew, I smiled. I'm usually kind to my own. Watching you just sit there is pretty boring. Would you like to taste some food and drink? Old Flute's jaw moved, making a dry sound. Living Captain, don't joke with us. We don't even have tongues. Having a tongue or not isn't important. I waved my cup. Focusing, I felt the power of my magic, which obeys my words. I spoke in a strange, rhythmic tone. Words obey my will. Grant these 4 skeleton crew members the ability to perceive the color, aroma, and taste of food and drink. Everything they consume will be perfectly experienced, without leaks or spills, merging into their soul flames as pure comfort. Ability uses 7/15, granting sensory perception to non-living beings, skeletons, and changing how they absorb energy, involving the boundary between life and soul, costing two uses. Buzz, a rhythm far more complex and deeply connected to the fundamental rules of the world than any before spread out from me, precisely covering Old Flute and the others four. It was as if the power of the rules built a virtual sense simulation system and energy conversion circuit inside their hollow bones, based on soul energy. Suddenly, the four skeletons shuddered. In their empty eye sockets, the faint flicker of their soul fires seemed to be energized, shining a little brighter. Old Flute looked down in disbelief at its grayish-white finger bones, then turned its gaze to the wine glass in my hand. It tentatively reached out with its bony hand, and I smiled as I handed the glass to it. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, including other sailors and Barton, they watched as Old Flute, with its skeletal frame lacking muscles and a throat, slowly brought the glass close to its jawbone. Then, it made a tilting motion. The golden beer did not spill onto the deck as usual through its ribs. Instead, the moment it touched its jawbone, it seemed to be wrapped in an invisible energy field, transforming into wisps of golden mist with the aroma of malt, which it slowly, into its hollow chest cavity, finally merging into that flickering soul fire. Old Flute's entire skeleton froze. It maintained the drinking posture completely still. After a few seconds, it suddenly emitted an unprecedented sound, trembling intensely with excitement. Flavor. Flavor. It's the aroma of malt. And bitterness. And a sweet aftertaste. It's wine. The taste of wine. Its voice was no longer hoarse but trembled with a nearly tearful emotion. Gambler, Mound, and Sea Gazer, seeing this, almost rushed over at the fastest speed of their skeleton lives. Gambler grabbed a piece of soft-cooked cured meat and stuffed it into its mouth, also absorbing the mist. Mound picked up a bean. Sea Gazer directly hugged a barrel of wine. Next moment, the deck was filled with various incomprehensible, excited cracks, the frantic clicking of jawbones, and the faint crackling sounds from the soul fire due to extreme joy. Meat. It's salty. And, with spices, beans. Soft. And starchy. This wine packs a punch. Much stronger than Old Flute's broken flute sound. They went crazy. I have gone completely mad. Like four hungry ghosts who have been locked away for many years and suddenly released, they began a wild, unrestrained feast, eating and drinking without ever feeling full. They snatched meat from the sailors, grabbed Barton's wine glass, and even took Lily's herbs mint for cooking soup. Wherever they went, food and drinks turned into glowing mist that nourished their souls, which they greedily absorbed. At first, the sailors were scared and kept retreating, but seeing their skeleton friends dance and rejoice so humorously, they couldn't help but laugh. Barton shook his head helplessly and handed his glass to the eager, though eyeless, skeleton. Ellie smiled slightly and pushed her untouched beans toward the distant sea. Jack grinned mischievously, waving a roasted fish in front of the gambler, making him scratch wildly with his bony fingers. The deck was filled with a lively atmosphere, and the sound of skeletons munching and crunching. This celebration lasted a long time until all the food and drinks were devoured by the four hungry ghosts. They licked their shiny, bony fingers, mimicking the action, and the fire in their souls shone brighter and steadier than before, even making their bones look a little less pale. Old Lily approached me and, in a voice that was no longer so dry, said very seriously, "Living Captain, Lord Fongfefen, we will remember this kindness. From now on, this old bones are at your command." The other three skeletons nodded their skulls vigorously. Seeing their satisfied, though simulated, expressions, I felt genuinely happy. The energy spent on this was worth it. These four loyal, possibly centuries-old crew members, with endless experience, were a great gang. "All right, enough eating and drinking. It's time to work," I said, clapping my hands and pointing toward the eerily silent Central Sea area and the island ruins within. Target. Silent wasteland. "Old Lily, do you know anything about that place?" Even while enjoying ourselves, we couldn't forget the important things. The secrets of the Eye of the Storm and the truth of the silent wasteland lie ahead. Fongfefen's fleet, accompanied by a group of drinking, eating skeletons, is about to uncover the first layer of this forbidden sea. Silent wasteland and the tactile sense of bone feel. The swift silver thunder carefully entered the heart of the storm, an eerie sea area called the Silent Wasteland. Unlike the surrounding lightning, thunder, and raging waves, this place was so calm it was unsettling. The water was a thick, dark blue, smooth like a mirror, reflecting a slowly spinning, massive cloud vortex that seemed to connect to another dimension. There was no wind or wave sounds, and even the creaking of ropes on the ship sounded sharp and strange, as if the space absorbed all noise. A heavy silence, almost crushing the soul, covered everything. In the center of this dark blue mirror, the outline of a small island became clearer. It was not a natural island. Ruins of large buildings stood there. Broken stone pillars leaned toward the sky, and cracked walls were covered with dark moss and salt crystals. The style was old and strange, unlike any known civilization on the continent today. "This place feels very uncomfortable," Lilith whispered, instinctively moving closer to Barton. Even the skeleton crew, who enjoyed taste and had lively soul fires, quieted down now. Their hollow eye sockets looked at the ruins, and their soul fires flickered slightly, as if instinctively feeling a bit of fear. "Old Flute, have you ever been close to this place before?" I asked. Old Flute shook its skull, making a faint clicking sound. "No, living captain. The curse limits us to only stay near Split-Scale Island. This silent wasteland is an absolute forbidden zone. We can only watch from afar." It seemed that from here on, we entered the true unknown territory. We lowered the small boat. I, Barton, Erwin, Jack, and the gambler, who insisted on coming, saying his luck might help, formed the vanguard and rowed toward the mysterious island. Lilith, Ellie, Old Flute, Mutin, High, and other sailors stayed on the main ship, keeping watch. As we approached the island, the strange silence grew even stronger. Stepping onto the beach, the sand was also a strange dark red. We felt not the usual crunch, but a dull, absorbed sensation under our feet. The island was small, and soon we reached the ruins of the buildings. Up close, the damage to these massive stone structures looked far worse than it did from afar, as if they had suffered some kind of devastating impact, leaving only bases and broken walls behind. The material was a kind of black stone I had never seen before, carved with faded, twisted runes. They resembled the writing on the Solachar tablet, but were older and far more ominous. These runes, they hold a strong trace of energy, but it's unstable and dark, Elvin said, frowning as he examined the markings on a broken stone pillar. We spread out, carefully searching the ruins for any possible clues. Just then, the gambler, walking slightly ahead of me, seemed to trip over a loose floor tile. Its light skeletal frame stumbled, and its hand instinctively reached for a nearby wall that looked solid but had long since decayed. Boom! The wall couldn't bear any weight and collapsed instantly. Chunks of black stone came crashing down on the gambler. "Watch out!" Barton shouted. It was too late to help. In an instant, the gambler was buried under the rubble, only a few pale finger bones sticking out. "Gambler!" My heart sank. Though they were skeletons and could reform on Split-Scale Island, that would mean being bound by the curse again. We rushed over, frantically pulling away the stones. Soon, the gambler's pitiful state was revealed. Its skull was cracked, several ribs were broken, and one leg bone was completely shattered. The flame of its soul had dimmed, flickering weakly as it twitched on the ground. "It's over. I'll have to count stones again." The gambler rattled in despair, looking at its miserable and somewhat comical state. I couldn't help feeling both helpless and amused. These skeleton fellows might have gained a sense of taste, but their bodies were still far too fragile. Maybe I could help them a little more. I crouched down, focusing on the gambler's shattered leg bone. I had already tried granting senses and changing their energy absorption, so what about repair and reinforcement? Or perhaps something beyond that. Maybe I could give them perception, even if it meant feeling pain. At least then they could better understand and avoid danger. "Don't worry, gambler." I comforted it while gently pressing my hand above its shattered leg bone, saying, "There might be a special feeling. By the power of words, restore all the bones of this skeleton gambler and give it the ability to sense touch pressure, and damage, so it can feel physical contact like a living being. Usage limit. May 15th. Restores non-living objects and grants physical perception. Involving structural reorganization and nerve simulation, costing 2 uses. The power of rules descended again. This time, the strength specifically affected the gambler's bones. I saw its broken and shattered bones quickly reconnect and heal as if time was reversing. In the blink of an eye, they returned to normal. Even the cracks on the skull disappeared. At the same time, a new, strange flow of information began pouring into the gambler's soul fire. Ah! The gambler suddenly let out a scream that was far from the usual skeleton moan, filled with real pain. It suddenly sat up, clutching its newly repaired leg bone. Though holding a bone was strange, and its soul fire flickered wildly. Pain. It hurt so much. Just now, when the stone fell. And now, the healing sensation. Tingling and numb. Captain, what did you do to me? It actually felt pain and touch. I smiled and said, "It's nothing, just so you'll know how you fall next time." The gambler stared blankly, using its new sense of touch to feel its smooth, repaired leg bone, then touched the cold black stone nearby, feeling its rough, hard texture. Its soul fire was filled with wonder and a hint of fear. So, being hit by a stone hurts so much, it muttered to itself. When we returned to the swift silver lightning, with the shaken but newly sensory-equipped gambler and a few beast skins inscribed with strange runes, and told the other skeleton crew about the gambler's new experience, the deck fell into an eerie silence again. Old Flute, Mound, and High gathered around the gambler, using its new sense of touch to feel the planks, ropes, and even tap each other's bones, causing the gambler to grimace and grimace in pain, and its soul fire was filled with disbelief and a hint of longing. Living Captain, Old Flute turned to me, jaw moving as he spoke with an unprecedented passion, if skulls could have passion. This tactile sense. We also want it. It seems that Feng Fifan's skull sensory upgrade plan has just begun. With taste and touch now added to the skeleton crew, what funny yet frightening stories will unfold in this silent, dangerous wasteland? What secrets related to Hermes and falling stars are hidden deep within the ruins ahead? The exploration continues. Mysteries of the wasteland and sensory evolution, carrying symbols carved from the outskirts of the ruins and equipped with a new sense of touch. The gambling ghost was feeling everything on the ship. We returned to the swift silver lightning when Old Flute, Mundin, and Wang Hai heard the gambling ghost describe the sharp pain from being crushed by a boulder and the strange itching and tingling as bones healed. The flames in their hollow eye sockets burned brighter than ever. Pain is also a feeling, Old Flute said in his dry voice, with a philosopher's tone. We have been numb for too long. Even pain is better than eternal emptiness. Mundin nodded forcefully, unconsciously rubbing his previously polished rib, as if imagining what touch feels like. Wang Hai even reached out with his bony hand, carefully touching the mass to feel the rough wood texture. The flames of his soul flickered slightly. All right, it looks like this sensory upgrade service needs to be scheduled soon. Seeing these 3 pairs of 6 eager soul flame eyes, I smiled without hesitation. Keeping the crew's morale high and their sense of belonging is an important duty of the captain. I had Old Flute, Mundin, and Wang Hai stand side by side, focused, and once again summon the power that follows words and rules. Words follow the law. Grant the 3 skeleton crew members the ability to sense touch, pressure, vibration, and damage, so they can clearly perceive physical contact. Ability uses 3/15. Group physical perception consumes 2 uses. The familiar rhythm of rules enveloped the 3 skeletons. Their bones trembled slightly, and the flames of their souls became more solid and lively. Next moment, click. This wooden plank feels so rough. The wind, blowing on my bones, is so cold. Wow! The fabric of Elvin's mage robe is so smooth. The 3 skeletons instantly became curious babies, starting to explore this new, tactile world around them. They touched the deck, patted the ship's side, knocked on each other's bones, then made a funny, clack sound together. And even Old Flute tried to feel the cool splash of seawater, though the water still passed through them. The sensation was simulated. The ship was filled with the skeleton's strange and funny exclamations and discussions about touch, creating a chaotic yet amusing scene. The sailors watched this group of skeletons suddenly becoming overly lively. At first surprised, then amused, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. All right, enough touching. Be quiet now, I said, clapping my hands to stop the tactile fun. We have more important things to do. Elvin, how's the rune analysis coming along? Elvin looked up from a pile of animal hide imprints, pushed his non-existent glasses, and his eyes showed excitement and confusion. Boss, these runes are very old. Their energy structure is different from any magic system I know. They seem more like energy channels and sealing devices. Considering this island is located at the center of the Storm Eye, I have a bold guess. He pointed at the eerily silent dark blue sea. This silent wasteland might not be natural. It could be the core of a huge seal. These ruins are one of the seal's focal points. They seal something inside, and the surrounding violent storm is both the manifestation of the seal's energy and a kind of protection, preventing outsiders from getting close. A seal? The Storm Eye is a giant seal? This guess made everyone gasp. What kind of being would need such terrifying power of nature to be sealed? Then, should we keep going deeper? Lily asked worriedly. Of course, I said without hesitation. The stronger the seal, the more important the secrets behind it. And the appearance of Hermes here is no coincidence. We organized a stronger exploration team this time, including me, Elvin, Barton, Jack, Old Flute, who insisted on coming, believing its experience might recognize some ancient traps, and Hai, whose extraordinary observation skills are crucial in complex environments. We prepared to go deep into the ruins. We left the gamblers and Minden, who were busy studying the textures of different materials, to help Ellie and Lilith guard the ship. Carefully, we stepped into the depths of the ruins. The further in we went, the larger the remains of the buildings became, and the symbols on the black stones grew more complex and clearer. The energy pressure in the air also grew heavier. Even Old Flute and Hai, who have a sense of touch, instinctively moved more quietly, though they already walked silently. We passed through a forest of broken stone pillars that looked like giant ribs. Ahead, we saw an entrance pointing downward, blocked halfway by large stones. The edges of the entrance were carved with dense symbols, some of which resembled the symbols related to Hermes, mentioned on the Salacha clay tablet. It's right inside here, Elvin said excitedly. However, the entrance was blocked by a large stone, leaving only a narrow gap wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Inside the gap was pitch dark, giving off a stale and dangerous feeling. I'll go first to check, Jack volunteered. He shrank his body and slipped in like a slippery eel. We waited nervously outside. After a moment, Jack's voice came from inside, sounding serious. Boss, inside is a large underground space with a staircase going down. But the staircase is full of trigger magic traps. They are very old and complex. I can't understand them, so I dare not move. Magic traps? That's troublesome. Elvin is a mage, but he might not be skilled in ancient trap systems. At that moment, Old Flute gently touched the cold symbols on the edge of the entrance with its finger bones that had gained a sense of touch. Its soul fire flickered faintly, as if lost in a distant memory. These patterns feel a bit familiar, it said in a dry voice. A long time ago, I think I saw something similar in the ocean depths. Old Flute tried hard to remember, opening and closing his jaw. I can't quite recall, but I feel these traps aren't meant to kill, more like a test, or a verification. A test? Verification? I looked at the narrow entrance and the unknown traps inside, then at the group of skeleton crew members who had gained new senses and were eager to try, or, in other words, had a new understanding of pain, along with my remaining 3 chances to speak freely. It seems that to enter the sealed core, we need a special key, or an unconventional way to pass through. Feng Fifan stood in front of the ancient entrance, his mind racing. Should we try to force our way in? Or find a way to verify ourselves? Or maybe use the rules to play some tricks? The secret of the silent wasteland seemed close, but was shrouded in a dangerous fog. The trap corridor and the bony explorer the ancient entrance looked like a giant beast's open mouth, giving off a dangerous vibe. Jack's report about the interior made everyone frown. Ancient magic traps, unknown trigger mechanisms, and the high risk of forcing our way through. There's a good chance the passage could collapse or trigger even worse chain reactions. Old Flute's vague memory of the test or verification gave a glimmer of hope, but how to pass the verification was still a mystery. I looked at the Narrow and then at the skeleton crew members who had just gained a sense of touch and a new understanding of pain. A bold, or perhaps a bit reckless, idea was forming. Old Flute, hi, I said to the two skeleton elders. Can you now feel touch and pressure, right? Old Flute looked at me with its hollow eye sockets, opening and closing its jaw. Yes. Living Captain. Very clear. Even a bit. Too clear. It instinctively rubbed the arm bone that Hai had just tapped. That's great. I showed a friendly smile. You see, the traps inside are meant for living beings, or rather, for things with weight that can trigger mechanisms. Even though you're skeletons, now that you have a sense of touch, you can sense the ground more precisely. And most importantly, even if you accidentally trigger a trap, as long as it's not instantly deadly, with your body type, at worst your bones might break. You can go back and have the gamblers and the strong ones help you put everything back together, right? Old Flute and the Sea of Hope's soul flames suddenly flickered. They seemed to understand my plan. Living Captain, do you mean us, too? Step on traps? Old Flute's voice trembled with disbelief. Its new sense of touch made it understand pain, and now it's afraid. Don't say it so harshly. I patted its shoulder, trying to avoid the joints. This is called frontline scouting and pathfinding. You have the trait of being immortal, reforming, and with your top-notch sense of touch, you're born to be explorers. Think about it. If you can help the team pass safely and find hidden secrets, you'll be the biggest heroes. When we go back, I'll ask Lilith to give you extra food. Although right now, eating is just about experiencing the taste. I used credit and delicious food as temptations. Old Flute and the Sea of Hope's soul flames flickered intensely, communicating with each other. They looked at the dangerous entrance, then at us fragile living teammates. In the end, a mix of helplessness, acceptance, and a little sense of being needed, maybe also a craving for good food, took over. Fine, Old Flute sighed, simulating. For the team. And for the chance to taste. Better grilled fish next time. The Sea of Hope also silently nodded its skull. Thus, an unprecedented skeleton scouting mission began. Old Flute and the Sea of Hope, these two skeletons with sense of touch, became our eyes and feet. They turned sideways and slowly, carefully, entered the narrow entrance again. We nervously waited outside, with Jack relaying what was happening inside in real time. Old Flute lifted its foot. It first touched the stone slab with its finger bones. Feeling around, Sea of Hope is observing the rune changes on the wall. Old Flute stepped down. No problem. This one is safe. Sea of Hope detected a faint flow of magic under the third stone slab on the left, marked as dangerous. Old Flute touched a nearly invisible thread of energy. It stopped, slowly pulling back its foot. That was close. Inside the passage, Old Flute and Hai danced on the edge of danger. They relied on their new sense of touch to feel the tiniest magic waves and pressure changes on the ground. Using their long experience, most of which they had forgotten, and Hai's sharp eyes, they carefully tested and marked a safe path. The process was slow and painful. Occasionally, we could hear Old Flute or Hai scream in pain after accidentally triggering small non-lethal traps, like sudden bursts of freezing air or faint electric sparks. We imagined the bones cracking or smoking from the shocks, based on Jack's descriptions. Every scream made us tense up. Boss, isn't this too cruel? Lily asked, feeling sorry. This is the safest and fastest way right now, Barton said firmly, though his clenched fist showed he was upset. Elvin was focused on recording the types of traps and rune patterns Jack sent back, trying to find a pattern. After hours of difficult work, the screams and warnings inside finally quieted down. Boss, Jack's excited voice came through. It's done. Old Flute and Hai found a safe path and marked it. They're now putting their broken bones back together inside. We did it. Following Jack's markings carefully, we tiptoed along the path made safe by the pain of the skeletons. The inside of the passage wasn't long, but the walls on both sides were covered with glowing runes and hidden shooting holes that looked dangerous and frightening. Old Flute and Hai sat on a safe platform at the end of the passage. Old Flute was fixing its finger that was put on backwards, while Hai was wiping its blackened skull. "Great job, you two," I said sincerely. "When we get back, I'll give you a big meal." Old Flute weakly waved its newly reconnected hand bones. Hopefully, no more stinging fish. After passing through the trap corridor, we reached a larger underground space. It looked like a round altar hall. The central part of the hall features a sunken pool. Instead of water, it contains a slowly spinning, nebula-like stream of silver energy. Around the pool stand 7 black stone pillars, each representing different star positions. The tops of the pillars are embedded with dull, faded gemstones. Directly in front of the altar, there is a damaged stone tablet. It is carved with ancient writing similar to that at the entrance, but it is relatively well preserved. Elvin immediately rushes to the stone tablet, excitedly beginning to read. We watch carefully around us, especially the nebula energy pool, feeling the pure and vast power contained within. After a long while, Elvin lifts his head, his face full of shock. He speaks slowly. "Boss, this stone tablet is a fragment of the Starfall Covenant. It records the ritual where the fire thieves made a pact here to share the power of the primordial light. Look here." He points to a line of particularly bold text. "Here, Hermes holds the oath of lies and deceit, disguising the truth and twisting the covenant." Hermes. It's definitely him. The stone tablet clearly states that he played a dishonorable role in the original covenant, using the power of fraud to manipulate the ritual. What about the rest? I ask quickly. Elvin points to a large area of blurring and damage on the stone tablet, shaking his head regretfully. The key parts have been deliberately erased. We can't know exactly what he altered or what extra benefits he gained. But he turns to the nebula energy pool, his eyes burning with excitement. This energy pool, the stone tablet calls it the tier of the star core. It's formed from the pure cosmic energy left over from the falling stars and the fragments of the primordial light merging. It might contain ancient memory fragments. The clue points to this mysterious tier of the star core. Feng Fifan looks at the slowly spinning silver energy flow, feeling the immense power that seems capable of communicating across time and space. How to extract information from this tier of the star core? Should we touch it directly, or need a special medium? This seemingly calm energy pool might also hide unknown dangers. The core's secret of the silent wasteland seems to be within this nebula. And this time, perhaps we can't rely on skeleton crew members to test the waters anymore. Tears of the star core and echoes of memory in the main hall of the altar. Everything was silent. Only the energy pool of the tears of the star core showed a slow spinning silver nebula, emitting a faint hum that seemed to come from deep space. The air was filled with pure, ancient energy that made people feel awe and respect. The stone tablet described Hermes using tricks and deception during the Starfall Alliance, reminding us that this, Tears of the Star Core, might contain more original, untouched historical information. But how to safely extract this information was a difficult problem. Touch it directly? No one knew what effect the vast cosmic energy would have on the flesh and blood body. Use magic to detect? Elvin tried a few low-level detection spells, but the feedback was confusing and complicated, like trying to scoop a specific drop of water from the ocean, completely unclear. This energy is too advanced. My spells can't analyze it precisely, Elvin said helplessly, shaking his head. Forcing a deep probe might cause a backlash of energy or wake up ancient, sleeping thoughts inside. Need a mediator. Old Flute tapped lightly on his skull with his newly gained tactile fingers, making a knock-knock sound. Or resonance. Resonance? That word sparked an idea. Perhaps the essence of spellcasting is a kind of resonance with the fundamental rules of the world. Since we can't forcibly read it, maybe we can try to merge with it or guide it, allowing fragments of memory to appear on their own. I walked to the edge of the energy pool, carefully avoiding touching the silver flow. I closed my eyes and slowly extended my mental power, trying to feel the rhythm flowing through the nebula, spanning ancient times. At the same time, I softly recited, not as a command but as a kind of guidance and request. words follow the spell, by my will, invoke the memories of this star core, revealing echoes related to Hermes, deception and power, and Starfall Alliance, presenting them before us. Usage count, February 15th, guiding and revealing specific information streams. Involving high-dimensional energy manipulation and information filtering, consumes 1 use. This time, the flow of the power of rules was especially gentle. It did not forcefully pry open the huge energy pool but, like dropping a stone into a lake, created a series of specific ripples. Buzz. The rotation speed of the star core's tiers slightly increased, and the flickering silver points of light began to gather and form in a strange pattern. Soon, blurry, water reflection-like images appeared in the air before us, accompanied by fragmented sounds that seemed to come from a distant past. Memory Echo, Fragment 1, Scene. Under an endless starry sky, a huge, warm, and pure flow of light, the primal light, seems to be torn apart by some force. Fragments like shooting stars fall into the vast starry sea. One larger fragment, with a long tail of light, is heading toward the direction of the Acylon continent. Sound. A chaotic, painful, and resentful roar that is hard to understand. Memory Echo, Fragment 2, Scene. A blurry figure, possibly Hermes, is leaving marks on a starry contract, together with several other blurry figures, perhaps other fire stealers. When the other figures leave their marks, the contract shines brightly. When Hermes touches the contract, a faint gray light flashes at his fingertips, symbolizing deception. A tiny clause in the contract seems to be subtly twisted or covered without trace. Sound. Hermes' deep, seductive laugh. An agreement has been reached. The future is in our hands. Memory Echo, Fragment 3, Scene. A twisted scene of betrayal and fighting. It seems the fire stealers fought among themselves after stealing power, due to disputes over sharing or discovering Hermes' deception. The sky shatters, the ground cracks. Hermes appears to be in a difficult situation, clutching a dark glowing crystal shard, a fragment of deceptive authority, fighting and retreating, eventually fleeing toward the depths of the ocean. Sound. An angry war. Hermes. You traitor. Hermes' smug reply. Rules? Contracts? They are just toys in my hands. The scene suddenly cuts off. The light and shadow in the air fade away, and the tier of the star core resumes its slow rotation. The hall falls into silence. We are all shocked by these fragments of ancient memories. Although still incomplete, key information has been added and confirmed. 1. The primordial light indeed exists and was torn apart, with fragments falling. 2. Hermes did use deception in the original alliance. 3. The fire stealers caused a civil war within their group. 4. Hermes may have carried a fragment of the deception power and escaped to the deep sea. Deep Sea, Elven murmured, Storm Bay, Scaled Island, Silent Ruins. All seem connected. This place is not only where the alliance was formed, but also likely one of the battlegrounds of that civil war. Hermes fled to the deep sea, and his power fragment might be lost somewhere in these waters. Suddenly, the old flute interrupted with its dry voice. Deep Sea. We are trapped on Scaled Island. For an unknown time, I faintly heard, before the curse, the sea creatures mention a sinking abyss. At the deepest part of Storm Bay, the sinking abyss. Hermes' power fragment might be lost there. The clues tighten, pointing to a more dangerous and unknown part of the deep sea. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The entire altar hall suddenly shook violently. Falling stones and dust rained down from above. The energy pool of the tier of the star core surged wildly, as if disturbed by some external force. What's happening? An earthquake? Barton steadied himself and looked around cautiously. No, that's not right. Jack's face changed. It's outside. There are loud explosions and fighting coming from the direction of the big ship. We are trapped inside the ruins. What is happening outside? Quick, return the way we came, I ordered immediately. We rushed along the safe path created by the skeletons through pain and escaped the trap corridor as fast as possible, returning to the entrance. The scene before us made our hearts sink. The swift silver lightning is now being attacked by 3 pirate ships flying black skull flags, their hulls covered with rust and sea debris. The ships already have some damage, and sailors, under Barton's, left behind, and Ellie's command, are fighting fiercely against the pirates trying to board. And even more shocking, behind the pirate ship, a shiny silver warship with a burning book flag was quietly anchored a bit farther out at sea. It was the Knight of Pure Flame. They had actually tracked us here, and it seemed they were watching the fight from a distance. Those are the Rustwater pirates. How did they find this place? Old Flute recognized the pirate's origin. The Knight of Pure Flame wants to use us to kill others. Erwin quickly understood their plan. We must get back on our ship immediately. However, there is still some distance between us and the Swift Silver Lightning, plus those fierce pirates. Feng Fifen's eyes turned cold. It seems that before revealing the final secret of this silent wasteland, we must deal with these uninvited guests first. Our remaining 2 chances to speak and act must be used wisely. The threat of gold rain and knights. The situation is urgent. The Swift Silver Lightning is surrounded by 3 vicious Rustwater pirate ships, which have damaged the hull, and the sailors are fighting hard. Farther away, the warship of the Knight of Pure Flame is like a cold, venomous snake, waiting for us to weaken each other. We must rush to help immediately. Barton, Jack, break through with me. Erwin, prepare area magic for cover. Old Flute, look to the sea you. Protect yourselves and act according to the situation. I quickly ordered, my eyes scanning the sea surface filled with pirate boats and drowning people between us and the ship. We can't waste time fighting. I swiftly reached into my special dagger bag with lightning speed. This time, I didn't just draw a few knives, but drew both hands, like 2 rapid crossbows, unleashing gold coin daggers in a rain to block or attack the pirates trying to stop us or climbing onto the Swift Silver Lightning ship. Try this. Gold coin storm modified. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden streaks almost merged into one, covering a large area along our path. Most of these pirates are just ordinary villains around level 3, brave perhaps, but their equipment and strength are far inferior to the regular army. The dense shower of gold coin daggers may have limited single-shot damage, but with such a terrifying rate of fire, it caused chaos and casualties instantly. My eyes, what's that? Hidden weapons, shield. Raise your shield. The pirates were stunned by the sudden and outrageously luxurious attack. Screams, shouts, and the clanging of shields filled the air. Their climbing was interrupted, and their attempt to jump onto our ship was stopped, opening a brief gap for us. We quickly rushed through the chaos like sharp swords. Barton swung his large shield and long sword, smashing the pirates and their weapons aside like a heavy battering ram. Jack moved like a ghost, stabbing at the pirates' ankles and wrists to create confusion. Erwin used his skills to cast Greasy Trick and Spark Dust, further confusing the pirates' vision and formation. Soon, we reached the side of the Swift Silver Lightning ship. Ropes were thrown down immediately. Quick, climb up, Ellie shouted anxiously from the side. Her bowstring was constantly vibrating, each arrow precisely targeting the pirates on the enemy ship and their crossbow operators. We quickly climbed onto the deck. The scene was grim. Several sailors had already fallen. Luckily, Lilith was helping them, and the ship was damaged in many places. The main mast was hit by a pirate rocket and was smoking. Barton, who stayed behind, had a few wounds but still stood firm like a rock at the front. Boss, you're finally back. Barton cheered when he saw us. How's the situation? I asked while scanning the battlefield. 3 pirate ships surrounded us in a wedge shape, firing crossbows, rockets, and grappling hooks to try to board us. There are many pirates, but they're not very strong individually. The biggest ship, the Rustwater, has a strange magic crossbow at the bow, which is quite troublesome. Barton reported quickly. I looked at the largest pirate ship. Sure enough, I saw a fierce-looking crossbow at the bow, glowing with an ominous green light, slowly turning to aim at our ship. If hit, the consequences would be terrible. I couldn't hesitate any longer. Words are precious, but now I had to use them at a critical moment. I took a deep breath, focusing on the magic crossbow and the pirates operating it. This time, I aimed not just to attack, but to intimidate. Words of power, the front bow crossbow of the pirate ship, structural collapse, and the operators faint. With this golden storm, I declare your end. Ability usage, 1/15. Precise structural destruction and group fainting, combined with psychological intimidation, consumes 1 use. The power of the rule, accompanied by my low shout, crosses the sea surface and strikes precisely. Snap! Boom! The magic crossbow cannon, which was charging, seemed hit by an invisible giant hammer. Its complex magic circuit instantly overloaded and shattered. The cannon body twisted and deformed, rendering it completely useless. Around it, the pirates operating and loading the cannon looked as if their souls had been drained. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed silently onto the deck, falling into a deep coma. This mysterious scene not only terrified the other pirates on the Rustwater ship, but also caused the attack from the other 2 pirate ships to pause. It's that golden armored monster. He can kill with gold coins and destroy cannons from afar. Retreat quickly. This deal is a big loss. The pirates' morale collapsed instantly. They were already a disorganized group. Bullying the weak was one thing, but facing such terrifying and incomprehensible methods, they lost all fighting spirit. Rustwater was the first to turn away, trying to leave the battlefield. The other 2 ships, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit, even neglecting to retract their hooks, just wanting to escape this strange sea area as soon as possible. We did not pursue. Never chase a fleeing enemy, and the real threat still lies behind. After repelling the pirates, the deck was temporarily safe. Everyone sighed in relief, and the sailors began to put out fires and repair the ship. However, the atmosphere was not truly relaxed. The silver shining night battleship still remained quietly in place, as if the fierce battle just now had nothing to do with it. At the bow of the night ship, the night captain I had fought before was watching us coldly. His gaze pierced through the sea surface, directly locking onto me, with an unhidden look of scrutiny and, perhaps a hint of greed. He did not give any attack command, nor showed any intention to leave. This silent standoff was even more oppressive than the pirate attack earlier. "What are they trying to do?" Lily asked nervously. "They are waiting," Elvin said quietly. "Waiting for us to show a flaw, or waiting until we find what they want. Then they will attack and seize it." I looked at the night ship, which seemed like a parasite gnawing at the bone, and felt the almost depleted magic within me, along with only one remaining chance to speak freely. My heart was heavy. The pure flame night is like a sword hanging above our heads. Until we find a fragment of Hermes' power or another way to deal with them, conflict with the temple seems unavoidable. Feng Fifan signals the swift silver lightning to stay alert, slowly adjusts the course to keep a safe distance from the night battleship, and heads toward the sunk abyss, as old Didi described. The real danger comes from the deep sea and from behind us. Our journey ahead will surely be under the shadow of the pure flame night. How to escape from them, or how to gain enough strength to defend ourselves or fight back before they act, is a problem Feng Fifan must solve urgently. The exploration of the silent wasteland is temporarily paused, but the path to the sunk abyss is filled with more thorns and fog. Journey under shadows and the murmurs of the deep sea. The excitement of repelling the Rustwater pirates was quickly replaced by the heavy pressure brought by the pure flame night. The swift silver lightning, scarred and cautious, keeps a safe distance from the shiny silver night battleship, heading toward the sunk abyss, indicated by old Didi. The waters outside Storm Bay are still restless, but deeper inside, the sea becomes strange. The waves are less violent, but deeper and more powerful. The water turns nearly black, as if it could swallow all light. The sky is always covered by heavy lead-gray clouds, making sunlight hard to. So this sea area feels like dusk all day. The air is filled with an indescribable sense of oppression and a faint, low-frequency vibration from the deep ocean, as if some huge creature is breathing in its sleep. The night battleship of the pure flame is like a ghost, always lingering a few nautical miles behind us, neither close nor far. They seem like the most patient hunters, waiting for us to lead them to their prey before striking. This constant feeling of being watched keeps everyone on the ship tense. The tension and preparation during the journey. The voyage is carried out in a highly tense atmosphere. Double the lookout. Ellie and Hai are almost on duty at the observation deck all day, one with sharp elf vision, the other with the skeleton's enduring observation that is not limited by physical constraints, both watching closely for any movement from the night battleship behind us and any anomalies on the sea ahead. Repair and reinforcement. Under Batten's leadership, the sailors worked hard to fix the ship damaged by pirates and strengthen weak spots. Elvin was busy repairing and boosting the ship's defensive magic arrays, especially to resist holy energy attacks. Intelligence analysis and ability recovery. I, Elvin, and old Didi gathered in the captain's cabin to study the information we got from the silent ruins. Old Didi tried to remember any pieces of memory about the sunken abyss. Most of it was blurry, but he confirmed that it was a forbidden area even for powerful sea creatures, connected to a deep underwater trench where ancient, indescribable beings are said to live. I used every moment to meditate and restore my nearly exhausted magic power. I carefully kept the last chance to use my magic freely, as it could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. New experience for Skeleton Crew. Old Didi, the gambler, mute, and lookout, who had gained a sense of touch, continued exploring this brand-new world during the tense preparations. They carefully touched the cold ship's sides, felt the simulated sea breeze cooling their bones, and even gently tapped each other's bones to sense the subtle differences in pain. This strange interaction brought a strange life to the tense voyage. After a few days, we reached the area old Didi described. The sea here was unnaturally black, thick like oil, with hardly any waves, only slow, breathing like undulations. Low-frequency vibrations in the air became more noticeable, and we could feel the ship gently resonating. Looking up, the clouds formed a huge whirlpool, with a faint beam of light at the center, shining down into the dark sea area like a natural spotlight, pointing to the bottomless depths below. This is it. The entrance to the sunken abyss, old Didi said in his dry voice, his soul fire flickering with unease. The pressure below, enough to crush steel. Like can't. And there's something down there. We could feel it without him saying. Beneath the black water, an ancient, massive, and malicious aura radiated, chilling our souls. This is definitely not a safe place. Netfire Knights are coming, Ellie warned from the lookout. Sure enough, the shiny silver battleship stopped at a certain distance from us. It seemed to be wary of this strange sea area, but had no intention of leaving. They don't dare to come in easily, but they will stay outside, Barton said quietly. If we go down, we either find something and figure out how to escape, or we might get trapped inside. We were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Should we dive into this terrifying abyss? With the structure of the swift silver lightning, it couldn't withstand the terrible water pressure. Use small diving equipment? Not to mention we don't have any. And even if we did, in this unknown deep sea, facing ancient sea monsters and traps left by Hermes, it would be like sheep walking into a tiger's den. Just as we felt hopeless, the silent, heavy hull, which had been quietly sensing the water's touch, through vibrations transmitted through the ship, suddenly made a slow, clear, click sound with its rarely active jawbone. Below, there is a hollow, a very large hollow, energy reaction, and the silent wasteland. Kind of like a hollow, an energy reaction similar to the silent wasteland? Elvin immediately became alert. Could it be that beneath this sunken abyss, there is also a sealed space similar to the silent wasteland? Or perhaps, after Hermes fled into the deep sea, he used a fragment of his power to create a hiding place. This guess was very likely. If there is a relatively independent space below, then we might not need to directly confront the terrifying water pressure and deep sea environment. Instead, we could find the entrance to that space. Can you locate the entrance, Heavy Hull? I asked quickly. Heavy Hull closed its eyes, though it has no eyes, pressed its entire skeleton against the deck, and used its newly acquired, highly sensitive sense of vibration to perceive the information from the deep sea. Its soul fire flickered intensely, clearly under great strain from the massive flow of information. After a while, it suddenly opened its eyes, focusing its soul fire, and its finger pointed firmly toward a certain direction in the pitch-black sea. Over there. Energy. Most chaotic. Seems to be. Beneath a vortex. Beneath a vortex. That is very likely the entrance. Hope rekindled. But how can we safely pass through that dark sea and find and enter that? The thick, viscous seawater looked unusual, and I wondered what might be hidden beneath. I looked at the dark black water and then at the crew around me, those who had been through many adventures and had grown stronger. An extremely daring plan formed in my mind. This plan would require all our strength, and maybe even the last resort of speaking freely. Feng Fifan took a deep breath and began giving a series of commands. Our goal was to head toward the direction indicated by the mound, and the swift silver lightning ship adjusted its course, ready to challenge the deep abyss that even the sea creatures fear. Behind us, the Pure Flame Knight's ship remained a shadow we had to stay alert to. Diving into the abyss and the maze of deception, our goal was clear, toward the energy-disrupted area pointed out by the mound, where a whirlpool fissure might exist. Behind us, the Pure Flame Knight's ship was like a cold watcher, patiently waiting for our next move. There's no turning back now. We must move forward, I said firmly, scanning each crew member. This might be Hermes' last hiding place. It's dangerous and unknown, but it could also hold the key to escape. Everyone prepared for any impact. Elvin, activate all defense arrays at full capacity. Barton, secure all items and personnel. Yes, Captain. They responded in unison, their eyes showing no fear, only the resolve after many trials. Even the 4 skeleton crew members held tightly to their anchors, their soul fires burning fiercely. The swift silver lightning adjusted its sails, and the magic propulsion array was fully activated. Like a brave deep-sea knight, it boldly entered the dark, sticky waters. As soon as we entered, strange changes happened instantly. The ship's speed suddenly slowed, as if the seawater was extremely sticky. The light dimmed rapidly, and everything around us plunged into near-total darkness. Only the faint glow from the ship's defenses and the weak light pillar from the whirlpool's center barely outlined the ship's shape. The low-frequency vibrations from the deep sea grew clearer, as if pounding directly on everyone's hearts, causing physical discomfort and an inexplicable fear. Even more terrifying was the mental invasion, a cold, slippery, and misleading mental force, like invisible tentacles, begins to try to the defensive barrier and enter everyone's mind. Hold your mind. This is the residual power of Hermes' authority. It's trying to deceive our senses and distort our perception, Elvin loudly warns, doing his best to maintain the mental shield, but the edges of the barrier are starting to twist, like reflections in a mirror. I focus my mind, and my see-through ability reaches its limit. I can barely tell the real ship from the false illusions trying to distort my view. I see some sailors with confused eyes, talking to nothing on the ship's side. Others are terrified, pointing at their companions as if they've turned into monsters. Even Barton frowns tightly, resisting the false threats appearing in his mind. Old Flute, look at the sea. How do you feel? I asked the skeleton crew. They have no flesh. Maybe they are less affected? Old Flute's soul fire flickers violently. My mind. There are many voices, telling lies. But we are bones. Not so easy to fool. It seems they are fighting the mental invasion with their unique skeletal thinking. Lookout stares fixedly at the darkness ahead, using his pure perception unaffected by flesh and blood, trying hard to distinguish real currents and energy paths. 300 meters ahead, there's a huge energy whirlpool. Below, there are cracks, but their positions keep changing. Like they are alive, living cracks? Or perhaps, influenced by the power of deception, they are the entry points that trick the senses of intruders. Old Drum, can you sense the real position? I ask urgently. Old Drum, pressed against the deck, trembles slightly. Yes, but very faint. It's moving fast. Its path is unpredictable. This is trouble. In this dark, sticky, and mentally polluted sea, finding an ever-changing entrance is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the defense barrier of the swift silver lightning is under constant heavy pressure and erosion. Its glow is fading visibly. Elvin's forehead is already sweating, and maintaining the barrier is becoming extremely difficult. We don't have much time. We must find the entrance quickly, or we have to retreat immediately. Otherwise, we might all be lost in this sea of deception. At this critical moment, I felt a faint, weak pulse from the dark red clay tablet fragment in my hand. a piece that carried Hermes' message from the silent ruins. It seemed to resonate faintly with some hidden force below. That's right. The fragment was infused with Hermes' aura and the energy of the Star Core's tier. Maybe it could serve as a beacon or a key. I immediately took out the clay tablet fragment and held it tightly. I placed all my hope on this final act of spontaneous magic. This time, my goal was not attack, defense, or granting powers, but guidance. I raised the fragment high, channeling all my mental strength, willpower, and desire for the truth into the last rule of power. I made a firm declaration to the deceitful abyss of the deep sea. Spontaneous magic. Using this fragment as a guide, break all illusions and falsehoods, and reveal the true path to Hermes' hidden refuge. Ability uses 0/15, Ultimate Truth Revelation and Path Guidance, involving resistance against residual high-level powers, consuming the last use. Buzz. An unprecedented rule storm erupted, as if it could tear apart all veils of lies, centered on the clay tablet fragment in my hand. Golden light, manifestation of the rule power, instantly dispersed the darkness and sticky feeling over the ship's surroundings. Under this force, the scene ahead changed dramatically. What was once seemingly empty, with only black seawater, suddenly revealed a huge, mirror-like energy vortex. At the center of the vortex, a constantly twisting, shifting black, like a wounded eye, finally stabilized under the light of the rule power. A faint, shimmering path of light made of shattered starlight and silver energy, the residual aura of the Star Core's tier, stretched straight from the ship's bow to the entrance of the path appeared. The entrance was fixed. Now, full speed ahead. Follow the light path and rush in, I shouted with all my remaining strength, my body trembling from mental and magical exhaustion, nearly unable to stand. Seize the opportunity, Barton roared angrily, rushing to the helm himself. Along with the old sailor, he slammed the ship's wheel hard. The swift silver lightning ship let out a strained groan. The protective magic array flickered uncertainly, but still followed the brief, true path like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing toward the large, ominous, ancient black. At the moment the ship entered I looked back and saw that the Holy Flame Knight's battleship in the distance seemed to glow with a strong holy light. They clearly didn't expect us to find the entrance and break through in this way. But now, trying to stop us is too late. Suddenly, everything went dark, as if passing through a sticky barrier. All sounds and lights vanished instantly. The next moment, I felt a sense of weightlessness. Then it suddenly stopped. Clang. The ship shook violently, as if it had landed on a hard surface. Have we entered? Feng Fifan barely managed to hold his pounding head and looked around. There was no seawater here, only a strange space that was huge and empty, made of twisted light and broken mirrors. The air was thick with a foul, deceptive power. At the end of this space, on a floating throne made of countless lies and contracts, there was a shimmering crystal shard that kept changing shape and emitted a dull glow. That is the fragment of the power of deception. We finally found our target. But in this final maze built by Hermes, full of tricks and traps, how can we, exhausted explorers who have lost our most powerful card, seize that dangerous shard? And after obtaining the shard, what kind of ending awaits us? I only felt a cold, slippery wave filled with countless lies and twisted thoughts rushing into my body and soul. It was as if millions of voices were whispering, deceiving, swearing, and betraying all at once. The intense pain and chaos almost tore my consciousness apart. This was a fragment of Hermes' remaining power. It was trying to invade and assimilate me. I held tightly to the last bit of clarity deep inside my mind, using my fundamental power of speech to fight against and merge with this external, malicious force. Gray, constantly shifting runes appeared on my skin. My pupils sometimes turned pure silver, the power of speech, and sometimes a cunning gray, the power of deception. This process seemed long, but it only took a moment. When I opened my eyes again, the color of my pupils stabilized into a deep, dark silver, as if I could see through all illusions. The chaotic whispers in my mind disappeared, replaced by a new sense of control over concepts like language, contracts, and truth. I could clearly feel that my ability of speech had made a huge leap. Foam Fiefin, level 5, merged with the Deception Power Fragment. Ability, speech power, 25 uses per day, significantly enhanced. Longer control over time, wider influence range, and stronger interference with lies, contracts, illusions, and related ideas. New feature. Deception Mark can secretly mark targets with lies, making them easier to deceive with words. Other attributes haven't shown obvious improvement yet, but the potential is huge. 25 uses, and the power is now vastly stronger. But before we could fully experience this power boost, a violent energy fluctuation came from the space behind us. The Netherflame Knights had forcefully broken through the outer barrier and rushed in. The Knight Leader led the charge. He clearly saw the fragment of power merging into my body, and his eyes blazed with greed and murderous intent. Heretic! Blasphemer! How dare you touch the power of the gods? Hand over the fragment and accept purification. Behind him, a dozen Netherflame Knights immediately formed a formation. White flames and fighting energy fused into a burning wall, pressing toward us. They no longer held back, intending to destroy us completely right here. We have just gone through a tough battle and are in poor condition. Facing the fully prepared and powerful Pure Flame Knights, fighting them directly almost guarantees defeat. But right now, I feel cold and calm inside. With my new power, I decide to test it on you. I watch the angry knights rushing toward me, and a cold, cunning smile appears on my face. I don't choose to defend or attack directly. Instead, I point a finger at them and softly say in a tone full of lies and betrayal, words become law. In your eyes, your comrades are all disguised demons, your holy swords are cursed blades, and your faith is just a false illusion. Fight as much as you want. Only for 20 seconds. Ability uses. May 25th. Large scale, intense mental distortion and mind control, consumes 20 uses. Boom. A powerful, strange force like an invisible plague instantly covers all the charging Pure Flame Knights. Their movements suddenly freeze. Then, a terrifying scene unfolds. The deputy in the Knight Captain's eyes suddenly turns into a fierce, sulfur-smelling demon from the abyss. He roars in fear and anger. Demon, die. The white flame sword slashes toward his own deputy without hesitation. Meanwhile, the deputy's view of the Knight Captain changes into a dark sorcerer holding a black magic blade and desecrating a sacred statue. He fights back with grief, shouting, "For won't. Purify this heretic. Kill. He's a fake. Protect the captain. He's possessed by a demon. Why is your holy fire black?" The entire Pure Flame Knight team instantly falls into chaos, fighting each other in madness. White flames and holy light clash and explode among them. Screams, roars, and clashing weapons fill this strange space. They are completely lost in the truthful lies I have woven, based on their deepest fears and beliefs, madly attacking their twisted comrades. Everyone, including the 4 skeleton crew members, stares in shock at this hellish scene. Is this the power of deception? Is this the enhanced ability to speak and make it true? So terrifying, so unfit for the world. 20 seconds. For the self-destructive Holy Flame Knights, these 20 seconds felt like a lifetime. When the rule's effects ended and the illusions faded, the once fierce dozen or so Holy Flame Knights were down to only 4 or 5, all wounded, with eyes full of confusion, fear, and disbelief. They looked at their fallen comrades, bodies soaked in blood, returning to their original forms, and let out screams of despair. The Knight Captain was half kneeling on the ground, his armor damaged, with several deep wounds showing bone, mostly from his former deputy. He looked up, eyes bloodshot and filled with intense hatred, and stared at me. You devil, now, it's our turn," I said coldly, waving my hand. Already prepared, Barton, Ellie, and Jack charged like fierce tigers at the remaining, dazed knights. Elvin's magic and Lilith's holy light, which now seemed especially ironic, also covered the scene. The fight was over quickly. Soon, the last Holy Flame Knight fell into the blood pool. Before dying, that Knight Captain tried to detonate the holy light inside him to take us down with him, but I interrupted him with a spell based on the deception rule, making the energy here return to calm. He died with his eyes wide open, full of regret. The threat was gone. The space fell into complete silence. Only heavy bloodstains and our heavy breathing remained. We looked at the battlefield of fallen knights, feeling complicated. This was a life-and-death struggle. We had no choice. We must clean this up thoroughly, Elvin said seriously. No traces of us can be left. We acted quickly, using magic and physical means to erase and destroy the bodies, weapons, and even bloodstains. We made sure that if the church sent people later to investigate, they would think the knights had triggered some terrible mechanism while exploring this dangerous ruin, leading to their destruction, or that they had perished with unknown beings. After finishing everything, we dared not stay long. We immediately returned along the same path. After merging with the deception power, I could faintly sense the exit. As we drove the swift silver thunder out of the sunken abyss and back under the lead gray sky of the storm bay, everyone felt as if they had awoken from a dream. The entrance to the abyss behind slowly closed, as if nothing had happened. The threat of the Flame Knight was temporarily gone, giving us a chance to breathe and a dangerous, powerful new strength. Feng Fifan stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the 25 times of flowing words and spells, along with the new perspective brought by the power of deception. His gaze was cast toward the distant horizon. We had obtained a fragment of Hermes, but the secret of the Fire Stealer was far from uncovered. Where are the other fragments of the Authority? Where are the other Salacha tablets? This vast sea of stars and the distant continent still hide many untold truths. His journey is far from over. The new power he gained will surely cause greater waves on the path to uncovering the truth. The return and the new journey's overture, the swift silver lightning ship left the oppressive stormy bay, leaving behind the sinking abyss and the destruction of the Flame Knight. The lead gray sky gradually turned back to a normal blue, and the sea breeze became fresh again, no longer carrying the smell of sulfur and lies. On the deck, relief after surviving and excitement from gaining great power mixed together. The sailors hurried to repair the last damages to the ship, their faces showing relaxed smiles. Barton carefully wiped the blood from his shield, his eyes more steady than before. Eli checked the bowstring, occasionally glancing at me with a faint look of awe. Jack circled around the 4 skeleton crew members, curious if their new sense of touch had other useful tricks in battle. Elvin and Lilith helped handle the aftermath, making sure no traces related to the Flame Knight remained. Lilith looked a bit complicated. As a priestess of the goddess of life, she had witnessed a slaughter of followers of the god of knowledge. Was it really a slaughter? But she also understood it was a fight for survival. I stood alone at the bow, feeling the flowing power inside me. The 25 uses of flowing words and spells, along with the extraordinary perception of lies and contracts, made me feel reborn. I could sense that my understanding and use of the power of rules had entered a whole new level. Many vague and difficult-to-reach applications that once required a lot of mental effort now seem clear and easy. At the same time, I can clearly feel that after merging the fragments of the Deception Authority, my soul seems to have taken on some traits of Hermes, an acute insight into human weaknesses and an instinct to think from the perspective of deception. This is not control, but more like a subtle influence. I must stay alert and master this power, rather than be enslaved by it. Boss, Erwin approached with a mix of excitement and worry on his face. How do you feel? Is the power of the fragment stable? Temporarily stable, I nodded. It feels pretty good, but it also needs time to adapt and control, especially the line between truth and falsehood. We need to be more careful, that's natural. Any strong power requires a matching mindset to wield it, Erwin said understandingly, then lowered his voice. The pure Flame Knights have been completely defeated. We handled it cleanly, but the Church of the God of Knowledge won't give up easily. They might send stronger forces to investigate. As for what we should do next, I interrupted him, looking toward the distant horizon. Whitesail City and the surrounding areas can't be returned to for now. We need a new direction, one that allows us to keep searching for clues while avoiding the Church's gaze for a while. Old Flute had also come over at some point, tapping the ship's side with its tactile finger bones, making a knock-knock sound. Living Captain, it said hoarsely, on Split Scale Island. When trapped, I heard some passing sea merchants mention, somewhere west of the continent, near the endless sand sea, called City of a Thousand Towers, Isu. City of a Thousand Towers, Isu? Erwin's eyes lit up. I know that place. It's a large trading city built on an ancient oasis, famous for its inclusiveness and relative tolerance of all kinds of knowledge, even forbidden knowledge. Legend has it that there are over 1,000 mage towers and research institutions there, gathering scholars and oddities from across the continent and even other planes. More importantly, it's far from the core influence of the Church of the God of Knowledge, City of a Thousand Towers, Isu. A place where knowledge gathers freely and remains neutral. That's exactly what we need right now. Are there clues about other fire stealers or the primordial light there? I asked. Very likely, Elvin replied confidently. The library in Isu City may not be as large as the all-encompassing library, but it holds many obscure, rare, and even heretical texts. Moreover, it's a chaotic place with active underground information trading. Perhaps we can find clues about other fragments of power or the whereabouts of more Salacha tablets there. Our goal is clear. Change course. I turned and ordered the old sailors steering the ship, head toward the western coast of the continent, to this City of a Thousand Towers, Isu. Yes, Captain, the sails billowed as the swift silver lightning cut through the blue sea, beginning a new journey westward. This trip is expected to be longer than the last, as we need to go around the southern tip of the continent and cross the vast western sea of stars. But this time can be used to process the gains from the Stormy Bay journey, strengthen our new powers, and help the team recover from continuous battles. Our sailing days became more regular again. Every day, I spent a lot of time meditating, familiarizing myself with the enhanced speech and magic, trying more precise and resource-efficient methods, like casting small-range, low-cost effects silently, without loud declarations. At the same time, I consciously guided and controlled the influence of that subtle deception power, transforming it into insight rather than being led by it. The team also made progress. Barton's fighting spirit became more refined. Ellie's archery improved after intense battles. Jack's movements grew more mysterious. Elvin's understanding of ancient runes and energy deepened, and Lilith's healing magic became more skilled. The 4 skeleton crew members, after getting used to taste and touch, seemed to have their soul fires become more solid, working better with the team. Their long, blurry memories sometimes offered surprising ancient insights. We crossed peaceful trade routes, encountered small groups of reckless pirates, easily dealt with by Barton and the sailors, and avoided some dangerous-looking sea monster territories. 1 month later, we arrived at the famous port at the southern tip of the continent, Goldenhorn Bay. Here, we carried out our final large-scale supplies and gathered more information about the Tower City of Isu. We confirmed that the city's situation was relatively stable, making it a good time to go there. Leaving Goldenhorn Bay, we headed northwest along the west coast of the continent. The climate became drier, and the salty sea air was replaced by a mixture of dust and spices. On the distant horizon, long brownish mountain ranges began to appear. We knew that the Tower City of Isu was hidden in the oasis beyond those mountains. A new adventure and new mysteries awaited us ahead. Fong Fifan stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the approaching unfamiliar coastline, filled with anticipation. With greater strength and a more mature team, he would continue to seek the ultimate truth about gods and humans in this land full of legends and secrets, buried under the dust of time. His gold and his words of power would create even more exciting stories on this new stage. The Tower City of Isu and the Hot Sand Welcome Festival. After sailing along the dry west coast for several days, the brown mountain ranges in the distance became clearer. The moisture in the air seemed to be squeezed out by an invisible hand, replaced by a hot wind mixed with dust, camel dung, and strange spices. Based on the sea charts and the experience of old sailors, we knew we were close to the legendary Tower City of Isu. Sure enough, after passing a prominent rocky cape that looked like a camel's head, the view suddenly opened up. Before us was a vast oasis surrounded by a sea of golden sand. Lush palm groves and farmland clustered around a grand city. The most striking feature of the city was the hundreds of towers, of various heights and styles. Some were made of white marble, shining with a holy glow, Others were built from obsidian, radiating a mysterious energy. Some were carved entirely from crystals or magical materials, reflecting dazzling light under the hot sun. These towers rose like a forest, reaching into the sky, forming the unique skyline of Isu City. That is the Tower City of Isu, an oasis of knowledge, a paradise for dreamers and outlaws. Elvin looked at the city with a complex light in his eyes, showing both admiration and caution about the unknown. The swift silver lightning anchored at the outer harbor of Isu City, a busy port built near a large lake on the edge of an oasis. Unlike the salty sea breeze of White Sail Harbor, here the air was filled with the smell of lake water, camels, spices, leather, and roasted meat. The dock was crowded with people, desert tribes in loose white robes, merchants wrapped in beautiful silk, researchers in mage robes, and even some obvious mercenaries and spies. Our group stepped down the gangplank and immediately felt a different atmosphere from the eastern coastal cities, rougher, more direct, and more dangerous. As planned, we first needed to find a place to stay and start gathering information about the Salacha clay tablet or other fire stealers' clues. We found a place called Camel Caravan Inn near the dock area to stay. The inn was built with thick, yellowish bricks, surprisingly clean and cool inside. After settling in, we split up to act. Elvin headed straight to the famous Hall of Wisdom public library in Isu City, trying to find clues through official academic sources. Jack, like a fish returning to water, quickly blended into the shadows of the dock area, taverns, and black markets, using gold and skill to get information from spies. Barton and Ellie focused on understanding the city layout and the main power groups. The city was managed by the Mage Council, the Merchant Guild, and several strong mercenary groups, and bought supplies for desert travel. Lilith went to the Goddess of Life temple in the city. Its influence was weaker here, but still present, to learn about local conditions and get some official support. I, with 4 skeleton crew members, wrapped tightly to avoid unnecessary trouble, wandered the market, feeling the pulse of the city, using my enhanced perception skill and sharp sense for lies to notice anything unusual. After a few days, the results were disappointing. Elvin studied many ancient books in the Hall of Wisdom and even used some of Master Aubrey's contacts. However, there are very few direct records about Salacha or the Fire Stealer. Most of the information is vague, considered to be strange legends or rumors. It seems that related documents were cleaned out or destroyed long ago. Jack heard many rumors about ancient treasures and lost power, but after both of us checked, my deception skills and his intelligence analysis, we found that most of these stories are likely fake. They are probably tricks to lure in newcomers like us, who are searching for treasure. A few times, we almost fell into carefully planned traps. Luckily, Jack was alert, and I sensed the danger early, so we avoided losing anything. Boss, the water here is muddier than in White Sail City, Jack reported, a bit discouraged. The stories about the power fragments sound real, but they are all bait to catch fools. I suspect someone is deliberately spreading these false stories to attract people like us. This thought made me nervous. Who could it be? The remnants of the Knowledge God Church? Or some other unknown rival also seeking power? Just when we were feeling hopeless and doubting whether coming to Isu City was a mistake, Jack brought a seemingly small piece of news. Boss, I heard about a strange information broker called Mute Sien. He supposedly never offers information unless someone comes to him, and he charges a lot. But the information he provides is said to be never wrong. He lives in Silent Alley, in the Old City District, one of the most chaotic and dangerous areas of Isu City. Mute Sien? Never wrong. High-risk area? My instincts tell me this might be a path worth trying. That night, I took Jack and Barton, as guards, into the Old City District. It was very different from the bright, tower-filled center. Narrow, dirty alleys lined with crooked mud brick houses. The air was thick with the smell of trash and cheap alcohol. In the shadows, it seemed like many suspicious eyes were watching us. Following the instructions, we found the dead end called Silent Alley. At the end was a small, plain wooden door. Jack stepped forward and knocked on the door with a specific rhythm. The door silently opened, revealing a pair of cloudy yet unusually calm eyes looking at us from behind it. Then, the door fully opened, and a middle-aged man with a small, thin build and a fierce scar across his throat, perhaps the origin of his nickname, Mute, signaled us to come in. Inside, the room was simply furnished, with only a table and 2 chairs. The mute man, Zion, sat behind the table, took out a slate and a stone pen, and indicated that we should write our request. I wrote on the slate, seeking reliable information about the Salacha clay tablet and the fire thief. Zion looked at it, his cloudy eyes showing no emotion. He wiped the writing away and rewrote. Price, 500 gold coins. Or, do me a favor, same choice again. I directly counted out 500 gold coins and pushed them forward. Zion took the coins, then slowly wrote a line on the slate and pushed it to me. Seeing the line, my pupils suddenly shrank. It read, Hermes' shadow is hidden in Hot Sand Deadeye, not a fragment, but a mirror hall. Hot Sand Deadeye? That is a deadly place deep in the endless sands west of Isu City, where legends say no one returns alive. Moreover, the message clearly states that what is hidden there is not a power fragment, but a mirror hall. Hermes' shadow? What does that mean? This information is too vague and too dangerous. But it is also the only message we have received that has not been judged as a lie by my deception detection. After Zion finished writing, he ignored us and signaled that the transaction was over. We left the silent alley, full of doubts and this ambiguous, yet pointing to a deadly place, message. Back at the inn, I shared the news with everyone. Hot Sand Deadeye. Elvin's face turned pale. That is a forbidden zone of life. Even the most drought-resistant camels and the most experienced guides dare not go there. Legends about that place are full of death and madness. But it's the only lead we have, Jack said. And the boss feels it's not fake, not a fragment, but a mirror hall. Hermes' shadow. I kept chewing on these words. Could it be that what Hermes left there isn't a fragment of power, but some kind of record? Or a trap? Should we go or not? Faced with the vast desert and a deadly situation, this vague information bought with 500 gold coins. Will it lead us to new discoveries or to complete destruction? Feng Fifin's trip to Isu City seems to have just begun, but he is already faced with a very difficult choice. The hot desert wind feels like it carries the scent of death. The pulse of the world, the movements of heroes and the Dark Lord. While Feng Fifin hesitated over the vague message pointing to the desert's dangerous area, other parts of the Etherland continent were also turning, slowly changing the fate of the world. Northern border, Iron Rock City defense line, for heroes, once rescued by Feng Fifin on Sad Hill, now stand on the tall city walls of Iron Rock City, looking toward the north at the ominous purple-black wasteland filled with dark magic. Their appearances are very different from when they were in Blackwood Town. After many life-and-death battles and tough training, they have lost their youthful innocence, leaving only determination and calmness. Roland, hero of the sword, with his holy sword Dawnbringer, is humming softly, sensing a strong dark presence from afar. His silver armor is covered with scratches from battles, but his eyes are sharp like tempered steel. He recently led a successful defense, repelling an attack by elite wolf cavalry from the demon army, gaining great respect among the troops. Celas, hero of the spear, is focused on a large military map. His Dawnbreaker spear leans against the side, its tip still stained with magic blood. Using his intelligence and strategy, he helped the defenders see through the demon army's feints and ambushes, making him an essential advisor to Roland. Leah, hero of the bow, with her Windchaser longbow, seems to always have her bow half drawn. Her perception has expanded, allowing her to accurately target demon commanders or spellcasters from kilometers away. She often acts alone, sneaking behind enemy lines to gather intelligence, becoming more independent and decisive. Gar, hero of the shield, with his unmoving mountain shield, seems even heavier than before. He has protected his friends many times with his shield, sustaining many wounds that cannot be fully healed. Still, his defensive area grows stronger, becoming a true wall of size on the front line. They have become stronger, but also feel greater pressure. The Demon King Army's attacks are relentless, with new and powerful demon units and generals appearing. They realize that just defending cannot win the war. They must find a way to strike back, even to launch a direct attack. Roland has secretly planned and on an important enemy outpost of the Demon King army. Deep in the Shadow Hall of the Demon King's territory, meanwhile, deep within the dark and stormy mountains of the northern continent, inside a grand hall made of obsidian and bones, the top leaders of the Demon King army are holding a meeting. Seated on the bone throne is the Demon Emperor Chaos, who radiates chaos and destruction. His face is hidden in shadows, with only two red eyes shining like stars. Below him stand the four generals. The Eye of Silence, Ball, Commander. His voice sounds like metal scraping. Your Majesty, the northern defenses are stronger than expected. The four summoned bugs are growing fast, especially the one with a shield. It's a bit troublesome. Should I go and crush them myself? The faceless phantom, Lilith, intelligence officer, she laughs lazily. Lord Ball is always so impatient. According to the intel from the Soulless One Hell, humans are not united. Their royal families, temples, and even the so-called heroes have distrust and conflicts. Maybe we can weaken them from within. The Bone Weaver, Moros, Chief Mage's voice sounds like it comes from a grave. Disaster Beast King Grohl's vanguard was unexpectedly disturbed in the Sorrow Hills. A strange human team with mysterious powers intervened, causing their plan to fail. One of them seems to have a word spirit trait, which matches the intel we have about the unexpected fifth person in the east. Disaster Beast King, Grohl, Vanguard General, he growls in dissatisfaction but does not argue. He sees the failure as a shame. Chao's deep voice echoes through the hall, like from the abyss. The unexpected in the east. An interesting variable. Ball, keep the pressure in the north but hold off the full attack. Lilith, your plan is approved. Increase internal division among the humans. Moros continued studying the ancient rules and powers left behind, including word spirits. Goran, your task is to clear all obstacles to the eastern coast. I need to know more about that accident and whether it is related to the ancient Fire Stealer relics. The Demon King's gaze seemed to pierce through space, looking toward the distant east. The appearance of Feng Fifan, the accident, and his strange abilities clearly caught the attention of this world-destroying demon lord. The strategy of the demon army is being subtly adjusted because of this small change. A hidden elf ruins somewhere in an ancient, rarely visited forest on the continent. A green-cloaked elf ranger general looked at a newly deciphered prophecy fragment written in ancient Elvish, frowning. The prophecy mentioned the truth of the star fall and the outsider burdened with gold and lies, which seems to match recent reports received by the Elder Council about powerful, unusual beings appearing in the human kingdom. The Church of the God of Knowledge, secret tribunal after the White Sail City incident and the mysterious disappearance of the Pure Flame Knights, believed to have perished exploring forbidden waters. The Church of the God of Knowledge was not calm. A judge in a red robe gave orders to trusted aides, increase monitoring of all ancient history and heretical teachings, especially focusing on forbidden words like Hermes and Salacha. The Eastern person who appeared in Storm Bay, suspected of having special abilities, is now on the key observation list. Once tracked, we will do whatever it takes to recover him. The world stage has never been still. Heroes are tempered in war. The demon lord plots in shadows. Ancient elves glimpse fragments of fate, and defenders of divine authority weave their traps in secret. Feng Fifan's journey is just a small part of this grand picture. The choice he faces in Isu City not only concerns his own fate, but may also unknowingly influence the future of Ezerland continent, pulling at a hidden thread. Should he head toward the consuming, hot sand Deadeye, seeking the elusive Hermes shadow, or abandon this lead and continue searching for other possibilities in the maze of the Thousand Towers city, or turn away altogether, avoiding this seemingly endless whirlpool? Wind Fifan knew that no matter what choices he made, this vast and dangerous world would keep moving forward. He needed to become stronger faster and find the truth sooner so he could control his own fate as the storm approached. Leisure and growth in Isu City faced with the risky and uncertain clue of the hot sand Deadeye, Wind Fifan did not rush blindly into the desert. He understood that with their current strength and condition, rushing into a dangerous situation would be like inviting disaster. Truth was important, but staying alive was the first step to seeking it. I will stay in Isu City for now, he decided. We need rest, more information about the desert and the hot sand dead-eye. And most importantly, we need to grow stronger. Everyone agreed with this decision. After many intense adventures and battles, they were all exhausted physically and mentally. Isu City, with its exotic charm, relative freedom, and rich resources, was the perfect place to rest. They rented a large stone house with a private yard and training ground near the Hall of Wisdom Library, planning to spend several months in a period of growth and recovery, enjoying life and exploring the city. Food adventure. Isu City is a crossroads of east and west trade routes with a rich food culture. They tried almost every special dish in the city: slow-cooked desert mountain lamb with spices, rice wrapped with nuts and grape leaves, baked flatbread in clay ovens, and a cool, refreshing melon and mint drink made from local melons. The 4 skeleton crew members could only experience the flavors, but they enjoyed it very much. Old Flute even started experimenting with using his bone flute to mimic the sizzling sound of grilling meat for fun. Market shopping. The central market of Isu City is a treasure trove. They bought desert-themed crafts like colorful sand-glazed glass bottles and finely woven wool carpets. Elvin was very interested in some rare minerals and fossils from deep in the desert that contained special magic. Jack loved collecting strange trinkets and local gossip. Cultural exchange. We visited several museums within the city and the publicly accessible Mage Tower, lower levels, to learn about the desert people's history and the magic schools of Isu City. Lilith built good relationships with the priestesses of the local goddess temple, exchanging healing magic techniques. Barton practiced combat skills with local mercenaries and guards to learn fighting tactics suitable for the desert environment. Strength development and targeted training. Beyond leisure, cultivation remains the top priority. The private courtyard and training grounds proved very useful. Feng Fei Fan. My main training focus is on precise control and low consumption application. After gaining 25 uses and enhanced effects, I no longer seek powerful, wide-range spells, but instead focus on how to achieve the best results with minimal uses, or even zero mana consumption through mental guidance. I practice micromanipulation with the power of words, such as adjusting the trajectory of arrows midair, strengthening parts of Barton's shield upon impact, or using language to perform psychological suggestions and tactical deception, combined with insight from the Fraud Authority. At the same time, regular physical training, coin throwing with daggers, and dagger combat training continue. I allocated my accumulated free attribute points based on the desert environment: 3 stamina to handle harsh conditions, 2 perception to spot traps and enemy weaknesses in the sand sea. Barton. He focuses on improving mobility and defense skills in the sandy terrain, practicing how to keep stable footing on soft sand, and how to use his shield to block common desert debris and projectiles. His combat aura is becoming more refined, showing signs of breaking into a higher level. Ellie. She has started practicing shooting accuracy under strong wind and dust interference, and is experimenting with enchanting her arrows with various effects, such as dust breaking, reducing sand resistance, and water condensation, attaching a small amount of pure water to the arrow for emergencies or to disturb desert creatures. Jack. His training ground is the shadowy side of Isu City. He is learning desert stealth and camouflage techniques, practicing endurance and survival in extreme heat and water scarcity. His dagger skills have become more cunning, adding tactics for ambushes and surprise attacks using the desert terrain. Elvin. Besides studying desert-related magic in the Hall of Wisdom, such as controlling quicksand, summoning sandstorms, and creating oasis illusions, he is also trying to combine ancient rune knowledge from the Silent Ruins and Storm Bay with modern magic systems to create unique spell models. Lilith. She focuses on treating common desert injuries like heatstroke, dehydration, and insect bites. She has also improved her ability to maintain healing barriers in harsh environments. Her divine magic has become more resilient, carrying the tough spirit typical of desert life. Skeleton crew members. They haven't been idle. After becoming familiar with touch sensation, they began experimenting with using this sense in battle. Old Flute is researching how to use the sound of his bone flute, powered by faint spiritual energy, to interfere with sound waves. The gambling enthusiast is trying to develop dodge techniques based on luck, which actually involves careful calculation and observation. Mutant continues to strengthen his perception of vibrations and energy flow, hoping to detect quicksand or underground creatures early. Wanghai practices keeping his vision clear during sandstorms. Information gathering and clue verification. Investigations into Hot Sand Deadeye and Hermes Shadow have not stopped, but have become more cautious and strategic. We obtain the most detailed, though still limited, information on geography, climate, and dangerous creatures related to Hot Sand Deadeye through official channels, from the Hall of Wisdom and geographers. Jack used his connections to find adventurers or guides who had previously explored Hot Sand Deadeye and survived. Such people are rare, and paid a high price to buy first-hand experiences from them. The feedback was disappointing. Extreme heat, deadly quicksand, elusive sandworms, and a strange energy field that causes hallucinations and ultimately drives people mad. I repeatedly visited Silent Zion, secretly, trying to learn more about the Mirror Hall, but he only repeated the same phrase each time, refusing to say more. It seems this is all he knows. Months passed slowly in this productive and orderly rhythm. The team's overall strength has significantly increased, and they have gained a deeper understanding of an adaptation to the desert environment. Although progress on the main clues remains slow, everyone feels better than ever. The previous exhaustion has disappeared, replaced by full energy and greater confidence. Feng Fifan stands on the lookout tower in the courtyard, watching the city of Isu glow with golden-red hues under the sunset. He feels peaceful inside. He knows that this calm time won't last forever. When the team is ready and they know enough about the Hot Sand Deadeye, they will eventually step into the deadly desert. For now, they should enjoy this peace and become stronger to face any future challenges. Having fun, relaxing, and building strength are the main goals now. As for the truth, it's out there, waiting for a brave explorer to uncover it. Shadows, deals, and whispers of demons at the end of the third month in Isu City, on a seemingly ordinary evening. I was walking alone in the market area, buying special spices that Elvin needed. Using my enhanced insight ability, I observed the people around me, trying to find any clues related to ancient secrets. As I stopped at a stall selling exotic spices, a figure quietly approached me. It was a woman dressed in luxurious silk, with a graceful figure and stunning beauty that took my breath away. She had black hair like the night, and deep purple eyes that seemed to draw souls in. She emitted a strange, enchanting scent, mixing top-quality perfume with something hard to describe but very alluring. "Sir, you seem interested in dream sand?" Her voice was lazy and magnetic, with a faint teasing tone. "This spice comes from the southern islands. They say it helps you dream of what you desire most." Suddenly, I felt a sharp warning in my insight ability. An icy, bone-chilling sense of danger flooded me. The woman's life aura, deep and dark, like an abyss. It was far beyond my perception, impossible to judge her level. Level 60? Or even higher. She was definitely not an ordinary person. A master from the temple? Or something else. Almost instinctively, my fingers quietly grasped 3 gold coins hidden in my special dagger pouch on my belt. My muscles tensed, and I entered a state of high alert. She remained calm on her face, even managing a curious smile. "Oh? That sounds interesting. Are you also knowledgeable about spices?" "Just a little," she replied with a charming smile, full of allure. The surroundings seemed to brighten a bit. "It's noisy here. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk slowly? I know a nice tea house nearby. Their Moonlight Jasmine is excellent." She made an invitation, pointing to a quiet alley leading toward the old city district. My heart pounded wildly. Going with her? That's like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Refusing? That might immediately make her suspicious or even lead to force. Why would such a powerful person come looking for me? Is it because I've recently been investigating ancient secrets? Or has she recognized me from the disappearance of the Night of Pure Flame? In a flash, my mind raced. Confrontation is the worst choice. Escaping is almost impossible. The only hope might be negotiation. "No need for the tea house," I said calmly, meeting her deep purple eyes. "I prefer to talk in open places, but if you have some special information, I am willing to pay a fair price," I added deliberately, emphasizing the words special and price. At the same time, I subtly extended a faint, deceptive mental influence, trying to sense her true intentions and feelings. Her purple eyes flickered with a barely noticeable surprise, as if she hadn't expected me to stay so calm, and perhaps sensed my probing. Her smile grew more charming, but also more dangerous. Clever of you. In that case, let's get straight to the point. I know you're searching for some buried little secrets of time. About the fire thief, about the primordial light, and even about those false gods sitting on the divine throne. Her words exploded like thunder in my mind. She actually spoke openly about these forbidden topics. Who is she? The Church of Knowledge would never use the word false gods. A more terrifying guess surfaced: the demon army. Only those seeking to overthrow the current order would call the gods by such names. Who are you? I asked in a low voice, tightening my grip on the gold coin dagger. You can call me Lilith. She softly uttered the name, as if it carried endless temptation and destruction. As for my identity, clever sir, isn't the answer already in your mind? Sure enough, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King army, the multi-faced phantom, Lilith. She actually sneaked into ISU City herself and came to find me. Don't be nervous, little one. Lilith seemed to see through my thoughts and chuckled softly. I'm not here to fight, at least not right now. I'm just interested in you, and the possibility you might represent behind you. We can make a deal. What kind of deal? I forced myself to stay calm, quickly analyzing her purpose. Is the Demon King army also searching for ancient secrets? Are they trying to use me? Very simple. Lilith played with a strand of her black hair. Tell me everything you know about the fire thief and the truth about the gods. In return, I can offer some information, things you definitely can't easily get on your own, about the whereabouts of other fragmented powers or the Salacha tablets. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. She didn't finish her sentence, but the cold, deadly intent that felt almost tangible already enveloped me, making me feel like I was in an icy cellar. The consequences of refusing are obvious. The gap in strength is too great. I have no doubt she could kill me instantly, without even giving me a chance to speak a spell. I can't fight directly. I can only use clever tricks, or even borrow strength to strike back. I took a deep breath and showed a smile mixed with helplessness and cunning. Lady Lilith, look, I'm just a small-time adventurer trying to make a living. Asking for some information is just to earn a bit of money. The truths you seek could cost me my head, I added, rubbing my fingers together and making a universal gesture for counting money. Lilith looked at me with interest, as if admiring a curious toy. All right, your safety is guaranteed before the transaction is complete. As for the deposit, she casually tossed over a shimmering, crystal-like thin sheet that glowed with a dark purple light. It contains coordinates of an ancient site in the southern swamp, possibly related to the Decay Authority. Consider it a small token of my sincerity. I caught the thin sheet. Both my perception of deception and my ability to see through lies activated simultaneously. I confirmed that the sheet itself had no traps, and the information it contained seemed genuine. At least, I couldn't find any flaws with my skills. The intelligence network of the Demon King's army is indeed formidable. All right, it seems I have no other choice. I pretended to give up with a sigh. Then, in a low voice, I quickly shared the partial truth I had learned from the Silent Wasteland and the Salazar clay tablet about the fire thief, betraying others and stealing the primordial light through rituals, as well as Hermes playing tricks within the Alliance. I told her selectively, mixing truth and falsehood. I concealed the key details about how I obtained the fragment of the Fraud Authority, only saying I found related records. Lilith listened very carefully, her purple eyes shining with deep insight, as if she was quickly analyzing and verifying the information. That's all I know. I spread my hands. I almost risked my life for this piece of news. Lady Lilith, about this information feed. Lilith looked at me intently, her gaze seeming to pierce through my soul. You're quite clever, little one. But this information is very valuable. This is your remaining reward. She tossed another memory thin sheet toward me. It contains another possible clue related to the War Authority located in the northern glaciers. I hope we can work together again next time. After saying that, she gave me a charming smile. Her figure seemed to melt into the night, gradually fading away into the shadows of the alley, as if she had never appeared. The oppressive feeling of pressure also disappeared. I stood there, my back soaked with cold sweat. Clutching the two cold memory sheets tightly, my heart was tumultuous. Dancing with demons is extremely dangerous. But this time, I not only saved my life, but also gained two crucial new clues. And perhaps, inside the Demon King's army, I might have planted a seed about the true nature of the gods. Paid 500 gold coins for this intelligence. Seems like this deal wasn't a bad one. I chuckled at myself, wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, and carefully stored the two thin slices. Wind Fiefin knew that his encounter with Lilith was not just over. He had been pulled into a deeper whirlpool. The road ahead would be full of dangers, but it might also be filled with more opportunities. He needed to become stronger faster so he could protect himself and even make moves in this game of gods and demons. Reflection and decision. The call from the south, the intense encounter and deal with. The many-faced phantom, Lilith was like a big stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples that wouldn't settle easily in Wind Fiefin's mind. Being personally contacted by one of the four heavenly kings of the Demon King army meant that he and the secrets he sought had attracted the attention of the top powers on the continent. This was dangerous, but it also proved the value of ancient secrets. Back at the rented stone house, I carefully stored the two memory slices from Lilith, not rushing to look at them immediately. I needed time to calm my mind and discuss with my team. It would be foolish to trust demon information blindly, but ignoring it completely might cause me to miss good chances. In the following days, I didn't rush to act. Instead, I focused more on training myself and strengthening my team. The brief confrontation with Lilith made me realize how small my power was. Being at level 5, I was still no match for true experts. I had to level up faster and learn to better use the power of words and deception. I spent more time practicing mental spellcasting. I tried to influence rules with my mind alone, without speaking, making small changes like making a teacup float for a moment or making a candle flicker into specific shapes. This process was very exhausting mentally, and success was rare. But each success deepened my understanding of the power of rules. I could feel that if I mastered this skill well, I would be more stealthy and quick in battle, and it would also greatly reduce the energy cost of verbal spells. The other team members were also steadily improving in their fields. Barton's sand defense skills became more refined, and Ellie created a batch of new arrows enchanted with the broken sand rune. Jack gained a deeper understanding of the underground world of ISU City, while Elvin successfully improved a small-scale, flowing sand trap spell. Lilith crafted a more effective antidote and sunscreen. The 4 skeleton crew members even began practicing weak energy exchanges using their unique soul fires. Although the results were minimal, it was an interesting start. After half a month, I felt it was time to deal with those 2 memory fragments. On a quiet night, I gathered the core team: Barton, Elvin, Jack, and Lilith. Allie was on lookout. In a soundproof room, I told them about my encounter and dealings with Lilith, excluding details about the fraud fragment that had merged. The news hit like a heavy bomb, shocking everyone. Queen of the Demon Army. Lilith. Barton's face was very serious. Boss, you're taking too many risks. Her intelligence can't be trusted lightly. Jack immediately said. It might be a trap to lure us in. Elvin was more cautious. But we can't ignore it completely. The Demon Army's intelligence network might reach areas we can't access. The key is how to identify and use it. Lilith clenched her hands, worriedly looking at me. Mr. Fong Fiefin, your safety is the most important. I placed the 2 fragments on the table. This is her reward, with clues about the possible existence of the decay and war powers. I haven't checked them yet. Elvin picked up a fragment and carefully used magic to scan it. The fragment itself shows no signs of tracking or curses. The authenticity of the information needs verification. We decided that Elvin would lead the effort, reading each fragment carefully while remaining on high alert. The first fragment, about Southern Swamp, decay power, was activated. A stream of information filled with dampness, decay, and death flooded into Elvin's mind. He closed his eyes to digest it for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes. The information points to the southern continent, to a vast wetland called Withering Marsh. It is shrouded in deadly mist year-round, home to terrifying creatures adapted to decay. The fragment mentions an ancient, decayed altar deep in a swamp, tangled with old tree roots, and hints that there may be powerful forces or curses related to the idea of decay lingering there. The information is quite specific, with clear geographic details, but the danger level is extremely high. The second fragment about the Northern Glacier War Authority was read. This time, Elvin sensed a cold, brutal, chaotic thought filled with violence and bloodshed. This clue points to the far north, the Permafrost Glacier, deep within the traditional territory of the Frost Giant tribe, at a place called Bloodhowl Gorge. It is said to be the site of an ancient divine war, and even now, it is haunted by lingering war spirits and wild energy. The details are vague, more like a collection of rumors, but it mentions that deep inside the gorge, there might be fragments of an ancient banner symbolizing war. Two clues, one pointing south to a deadly, humid swamp, and the other north to a cold, dangerous glacier. Both are very different from the western desert where ISU City is located. Fading Swamp, Permafrost Glacier. Barton frowned. Both are deadly places. Lilith gave us these locations with bad intentions. But they might also be real, Jack analyzed. The demon army also wants to find these fragments. Maybe they want to use us to explore, or to cause us to fight the powerful guardians of these places. Elvin nodded in agreement. That's a typical tactic. Lure the enemy into a trap. But we're not even ready to explore the hot sand Deadeye yet, and these two places are even more dangerous. The room fell silent. 3 clues, pointing in 3 different directions, each full of unknowns and deadly risks. Our current strength isn't enough to handle these deadly places, I finally said, breaking the silence. Whether it's Hot Sand Deadeye, Fading Swamp, or Bloodhowl Gorge, we can't go there now. I picked up the 2 fragments and compared them with the information about the Hot Sand Deadeye I got from Silent Zion. Let's store these clues for now. They are our future goals, but not for today, I said, glancing at everyone. Our main task right now is to improve our strength. There's still more to discover in ISU City. Elvin continued searching for safer clues about ancient history or ancient magic knowledge that could improve our strength in the Hall of Wisdom. Jack, keep an eye out for suitable, low-risk missions or adventures within ISU City. These can help us earn commissions and train the team. Barton, Ellie, and Lilith, continue your targeted training. How about you, boss? Lilith asked. Me? I smiled. I will keep practicing my skills. Maybe I should also consider reaching out to the Mage Council or large merchant guilds in ISU City. We need broader connections and resources. Relying only on ourselves is too slow. Also, it's time to upgrade the Swift Silver Lightning ship. Avoiding problems and only training hard isn't a good long-term plan. Since we're already caught in the whirlpool, we must learn its rules and use them to grow stronger. Feng Fifan decided to pause exploring the abyss. Instead, he would focus on ISU City as a base, build strength, expand connections, and find safer ways to become stronger. The 3 dangerous clues are like distant lighthouses guiding the way forward. But the path to those lighthouses must be carefully and steadily traveled. In the days that followed, the team returned to a steady, productive rhythm. Their goals became clearer and their steps more confident. They knew peaceful times might not last long, but they would make the most of every second to gather enough strength for the storms ahead. A moving treasure trove and reasonable spending in the early 4th month of their stay in ISU City, a strange merchant team called Desert Fox arrived. They weren't ordinary traders. They traveled across dangerous lands and ruins, buying and selling magical items, ancient relics, and strange creations. Their arrival caused a stir among adventurers and collectors in ISU City. Feng Fifan naturally didn't miss this news. On the day the merchant team set up their colorful, museum-like tents in the central market, he took Barton and Elvin, who was responsible for appraising, to visit. The tents were much larger inside than they appeared outside, clearly using space-expanding magic. On the shelves, various sparkling magical items are neatly organized. Potions, scrolls, weapons, armor, jewelry. There are so many different kinds that it's dazzling. The leader of the caravan is a slim middle-aged human man with sharp eagle-like eyes and small mustaches, who calls himself Hugh Zhang. He seems to be a knowledgeable and clever person. When he sees Feng Fifan and his group, especially Elvin's mage robes and Feng Fifin's seemingly casual but valuable clothing. He quickly comes forward with enthusiasm. Welcome to the Desert Fox, esteemed guests. We have everything you could imagine. There's nothing we can't find. How can I assist you today? Feng Fifin doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly scans the shelves. His enhanced perception ability and insight from his deception skill work together, quickly judging the value and possible risks of each item. I want all items that are directly helpful for fighting, survival, or exploration, Feng Fifin says calmly, as if commenting on the weather. Hu Zhang's smile instantly freezes. He scratches his ear, thinking he heard wrong. Guest? You mean everything? Yes, everything, Feng Fifin repeats. He casually pulls out a handful of gold coins from his pouch and places them on the table, shining brightly, including the few treasures hidden in that encrypted box at the back. Let's get a price for everything. Hu Zhang's eyes nearly pop out. He looks at the pile of gold, then at Feng Fifin's unwavering gaze, and at Elvin's deep, steady aura and Barton's mountain-like presence. He immediately realizes he's dealing with a true big client, someone who knows what they're looking for. His expression quickly shifts from shock to extreme enthusiasm and respect. Understood. Completely understood. Please wait a moment. I will count and give you a fair price right away. In the next few hours, this became the biggest deal in the history of the Desert Fox Caravan, and a major leap forward for Feng Fifin's team. With Elvin's expert appraisal and Feng Fifin's sharp insight, they bought the following key items: consumables, purchased in large quantities, 50 lesser speed potions. Drinking them increases speed by 20% for half an hour. 20 strong invisibility potions. Drinking them makes you completely invisible for 10 minutes. Movement or attacking will break the invisibility. Life Recovery Potion X100. Quickly heals non-lethal wounds. Mana Recovery Potion X50. Speeds up natural mana regeneration. Detox, Anti-Plague, Cold/Heat Resistance Potions. Several. Equipment, Team Standard and Special Enhancements. Tough Barrier, Necklace X7. One for each person, a growth item. Wearers get an invincible shield that can be activated twice a day, lasting 3 seconds, completely blocking one attack, regardless of strength. As the wearer's level increases, the shield's duration and usage per day will grow, up to 3 times at level 10. Basic Attribute Boost Rings. 10 ring set. X7 sets. Each set has 10 rings, increasing strength 10%, speed 10%, endurance 10%, mana 10%, defense 10%, and perception 10%. Although each ring's boost seems small, the set effects stack. When a person wears all 10 rings, all attributes get a huge double boost. Items are equipped by Feng Fifin, Barton, Ellie, Jack, Elvin, Lilith, and Old Didi. The 3 skeletons currently cannot effectively use the rings, but Feng Fifin also bought spare sets. Windrunner Shoes, X7. Increase movement speed by 15%, slightly reduce stamina use. Precise Grip, Gloves, Ellie's exclusive greatly improved bow accuracy and stability. Magic Break Dagger, Jack's exclusive extra damage to magic shields and energy creatures. Ancient Guardian, Tower Shield, Barton's exclusive very high defense, with taunt and steadfast effects. Sage's Speech, Staff, Elvin's exclusive boost spell power and casting speed, with a once-per-day, silent casting effect. Life Praise, Holy Emblem, Lilith's exclusive enhances healing magic, reduces mana cost. Bullseye, Old-Fashioned Flintlock, Feng Fifin's Curiosity purchase looks outdated but enchanted with Unerring, trait, fires 3 shots daily, ignoring normal evasion, less effective against high-level beings. Although Feng Fifin mainly uses a gold dagger, this weapon seems useful for ambushes or special situations. Special Items Category. Return to City Scroll, X5. Single-use item that instantly teleports the team back to a preset save point. Must be bound in advance, such as the Stone House in Aizu City. Space Anchor Rune Stone, X2. Temporarily stabilizes a small area of space, preventing teleportation or being caught in spatial turbulence. After this shopping spree, the total cost was 8,000 gold coins. That's enough to buy a nice estate in Aizu City. Even the experienced Huzang was so excited his hands trembled as he repeatedly counted the piles of gold coins. Feng Fifan didn't blink. Money can be earned again, but opportunities to directly and effectively improve the team's survival and combat ability cannot be missed. These equipment and items could raise the team's overall strength by 2 or 3 levels. Now, even against enemies at level 7 or 8, with the advantage of gear and teamwork, they could fight back. At the very least, their chances of escaping had greatly increased. Returning to the stone house with their full loot, everyone was stunned when they saw the dazzling array of magical items. "Boss, did you rob a merchant caravan?" Jack looked at his own ring and dagger, eyes shining. "These rings are incredible." Erwin felt the full boost of all attributes and was very excited. Barton stroked the heavy new shield, feeling the power within, and nodded heavily. "Thank you, boss." Lilith held the new holy emblem, her eyes full of gratitude. Ailey couldn't wait to try on the gloves, feeling as if the bowstring had become an extension of her arm. The 4 skeleton crew members also received rings from old Didi's set and necklaces. Although they couldn't fully enjoy the attribute bonuses like living beings, the resilience barrier necklace's absolute defense effect was just as effective for them. It was like gaining extra lives. That day, the team's strength experienced a qualitative leap. Feng Fifan looked at his refreshed team members and nodded with satisfaction. This investment was very worthwhile. Familiarize yourselves with the new equipment and adjust tactical cooperation. He issued a new order. With better conditions, we must face bigger challenges. Rest time is over. It's time to consider our next specific move. Having gained greater strength and more life-saving skills, the 3 clues pointing to the desperate situation no longer seem as intimidating as before. Should they continue to investigate the hot sand Deadeye, or turn toward the southern, withering marsh, or the northern, Bloodroar Rift? Feng Fifan knew that a new journey was about to begin. This time, they were better prepared. New technique, trial edge and desert departure inside the Stonehouse training ground in Isu City. The atmosphere was very different from usual. The team members were fully armed, glowing with various magical equipment. Each wore 10 rings with different effects, radiating powerful energy waves that made people feel tense. Feng Fifan stood in the center of the training ground, closing his eyes and focusing. He was no longer satisfied with just using spoken spells to control, assist, or twist rules. He began trying more direct and destructive magic, manifesting elemental magic through spoken words. Spoken spell, by this word, summon the flames of evil destruction, fire technique. Great Fireball. He made a simple hand sign in front of his chest, just for ceremony, not necessary. Suddenly, a quarter of his huge magical power was drained. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a massive, blazing fireball over 3 meters wide. The high temperature twisted the air as it roared toward a special target in the distance. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, flames splashing everywhere. The thick stone target, protected by magic, was shattered instantly, leaving a blackened crater and melted stones all around. Everyone was stunned by the power. This was only a quarter of his magic. If he used all his strength, how terrifying would the power be? Spoken spell, call down the 9 heavens thunder, transform into a deadly spear, thunder technique. Thunder Dragon. Another quarter of his magic was used. Violent lightning elements gathered in the air above the training ground, forming a fierce purple thunder dragon with sharp claws and roaring fiercely. It charged down with destructive force, blasting another target area into chaos, with electric snakes writhing and scorched earth everywhere. Next are the Water Dragon, Earth Dragon, and Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, a highly compressed, rapidly spinning large wind blade shuriken with extremely terrifying cutting power. Each elemental attack is very powerful and impressive, enough to threaten enemies of the same level, LV5, with deadly force, and even pose a threat to higher-level beings. The only limit is magic energy consumption. Each use costs a quarter of the total magic energy, meaning without using magic potions, he can perform this level of elemental spell up to 4 times a day or combine it with other abilities. Too strong. Jack looked at the battered training ground and swallowed hard. Boss, you're basically a walking magic cannon. Elvin's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. Using spell spirits to directly control the basic elements of the world avoids traditional magic models and incantations. This efficiency and understanding of rules far surpass normal magic systems. Barton nodded steadily. With the boss's direct attack, we have more tactical options. Lilith looked worriedly at Feng Fifan, who was slightly panting. Mr. Feng Fifan, isn't this consumption too high? Your body, it's fine. I waved my hand, feeling my magic energy quickly recover, thanks to the new ring that increased recovery speed. This is just one of my backup plans. I won't use it easily. Next, I will test new equipment and team coordination. In the following days, the training ground became a testing area for various light effects and energy explosions. Barton tested his Ancient Guard tower shield. The large shield could easily block Eli's full-force shots and Jack's tricky backstabs. The added taunt effect could even influence mindless targets, judged as enemies by the rules. The stability effect made him as if rooted to the ground, hard to knock back. Eli wore the precise grip gloves. His arrows almost hit their target every time, with greatly improved and stability. Combined with Sandbreaker arrows, he maintained a high hit rate, even in simulated dusty environments. Jack wielded the Demon Breaker dagger. His figure moved swiftly with Windrunner boots and speed rings, easily tearing through Elvin's low-level magic shields with quick dagger swings. Irvin waved his Sage's Speech staff, and his casting speed clearly increased. A Sand Trap was almost instantly cast, and its power was stronger. Lilith's Hymn of Life Holy Badge greatly boosted her healing magic. A single holy light could quickly heal deep wounds. The most surprising was the Resilient Barrier necklace. Barton took the initiative to test it by having Ellie shoot him with her strongest armor-breaking arrow. When the arrow was about to hit, Barton activated the necklace. A thin but very strong golden light shield appeared instantly. The arrow hit the shield but caused no ripples and fell harmlessly. This gave 2 guaranteed defenses each day. It is undoubtedly the best life-saving item. Although the 4 skeleton crew members couldn't fully benefit from the ring's attributes, their ability to sense and use energy seemed to improve because of their equipment. Old Didi's bone flute produced a wave with a slight interference effect, making Howey's observation sharper. Munden's sense of vibrations expanded. The gambler tried to use luck to guide Jack's misfired arrow, but almost got chased and beaten by Jack. The team's overall strength and coordination reached an unprecedented level with the new gear. It's time to set out. After discussion, we decided to first explore the closest location, Hot Sand Deadeye, which has some partial information from the Mute Zion. Compared to the completely unknown and distant Withering Swamp and Bloodroar Rift provided by Lilith, the dangers in the desert are at least partly known. We prepared thoroughly for the desert journey. Enough water, food, 10 drought-resistant camels, a compass, sun protection items, and various tools and medicines to deal with quicksand, sandstorms, and desert creatures. At dawn, as the morning light dispelled the cold night, the crew left the city of Isu quietly, heading west into the endless, life-consuming golden sands. The camel bells made dull sounds in the dry air. Behind us, the silhouette of the thousand-tower city faded away, and ahead was the endless yellow desert. The heat wave began to rise, and the view distorted due to the high temperature. Feng Fifan sat atop the leading sand camel, looked back toward Isu City, and then gazed at the sea of death before him. A new adventure was beginning. This time, they were well-equipped, stronger, and had a clear goal: to explore the Hot Sand Deadeye and uncover the truth about the Hermes Shadow and the Mirror Hall. The harsh test of the desert was right ahead. Yet, their steps were firm and strong. First battle in the Golden Purgatory and Sand Sea, leaving the oasis of Isu City. It felt like stepping into another world. Endless golden dunes looked like frozen waves, layered and stretching to the horizon. The sun was like a molten fireball, scorching the earth mercilessly. The air twisted from the heat, and visible heat waves shimmered in the air. The sand underfoot was boiling hot. Even through special boots, they could feel the burning temperature. Silence was the main sound here, broken only by the whistling wind over the dunes and the heavy breathing of the sand camels. This was the endless sea of sand, a forbidden zone for life. Following their planned route and using the purchased map, they headed roughly toward the hot sand Deadeye. Everyone wrapped themselves tightly in scarves and long robes, leaving only their eyes exposed to protect against the scorching sun and the blowing sand. Heat-resistant potions and plenty of water were vital for survival. Lilith kept a close eye on everyone to prevent heatstroke or dehydration. The 4 skeleton crew members were strange in the desert. They weren't affected by the heat and didn't need water. Wrapped in robes, they looked more like moving skeletons. Old Didi even tried to imitate the sound of the wind blowing over the dunes with his bone flute, but the tune was dry and eerie. Jack complained, "It's better to just listen to the wind itself." Elvin held a special magic compass, constantly adjusting their direction while carefully sensing the flow of magic around them. "The elements here are very wild and chaotic," he warned, "especially earth and fire elements. Be extra careful when casting spells, or they might spiral out of control." In the first few days, the journey went smoothly. Aside from the unbearable heat and monotonous scenery, they didn't encounter much danger. They even found a small, unmarked oasis on the map to refill their water supplies. However, the desert's fangs soon revealed themselves. On the afternoon of the 5th day after departure, we encountered a sudden sandstorm. At first, it was just a faint yellow streak on the horizon, but in an instant, that yellow turned into a towering yellow wall stretching across the sky and ground, accompanied by thunderous roars, crushing down on us like an unstoppable wave. The fierce wind whipped up countless grains of sand, like tiny blades, wildly hitting everything. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters, and the world became a blur of chaos, with only the roar of the wind and the crackling sound of sand hitting. "Gather the camels. Fix the shelter," Barton shouted hoarsely, quickly planting his shield deep into the sand to create a temporary windbreak. We hurriedly surrounded the frightened camels in the middle, everyone huddling together, using our bodies and gear to block the raging sand. The tough barrier necklace could resist attacks, but facing this relentless natural force, it was clear we couldn't waste its uses freely. "Elvin, can you do something?" I shouted through the wind. Elvin, braving the sandstorm, struggled to raise his staff. "I'll try." Sand shield protection, he channeled his magic, attempting to form a relatively stable wall of sand around us. But the desert's elements were too wild. The sand wall he created kept being torn apart and reformed by the fierce wind, making it very difficult. Seeing the power of nature before us, I had an idea. Since the speech-driven magic can directly control elements, could it be used to calm or guide this raging sea of sand? I focused my mind, blending my thoughts into the roaring sandstorm, no longer trying to fight it, but attempting to communicate and coordinate. Speech-driven magic, sand and wind, listen to my command. Rest your fury here and bring peace to this place. Usage count, 24/25. Large-scale environment guidance and calming consumes 1 use. The power of rules, like a cool spring, flowed into this chaotic element stream. Instead of forcibly stopping the sandstorm, which would be too costly and unrealistic, I created a small, relatively calm, safe zone around us, like dropping a stabilizing anchor into a rushing current. The effect was immediate. Within about 20 meters of us, the wind noticeably weakened, and the swirling sand seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, losing much of its aggression. Although the storm outside still raged fiercely, the small space we occupied gained a rare moment of respite. Elvin's pressure eased, and he took the opportunity to stabilize the sand wall. Everyone sighed in relief and looked at me gratefully. "Boss, your ability is becoming more like a miracle," Jack said, wiping dust off his goggles with admiration. The sandstorm lasted nearly an hour before gradually calming down. When the wind stopped and the sand settled, we crawled out of the nearly buried temporary shelter, and the world before us had completely changed. The previous sand dune landscape was completely transformed. The huge dunes disappeared, replaced by new ones that seemed to have been casually sculpted by nature. Oh, Ellie, who was in charge of guarding supplies, suddenly looked worried. 2 camels and some supplies were swept away by the sandstorm, just as we felt sad about the lost supplies. Warnings came almost simultaneously from Watcher High and Mount. Watcher High pointed to a newly formed sand dune on the right front. Something is emerging from the sand. Mound pressed close to the ground. Many, and very fast. We saw that the sand on the dune was boiling like boiling water. Dozens of scorpion-like creatures, about the width of an adult arm, covered in dark yellow chitin shells, with large pincers at the front, rapidly emerged from the sand. They shook off the sand on their bodies, and their compound eyes, glowing red, immediately locked onto us, the unwelcome guests. Sandland giant scorpions, LV4, X20. Their life aura carries the heat and ferocity typical of the desert. They are good at hiding under the sand and launching surprise attacks. Their tail stingers are highly toxic. Sandland giant scorpions. Get ready to fight, Barton roared, raising his large shield to stand at the front. The scorpion swarm emitted a harsh, click, sound, like a golden tide rushing down from the dunes. The battle broke out instantly. Barton, like a rock, struck fiercely with his shield, knocking several of the frontline giant scorpions, along with sand, flying away. Ellie's arrows, precise as a death note, targeted weak points like joints and eyes. The breaking sand arrows proved effective, easily piercing their shells. Jack moved quickly across the sand. His Windrunner boots and speed ring made his movements so fast they left afterimages. Although his demon-breaking dagger was only moderately effective against physical shells, he aimed specifically at the joints of the scorpion legs and tail stingers, quickly disarming several of them. Elvin did not use powerful magic, but cast quick spells of Greasy Touch and Earth Spike, which slowed down the scorpion swarm and caused some chaos in specific areas. Lilith prepared antidotes and healing spells to be ready for any injuries or casualties. I also joined the fight, but did not use large amounts of elemental magic. I swung my hands, and gold coin daggers shot out like a swarm of bees. Thanks to the rings that boost strength and speed, the gold coin daggers became much more effective. They easily pierced the gaps in the giant scorpion's shells. Although not deadly, they caused pain and confusion. Old Flute tried to use its bone flute to disturb the giant scorpions, but the effect was only okay. However, the gambler unexpectedly found a new trick, using vibrations and luck to predict where the scorpions would emerge from the sand. Then, it threw a very hard stone it found along the way onto those spots. Several scorpions got hit and were stunned. The fight didn't last long. With good teamwork and new gear, we quickly cleared out the more than 20 level 4 sand scorpions, leaving behind messy corpses and dark green blood that smelled bad. Clear the battlefield, gather useful materials, scorpion venom, shells, and leave quickly, I ordered. The smell of blood might attract more trouble in the desert. After the attack by the giant scorpions and the sandstorm, we understood how harsh this desert really is. But it also proved our team's strength and the value of our new equipment. After a short rest, we set out again. Using the compass and map, we got closer to the area marked Hot Sand Deadeye. The temperature around us seemed to be rising strangely, and the magic in the air was more restless. Feng Fifan looked at the distant scene, which seemed to be twisted even more by the heat waves. He knew the real test might just be beginning. What secrets and dangers hide behind the words Hermes Shadow and Mirror Hall? As we went deeper, the environment became more strange. The color of the sand under our feet darkened from golden yellow to dark gold, even with hints of rust red. The feeling of walking on it grew hotter, as if a huge furnace was buried beneath. The heat waves in the air distorted more and more, sometimes creating mirages that defied logic, like upside-down dunes or floating oases, which made it hard to tell directions. Elvin's magic compass started to wobble unpredictably. He had to work harder, using the stars at night and the direction of the dunes to correct his course. Here, the space and energy are being twisted, he warned seriously. The effect of the hot sand deadeye might be bigger than we thought. The temperature kept rising. Even with heat-resistant medicine and special insulating robes, we still felt a scorching heat that seemed to dry our souls. We used water faster than expected, and Lilith had to enforce stricter rationing. There's something ahead, the silent, dull-witted creature suddenly stopped, speaking in its dry voice. A big, hollow feeling, energy, very chaotic, dangerous. We looked in the direction it pointed. Ahead was a relatively flat area with dark red sand cracked with black lines, seeming normal at first glance. But with my enhanced perception and the ability to see through things, I faintly sensed a terrifying void and pull beneath that area, like a huge funnel swallowing everything below. Is it quicksand? Or, Barton cautiously stopped his camel. Not like normal quicksand. Elvin crouched down, picking up a handful of dark red sand. The grains seemed to shimmer with static electricity. The earth element here is unusually active, mixed with a kind of energy I've never felt before, one with annihilation properties. I tried to send a bit of my mental power into that area, but it felt like shouting into a void, immediately torn apart and swallowed by the chaotic energy field. The only response was cold silence. Go around, I ordered firmly. It's foolish to risk crossing unknown dangerous zones when we don't understand the situation. We carefully circled around the edge of this strange area. But not long after, new troubles arose. The surrounding sandy ground began to collapse randomly, forming pits of various depths. Sometimes, what seemed like solid sand suddenly gave way under our feet. Fortunately, we were prepared. We used a long pole to test the ground, relied on the extraordinary eyesight of the Watcher, which can see through weak energy points, and sensed vibrations through the mound. These measures helped us avoid falling into traps many times. This place is full of traps, Jack muttered angrily as he jumped out of a small sand pit, brushing off the sand on his clothes. Even more unsettling, we started to see illusions. First, Lilith claimed she saw her late mentor waving at her. Then Barton made defensive gestures toward an empty sand dune, as if there were thousands of soldiers there. Even the calmest Ellie once mistook a distant rock for a terrifying giant sandworm's mouth. It's the influence of the energy field, Elvin shouted, struggling to resist the ancient magic symbols appearing in his mind. Stay focused. Don't be fooled. These illusions drain our mental and physical strength. I was also affected. Occasionally, fragments of broken memories flashed before my eyes. Bright fake banquets, secretly altered contract texts under starlight, cold laughs full of betrayal and mockery. These seemed to be remnants of Hermes' power fragments, amplified in this special area. I had to frequently use my insight from the Deception Authority to distinguish reality from illusion. I also cast small spells to dispel the illusions around my team, which further drained our mental energy. Boss, this can't go on. Jack's face was pale, clearly exhausted from resisting the illusions. We're not even at the destination, and we're already falling apart. I looked at my tired and tense team members, then at the increasingly chaotic and distorted energy deep in the distance. My instincts told me that the core area of the hot sand Deadeye was nearby. Rest here for half an hour. Take turns on watch, and take calming potions, I ordered. We needed to recover some strength before facing greater dangers ahead. During the break, I took out the information scroll from the Silent Zion and the memory shard Lilith gave me, comparing them repeatedly. The information about the Silent Zion points to the Hot Sand Deadeye and the Mirror Hall, although Lilith did not directly give clues about this place. The demon army she represents clearly knows a lot about ancient secrets. Mirror Hall. Hermes' shadow, I whisper to myself. Could it be that the core of the Deadeye is not a destroyed area, but a mirror-like space made of illusions and deception? This guess makes my heart race. If it's true, then the strange environments, chaotic energies, and mental illusions I encountered before might just be symptoms of the power leaking from that Mirror Hall. Our rest time quickly ends, and the team's condition slightly improves. We continue along the dangerous edge, heading toward the area where energy feels most chaotic and empty. Finally, after crossing a ridge made of black broken rocks and dark red sand, as if torn apart by great force, we see our destination. It is a huge, bowl-shaped depression, so large it's hard to describe, as if a meteor once crashed here and was destroyed. The bottom of the depression is deep and bottomless, filled with swirling, light-consuming darkness. Above the darkness, space is heavily distorted, reflecting countless broken and inverted shadows, as if countless invisible mirrors float in the air, cutting and reshaping the sky, sand dunes, and our own figures into strange, surreal patterns. There is no deafening roar here, only a terrifying silence that chills the soul and a heavy pressure that seems to crush everything. Hot Sand Deadeye. We have arrived. In the distorted shadows at the edge of the Deadeye, faintly visible is a constantly changing outline of a structure made of shattered crystals and illusory light. Could this be the so-called Mirror Hall? How do we go down? How do we enter that seemingly empty yet deadly attractive place of darkness and distortion? Feng Fifan stands at the edge of the Deadeye, feeling the void that seems to swallow everything and the faint call of the Mirror Hall. He knows the final test is right in front of him. The entrance to the Mirror Hall and the real challenge. Standing on the dizzying edge of the Hot Sand Deadeye, gazing at the deep darkness that devours light below and the constantly shifting broken shadows above, everyone feels a primal fear deep in their hearts. The large bowl-shaped depression looked like the mouth of a giant beast, emitting a suffocating silence and a powerful pull. Above the darkness, the outline of the Mirror Hall resembled ghostly flames that tempted like moths, beautiful but deadly. How do we go down? Barton asked with a dry voice. Even with his calmness, he couldn't help feeling nervous when facing such supernatural sights. Jumping straight down? That would be like suicide. Sand Camel was already terrified and refused to take another step forward. Elvin focused all his senses on the energy flow ahead, his face pale. The darkness below is not solid. It's a twisted space and chaotic energy flow. Anything that falls into it could be torn apart instantly or sent to unknown places. The Mirror Hall. It seems to exist in the gap between reality and illusion. To enter, physical methods probably won't work. Silence, Zyant mentioned the Mirror Hall. Lilith mentioned the Hermes shadow. I murmured, staring fixedly at the ever-changing crystal structure. Maybe the key to the entrance isn't about going down, but about seeing through and accepting. I remembered how, in the Silent Wasteland, I used broken clay tablets and spoken spells to reveal the true path. The situation here might be similar, but even more dangerous. The power of deception has reached its peak. It uses the most extreme illusions to hide the only truth. I closed my eyes, no longer using my eyes to observe the chaotic, distorted scene. Instead, I focused all my mind inward, feeling the fragment of the deception authority that had partially merged with my soul. I tried to connect with the Hermes power that permeates this area, its source older and more majestic, not to fight, but to resonate. Spoken spells, by the authority of Hermes within me, pierced through countless illusions, revealing the true door to the Mirror Hall. Ability uses 23/25, using a fragment of my authority as a key to open a specific spatial passage, consumes 1 use. This time, the surge of the rule's power carried a strange sense of harmony, like a drop of water merging into the ocean. The fragment of my deception authority warmed slightly, resonating faintly with a presence deep within the Deadeye. Buzz, the twisted, shattered light and shadow ahead suddenly changed. Countless mirrors began to rotate and combine in a certain pattern, eventually forming a constantly flickering portal made of flowing silver mist and crystal fragments in the empty space directly in front of us. Inside the portal, there was no longer deep darkness, but instead reflected shifting, blurry fragments of images, as if leading to another strange and colorful world. The door has appeared, Ellie whispered. However, the portal was very unstable. The mist at its edges kept drifting away, as if it might collapse at any moment. The portal won't last long. Hurry and go in, I shouted, rushing toward the glowing door first. I trusted my judgment and the guidance of the fragments of authority and the spoken command. My team members didn't hesitate at all and followed closely behind me. Barton was the first to step through the portal after me, followed by Ellie, Jack, Erwin, and Lilith. The 4 skeleton crew members were also fearless. Old Flute even played a funny tune on his leaky bone flute before entering, trying to imitate a victory horn. Just as the last skeleton crew member, looking out to sea, disappeared into the portal, the entire silver gateway flickered several times and then shattered like broken bubbles, dissolving into a twisted, chaotic light and shadow, as if it had never appeared. Scene change. Inside the Mirror Hall. Passing through the portal didn't feel like crossing a physical barrier, but more like a sudden shift of consciousness and space. After a brief feeling of weightlessness and dizziness, we found ourselves in a strange space beyond normal understanding. There were no concepts of up, down, left, or right. Under our feet was a smooth, mirror-like silver ground that reflected no images. Surrounding us and above our heads were countless mirrors of various sizes and shapes. These mirrors were not still. They moved and rotated slowly. Instead of reflecting our true selves, they showed countless different versions of us, performing various actions, playing out many possible futures or pasts. In some mirrors, I was fighting the demon army, covered in blood. In others, Barton's shield was shattered, and he was falling in defeat. In some, Ellie's arrow missed, leading to a complete defeat. In some mirrors, Jack betrayed the team, holding a blood-stained dagger. In others, Erwin was obsessed with forbidden knowledge, turning into a mad lich. In some mirrors, Lilith's faith collapses, and the holy light dims. Countless possibilities of failure, betrayal, and despair crash over us like waves, overwhelming our senses and minds. Stay calm. These are illusions, tricks created by deceptive powers to confuse us. I shout loudly, trying to suppress the unease rising in my heart from seeing those tragic images. The insight of the deceptive power allows me to clearly sense that these mirror images, though realistic, lack true, causal connections. They are just projections of our deepest fears and weaknesses, based on many possible scenarios. My team members' faces turn pale, clearly shaken by the intense experience. Barton grips his shield tightly, but his eyes flicker with doubt after seeing himself fail to protect. Ellie bites her lip, staring at her own mistake. Jack's gaze darkens as he looks at the betraying version of himself. Erwin and Lilith also frown, deep in thought. Find the real Hermes' shadow, I remind everyone, sweeping my gaze over the countless dazzling mirrors. These distractions are just the appetizer. The core must be hidden somewhere. We carefully move through this maze of mirrors. The ground beneath us sometimes feels solid, sometimes ripples like water, requiring constant focus to keep our balance. The reflections around us keep changing, whispering tempting words. Give up. You can't fight fate. Look at that future, so tragic. It's not too late to turn back. I can give you greater power, just a small price to pay. Betray them, and you can have everything. These voices directly target our souls, trying to amplify our doubts and desires. Shut up. Jack suddenly roars at a mirror, repeating the whisper of betrayal, and thrusts his demon-breaking dagger forward. But the dagger passes through the mirror like air, leaving it unscathed. Inside, Jack there gives him a mocking smile. Physical attacks are useless, Erwin quickly assesses. These are pure energy and mental projections. At that moment, at the end of the corridor ahead, a particularly large mirror appears, framed by twisted contract scrolls and flickering lies runes. This mirror is relatively stable. Instead of reflecting chaotic illusions, it shows a deep, starry sky that seems to hold endless knowledge. Before the starry sky, there stands a blurry figure made of light and shadow, wearing a hood. He is facing away from us, so we cannot see his face. But the pure, ancient feeling of deception and cleverness that he emits makes us instantly realize. It is the shadow of Hermes. The figure slowly turns around. Under the hood, there are no clear features, only two swirling masses that seem to be made of countless lies and contract words. A calm voice, full of endless charm, echoes directly in our minds. Welcome, seekers of truth. You have passed through the fog of appearances to reach here. But to know my secret, you must first pass the test of the mirror of truth. As he speaks, the large mirror's starlight flows and the surface ripples like water. It reflects your deepest inner truths, whether fears, desires, or even lies you don't realize you have. Face them, accept them, or be swallowed by them. Only those who are truly honest can see the final secret. After speaking, the shadow of Hermes dissolves like mist, leaving only the mysterious and dangerous mirror of truth. Feng Fifan and his team look at each other. This mirror of truth sounds even more dangerous than the illusions outside. It aims to uncover the deepest, most hidden parts of their hearts. Should they retreat or move forward? Feng Fifan knows there is no turning back now. He takes a deep breath and looks firmly at the mirror. I'll go first. The scene distorts, no longer showing a starry sky, but instead revealing a busy modern city at night. This is the world before Feng Fifan traveled through. Tall buildings, busy streets, and bright neon lights. In the mirror, Feng Fifan wears a sharp suit and sits in a spacious, bright office, engaged in an important negotiation with business rivals. He speaks sharply, carefully controlling every move, pushing his opponents back step by step. His face shows a confident smile typical of a business elite, calm, skilled, yet slightly distant. Inner reflection, is he nostalgic for his past identity and regretful that he hasn't fully realized his business ambitions? Or does he secretly accept a life based on wit and speech, perhaps even deception? Within the rules, outside the mirror, Feng Fifan looks at the scene reflected in it, a trace of memory flickering in his eyes. But he quickly regains clarity, and a faint, slightly self-deprecating smile appears at the corner of his mouth. All the glamour eventually fades like a passing cloud, he says to himself, as if stating an obvious fact. The rules here are not fundamentally different from those there. The form of power has changed, but the core of the game remains the same. Moreover, he pauses, his gaze sweeping over his team behind him. Barton's steadiness, Lily's sharpness, Jack's agility, Erwin's wisdom, Lilith's gentleness, and even the fiery spirits of the 4 skeleton crew members. That here, there are more valuable projects worth protecting and competing for. As he finishes, the city scene in the mirror flickers violently like a stone hitting a reflection, then shatters and dissolves, returning to the deep starry sky. The mirror's surface twinkles slightly, as if acknowledging his clear and firm self-awareness. Feng Fifan passes the test. He feels as if his soul has been cleansed, his sense of self and goals clearer than ever, and his mental strength seems to have subtly improved. Next is Barton. This determined, shield warrior steps forward with heavy steps. The mirror shifts again, showing not a bloody battlefield but a peaceful, quiet village. Young Barton has no shield or armor, just an ordinary farm boy working in the fields, caring for his elderly parents, with a simple, satisfied smile on his face. Inner reflection, longing for a peaceful, ordinary life, and a deep inner guilt and exhaustion from being unable to stay with loved ones, only able to fight and protect as his destiny. Patton's body trembled as he looked at the warm scene in the mirror that had long faded from his memory, and his eyes grew slightly red. His clenched fists turned white from the force. His strong belief in protection and his desire for peace clashed fiercely in his heart. After a long moment, he took a deep breath. His voice, like distant thunder, carried a heavy and firm tone. My homeland is gone. My loved ones are no more. Now my comrades are my family. The shield in my hand is the barrier to protect our new home. I have pledged myself to my comrades and my beliefs, and I can no longer promise. Idyllic countryside scenes. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes no longer filled with confusion, only a firm, unbreakable will. The scene of the countryside in the mirror shattered loudly. Patton's success. His fighting spirit seemed to become more solid, and his belief in protection grew purer through inner reflection. Next was Ellie. The elf girl gracefully stepped in front of the mirror. What reflected was not her inaccurate archery or her companion's injuries, but an endless, dark forest shrouded in thick darkness. In the darkness, countless red eyes lit up, full of malice and greed. As a child, Ellie curled up alone under a giant tree, trembling, holding only a rough wooden bough, her eyes full of helplessness and fear. Inner reflection, deep fear of pure darkness and the unknown, and a hidden worry that her power might not be enough to dispel all darkness. This is completely different from her usual calm and precise archer image. Ellie's face instantly turned pale, her body trembling slightly, as if she had returned to that childhood haunted by nightmares. She instinctively clenched her wind chaser bow in her hand. Light will guide the way, she whispered softly, as if speaking to herself or to the helpless girl in the mirror. She raised her hand, gently stroking the cold bough, feeling the power within and the sense of her companions behind her. I'm no longer the child who can only hide under trees. My arrows are the light that tears through darkness. She suddenly drew the bowstring, though no arrow was present, an invisible, sharp mental will shot toward the mirror like an arrow. The dark forest in the mirror was suddenly pierced by sunlight and quickly disappeared. Ellie's success. Her gaze became sharper, her breath steadier, as if she had let go of a long-held burden. Next was Jack. The thief, with his usual mischievous smile, stepped forward. The scene in the mirror shifts, revealing a magnificent treasure vault filled with mountains of gold and silver. Adult Jack stands inside, dressed in luxurious noble clothes, surrounded by many beautiful women, enjoying a life of excess and indulgence, with a proud smile on his face. But upon closer look, that smile hides a hint of emptiness and loneliness. Inner reflection. Beneath the surface desire for wealth and pleasure, is there a hidden longing for true belonging and recognition? Is his carefree appearance just a mask for inner insecurity? Jack's smile stiffens. He looks at his reflection, immersed in material greed, with complex eyes. He does love wealth and enjoyment, but, TSK, this looks pretty fun, he mutters, then quickly adopts a roguish look. But what's the point of just counting coins? Following the boss is riskier, more exciting, but we make good money. The key is, he glances back at his team, his gaze sweeping over Feng Fifan and the others, finally settling on Lao Di, who is carefully touching his new ring with bony fingers, and a not-so-pretty but very genuine smile appears on Jack's face. The main thing is, these guys are pretty interesting. Much more fun than those fake faces who only flatter. The treasure vault in the mirror collapses like a sandcastle. Jack passes. He feels a lightness in his body, as if some invisible chains have been broken, and his sense of belonging to the team becomes clearer than ever. Next is Elvin. The old mage walks forward with a serious expression. In the mirror, a vast library appears, made up of countless books and glowing orbs of knowledge. Elvin stands inside, eagerly absorbing knowledge. His mage robes become more splendid, his magic waves vast like the ocean, as if he has become the embodiment of knowledge, a spokesperson for truth. But his eyes grow colder and more indifferent, like a deity overlooking all beings, losing all human emotion. Inner reflection. Does the relentless pursuit of knowledge ultimately lead to the loss of humanity? Is this his deep fear of the ultimate form of magic? Elvin trembles violently, his face changing unpredictably. As a scholar, he has dedicated his life to knowledge and truth. The scene of omniscience in the mirror has a deadly attraction for him. But that kind of absolute, inhuman indifference brought a chilling coldness to him. Knowledge should not be a cold tombstone, he said slowly, his voice a little hoarse. It should be used to understand the world, protect life, and create a better future, not turn into a cold symbol. He remembered fighting alongside his teammates. Those moments of laughter, sweat, and even arguments. Things that cannot be fully measured but are precious truths. My path to knowledge should not come at the cost of losing my humanity. The scene in the mirror of the library gradually disappeared like being erased. Elvin, success. His magical energy became more balanced and calm, less sharp, more tolerant. Finally, it was Lilith. The priestess of the goddess of life stepped forward with some unease. The scene reflected in the mirror was not a collapse of faith, but a desolate land covered with plague and death. Lilith knelt among the ruins, desperately using healing magic. Holy light kept flowing from her hands, trying to save every dying life. But her divine power was like a drop in the ocean. No matter how hard she tried, death kept spreading. In the end, she exhausted all her strength and collapsed among the ruins, her eyes full of helplessness and despair. Inner reflection, a deep fear and helplessness about limited power and being unable to save everyone. This is the ultimate challenge every caring healer might face. Tears suddenly welled up in Lilith's eyes, and her body trembled. The scene in the mirror was her deepest nightmare. I can't save everyone, she whispered, choked with emotion. But you can save the person in front of you. Feng Fifan's calm voice sounded behind her. Protect what you can, and you will have no regrets. Lilith shivered, turned to look at Feng Fifan, then at the encouraging eyes of the other team members. She took a deep breath, wiped her tears, and turned back to the mirror with a firm look. The goddess gave me the power to heal, not to drown in sadness over not being able to save everyone. It's to do my best to save every life I can touch. Even if I can only save one more. She raised the holy emblem of life praise, and gentle yet firm holy light burst from her, dispelling the despair in the mirror. Lilith's success. Her faith seems to have been tempered, becoming stronger and more practical. The team members each passed the test of the mirror of truth, facing their inner fears and desires. Their souls were refined and elevated to different degrees. The team's spirit and unity reached a new high. Now, only 4 skeleton crew members remain. Feng Fifan looked at Old Flute, Gambler, Mute, and Sea-Watch. These undead beings, given perception and absolute loyalty by him, had their own truth. What would that be? Was the trial in the mirror hall a blessing or a curse for them? Feng Fifan's eyes narrowed slightly, signaling them to step forward. He was curious whether this mirror could reflect the inner world of a skeleton. All right, let's reveal the trials of the 4 skeleton crew members and move the story forward. The trial of the Mirror of Truth and its gift in the Mirror Hall. It was the turn of the 4 skeleton crew members. They looked at each other through a soul fire exchange. Finally, the leader, Old Flute, took the first step with a clicking sound and approached the Mirror of Truth. The mirror rippled, but it did not show their past lives. Their memories had faded. Instead, it revealed an endless, eternal, absolute darkness and silence. No sound, no light, no touch, no taste, no perception. Only emptiness, the very existence of their undead form. This was their most genuine state before Feng Fifan granted them perception, a long-lasting prison. Inner reflection, deep fear of returning to that absolute void, or anxiety about their current, abnormal state of perception. Old Flute's soul fire flickered violently. Its bony hand instinctively clenched the bone flute. It had experienced the rhythm of sound, touched the cold ship's railing, tasted, simulated, fine wine, and felt the tremors of battle. All of this contrasted sharply with the dead silence and void in the mirror. No go back. Its dry jaw moved painfully, sending out a faint, broken soul voice. Now, there is sound, feeling, and, boss, it suddenly raised the bone flute, brought it close to the non-existent mouth, and blew out a harsh, discordant note filled with defiance. Wave impacts the mirror surface, shattering the absolute darkness and silence like fragile glass breaking inch by inch. Old Flute passes. Its soul fire seems to burn even brighter, reaching the peak of its appreciation for its current existence. Next is the Gambler. It steps in front of the mirror, which reflects countless scenes of its repeated failures in gambling. Missing the scorpion's hiding spot and getting its bones caught, misjudging the flow of sand and falling in, or being accidentally hurt by teammates, mainly Jack, due to bad luck. Each failure looks both funny and sad. Inner reflection, doubt about its own luck, which is actually careful calculation and observation, and fear of causing trouble for teammates because of mistakes. The Gambler's soul fire dims slightly. It watches its unlucky images in the mirror, nervously twisting its bone hands. But, in the end, nothing serious happened. It mutters, recalling that after each failure, a teammate would rescue it in time or it would accidentally avoid bigger dangers, like falling into quicksand and finding underground water. Boss gave a feeling that I can calculate better. It concentrates, focusing its soul fire as if doing complex calculations. Then it raises its bone finger, confidently pointing at a scene of an upcoming failure in the mirror, sending a clear thought. This time, it will succeed. The scene of failure in the mirror seems to be rewritten, instantly reversing. All the illusions of failure vanish. The Gambler passes. It becomes more confident in using its abilities. Next is the Mound. The mirror shows a world of complete chaos, without rules, filled with destructive energy storms. Earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, space cracks. Everything is shaking and collapsing wildly, with no order at all. For Mound, which relies on sensing vibrations and energy flows to understand the world, this is undoubtedly the ultimate nightmare. Inner reflection, fear of absolute chaos and disorder, and worry that its perception abilities will fail in extreme environments. The massive skeleton of Mound trembles slightly. It is used to gathering information from regular vibrations, but the scene in the mirror fundamentally denies its understanding. Boss. Order. It struggles to send its thoughts, recalling that Feng Fifin's words and actions often bring local rules and order. It slowly crouched down, pressing its bones close to the ground, even though the ground here was a mirror surface, trying to sense the space structure beneath, strange yet relatively stable. Here, there are rules, it conveyed with firm belief. The chaotic scene in the mirror seemed to be smoothed out by an invisible force, gradually calming. The sturdy one pass. Its sense of vibration appeared sharper, even faintly detecting more subtle patterns in the space. Finally, there was the sea gazer. In the mirror, a scene of pure light appeared. No shadows, no obstructions, and the brightness was so intense it could burn. If it had eyes, everything. In this pure light, no details could be distinguished, only a confusing blankness. For the sea gazer, which relies on extraordinary perception, not just eyesight, to understand the world, this was equally deadly. Inner reflection, fear of losing the observation target, and falling into a state of complete blindness. The flame of the sea gazer's soul froze. It looked at the blankness, as if it had lost all sense of direction. Shadows exist, it sent a faint thought. It remembered that even in the brightest sunlight, objects cast shadows, an important reference for understanding the world. It tried to focus its vision, seeking even the tiniest, disharmonious shadow or flaw within the absolute brightness. Finally, through extreme concentration, it caught the faintest texture, caused by energy flow, almost imperceptible on the mirror's surface. There is something. It locked onto that subtle texture, reigniting its soul fire. The absolute brightness in the mirror faded like a faded painting, gradually revealing the starry sky behind. The sea gazer passed. Its perception seemed to break through a barrier, becoming even more detailed. When the last skeleton crew member passed the trial, the entire mirror chamber suddenly shook. Mirrors reflecting countless possibilities shattered one after another, turning into tiny silver sparks, like rivers flowing into the sea, rushing toward the central giant mirror of truth. The true mirror burst into brilliant starlight, illuminating the entire space. The starlight gradually gathered, forming three objects before the mirror. One, a fragment of a broken, dull-glowing clay slab, similar to the one found in the silent wasteland earlier, covered with complex, ancient lies and contract runes. 2. A metal bead that constantly flows and changes shape like liquid mercury, the core of 1,000 illusions. It contains highly pure illusion and transformation energy, making it a top material for crafting illusion-type artifacts or enhancing related abilities. 3. A thin book woven from starlight, the record of mirror world encounters. It records Hermes' observations and thoughts in countless mirror worlds, parallel dimensions, or possible worlds, involving a lot of obscure knowledge and secret histories. Meanwhile, the shadow of Hermes' voice echoed again, with a hint of praise. Facing the truth is the only way to control illusions. You, the newcomers, have proven your worth. These are gifts for those who pass. The mirror hall is about to close, and the path to the truth of the primordial light remains long. The voice gradually faded, and the mirror space around them began to become unstable, as if it might collapse at any moment. Grab your things, we're leaving. Feng Fifin acted quickly, carefully collecting the three items. The team members immediately gathered around him. Feng Fifin once again used his power of speech and deception to sense the short-lived stable passage they had come through. Speech and deception guide us back to the true Sandy Sea. Ability uses 22/25, stabilizing the spatial location and passage, consumes 1 use. A silver gate of light appeared again, but it was more illusory and turbulent than before. Without hesitation, everyone entered one after another. After a brief dizziness, the hot, dry air wrapped around them again. They returned to the black rocky ridge near the edge of the hot sand Deadeye. Looking back, the darkness at the center of the Deadeye and the twisted light above were violently fluctuating, then quickly faded like a mirage and disappeared. Finally, the huge bowl-shaped depression still existed, but the terrifying energy field and illusions inside seemed never to have appeared, leaving only the ordinary, though still scorching, desert scene. The Mirror Hall is gone, Elvin sighed, clutching tightly the record of mirror world encounters that Feng Fifan had just handed him, his eyes full of passion. Although they did not gain new fragments of power this time at the Hot Sand Deadeye, the team was baptized by the true mirror, and their souls and wills were strengthened. My abilities have quietly improved a lot, and I have gained 3 very precious items, especially a new piece of the Solicham mudboard and a record containing a lot of hidden knowledge. Quite a harvest, Feng Fifan said as he looked at the Thousand Illusions core and the mudboard fragment. He nodded with satisfaction. It's time to return to Isu City and carefully digest what we've gained. Maybe I should finally taste what sand camel milk custard really tastes like. The team let out a light, relaxed laugh. After facing life and death challenges, they all longed to enjoy life more. They rode their camels and headed back home. Behind them, the normal, Deadeye area seemed just like a hot, ordinary desert valley. But Feng Fifan knew they were one step closer to the ultimate secret of this world. The journey back to Isu City still involved sandstorms, intense heat, and hidden desert creatures, but the team was full of high spirits and worked together even better. The new knowledge and materials they had obtained awaited their research and use. The lively market, delicious food, and cozy inns of Isu City were the best rewards. Feng Fifan had already started planning how to use the Thousand Illusions core to further strengthen the team once they returned, and how to find more clues about other fire stealers and fragments of power from the Mirror World records and the new mudboard pieces. Eating, drinking, playing, and resting to build strength, while seeking the truth. That was Feng Fifan's main theme in this strange world. His legend was still ongoing. The mystery of the Starfall and the tour of 100 cities after carefully studying the new mudboard fragments and the Mirror World records obtained from the Mirror Hall, Feng Fifan and Elvin discovered a shocking and difficult fact. Hermes' message pointed to an ultimate truth called the secret of the primordial light and the Starfall. However, direct records of this secret had long been shattered, scattered, and encrypted during the ancient fire stealers, civil war, and subsequent knowledge purges. The mudboard revealed that clues about the secret of the Starfall, including the identities of other fire stealers, the whereabouts of fragments of power, and the nature of the primordial light, were cleverly hidden across the continent of Etherland. These clues were embedded in the ancient legends, local histories, landmarks, and even in family songs or customs passed down through generations in a total of 100 specific towns. Every town may contain only 1% of useful clues. These clues might be incomplete, altered, or hidden in metaphors, requiring great wisdom and broad knowledge to cross-check and verify to find the true meaning. This means that to access the core 10% of information, enough to identify the next key goal, they must undertake a grand journey called the 100 Cities Tour. This journey is not just about gaining knowledge. It is a large adventure across the continent, experiencing different cultures and facing unknown dangers. Resting on the way back and meeting the 100 cities leaving the area of the Hot Sand Deadeye, the team, having gained much and facing a long, daunting task ahead, begins their return to Isu City. The return trip is much easier than the journey there, partly because they are eager to go home, and partly because their skills have improved, making it easier to handle common dangers in the desert. Barton's shield can better block the wind and sand. Ellie's arrows are more accurate at hitting hidden scorpions. Jack's agility leaves almost no trace on the sand, and Elvin can even guide small sand flows to speed up the camels. After a few days, when the oasis surrounding the 1,000-tower city of Isu appears again, everyone feels relieved. The hot desert is left behind, and the fresh air and plant scents make everyone feel refreshed. Back at the familiar Sand Camel Inn, the first thing everyone does is wash off the dust, then head straight to the most famous Spice and Roast restaurant in the city. They order a big feast of desert specialties: crispy yet tender mountain goat leg, chickpea paste cooked with many spices, soft naan bread, and cool mini melon drinks. Although the 4 skeleton crew members are not full, Feng Fifan specially asks the owner to put various spices and ingredients in front of them, so they can eat to their heart's content. One of them, Lao Di, even tries to imitate the sizzling sound of oil dripping from roasted meat with a bone flute, making everyone laugh. After a satisfying meal, they return to their rented stone house and begin to carefully count the gains from this hot sand Deadeye journey. Main achievements. 1. Strengthening team spirit. The test of the mirror of reality helped each member understand themselves better, and the team's cohesion reached an unprecedented level. 2. The fragments of the new Salacha mud tablet. The engraved star map and metaphors point to the grand task of the 100 Cities tour. 3. Mirror World Chronicles. Contains countless observations from parallel worlds and is a valuable reference for future understanding. 4. Core of 1,000 Illusions. A top-tier illusion material with great potential. 100 Towns. Jack looked at the map outlining potential target points across the entire Acelon continent, drawn after Elvin's initial interpretation of the mud tablet. He took a deep breath and said, "How long will this take? Boss, are we turning into travel merchants?" Feng Fifan picked up a cup of local specialty tea, infused with a small amount of harmless, relaxing aromatic spice, and took a gentle sip, appearing relaxed. Why rush? He put down his cup and lightly tapped the map. 100 towns, not something we need to visit all at once. It's more like a long-term travel guide. He looked at everyone with a strategic smile. Our main goal is still to improve our strength, enjoy life, and seek the truth. This 100 Cities tour fits perfectly with our aims. We can divide Acelon into several large regions and plan reasonable travel routes. In each area, we use a central city like Isu as a base, exploring surrounding towns in a radiating pattern. Each town might hide unique scenery, delicious food, rumors, or even interesting challenges or quests worth a try. We can enjoy local customs, gather clues, and sharpen ourselves at the same time. The money we earn can be used to upgrade equipment, improve our lives, and buy more information. Isn't that more fun than aimlessly wandering or rushing into dangerous places? Hearing Feng Fifan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, if we see this 100 Cities tour as a grand adventure around the world, wouldn't that be wonderful? Boss is right, Barton agreed loudly. Travel, see, fight, and train all at once. I can collect recipes and herbs from different places, Lily excitedly said. I can experience different architectural styles and magic schools. Elvin stroked the Mirror World Chronicles, full of anticipation. Hee. Every city's black market and tavern definitely have their own special products and stories, Jack said as he rubbed his hands together. Although Ellie didn't speak, her eyes sparkled with curiosity about unknown lands and powerful prey. The 4 skeleton crew members were even more excited, their bones clicking as they anticipated experiencing more sensations. All right, then, step 1. Feng Fifan pointed to the western desert area on the map where Isu City was located. We'll start with the Western Wilderness region. According to the clay tablet clues, this region has about 8 target towns. We'll rest and recover in Isu City, then begin planning our visits to these 8 towns. With a clear goal and relaxed attitude, the team entered a new, orderly, Isu City life mode, recovering and learning. Elvin dedicated himself fully to studying the new clay tablet fragments and the Mirror Realm Chronicles. Using the library in the Hall of Wisdom, he tried to interpret the clues hidden in the 8 target towns. Was he searching for an ancient stone tablet? Or trying to find a lost folk song? Or observing a strange geological phenomenon? Meanwhile, Feng Fifan started researching the core of 1,000 illusions, trying to combine its power with his magic speech to develop new uses, like creating more realistic illusionary duplicates or small-scale visual tricks. Equipment maintenance and upgrades. The team thoroughly maintained and enchanted their magic gear. Feng Fifan asked the best craftsman in Isu City to try channeling some of the core of 1,000 illusions' power into his unerring firearm, hoping to give it the ability to shoot phantom bullets. Intelligence and route planning. Jack frequently visited taverns and the intelligence market, gathering details about the 8 target towns, local customs, potential dangers, and looking out for nearby merchant caravans or missions to help cover travel expenses. Enjoying life, they sampled local delicacies, watched gladiator shows, and participated in small local festivals, fully enjoying the vibrant and exotic atmosphere of Isu City. After some time, Elvin made initial progress. "Boss, I've got some news," he said, holding a rolled-up sheepskin scroll. Among the 8 towns in the Western Wilderness region, the closest one with clear clues is called Sandy Town, located southwest near the Whispering Gorge. The star map on the broken clay tablet and the fragment records of a certain world in the Mirror Realm Chronicles support each other, hinting that the legend of the 3-day rain in Sandstone Town may secretly contain information about the fire stealer who controls weather or abundance. 3-day rain legend? Feng Fifan became interested. Yes, it is said that every few decades, Sandstone Town experiences a mysterious 3-day rain during the dry season, saving all living things. The locals see it as a miracle, but its pattern and cause remain a mystery. Very interesting, Feng Fifan nodded. Then, our first goal is to go to Sandstone Town. Listen to that legend and see if we can hear a different kind of rain sound. The team prepared once again to head to Sandstone Town. This time, it was no longer a dangerous, life-or-death exploration, but a clear, controlled, and hopeful journey to visit a town. Feng Fifan stood by the window, watching the busy streets of Isu City, planning his future. 100 towns, a long journey. But that was exactly what he wanted, growing through travel, enjoying the process, and seeking meaning. His life in this different world would become richer and more colorful because of it. Meanwhile, the movements of the Demon King army, the growth of the 4 heroes, and other hidden forces lurking in the shadows would occasionally weave into their long, 100 towns tour, adding more surprises and excitement to this grand adventure. The taste of Sandstone Town and the 3-day rain. With a clear goal and a relaxed attitude, the team set out from Isu City again, riding camels, curious about the unknown towns and legends, heading southwest towards Sandstone Town. This journey was less tense than a life-or-death quest, and more leisurely, like traveling around the world. Feng Fifan even took the time to teach the 4 skeleton crew members how to enjoy eating more refined old flute. Feel the smoky aroma of this roasted rock sheep. Imagine it transforming into a heroic battle song in the soul fire, Feng Fifan said, placing a small piece of roasted meat on Old Flute's bony palm. With a subtle burst of power, an invisible whirl enveloped the meat, turning its essence into a fiery, rugged energy flow that slowly merged into Old Flute's soul fire. Old Flute's soul fire suddenly brightened, as if filled with passion. He tried to play a grand tune on his bone flute, but all he produced was a funny beep, beep sound. However, the emotion behind it was clearly different. Gamblers, try this honey-sweet cake. Its luck lies in just the right sweetness. Too sweet and it's too much, too bland and it's not enough, said the gambler carefully, taking the cake. A gentle swirl of energy wrapped around him, and the sweet cake melted into a warm, sweet feeling that merged with his soul fire. His soul fire flickered, as if calculating the perfect chance, and he happily rubbed his bone hands together. Dun Dun received a cup of clear spring water. The swirling energy turned it into a cool, pure feeling. He felt the refreshing sensation, and even his large bones seemed to relax a little. Hai tasted a pouch woven from desert herbs. The strange floral scent flowed through his soul fire, making the colors of the world seem richer and more vibrant. The team watched this strange and fun scene, unable to hold back their laughter. Their journey was filled with joy and happiness. A few days later, a small town appeared before them, built against a huge red sandstone cliff. This was Sandstone Town. The town was small, with most buildings made from local red sandstone, blending into the surroundings. In the center was an old well, likely the town's water source. They arrived at dusk. The villagers had finished their work for the day and sat in groups outside their homes chatting. Children played and chased each other in the streets, creating a peaceful and happy scene. Feng Fifan and his group, with their different appearances, especially the 4 skeletons wrapped in robes, quickly caught the villagers' attention. They found the only inn with a tavern, called Red Rock Inn, and checked in. After settling in, Feng Fifan took Elvin and Lilith, whose friendly nature helped with local communication, to the small tavern on the first floor. They ordered a few local beers, slightly sour with sea buckthorn flavor, and asked about the legend of the 3-day rain. The tavern owner was a friendly, talkative middle-aged man. When he heard their interest in the legend, he immediately started sharing stories. Haha, visitors from afar have heard about our town's miracle, the owner said while wiping a glass. That's an old story passed down from our ancestors. It is said that every few decades, during the driest times when crops are almost dying of thirst, suddenly, and without warning, heavy rain falls from the sky, lasting 3 days and nights. The rain is sweet and not only relieves the drought, but also makes the fields very fertile for the following year. Oh, no warning at all. Nothing at all, Erwin prompted the conversation. Yes, clear skies suddenly turn cloudy, and then it pours rain. The strange part is, it might not rain at all in the surrounding areas, the boss replied. He lowered his voice. Old folks say this is a blessing from the rain god passing by. The abandoned rain prayer altar on the west side of town is said to be where ancient rituals worshipped the rain god. Rain prayer altar? Feng Fifan caught the key phrase. Yes, just under the Redstone Cliff, less than 5 miles west of the town. Now, only some broken stones remain. Young people don't believe this anymore. Only us old-timers still talk about it now and then, the boss chuckled. After talking with the boss and a few other old villagers, they confirmed the general story and the location of the altar. The legend sounds like a beautiful myth, but combined with the clues from the mud tablet, this unusual, location-specific rain probably isn't a natural event. The next day, the team set out to explore the abandoned rain prayer altar. The altar is located beneath a red cliff, built from large stones heavily eroded by wind and sand. You can faintly see a circular shape and some blurry ancient carvings related to water and clouds. Erwin carefully examined these carvings and used magic to sense the flow of surrounding elements. Boss, I found something. Erwin pointed to a stone tablet base partly buried in the sand. These carvings are very old, not matching any known mainstream symbols for gods or rituals. Instead, they seem to carry a faint but fundamentally high level of rules residue. It's a bit like traces of power or authority, but very faint, and it looks like it's been deliberately disguised as natural elemental fluctuations, he added. Feng Fifan activated perception and deception detection, carefully studying the altar. In his view, a very subtle, shifting thread of rules, like water vapor, floated above the altar. This thread extended underground and was faintly connected to a vast underground energy source. Not the rain god, Feng Fifan slowly said, but a kind of borrowing or mimicking of water vapor and cloud patterns. The power level is high, but the traces left are deliberately made to look like natural phenomena. This fits the style of the fire thief, who always hides their true self. He tried to activate the power of deception within his body to contact and analyze the remaining rules. In an instant, he seemed to hear a distant, tired, and somewhat regretful sigh. At the same time, a vague, broken fragment of thought flooded into his mind. Gonlin is not driven by faith, but to make up for the land's veins exhausted by the starfall. An agreement. An unspeakable name. The fragment suddenly stopped. Feng Fifan opened his eyes and understood. The so-called 3-day rain is not a miracle, but more likely the work of a fire thief who controls related powers. For some reason, perhaps guilt or a deal, they secretly manipulate the rules during specific cycles to add water to this land, damaged by the ancient, starfall secret, nourishing life. They deliberately hide their presence, disguising it as a natural phenomenon. This is the 1% clue hidden in Sandstone Town. It points to a possible kind-hearted fire thief connected to weather or land veins, and hints that the starfall event caused specific, subtle damage to the world. Record, Sandstone Town, the legend of the 3-day rain. Associated powers, weather/land veins/abundance. Characteristics of the fire thief, possibly seeking to make amends, acting secretly. Clue, the ongoing impact of the starfall on the land veins, Feng Fifan told Elvin. Elvin immediately began writing furiously in his magical notebook, specially used for recording the 100 Cities tour. After gathering the clues, the team did not leave immediately. They returned to Sandstone Town and took time to enjoy the local customs and scenery. They tasted sweet cakes made from jujubes nourished by the so-called 3-day rain and bought local red sandstone carvings. That night, at the Red Rock Inn, Feng Fifan asked the owner to prepare a dinner rich in local flavor, and specifically ordered each dish for the 4 skeleton crew members. Watching Old Pie taste the sea buckthorn stew with sparks of sourness in his eyes, the gambling man focused as he calculated the best moment to enjoy roasted scallions. Dunn felt the warmth of the clear lamb soup relaxing his bones, while Hai sniffed the desert spices in the roasted fish, his spirit flickering happily. Feng Fifan smiled with satisfaction. This is the life he wants. To seek the truth without rushing, to explore the world and enjoy each unique flavor. 1% first. Take it. Feng Fifan raised his glass, signaling to the red sandstone cliffs outside the window. To 3 days of rain, to the unknown fire thief, and to our long journey through 100 cities. Everyone in the team raised their glasses or their tasting spirals, full of hope for the future. After leaving Sandstone Town, they will continue traveling in the western wilderness, heading to the next target city. Elsewhere on the continent, the brave Roland team is planning a surprise attack on the Demon King's outpost. Lilith, the chameleon phantom, has brought back information about Feng Fifan and the fire thief to the Demon Emperor Chaos, drawing his deeper attention. The world's story is slowly unfolding into a broader scene during Feng Fifan and his companion's journey. The warmth of the furnace fortress and the unquenchable fire, leaving Sandstone Town, filled with legends of 3 days of rain. Feng Fifan's team follows clues interpreted by Elvin to the second target city in the western wilderness, Furnace Fortress. This town is very different from Sandstone Town. It's built at the foot of an active volcano, made mostly of obsidian and cooled lava. The air is always tinged with a faint sulfur smell and the scent of burning metal. Huge chimneys rise like forests, constantly spewing smoke and sparks into the sky. It's known across the western wilderness and the entire continent as a major forging center. Based on broken clay tablets and the Mirror Realm Chronicles, the clues hidden in Furnace Fortress are related to the ancient forge in the town's center, which is said to have burned for hundreds of years without going out. Legend says this forge is the foundation of Furnace Fortress, forging weapons that are unbreakable and highly enchanted. When the team arrived, they were immediately drawn into the hot, noisy, and powerful atmosphere here. The ringing sound of hammering on metal is like lively drum beats, clear in rhythm and never stopping. They stayed at an inn called Cast Iron and Malt Beer, where the walls felt warm to the touch. After settling in, Feng Fifan and the main team members went to the inn's hall. They ordered several glasses of a special local beer called Black Lava, made from bitter barley grown near a volcano, with a strong, throat-burning taste. They also asked about the legend of the ancestral furnace. The bartender was a strong man with arms thicker than his thighs. When they asked about the ancestral furnace, he looked proud. The ancestral furnace? That's the heart of our forge fortress, he boomed. Legend says the first dwarf master blacksmith triggered the fire of the earth here, lighting the ancestral furnace. The fire burns endlessly, protecting generations of craftsmen. Thanks to its residual heat, the weapons we make have a special fire spirit that others don't have. The fire of the earth? Has it always burned steadily? Are there times when something unusual happens? Elvin asked carefully. The bartender stroked his stubbly chin. Unusual? Well, older folks mentioned about 100 years ago, the fire suddenly dimmed for 3 days. The entire fortress's fires became unstable, almost causing chaos. But after 3 days, it recovered on its own, and the flames seemed purer than before. People said the spirit of the earth's fire took a nap. The fire dimmed. Feng Fifan thought deeply. The next day, the team went to the grand hall of the ancestral furnace, located in the center of the town and protected by guards and craftsmen's guilds. After paying a hefty fee for visiting and research, they got a close look at this legendary fire. The ancestral furnace wasn't a simple open flame. It was a huge structure made of unknown black metal, with complex runes and magic circles sealing the opening. Only a bright white glow and terrifying heat seeped through the cracks, illuminating the hall like daylight. Elvin immediately felt that the fire contained a power far beyond ordinary earth fire. Boss, this flame. Its essence is very high. It's connected to the earth's veins, but it also contains an older, more fundamental concept of fire. closer to the rules of the world itself. It's a bit like the power of authority, but carefully guided and restrained, mainly used for forging. Feng Fifan activated his perception of deception and falsehood, carefully examining the runes on the ancestral furnace and the blazing white flames. In his view, those runes were not just shackles restraining the flames, but resembled a complex converter and camouflage layer, transforming a higher-level power into the form of the Earth's core fire. At the core of the flames, a faint but incredibly resilient will was subtly transmitted, as if sleeping or steadfastly guarding. He tried again to use his power of deception to connect with the will inside the fire. Suddenly, a blurry fragment of thought flooded his mind, carrying a sound like metal striking stone and endless exhaustion. Starfall. Fragments. Core dispersing. Using this furnace as a shackle, sealing the remaining embers, transforming destruction into creation, passing the fire from generation to generation, preventing it from reigniting. The fragment's message was clearer than the town's sandstones. Feng Fifan opened his eyes, shocked. The true nature of this ancestral furnace was not just earthly fire, but likely sealed a fragment or ember from the Starfall event containing a wild fire concept. Someone, probably a fire thief, likely related to forging, sealing, or transformation, built this furnace not to trigger the earth fire, but to seal this dangerous ember and guide or transform its fierce power into a stable energy for forging. The fire thief's goal was to turn destruction into creation and warn future generations not to let this ember reignite. Record, Furnace Fortress, Ancestor Furnace. Associated powers, fire, forge, seal, transformation. Characteristics of the fire thief possibly follows the idea of turning harm into benefit, skilled in sealing and guiding. Clue. The Starfall event released dangerous concept fragments or embers that need sealing, Feng Fifan told Elvin. While recording, Elvin looked at the Grand Ancestor Furnace with awe, using the city as a seal, forging to tame dangerous power. This being truly has grand plans. After gathering these clues, the team naturally wouldn't miss the unique feature of the Furnace Fortress: its food. The cuisine here carried a strong fiery aroma. Crispy yet tender, lava lizard steak, baked with the furnace's residual heat, spicy mushrooms grilled on volcanic stones, and a type of coarse, hearty black bread made with volcanic ash. In the inn's restaurant, Feng Fifan ordered a lizard steak for each of the 4 skeleton crew members. Old Didi used a bone hand to pick up the steak, inserting it between his jawbones. The steak fell into his hollow chest cavity, immediately wrapped by an invisible whirlpool. The hot essence of the steak turned into a blazing torrent, merging into his soul fire. His soul fire suddenly burned fiercely, as if filled with power. He satisfiedly tapped his ribs, making a banging sound. The gambler carefully cut the steak into evenly sized pieces, placing each into his mouth. The whirlpool transformed them into pure energy. His soul fire flickered, as if calculating the energy efficiency of each piece. The bone hand rhythmically tapped the table, looking very pleased. Dun Dun simply stuffed the whole steak into his mouth. The whirlpool wrapped around it, and the large amount of energy made his skeleton slightly warm. He let out a deep, rumbling hum, like rocks rubbing together. Hai carefully tasted the steak, feeling the heat and wildness contained within. His soul fire flickered, as if analyzing the spectrum of this unique flavor, seeing how the skeleton crew members ate in various but satisfied ways. Feng Fifan and his team exchanged smiles. This was the true joy of traveling. Second 1% acquired. Feng Fifan raised a glass of black lava beer. To the ancestral forge, to the unknown being that turns destruction into creation, and to this lively journey. The team stayed a few more days at the Furnace Fortress, buying some fine local weapons and armor as backups. Not as good as magic gear, but well-crafted. They admired the spectacular volcanic night view, then set out again, heading toward the next target town in the Western Wasteland. Their 100 Cities tour had just begun, but they had already gained knowledge, delicious food, and countless new experiences. Within Feng Fifan's body, the power fused with the authority of deception and speech was subtly growing and changing through these encounters, with ancient clues. The road ahead was still long and full of wonder. The lies of the Sandstorm Gathering and the Burial Sacred Place. Leaving the Furnace Fortress, the team followed their plan and headed to the third target town in the western wasteland, Liushaji. This small town was built at an ancient trade route intersection, known for its chaos and rapid flow of information. All the teachings and various schools of thought gather here, making it a good place to gather news and take on all kinds of shady tasks. According to the clues on the clay tablet, the hidden clues in the Quicksand Gathering are related to an ancient tomb complex called the Burial Sacred Place. Legend says that a wise ancient sage is buried there, and his tomb hides secrets about life and death. However, when the team asked about the Burial Sacred Place at the noisy central market of the Quicksand Gathering, filled with the smell of camel dung and spices, they received many conflicting and even exaggerated false information. The sacred place? I know. Inside, there's a golden sacred beetle that can make people live forever. Nonsense. It's clearly sealed with an ancient sand monster, and the sacred beetle is just a guard. You all are wrong. My great-grandfather went inside and said there's no sage, only a talking skull that knows about the past and future. Various strange rumors spread everywhere, making it hard to tell what is true. Boss, these reports are too exaggerated, Jack said with a frown. I used some informants, but their stories are all different, and they sound like lies made up to lure adventurers to their deaths. Elvin also looked troubled. The clues on the clay tablet point here, but it's very hard to pick out the truth from these lies. Feng Fifan sat in the shade of an open-air tea stall, slowly sipping a sweet tea with a hint of mint, listening to the noisy discussions around him, a playful smile on his face. The more false information there is, the more likely it is that real secrets are hidden here, he said, setting down his tea and glancing over the market. Someone doesn't want the truth to be easily found, so they create a fog of lies. This actually confirms the clay tablet's direction. He paused thoughtfully and said to Jack, focus on the most ordinary-sounding or most ridiculed stories. Sometimes, the truth is hidden in the most overlooked corners. At the same time, Feng Fifan also had another idea. He remembered his deal with Lilith, the succubus intelligence officer, who promised to provide clues about other powers. Maybe he could use that to verify something? He secretly sent a simple question through a very secretive contact method he had arranged in Isu City, using a specific black market merchant to transmit encrypted messages. Quicksand Gathering, Burial Sacred Place, real or fake? A few days later, an unsigned, magically encrypted scroll was quietly delivered to Feng Fifan's hotel room. When decrypted, it contained only one sentence. The sanctuary is a false image of decay. The true life, whispers are hidden 30 miles west beyond the gathering, beneath the singing dunes. Lilith's intelligence has arrived. She pointed out that the Buried Bones Sanctuary is a false lead, a disguise left by the power of decay, possibly related to another Fire Stealer. The real clue is at the singing dunes. Feng Fifan looked at the information with a deep gaze. He trusted Lilith's intelligence skills, but did not trust her motives. This information might be true, or it could be a clever trap designed to lead them to the singing dunes, where greater danger or an ambush set by the demon army might await. Using each other, being cautious of each other, Feng Fifan chuckled softly. Interesting. He didn't act immediately but decided to take a two-pronged approach. First, he instructed Jack to continue searching within the Sandflow Gathering for overlooked, simple clues about the Buried Bones Sanctuary. Second, he decided to first go and teach a lesson, to stretch his muscles and verify the team's new strength. On the notice board at the Sandflow Gathering, there was an urgent bounty mission. A group of desert bandits called the Vulture Gang had been frequently attacking small caravans outside the gathering, using brutal methods, with a hefty reward. That's them. Feng Fifan pointed to the notice and said to his team, perfect chance to test the power of our new equipment and let everyone relax a bit. The team immediately set out. Based on the intelligence, they easily found the Vulture Gang's temporary camp in an area with wind-eroded rock pillars. The bandits numbered about 30, mostly levels 3 to 4. The leader was a level 5 barbarian warrior. He was quite strong, but for a team all equipped with luxurious gear and with levels raised, core members mostly level 5, Feng Fifan at peak level 5. He was practically an experience gift waiting to be taken. When the bandits saw Feng Fifan and his team, they were cautious at first. Once they realized the team was small and didn't look like a large mercenary group, they immediately sneered and closed in. The bandit leader swung a huge curved sword and roared, "Who are you, fat sheep? Leave your valuables and women behind. The men can be left intact for you." Wind Fifan was too lazy to waste words. He didn't even let Barton step forward or let Ellie and Jack make a move. He took a step forward, casually forming a hand sign in front of his chest, still for a dramatic effect, his internal magic surging wildly but appearing effortless. "Just in time to test my new crowd-clearing move," he said calmly, as if stating a fact. Words become law, the extreme wind intent, gathering into a spiral blade that tears everything apart. Wind Escape, Spiral Shuriken. Usage count, 21/25. Large-scale, high-power elemental spell, consumes 1 charge. Buzz. A terrifying chakra, driven by the world's wind element energy, instantly compressed and spun in his palm, forming a giant shuriken over a meter in diameter, emitting a piercing hum. Countless fine wind blades flowed on its surface, radiating destructive energy. The bandits' fierce grins froze on their faces, replaced by overwhelming fear. What is that? Run. But it was already too late. Wind Fifan swung his arm, and the massive spiral shuriken flew free, like a death god's wheel, tearing through the air with a shriek, instantly shooting into the bandit group. Boom. No screams, only the terrifying sound of wind blades ripping flesh and smashing rocks. Where the spiral shuriken passed, the bandits were instantly turned into blood mist and mangled limbs, as if caught in a meat grinder. It even gouged a deep trench into the ground. In just one strike, over 30 vicious bandits, including their leader and half the camp, were wiped out instantly. Only a few lucky bandits on the edges, and scathed, collapsed to the ground, covered in filth, staring at Wind Fifan as if he were a divine or demonic being. Wind Fifan stood still, his robes fluttering, not even a speck of dust on him. He looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, feeling his magic, which had used about a quarter of his power but was quickly recovering, and the thrill of wielding such great strength, viewing enemies as mere ants. "Clean up. Take the valuables and the bounty vouchers," he ordered calmly, as if he had just swatted a few flies. Barton and the others, long used to this, began to clean the battlefield skillfully. For skeleton crew members eagerly ran to observe the remaining traces. Old Didi also used a bone flute to imitate the buzzing sound of a spiral shuriken. Although still funny, it strangely suited the scene. This, defeating the enemy, action not only earned the team a good reward, but also greatly satisfied Feng Fifan's desire to show off and his sense of control. It also made the team members feel the boss's strength again, boosting their morale. Back at Luxia camp, after completing the task and receiving the reward and a look of admiration or awe, Feng Fifan began to carefully consider Lilith's intelligence and the information collected by Jack. After comparing and analyzing carefully, Feng Fifan judged that Lilith's information was probably true. Because Jack pieced together a forgotten story from some local people who were almost forgetful themselves. The original reason for establishing Luxia camp was not for trade routes, but because the singing dunes to the west occasionally emitted strange, soul-soothing whispers, attracting people seeking peace. The legend of the sacred burial site was later created to attract adventurers and tomb raiders, and it became more and more exaggerated over time. It seems this chameleon phantom is somewhat sincere about cooperating for now. Feng Fifan tapped on the table with his fingers. Next, let's meet the singing dunes. He decided to go to the location Lilith indicated, but also prepared thoroughly, wary of any possible traps. This game of mutual use and strategy with the Demon Army intelligence officer had just begun, and the third clue of the 100 Cities tour, the 1% line, seemed to be hidden beneath those singing dunes. 1. Elemental speech power consumption, using direct attack elemental spells like Fire Doton, Great Fireball Technique, or Wind Doton, Spiral Shuriken, consumes a fixed 1/4 of the total mana each time. The power is enough to seriously injure or nearly kill enemies of the same level, LV5. The more mana consumed, theoretically, the greater the power, but Feng Fifen's control limit is currently the power of a single quarter of mana consumption. 2. Rule-based spells with effect-based consumption. When performing non-direct attacks involving rule distortion, concept definition, space interference, and other advanced applications, each use consumes 1 to 5 of the daily usage times, depending on the effect's range and strength. For example, small-scale cognitive deception and temporary change of object properties consumes 1 use. Medium-range environmental guidance, such as calming small sandstorms and precise structural destruction, consumes 2 to 3 uses. Large-scale group perception distortion, such as causing knights of pure flame to fight each other, and stable space channels, consumes 4 to 5 uses. The daily limit remains 25 uses, but higher-level applications become more costly, preventing random overuse. Singing Dunes and the Whisper of Life. With a cautious attitude toward Lilith's intelligence, the Feng Fifen team left the noisy flowing sand gathering and traveled about 30 miles west. Sure enough, a strange dune appeared before them. This dune's sand grains are unusually pure white and fine. When blown by the wind, they do not produce ordinary rustling sounds but instead emit a clear, melodious, almost chanting-like sound, as if countless voices are whispering. Because of this, it is called the Singing Dunes. Elvin immediately sensed something unusual. Boss, the life energy here is very active. It's completely different from the dead silence of the surrounding desert. And there's a very subtle but fundamentally high-level life rule residual. Feng Fifen activated Insight. In his view, the entire Singing Dunes were covered in a faint, almost invisible, vibrant green glow. The source of this glow seemed to come from deep within the dunes. Lilith didn't lie to us this time, Feng Fifen whispered, but his vigilance remained high. Barton, Ellie, keep watch on the perimeter. Watch for any suspicious movements. Jack, sneak around and check for ambushes. Elvin, Lilith, come with me to find the energy source. The team split up to work together. Feng Fifen, along with the mage and priest, followed the glow of life energy. Soon, they found a hole partially covered by flowing sand on the leeward side of the dunes, just big enough for one person to pass through. Inside, they could clearly sense a stronger life aura and faint whispers. I'll go first. Feng Fifen, confident and daring, stepped into the hole. He was ready to cast spells at any trap. Inside, the space was initially very narrow, just enough for one person to pass. After walking dozens of steps, it suddenly opened up. They saw a small underground cave with a clear, small pond in the center. Around the pond, a few strange little flowers glowed softly, even in the dark. The ethereal singing and life energy came from this pond and these flowers. The most striking feature is the ancient writing carved into the rock face beside the water pool. The characters are faded and blurred by time, and there is a simple symbol made of vines and new sprouts. Elvin eagerly steps forward to read the inscription. Star falls. Life flows away. This echo nourishes the wasteland. May life never end. The rest of the words are unclear. He then looks at the symbol. This symbol doesn't belong to any known deity, but it contains a very pure idea of life. Feng Fifen gently places his hand on the symbol and uses a bit of his power to sense it. This time, there are no strong fragments of thoughts. Instead, a warm, peaceful, and lively feeling flows through his mind, like a mother's soft whisper, soothing the soul. This feeling is so pure that it even washes away the cold and trickery brought by the power of deception within him. Guard. Continue. Not possess. This vague thought conveys a different idea from theft. It's about guarding and continuing. Record, Singing Dunes, Life Whisper. Associated power tendency, pure life / nourishment / guarding. Connection to the Fire Thief trait, compassionate, focused on guarding and continuation, possibly different from the mainstream Fire Thief. The clue points to the starfall causing a loss of life force, with someone silently making up for it. Feng Fifen says slowly, feeling a bit of respect for the unknown presence. This seems similar in idea to the being at the Furnace Fortress who turns destruction into creation. It appears that the Fire Thief is not a uniform group. While they focus on interpreting the clues, Ellie, responsible for perimeter security, sends a message through the communication crystal. Boss, there's a situation. An unknown team is approaching quickly, quite a few people, and they have magic aura. Sure enough, an ambush. Lilith's intelligence is both real and bait. Feng Fifen's eyes turn cold. Prepare to fight. Elvin, set traps. Lilith, ready group healing. We're going out. They quickly leave the cave and meet up with Barton and Ellie outside. Jack also appears suddenly from the shadows like a ghost. About 20 enemies, well-equipped, with a strong magic aura. Their average level is probably above LV4 and the leader's aura. Very strong, possibly close to LV6. As soon as he finishes speaking, a group of figures appears on the distant sand dunes. They are dressed in matching dark red armor, with a strong aura of magic energy swirling around them. They are the elite of the Demon King army. Leading the group is a demon knight holding a long sword burning with black flames. His aura has reached level 6. Foolish humans. As expected, Lady Lilith predicted you would come here, seeking the remnants of life. The demon knight's voice is hoarse and full of killing intent. Hand over what you found in the cave, then. Accept your punishment. Feng Fifen looks at this group of demons with no fear on his face. Instead, he shows a calm understanding and a hint of eagerness. Level 6? Perfect. Let's test my new move and see how strong the team is. He quietly tells his teammates. Barton holds the front. Ellie attacks from afar. Jack harasses from the shadows. Erwin controls the battlefield. Lilith keeps an eye on the situation. Skeleton team, flank support. Do your best. Yes, the battle erupts instantly. The demon soldiers roar as they charge forward. Barton shouts loudly and raises his ancient guard shield to meet them. He activates Taunt, drawing most of the fire onto himself. The runes on the shield flicker, blocking all attacks. Ellie's arrows are like deadly snakes, accurately targeting weak spots like eyes and joints. The penetrating effect of her Sandbreaker arrows allows her to deal real damage to heavily armored demons. Jack moves swiftly through the demon ranks. His Demon Disruptor dagger is designed to break magic shields and energy nodes. His Windrunner boots make him as slippery as an eel, hard to catch. Erwin swings his staff, casting spells like Greasy Curse and Earth Spike, effectively breaking up the demon formation and slowing their charge. Lilith's Holy Light is like a warm spring, constantly healing Barton from the injuries caused by attacks and patching up minor wounds of other team members. The 4 skeleton crew members also play important roles. Old Didi's bone flute produces sound waves that, while not very damaging, disturb the demon's minds. The gambler uses his sense of luck and vibrations to appear unexpectedly. He hits key demon parts with a bone staff or destroys magic arrays before they activate. Heavy Dung looks like a giant siege hammer, smashing into groups of demons when the moment is right. See Gaze, with extraordinary observation skills, keeps pointing out weak spots and command points in the demon formation, guiding Ellie and Jack to strike precisely. However, the LV6 Demon Knight leading the team was very powerful. He ignored most of the distractions and swung his black flame longsword with terrifying heat, repeatedly striking Barton's shield with loud crashes. Although Barton had strong defense, under the level disadvantage, he was still shaken, and the light on his shield dimmed slightly. Ants, your resistance is useless. The Demon Knight laughed loudly, gathering more power to prepare a stronger attack. At this moment, Feng Fifen moved. He did not use the costly elemental spell or the precious spell of verbal magic many times. He simply raised his hand, pointed at the Demon Knight, and softly said, "Spell of verbal magic. This sword bears the weight of 1,000 tons. The wielder's steps are difficult. Usage limit. 2025. Partial rule distortion. Concept edition. Consumes 2 uses." The power of the rule suddenly descended. The Demon Knight was shocked to find that the black flame longsword, which was light as a feather before, suddenly became as heavy as a mountain, almost slipping from his grasp. His movements also seemed to sink into mud. Each action required enormous effort. What's happening? He was terrified. In the moment his movements slowed, Barton seized the opportunity, smashing his shield fiercely. Ellie's arrows shot like a continuous barrage toward his face. Jack's figure appeared behind him, stabbing his dagger into his back. No, the Demon Knight could only let out a reluctant roar before, under the team's coordinated attack, his chest armor was shattered by Barton's shield, his helmet pierced by Ellie's arrow, and his heart stabbed by Jack's dagger. With the leader fallen, the remaining demon soldiers lost their morale and were quickly defeated by the team. The battle ended. Although the team was somewhat exhausted, no one was seriously injured, and everyone was excited about the victory. "Boss, that move you just used was so cool," Jack said excitedly. "You made that guy into a sitting target." Feng Fifan smiled slightly, feeling the remaining 23 uses of verbal magic and his recovering magic power. In this fight, he only used a small amount of rule interference once, which played a key role in turning the tide. It proved that even under suppression, his abilities remained strong and became more strategic. "Clear the battlefield and see if there's anything valuable," Feng Fifan ordered, his gaze deep and distant. "Lilith, I have noted this gift. It seems our partnership must continue." He understood that the battle with the Demon King army would run through this long, 100 cities tour, but this also made the journey more exciting and full of challenges. The team rested briefly, carrying the clues about the authority they gained from the Singing Dunes, and once again prepared for battle. There were still a few target towns waiting for them in the Western Wilderness region, and the entire continent's picture was gradually unfolding with their steps. 1% of the third phase, start now. Feng Fifan rode his camel, looking back at the still singing dunes. "I wonder what kind of food and surprises the next town will hold for us. This setting is very powerful, but it also comes with a big cost." Feng Fifan gained strong eye techniques, but also entered a temporary period of weakness and strategic adjustment. Let's move forward with this important turning point. Ai's transformation and strategic shift after confirming the clues from the Singing Dunes and repelling the ambush of the Demon King army. Feng Fifan's team did not rush to the next town. Through continuous analysis of clues, battles, and secret games with Lilith, he realized his strength still had limits. Facing more complex situations and stronger enemies in the future, he needed a more powerful card. After careful thought, on a cold moonlit desert night, Feng Fifan set up camp in a hidden sand valley far from trade routes, with layers of guards. He prepared for a bold, unprecedented attempt, using the power of spoken spells to fundamentally transform his eyes and grant them the legendary Forbidden Eye techniques. He knew this would come at a great cost, but the potential gains were limitless. He sat cross-legged on the sand, signaling his team to protect him, then closed his eyes. He poured all his mental, willpower, and the rule power fused with fragments of the Deception Authority into his eyes, pushing to the limit. Spoken spell, using all my magic and the 25 spoken words as a price, to reshape the roots of my eyes. Left eye, bearing the ultimate meaning of insight and destruction, engraved with the symbols of the myriad worlds, transforming into an eternal, unbreakable kaleidoscope Sharingan. Right eye, bearing the principles of creation and reincarnation, sketches the cycle of heaven and earth, transforming into the reincarnation eye that controls life, death, and gravity. This is a reshaping of rules and a solidification of concepts. From now on, the power of both eyes will remain with me forever. Ability uses 0/25, Ultimate Concept Solidification and Rule Reshaping, consumes 25 uses. Mana, 0/100%, all mana used as energy for the transformation process. Boom, an indescribable torrent of rules, as if coming from the very origin of the world, suddenly erupts centered on Feng Fifan. The air in the sand valley freezes, and the stars in the sky seem to dim in response. The powerful energy wave even breaks through the soundproof barriers set by Elvin, causing monsters in the distant desert to cower in fear. The team members watch nervously as Feng Fifan is wrapped in blinding energy light. Barton grips his shield tightly, Ellie loosens her bowstring slightly, Jack holds his dagger backwards, and Elvin and Lilith work hard to maintain the protective magic circle. The souls of the 4 skeleton crew flicker wildly, full of worry. The energy storm lasts a full 15 minutes before gradually calming down. Feng Fifan's figure reappears. He remains seated, But when he slowly opens his eyes, everyone gasps in shock. His left eye's pupil turns into a complex, beautiful, yet ominous crimson pattern, like a blooming black mandala, slowly spinning, radiating a will to see through all illusions and embody ultimate cold destruction. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. His right eye shows concentric ripples like water surface waves in pale purple, dotted with tiny stars, as if containing endless gravity and the principles of reincarnation. Reincarnation Eye. Feng Fifan feels the immense power coming from his two different, yet unified eyes, along with his empty mana and the reset of his spoken ability uses. He takes a deep breath. Success. But he has paid a huge price. He needs time to recover his mana and cannot use his precious spoken ability uses for a long time. Boss, your eyes. Lilith speaks worriedly. It's nothing. I've just gained some new visions and abilities. Feng Fifan stood up. Although his magic power was empty, the invisible pressure from his unusual eyes made everyone feel nervous. He briefly explained his new abilities to the team. Right eye, Rinnegan, magic absorption, can absorb most magic attacks aimed at him and convert them into his own magic power to replenish his energy. Divine Power Push creates a large repulsive force field around him, using about 10 points of magic power. Considering his current level 5 and total magic power of about 400, this is a small amount. Its strength and energy cost are proportional. 10,000 Phenomena Attraction generates a strong pull, forcing a specific target to come before him, using about 10 points of magic power. Left eye, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Ultimate Insight, greatly enhances dynamic vision, observation, and illusion-breaking ability, allowing him to spot enemies' weaknesses and energy flows faster. Amaterasu focuses his gaze to ignite black flames that never go out, completely burning the target. It consumes half of his total magic power, about 200 points, at once and lasts only 5 seconds. Note, his total magic power increases with level, but the skill energy costs stay roughly the same. Hearing about these abilities, especially the terrifying Amaterasu, everyone was shocked. It was like divine or demonic power. But, Feng Fifan said seriously, to gain these eyes, I used up all my words of power and all my magic power. For a while, I won't be able to use my words of power, and my magic will need time to recover. We need to adjust our tactics. He looked at the team. While I recover, your main roles in attack and defense are crucial. Barton, your defense will be even more important. Ali, Jack, your attacks need to be more efficient. Elvin, Lilith, your control and healing must be flawless. Skeleton Squad, you'll take on more reconnaissance and harassment tasks. Understood. Everyone replied together, their eyes full of determination. The boss has become stronger, and they must keep up. Next, we need to be more careful in our actions, Feng Fifan continued. We'll put aside the remaining target towns in the Western Wilderness area for now. Find a safe place to rest for a while, so I can recover my magic power and everyone can get used to and adapt to the new tactical system. He looked eastward and said, I remember there's a small oasis town called Crescent Spring not far from here. It's known for its neutrality and hot springs. The environment there is relatively safe, suitable for healing and rest. The team agreed unanimously. Gaining strong power is exciting, but digesting and adapting to this power and passing through the weak period that comes with it are equally important. So, the team changed their plan and headed toward the Crescent Spring Oasis. Feng Fifan rode on a camel, closing his eyes to rest and fully recover his magic. His mismatched eyes occasionally opened and closed, shining with an awe-inspiring light. He knew that once he and the team fully adapted to these new eyes, their 100 Cities tour would enter a new stage. Whether exploring ancient secrets or facing the Demon King army and other potential enemies, they would have more confidence. Of course, whether there are other secrets or costs behind those eyes might only be revealed with time. For now, their main task is to go to Crescent Spring, soak in the hot springs, enjoy a good meal, and slowly recover. Current status of Feng Fifan. Magic points 5 out of 400, slowly recovering. Words as power, uses 0/25 to recover over time or with special opportunities. Dual eye abilities unlocked. in a period of strategic adjustment and recovery. Now, let's focus on integrating this powerful illusion ability and continue the team's rest and adaptation at Crescent Spring. Rest and initial testing of the eye technique at Crescent Spring. The team changed their route and headed toward the well-known neutral oasis town, Crescent Spring. Feng Fifan closed his eyes on his camel, concentrating fully to recover his nearly exhausted magic. His mismatched eyes occasionally opened and closed. The left eye, a crimson mandala, and the right eye, a faint purple circular pattern, reflected a commanding and mysterious aura that was hard to look at directly. After several days, a crescent-shaped green lake appeared before them, surrounded by dense palm trees and various drought-resistant plants, contrasting sharply with the surrounding golden desert. Crescent Spring Town was located by the lake, with buildings mainly made of white stone and wood, appearing fresh and elegant. The air was filled with moist humidity and a faint floral scent, making people feel relaxed and happy. They found a hot spring inn called Spring Inn to stay. The hotel has an outdoor hot spring pool filled with fresh water from the Crescent Spring. The steam rises gently, creating a relaxing atmosphere perfect for unwinding. After settling in, Feng Fifan mostly stays in his room or the hot spring, focusing on restoring his magic and adapting to his new dual eyes. The team members take turns on guard duty and start practicing new tactics since Feng Fifan cannot currently use verbal spells. New eye technique. Left eye. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Instant bloom technique. Effect. When the target's gaze meets the user's, they are instantly pulled into a highly realistic illusion created by the user's will. The target experiences a long time in the illusion, though only a moment passes outside. Their senses, thoughts, and energy flow are fully controlled, making them believe the illusion is real. For example, the target might think they are attacking, casting spells, or blocking, while their body remains still and unprepared. Breaking this illusion is very difficult and requires strong mental resistance or special abilities. Cost. One-time use consumes half of the total magic points, about 200 points. Maintaining the illusion requires ongoing energy. If the illusion involves intense battles or complex scenes, it uses more magic. Feng Fifan's current status. Magic points 80 out of 400, recovering. Verbal spell uses 0/25. On the third day of resting at Crescent Spring, Feng Fifan had a small encounter that allowed him to test his new eyes ability. Some local adventurers, clearly familiar with the area, saw Feng Fifan's team and, noticing their unusual makeup, especially 4 heavily wrapped skeletons, tried to cause trouble and demand protection money at the Hot Spring Inn. Leading them was a burly warrior, about level 4, with 2 followers. He swaggered up to Feng Fifan and Lilith as they just came out of the hot spring. "Hey, outsider. You look pretty wealthy, staying at such a nice inn. Don't you know the rules of Crescent Spring? Pay the spring water tax, and you'll be safe." He sneered, reaching out to slap Feng Fifan's shoulder. Feng Fifan didn't even look at him. He just lazily raised his eyelid, and his left eye's crimson Mangekyo subtly turned. Instant bloom technique. Magic cost, 200 points. Current magic points, 80 out of 400, instantly drained, leaving only 80. In the eyes of the horizontal flesh warrior and his followers, the world suddenly changed. They realized they were no longer in a hotel corridor, but in a hellfire-filled realm. Beneath their feet was scorching lava, and countless fierce monsters were rushing toward them from all sides. What's happening? Monsters! So many monsters! Quick! Defend yourselves! Fight back! The 3 were terrified, desperately swinging their weapons and casting weak energy and magic, wildly attacking the air. In the real hotel corridor, they stood frozen like statues, faces full of extreme fear, muscles tense, sweat pouring down, yet unable to move even a finger. Feng Fifan didn't look at them at all, as if he was just brushing away a few flies. He softly said to Lilith, "Let's go. I'm a bit hungry. Let's see what special dishes are available tonight." Lilith looked surprised at the 3 adventurers who seemed trapped in a nightmare. She quickly followed Feng Fifan. A few minutes later, the illusion ended. The 3 adventurers collapsed to the ground, exhausted, gasping for air, their eyes filled with unforgettable fear. They looked at each other, and then at the intact hotel corridor around them. Where was the hellfire and monsters just now? Was that terrifying experience all just an illusion? They looked toward where Feng Fifan had disappeared, their eyes filled with awe and fear. They scrambled out of the hotel, never daring to show their faces again. This small test gave Feng Fifan a clear understanding of the illusion ability of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The effect was extremely powerful, almost unbeatable control, but it also consumed a lot of his energy, draining the part of his magic he had just recovered. Looks like this Moment of Bloom and Amaterasu are both key trump cards for critical moments. I shouldn't use them lightly, Feng Fifan thought to himself. In regular battles, I still need to rely on the basic abilities of the Rinnegan and teamwork. Life at Crescent Spring was peaceful and fulfilling. The team enjoyed the soothing hot springs and tasted the unique fish soup made from silver-lined fish in the lake, along with sweet coconut dates. Feng Fifan's magic was slowly and steadily recovering, and he was becoming more skilled at controlling his dual pupil's power. He even tried to use the universal pull from the reincarnation eye with his right eye to remotely fetch a cup of date juice placed far away, consuming about 10 points of magic power, and did so easily and comfortably. He also used Divine Command to gently scare away a desert fox that was trying to steal their food, with noticeable effect. The 4 skeleton crew members are regular visitors here. Although they can't soak in hot springs, their bones might float. Feng Fifan uses residual rule power from his words and magic, not limited by number of uses, more like a passive influence, to let them feel the warmth and moisture of the hot spring. They love to gather by the hot spring, watch the living people enjoy themselves, and taste the moon spring delicacies wrapped in whirlwinds that Feng Fifan prepared for them. Their soul fires flicker happily, looking very content. After resting for about 10 days, Feng Fifan's magic power recovered most of its strength, about 300/400. Although his word and magic ability still had 0 uses, the team had basically adapted to the new tactical rhythm and was in high spirits. It's time to continue our journey, Feng Fifan said, looking west. The remaining target towns in the western wilderness are still waiting for us. Moreover, he was eager to see how much more interesting our 100 Cities tour would become after fully familiarizing ourselves with these eyes. The team set out again, leaving the peaceful and tranquil Moon Spring, and re-entered the vast, unknown desert. Under the desert sun, Feng Fifan's mismatched pupils shimmered with confident and deep light. His power system had been completely renewed, and future adventures would surely be even more grand and exciting. Nightmares of bandits and the art of showing off after leaving Moon Spring, the team continued traveling in the western wilderness, heading toward the next target town. One day, they were moving across a relatively flat Gobi desert, surrounded by scattered wind-eroded rock pillars. Suddenly, dust clouds rose in the distance. A group of about 50 bandits riding swift sand lizards appeared, howling like hyenas sensing blood, coming from the side to encircle them. These bandits had ragged gear but fierce eyes, clearly seasoned outlaws who had been roaming this area for a long time. Leading them was a bandit with a scarred face, wielding a longbow shimmering with elemental light, about level 5. He was flanked by several capable deputies. Scar-faced bandit leader Zhang Gong drew his bow, an arrow wrapped with wind elements, whistling sharply as it shot toward the seemingly gentle wind extraordinary. The arrow was fast and fierce, clearly meant to intimidate. Faced with the rushing arrow, Wind Extraordinary didn't even move. He only slightly lifted his gaze, his right eye shimmering with the cycle eye's calm flow. Divine Law of Heaven's Command. Spell cost, about 10 points. A very faint, almost imperceptible repulsion field suddenly formed in front of him. Just before the arrow hit his chest, it seemed to collide with an invisible, slightly elastic wall, causing the arrow to deflect at a tiny, almost impossible angle. Whoosh! The arrow brushed past Wind Extraordinary's clothes and shot into the sand behind him. Huh. The scar-faced bandit leader frowned. Missed? Today the wind's acting weird. He didn't realize Wind Extraordinary had moved. He thought it was his mistake or the wind's interference. Brothers, attack. Cut them down. The bandit leader, angry and embarrassed, swung his long bow, and the sand bandits roared as they charged forward. Barton immediately stepped forward, his shield crashing to the ground, blocking the attack like a reef. Ellie's arrows hit precisely, each one taking down a bandit's fighting spirit. Jack darted through the bandits, appearing and disappearing, each time accompanied by a muffled grunt and a bandit falling. Erwin's control magic and Lilith's holy light support worked perfectly. Meanwhile, Wind Extraordinary began his personal show. He stood leisurely, even taking out a few shiny gold coins from a special pouch at his waist, playing with them casually. A fierce bandit swung a curved blade, howling as he charged at Wind Extraordinary, aiming a slash at his face. Wind Extraordinary's kaleidoscope Sharingan in his left eye turned slightly. The bandit's seemingly swift attack appeared slowed down by several times in his eyes. Every muscle movement, every muscle tremor, even the blade's trajectory, was crystal clear. He didn't even bother to look directly. He just casually flicked his hand. Ding! A coin shot ahead, perfectly hitting the weakest point of the bandit's blade with pinpoint accuracy. The bandit felt a huge shock in his wrist. A clever force transmitted through his hand, nearly causing him to drop the blade. His attack instantly collapsed. He hadn't reacted yet when Feng Fifan's other coin shot out like a venomous snake, directly piercing his throat. Another bandit lunged from the side with a spear. Feng Fifan moved his steps slightly, seemingly risking his life to dodge the spear tip. At the same time, he lightly flicked his finger, and another coin shot out, precisely smashing the bandit's knee. The bandit screamed and fell to the ground. He danced on the edge of a blade, dodging perfectly each time. Each counterattack used only one coin, accurate, efficient, and with a certain cruel artistic touch. Under the extreme insight of the eternal kaleidoscope, these bandits' movements were full of flaws. Their attacks appeared as childish and clumsy in Feng Fifan's eyes. Monster! He's a monster! Some bandits began to fear and dared not move forward. Seeing this, the scar-faced bandit leader was both surprised and angry. He drew his bow again, this time loading 3 explosive arrows at once. Die for me! The 3 arrows formed a pattern like the character 4, big, shooting toward Feng Fifan with a fiery aura. The area they covered was huge, almost blocking all his escape routes. Feng Fifan still didn't dodge or evade. The reincarnation I moved slightly again. Divine Realm Conquest. Mana cost. About 10 points. When the 3 explosive arrows approached a certain range around him, an invisible force field subtly changed their trajectories. They collided and veered off course, shooting crookedly toward the empty ground nearby. They exploded with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust, but not even touching Feng Fifan's clothes. How is this possible? Another coincidence. The scar-faced bandit leader nearly went crazy. He couldn't understand why his perfect arrow shots kept failing today. Finally, the bandits' morale collapsed. The remaining 20 or so shouted, turned their sand lizard heads, and desperately tried to escape. Now you want to run? Is it a bit late? Feng Fifan smiled faintly, his right eye, the reincarnation eye, locked onto the fastest fleeing scar-faced bandit. Vast phenomenon pull. Mana cost. About 10 points. An irresistible, enormous suction suddenly pulled the scar-faced bandit toward him. He felt as if an invisible chain had bound him. Then a great force yanked him backward. He screamed in terror, futilely waving his arms, but couldn't resist. Both he and his mount were forcibly pulled out of the fleeing group, flying back and crashing heavily onto the ground in front of Feng Fifan, falling into a mess. Other bandits saw their leader being pulled back as if by a divine hand, and they were so frightened that they fled in all directions without looking back, quickly disappearing into the deep Gobi Desert. Feng Fifan ignored the small fry. He looked down at the scar-faced bandit on the ground, who was struggling with a face full of fear and disbelief. Don't kill me. I'll give you all my treasures, the bandit begged tremblingly. Of course, loot must be taken, Feng Fifan said calmly, signaling Jack and Barton to clean up the battlefield, count the horses, weapons, and valuables left by the bandits. Soon, the loot was collected, and they gained a lot. At this moment, Feng Fifan turned his gaze back to the pale, defeated scar-faced bandit. His left eye's red kaleidoscope slowly spun, focusing on the bandit. Your luck ends here. Tian Zhao. Mana cost. Half of total mana. About 150 points. Black flames suddenly appeared and burned on the bandit's body. They had no heat, but carried an absolute destructive will to burn everything. Ah, what is this? No. The bandit screamed painfully, frantically slapping at the flames and rolling on the ground, but all was in vain. The black flames spread wildly like a deadly infection. In just 2 or 3 seconds, amid his desperate screams, he was completely incinerated into a small pile of black ashes, which drifted away with the wind. The black flames disappeared as if they had never appeared. The scene fell into silence, only the whimpering of the wind through the Gobi Desert. Although the team members knew their boss had gained a new ability, witnessing this overwhelming and almost rule-like killing power still made them feel a chill. Feng Fifan felt his mana have instantly, but kept a normal expression. He tidied his clothes, which were spotless, and said to the team, "Finished cleaning up? Let's go. Don't let this little interruption delay our trip to enjoy the next town's food." He turned and led the way, his unusual colored pupils calm and deep under the bright sun of the Gobi. Barton and the others looked at each other, seeing the same admiration in each other's eyes. Their boss's skill in showing off was becoming more and more profound and mysterious. The team set out again, as if that one-sided slaughter was just a small warm-up, and Feng Fifan silently calculated the speed of his magic recovery and how to handle similar problems more gracefully and efficiently in the future. Wanted notice and travel interlude. After easily defeating the reckless bandits, Feng Fifan's team continued their journey through the western wilderness region. This battle, with their increased strength, was just a small episode for them, a minor spice in their long journey to stretch their muscles. Feng Fifan didn't feel overly excited. Instead, he realized more deeply that having power is about better controlling the situation and enjoying life, not about pointless killing. When they reached the next town, called Spirited Town, famous for its strong cactus wine, Feng Fifan did something surprising but reasonable for his team. He posted a clear and simple wanted notice at the Mercenary Guild and on some main notice boards. Reward: remnants of the Desert Vulture Gang target. Bandits who recently attacked our caravan in the Gobi Desert. Reward: 5 gold coins for each ordinary member. 20 gold coins for the leader. 50 gold coins for complete elimination of the gang. Those providing useful clues will receive between 1 and 10 gold coins. Traveling merchant Feng Fifan, the wanted notice caused quite a stir in Spirited Town and nearby areas. 5 gold coins per person was a good reward for ordinary adventurers and small mercenary groups. More importantly, it showed that Feng Fifan and his team were not to be messed with and would seek revenge if wronged. This would scare many potential troublemakers. "Boss, what are you doing?" Jack asked, confused. He thought those bandits who got away were no longer a threat. Feng Fifan sat in the best tavern in Spirited Town, sipping the local spicy cactus wine calmly, and explained, "We travel across the continent seeking freedom and ease, not making enemies everywhere. But if someone dares to provoke us, they must pay the price and serve as a warning to others. To remove weeds, you must remove the roots. A few coins can buy peace, and that's worth it." He paused briefly and added, "Besides, letting local experts and bounty hunters handle these small matters is better than us wandering aimlessly to chase after clues, which would delay enjoying fine wine and finding important hints." Everyone understood and agreed. The boss always thinks practically and efficiently. In the town of Strong Liquor, they successfully found a clue hinted at by the mud tablet, related to the town's famous wine spring, which is said never to dry up. Using the insight from the reincarnation eye and the analysis of the kaleidoscope, Feng Fifan caught a faint trace of remaining rules pointing to a possible fire thief connected to brewing, transformation, or desire. The traces seemed linked to a ritual, like brewing wine, that subtly influences the surrounding environment. Record: Strong Liquor Town, Wine Spring. Related authority: brewing/transformation/weak, desire. Clue direction: the fire thief might influence reality indirectly through specific rituals or skills. Elvin skillfully updated his notes on the 100 Cities tour. After gathering the clues, the team enjoyed exploring Strong Liquor Town's local flavor. Feng Fifan ordered each of the 4 skeleton crew members a different aged cactus wine. Watching them sip the strong liquor, swirling in their mouths, with fiery spirits flickering due to the intense, spicy taste, everyone burst into laughter again. After leaving Strong Liquor Town, they visited the remaining target towns in the Western Wilderness region. Though there were some setbacks, it was less dangerous than before. Feng Fifan occasionally took action, usually in a minimal way, using a little magic to deflect attacks or control the battlefield with techniques like the 10,000 Phenomena Talisman, paired with the insight from the Eternal Kaleidoscope, easily defeating enemies with a gold dagger, blending bravado into invisibility and showing calm confidence. Only once, when encountering a small group of desert beasts slightly corrupted by demonic energy and losing their minds, did he use a single Amaterasu attack. The black flames instantly turned the beasts to ash, clearing the battlefield quickly so they could have dinner on time. The 4th, 5th, 8% acquired. Feng Fifan counted his gains as they left the last target town in the Western Wilderness. 8 towns, 8 pieces of clues, some clear, some blurry. Although they only pieced together about 8% of the truth, these clues helped them better understand the diversity of the Fire Thief and the wide influence of the Starfall. More importantly, during this rest and adaptation period, Feng Fifan's magic fully recovered, 400/400. Although he still has 0 uses of his spellcasting ability, he has become more skilled at using his twin pupil powers. The team's cooperation has also become more smooth and flexible because the tactical focus was temporarily shifted. Western Wilderness region, temporarily concluded, Feng Fifan said, looking at the updated map drawn by Erwin, which marked the explored towns. His gaze turned to the broader southern continent. Next, I want to see the beauty of the Emerald Forest in the south. I heard the elves' food there is quite special. The wanted notice he issued also worked. News came in that the remnants of the bandits had mostly disappeared after bounty hunters chased them. Trading a few gold coins for peace of mind was a good deal. The team set out again, full of hope for unknown lands, craving delicious food, and determined to uncover the truth hidden in the mists of history. They headed toward the lively southern forest. Feng Fifan believed that in that green ocean, there would be more interesting stories and tasty food waiting for them. The allure of the Emerald Forest and the Thousand Layers Cave, leaving the vast and hot western wilderness, Feng Fifan's team entered the southern part of Acylon continent, known as the Emerald Forest. Here, ancient trees towered, vines tangled, and life thrived. The air was moist and fresh, a sharp contrast to the dryness of the desert. Strange birds and gentle forest creatures could be seen everywhere, like a green ocean. Their first goal was the town called Siyu Town, located at the edge of the forest. It was famous for elf culture and natural magic. According to the clay tablet hints, the clues hidden here were related to an ancient oak tree called the Wisdom Ancient Tree. On the way to Siyu Town, they heard exciting news. Deep inside the forest, a new large underground city ruin had been discovered, the Thousand Layers Cave. Rumor has it that this underground city reaches a depth of 100 levels. Each level has different environments and monsters guarding it. The deeper you go, the harder it gets. But every time you clear a level, you get rich rewards, including rare materials, powerful potions, lost forging blueprints, and even some magical items with strange effects. Boss, this sounds really interesting. Jack's eyes lit up. It's a perfect way to test our strength and also get some travel funds. Feng Fifan was also intrigued. The challenge within a controllable range, exploring the unknown, and real rewards are exactly what he liked. Okay, after we finish our business in Siyu Town, let's check out this Thousand Layers Cave, he agreed. But before that, I need to upgrade my little treasury. After arriving in Siyu Town, they found the ancient Wisdom Tree. Under the insight of the Eternal Kaleidoscope and the perception of the Reincarnation Eye, Feng Fifan sensed a faint trace of very old rules related to memory and knowledge from the slow, vast life fluctuations of the ancient tree. After recording this ninth 1% clue, Feng Fifan headed straight to the best blacksmith shop in town, run by dwarves and elves, called Roots and Hammers. He took out a special coin purse that seemed to never run out of gold. Master, I want to customize some special weapons, Feng Fifan told the old dwarf blacksmith with a braided beard. In the following days, Feng Fifan spent most of his time in the blacksmith shop. He used his speech magic ability, though he still had 0 uses per day, He recovered a bit of the ability to use faint rules to help shape objects without consuming uses, thanks to his deeper understanding of strength and the control brought by his twin pupils. With the Master Dwarf's excellent craftsmanship, he melted and shaped a large amount of gold into a series of shiny, uniquely shaped weapons that still kept the essence of gold coins. Golden Meteor Hammer, a long chain made of countless tiny gold rings, with a spiked golden hammer at the end. When swung, it shines brightly and hits with great force. Golden Warrior's Sword, a slender blade with a graceful curve. The blade has patterns made with different temperatures of flames, resembling a scorched edge. Though made of gold, it gleams coldly. Golden Hammer, heavy hammer. One end is a normal hammer head, and the other end looks like an enlarged melon hammer. Its center of gravity is carefully calculated, designed to break heavy armor. Golden Tower Shield, a large square shield tall enough to block two people. Its surface is covered with spikes to prevent weapons from slipping, and its edges are sharp for hitting. It is very heavy. Golden Card, thin as a cicada's wing, with sharp edges. When infused with energy, it can spin quickly in the air, following tricky paths. Golden Chain can be long or short, used to bind enemies or as a climbing tool. Very flexible and versatile. After finishing these weapons, Feng Fifan easily put them back into a seemingly ordinary gold coin pouch. They are considered special forms of gold coins and do not add weight under the pouch's rules, so they can be taken out or stored freely. Haha, brilliant. The old dwarf craftsman watched his masterpiece being magically stored in a small bag by Feng Fifan. He patted his thigh and praised, "I've worked with iron all my life, but I've never seen such interesting gold coins." Feng Fifan was satisfied as he patted the coin pouch. Now, his ammunition was even richer. Whenever needed, he only had to think, and with a faint blessing of, "This weapon is at ease," he could instantly switch to the most suitable golden weapon for the current battle. Once everything was ready, the team headed toward the Thousand Layers Cave. The entrance to the Thousand Layers Cave was hidden behind a huge waterfall, and the Water Curtain Cave was full of surprises. A giant spiral staircase leading deep underground appeared before them. Each level's entrance was marked by a magical light screen showing the level number. They started exploring from the first level. The first 3 levels were filled with low-level slimes, goblins, and giant insects. For Feng Fifan's team, it was just warm-up exercises. Feng Fifan barely moved, letting Barton, Ellie, Jack, and the skeleton team stretch their muscles. They easily passed through, collecting some low-level potions and materials. From the 4th level onward, elemental creatures and stronger forest spirits appeared. Feng Fifan began to try out his new toy. When facing a group of rushing rock elementals, he took out the Golden Meteor Hammer. With a swing, the golden chain like a venomous snake shot out, accompanied by a howling wind, smashing into the core of the rock elemental and instantly destroying it. The golden glow flickered, showing a violent yet beautiful scene. When encountering the agile Shadow Panther, he switched to a gold card. His fingers flicked rapidly, and each golden card seemed alive, drawing strange arcs in the air and precisely cutting the panther's tendons, pinning it to the ground. To quickly cross a toxic swamp, he threw a golden chain that wrapped around a distant stone pillar. Using a minor spell to help, costs 10 mana, he easily swung across. He even used a large golden shield to play a shield relay game with Barton. The two moved like a golden fortress, smashing through a group of minotaur enemies. The exploration was fun and easy, like a treasure hunt full of surprises. Each time they cleared a level, a magic screen gave a reward, either powerful healing potions, rare magic metals, or even a map for a random teleportation scroll. The team moved quickly and soon reached the 10th level. The boss here was a corrupted ancient tree guardian, about level 6, tough and strong. Barton held its fierce attacks. Ellie and Jack looked for weaknesses. Erwin used vines to bind it, and Lilith kept healing. Feng Fifan watched calmly and finally took out a golden warrior's sword. Words become power. This blade is unstoppable. Weak rule blessing. No uses consumed. He flashed forward, and under the inside of the eternal kaleidoscope, he precisely found the weakest spot in the ancient tree's energy core. The golden sword light flashed like a sudden burst, gently slicing along that weak spot. The huge ancient tree suddenly froze. Its magical energy core was cut cleanly, causing it to collapse into pure wooden energy and some precious Tree of Life materials. Level 10 cleared. The reward was a notebook with ancient elven sword techniques. It wasn't very useful to Feng Fifan, but he could sell it to the elves for a good amount of gold. Good haul. Feng Fifan put away the golden sword and patted his money pouch. Let's call it a day. Time to go back and try the elf flower brew and moonlight berries in Ciyu Town. With full pockets and happy hearts, the team left the Thousand Layers cave. For them, it was more like a fun team activity and a way to earn money. The bag filled with various golden weapons also hinted that future battles would become more unpredictable and dazzling. Their journey through 100 cities and their enjoyment of life continued. Leisure in the forest and slow revival after leaving the Thousand Layers cave. The Wind Extraordinary team did not rush to explore the Emerald Forest for their next target city. Instead, they stayed in Ciyu Town and nearby areas for quite a long time, up to 3 months. During these 3 months, they truly practiced the main theme of enjoying life, appreciating elf culture. They participated in Ciyu Town's New Moon Festival, under ancient trees decorated with glowing mushrooms and starlight, enjoying the elves' ethereal poetry recitations and graceful dances. Lilith even learned to blend herbal scents in the forest to create calming or invigorating fragrances. The 4 skeleton crew members couldn't dance, but Old Flute tried to imitate the elf's flute sound with a bone flute. Although still rough, it unexpectedly had a simple, ancient charm. Exploring forest delights, they followed local elf guides deep into the woods, picking delicious wild mushrooms, berries, and edible young shoots. They learned to cook elf-style moonlight stew with 100 mushrooms and roasted forest deer meat with honey and special spices. Wind Extraordinary even developed a fun way for the skeleton crew to taste various plant aromas and nectar. The gambling enthusiast became obsessed with calculating the sweet and sour ratios of different berries. Communication and learning. Erwin exchanged knowledge of natural magic and ancient history with the town's elf mages and druids, gaining much insight and deepening his understanding of life-related rules. Jack gathered intelligence on small adventurer camps near the forest edge, occasionally bringing back interesting rumors or simple tasks worth doing. Playing and experimenting with weapons. Wind Extraordinary often fiddled with his bag of golden weapons in the courtyard. He practiced throwing darts with golden cards, performed rope tricks with golden chains to bundle firewood, and even used a golden tower shield as a table to play cards with his team. He became more familiar with the properties of these weapons, almost reaching a state of intuitive understanding. During this leisurely time, Wind Extraordinary clearly felt that his ability to speak and cast spells, completely exhausted after reshaping his eyes, was slowly but steadily recovering. It was as if a dried-up spring suddenly started to flow again, with tiny streams of water. After 3 months, the mysterious feeling finally became clear. His daily usage limit had been restored to 25 times. Although the number of uses was back, Feng Fifan felt that this revival of his power was different from before. It seemed more closely connected to his eyes and deeper understanding. He treasured this regained ability and decided to rely on his magic, techniques, and golden weapons whenever possible, especially when not necessary. Even relaxing days need some excitement. One day, Jack returned from the adventurers' camp with news. The Whispering Forest, east of Ciyu Town, had been unsettled lately. Several gathering teams had gone missing, and it was suspected that powerful dark creatures had appeared. Feng Fifan thought this was a good chance to stretch his muscles. He could help the locals solve the problem, gaining goodwill and possibly useful information, and also test his team's full strength after recovery. They went deep into the Whispering Forest and soon found something strange. Trees here were twisted and fierce-looking, and a faint smell of decay filled the air. With the insight of the eternal kaleidoscope, Feng Fifan easily saw through the disguise. He found an entrance to an underground cave hidden by vines, emitting dark energy and twisted life force. A mini-dungeon? Perfect. Feng Fifan smiled and led the way inside. Inside the cave, many corrupted plants and a monster called the Twisted Tree Spirit lurked. They ranged from level 4 to 5, were numerous, and skilled at ambushing using the environment. This time, Feng Fifen's fighting style was more varied. Sometimes he drew his golden warrior's sword, moving swiftly through the twisted branches, slashing with flashes of light, cutting off corrupted vines or limbs of the tree spirits. Using the insight of the eternal kaleidoscope, he could precisely target weak points without needing verbal spells. Other times, he pulled out his golden meteor hammer, swinging it forcefully. The golden head shattered rocks like cannonballs or knocked flying gathered tree spirits, showing great strength. When corrosive spores fell from above, he raised his golden tower shield, easily blocking them. The spikes on the shield even reflected some spores back, injuring a few corrupted poisonous flowers trying to get close. When faced with a particularly clever and elusive level 5 tree spirit elder who kept releasing mental shrieks from behind, Feng Fifen didn't even use his eye technique. Instead, he simply raised a finger and said, "Words become law, no noise allowed here." Ability uses 24/25, small area rule ban, consumes 1 use. The tree spirit elder's mental scream was about to escape, but it was as if an invisible hand had grabbed its throat, preventing any sound. It was so constricted that its energy became chaotic. Seizing the moment, Barton charged forward, smashing its shield to break it apart. The battle was smooth and fluid, full of skill and strength, yet it lacked any fiery excitement. Feng Fifen integrated his coolness into every seemingly casual move, showing calm confidence. Finally, they found the core of the nest, a pulsating heart made of corrupted energy. Instead of using the heavenly shine technique again, Feng Fifen took out a few ordinary gold coins. Words become law. Let this gold shine like a shooting star crossing the sun. Ability uses 23/25, small area concept enhancement and kinetic energy transfer, consumes 1 use. He flicked his finger, and the coins instantly turned into golden streaks of light, as if they had tracking ability, accurately hitting several energy nodes of the corrupted heart. The corrupted heart shrank suddenly, then burst like a popped balloon, quickly drying up and dispersing. The evil aura inside the cave gradually faded. After clearing the nest, they found the belongings of the missing collection team and some valuable magic materials. Returning to Tsiyu Town to hand over the task, they earned the gratitude of the townspeople and a good reward. Occasionally moving around really clears the mind. Feng Fifen sat in an elf-style tea room, sipping fragrant flower tea, feeling the full flow of magic in his body and the restored number of words become law, happy and relaxed. After 3 months of rest, his abilities recovered, and the team was at its peak. It was time to continue southward, delve deeper into the Emerald Forest, and look for the next 1 in 100 clue, as well as more unknown delicacies and beautiful scenery. Enjoying life's main storyline, with occasional just-right thrills, still progressing steadily and interestingly. The Elven Village, Yega, and the Ancient Tree Pact. After spending 3 relaxing and fulfilling months in Tsiyu Town and its surroundings, the Feng Fifen team, now fully restored, mana 400/400, speech magic 25/25, set out again on their 100 Cities tour, heading deep into the Emerald Forest. Based on Elvin's research of the clay tablet fragments and the Mirror Realm Chronicles, the next clue points to a much older elven village hidden deep in the forest, Yega Village. Legend says that there is a guardian tree there, older than the ancient wisdom tree, in Tsiyu Town, which may contain fragments of the world's original memories. Crossing the dense and dangerous primitive jungle is a big challenge for ordinary adventurers, but for a team with greatly increased strength, it feels more like a fun outdoor trip. Life in the forest. Exploring nature and adventure forest picnics. They no longer rush to their next destination, but often set up camp in beautiful spots near streams. Ellie uses precise archery to hunt fresh forest birds. Lilith picks non-toxic mushrooms and wild vegetables. Barton handles firemaking, and Jack always finds some sweet wild berries. Feng Fifen uses his golden warrior sword to make temporary utensils and even adjusts the cooking fire slightly with his magic, using 1 spell to make the flames even and steady, making their picnic more refined. The 4 skeleton crew members sit around the campfire, tasting, various food essences wrapped in whirlwinds by Feng Fifan. The soul fire flickers in the night, reflecting their satisfied expressions, a living among animals. With Elvin's knowledge of natural magic and Feng Fifan's reincarnation, sensing life energy, they skillfully avoid the territories of poisonous insects and fierce beasts in the forest. Sometimes, they even manage simple communication with some intelligent magical creatures. A curious moonlight fox once followed them for half a day, and finally, the gambler managed to bribe it with a carefully aimed berry, making everyone smile. Weapon practice. Feng Fifan continues to hone his golden weapon skills. He practices shooting moving leaves with golden cards, swings on giant trees with golden chains, occasionally adjusting direction with the vastness spell, costing 10 mana, and even tries using a golden tower shield as a skateboard to slide down moss-covered slopes. Though he ends up tumbling, the fun along the way is priceless. After about 10 days, they finally arrived at Yiga village. The village was completely integrated with the forest, with delicate tree houses built among the large branches. The elves wore clothes woven from leaves and vines, with clear eyes that held a hint of curiosity. At first, the elves were very cautious of these outsiders, especially the four skeletons. But after Lilith's gentle aura of life magic, Elvin's extensive knowledge of nature, and Feng Fifan's effort to suppress his own pressure, especially the power of his heterochromatic eyes, the elder's attitude softened a little. Feng Fifan did not directly ask about the ancient tree. Instead, he showed respect and brought some spices and fabrics from Tsiyu town, which the elves liked as gifts. They were allowed to stay temporarily on the outskirts of the village. While they were trying to find a chance to contact the ancient tree, danger suddenly struck. One night, the defensive barrier at the edge of the village was attacked by corrupted roots filled with dark energy, coming from an unknown source. These roots moved like living creatures, wildly smashing against the barrier and trying to pollute the land. The elf warriors fought hard, but the corrupted roots had strong regenerative abilities and were numerous. The situation was very dangerous. "It looks like it's time to show our sincerity," Feng Fifan said to the team. The team immediately joined the fight. Barton raised his golden tower shield, like a moving golden wall, blocking a large number of corrupted roots outside. The spikes on the shield could also tear them apart effectively. Ali's arrows carried Lilith's purified light, accurately targeting the core points of the roots. Jack's figure moved through the darkness, using his golden dagger, in normal form, to cut off the roots' energy channels. Feng Fifan showed his versatility again. Sometimes he swung his golden samurai sword, its crescent-shaped blade cutting through the thick roots, with faint rules of power on the blade, not used up, relying on weapon features and eye techniques to sense. Other times, he threw his golden meteor hammer, which crashed down with a roar, smashing the gathered roots into pieces. When a large wave of corrupted roots surged like a tide, Feng Fifan did not use a wide-area attack. Instead, he took out a golden chain. Words become law. This chain, like an extension of my arm, divides into countless strands. Usage count, 2425. Fine control and shape adjustment, consumes 1 use. The golden chains in his hands suddenly seemed alive, spreading out into dozens of thin, glowing gold chains that looked like snakes emerging from their holes. They precisely wrapped around the frontmost corrupted roots and suddenly tightened. The cracking sound was continuous, and the first wave of attack was instantly broken apart. His performance surprised and earned the respect of the elf warriors. The battle lasted for about half an hour. With the combined effort of the team and the elves, the corrupted roots were completely cleared. After this, the elf elders finally relaxed and lowered their guard. "Travelers from afar, thank you for your help," the elders said, leading them to the deepest part of the village, in front of the huge, gentle, glowing ancestral tree. The ancestral tree sensed your kindness and your special strength. It is willing to communicate with you. Feng Fifan placed his hand on the rough bark of the tree, closed his eyes, and quietly used the power of his kaleidoscope eye and reincarnation eye, feeling deeply without any aggressive thoughts. This time, there were no intense mental fragments. Instead, a vast, lonely, slow-flowing stream of memory and information flooded into his mind, like a river of time. He saw the scene when the world was born, the brilliance and tragedy of the meteor fall, and a blurry, ancient will that coexisted with the forest, representing protection and memory. To record is to exist. To guard memory is to protect the roots of the world. After a long while, Feng Fifan opened his eyes, a flash of understanding crossing his mind. Record, Leafsong Village, Ancient Tree. Related powers, memory/protection/history. Connection to Fire Stealer traits, possibly not actively stealing, but passively becoming the bearer of history and memory. Clue points to part of the truth about meteor fall, stored within the world's memory, he told Elvin. The 10th clue, obtained. To show gratitude, the elf elders gave them some memory dew condensed from the ancestral tree, which could slightly boost mental strength, and held a feast. The feast featured the purest, most natural delicacies from the forest, making the team very satisfied. Especially the 4 skeleton sailors, who praised the fresh, natural taste endlessly. As they left Leafsong Village, the team and the elves formed a friendship. Feng Fifan knew there were more secrets hidden in this emerald forest, but their journey must go on. Next, perhaps, is the hilly area beyond the forest of trees, where ancient ruins related to the stars are said to be located. His level, after the battles at the Whispering Forest Nest and Yegua Village, has reached the peak of level 6, close to a breakthrough. His restored ability to speak and command seems to have become more natural and precise after practical testing. Current status, Feng Fifan LV6, 98%, mana 400/400, speech command 24-25 times. The Starfall Hills and the legacy of the Star Watchers. Leaving the isolated Yegua village, Feng Fifan's team continued south, leaving the dense Emerald Forest core area and entering a region called the Starfall Hills. The terrain here is uneven, and at night, the starry sky is especially clear and bright. It is said that in ancient times, fragments of stars fell here, which is how the place got its name. Following the guide on the clay tablet, their next destination is a human settlement called Stargazing Town in the hills. The town has an ancient observatory where legend says the first Star Watcher glimpsed fragments of fate. Stargazing Town is very different from the towns they visited before. It feels more like a small academic community, with residents mostly scholars, astronomers, and mages seeking ancient knowledge. The largest building in town is an old observatory made of white stone, tall and impressive. The team stayed at an inn called Stars and Scrolls. The atmosphere there is quiet, often filled with low conversations about astronomy, mathematics, or history. Feng Fifan enjoys this environment. During the day, he visits the town's public library, reading books about star studies and ancient history. Although most of the content isn't as detailed as Irwin's research, it offers different perspectives. He even exchanged a few gold coins and some knowledge about the geography of the Western Wilderness region with an old scholar, obtaining a rare hand-drawn map marked with possible ancient ruins nearby. At night, they either go up to the inn's rooftop or sit on a small hill outside the town, gazing at the bright starry sky. Feng Fifan explains some basic constellation knowledge to the team, combining his past life memories and local legends. Occasionally, I use a quick spell to slightly enhance everyone's vision, consume once, temporarily boosting night vision and detail perception, allowing everyone to see nebulae and shooting stars more clearly, which often draws admiration. The 4 skeleton crew members also show strong interest in the starry sky. High's keen eyesight can detect the faintest changes in starlight. Min Dun tries to feel the tiny vibrations caused by gravitational pull. The gambler calculates the chances of shooting stars passing by. Lao Di attempts to imitate the sound of the night wind blowing over hills with a bone flute, providing a musical backdrop for the stars. This peaceful life, full of curiosity and learning, helps the team relax and recharge both physically and mentally. Feng Fifan can feel that his level 6 experience bar is steadily and firmly moving toward completion during these seemingly ordinary days. The map exchanged from the old scholar marked several possible ancient ruin sites. Feng Fifan chose a location not far from the stargazing town, rumored to have an ancient sacrificial pit, as another dungeon adventure. The sacrificial pit is hidden at the bottom of a secluded valley, its entrance concealed by vines. Inside, they find it far more mysterious than expected, with passages descending downward, walls engraved with ancient murals related to the movement of stars. As they go deeper, they encounter the local inhabitants, magical creatures called star bats. These bats are huge, with wingspans up to 2 meters, and have glowing patterns on their skin resembling star maps. They can emit disruptive sonic waves and rays that drain life energy. Their levels range from LV4 to LV5, and they are numerous. The battle unfolds in the dark cave. Ellie's arrows remain precise in the darkness. Arrows with faint holy light can effectively pierce the star bat's glowing armor. Jack, using Windrunner boots and a speed ring, moves swiftly across the uneven cave ceiling, sneaking up on hanging star bats on the walls. Barton guards beside Erwin and Lilith, using a golden tower shield to block sonic waves and rays. Feng Fifan mainly experiments with another use of the golden weapon. He infuses magic into golden cards, throwing them like boomerangs that trace golden paths through the cave, often cutting through several star bats' wings at once. When facing groups of rushing star bats, he swings a golden bone flower, a heavy hammer, smashing several into meat pulp with each strike, showing great strength. Deep inside the cave, they encountered the leader of the star bats, a very large LV6 star bat king, with a glowing crystal on its forehead. Its mental screech was powerful enough to make ordinary adventurers collapse instantly, and its energy beams were stronger and more widespread. The Star Bat King floated in the air, constantly emitting harsh screeches. Grayish-white rays shot toward the team. Feng Fifan signaled Barton to hold the defensive line. He took a deep breath, spun his kaleidoscope left eye, and quickly calculated the flight pattern of the Star Bat King and the fluctuation frequency of its energy core, the crystal on its forehead. Instead of using a costly eye technique or a magic command, he took out a handful of golden sand from his pouch. Magic command. This sand, like a shadow, follows and blocks perception. Uses remaining 23/25, small range perception interference and energy attachment, consumes 1 use. He waved his hand, tossing the sand into the air. Under the influence of the rule of power, the sand moved as if alive, precisely attaching itself to the crystal on the Star Bat King's forehead, forming a thin golden shield. The Star Bat King's mental screech suddenly stopped. Its energy beams became chaotic and dim. It flapped its wings in panic, trying to shake off the golden sand, but to no avail. Now's the time. Ari's arrow, Jack's dagger, and Barton's golden meteor hammer all struck the confused Star Bat King almost simultaneously, thanks to the perception being blocked. With a piercing scream, the Star Bat King fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and losing its life. The leader was defeated, and the remaining star bats scattered and fled. In the deepest part of the cave, the team found some remnants of ancient star charts and a few crystals containing faint star energy, rewards for their exploration. When they stepped out of the cave and returned under the starry sky, Feng Fifan felt a surge of experience reaching a critical point. A warm flow spread through his body. His mental and magical limits expanded simultaneously, and his perception of the rule of power became clearer. He leveled up. LV7. At the same time, he clearly sensed that the magic command ability linked to his soul had its daily usage limit quietly increased by 1, now reaching 26 times. Currently, Feng Fifan LV7, 0%, mana 480/480, max increased. Speech magic 26 times, max increased. Feeling the growing strength and new cards in his hand, Feng Fifan looks forward to his future journey. He gazes at the starry sky, knowing that his 100 Cities tour and enjoying life will reveal more exciting stories as his power increases. The rumors of the Starshine Guild and the Eternal Star Corps, after resting for a few days in Starwatch Town and familiarizing himself with his upgraded abilities, LV7, mana 480/480, speech magic 26/26. Feng Fifan and his team begin searching for the next clue hinted by the clay tablet. They have already visited the Starwatch Tower itself. Using the insight from the Eternal Kaleidoscope, Feng Fifan detected some patterns related to prophecy and traces in its ancient stone and remaining magical observation spells. However, these do not seem to be the core focus pointed to by the clay tablet. Elvin, after studying local texts and talking with old scholars, turns his attention to another powerful force in Starwatch Town, the Starshine Guild. This guild controls most of the special trade in the Starfall Hills, especially minerals and crystals containing star energy. Rumor has it that the guild's headquarters hides a strange gem called the Eternal Star Core, believed to be the heart of ancient star fragments with incredible power. Star Core, Feng Fifan murmurs. If the rumors are true, this item might be directly related to the Starfall event, and the clues it contains could be more valuable than the previous fragments. With a clear goal, Feng Fifan, Elvin, and Jack head to the Starshine Guild's impressive headquarters in the center of Starwatch Town to visit. The guild leader is a shrewd middle-aged human man named Horn. He has heard of Feng Fifan, who has recently gained some fame in town and has an extraordinary presence. Horn greets him politely, but with a cautious look in his eyes, like a businessman. "Mr. Feng, welcome. How can I assist you?" Horn asks with a smile, signaling a servant to serve fragrant tea from the southern islands. Feng Fifan wastes no time and directly expresses his interest in the Eternal Star Core rumors, hoping to see it for himself. Chairman Horn's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of difficulty flashed in his eyes. "Mr. Feng, to be honest, the unfading Star Core is indeed the treasure of our guild, but it is quite mysterious and not something we can view casually. Recently, our guild has also encountered some trouble, so we may not have the time to deal with it." "Oh? Trouble?" Feng Fifan picked up his teacup, gently blew on the hot liquid, and the kaleidoscope in his left eye subtly rotated, capturing Horn's subtle expressions and energy fluctuations. He sensed that the other person was not entirely refusing. There seemed to be real difficulties, and his words carried a hint of suspicion. "Yes," Chairman Horn sighed. "One of our most important mineral veins, the Gleaming Mine Tunnel, has recently been taken over by a group of unknown crystal-devouring beasts. These creatures feed on energy-rich crystals, have tough shells, and can emit interference rays that disrupt magic. Our guards have tried to clear them several times, but suffered heavy losses. The mine has been shut down for nearly half a month. If we can't retake it, the guild will suffer great losses." Feng Fifan immediately understood the other's intention. They wanted to use his team to solve the problem, then discuss the Star Core afterward. Crystal-devouring beasts. Feng Fifan put down his teacup, showing just the right amount of interest. "They sound like interesting creatures. Chairman Horn, if we can help you deal with this trouble and clear out the beasts in the mine." Chairman Horn's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded, "If Mr. Feng and your team can resolve this crisis, you will be our most honored friends. Naturally, viewing the unfading Star Core will be easy, and the guild will reward you generously." "Very well." Feng Fifan stood up. "Please provide the detailed map of the mine and any known information about the beasts." "We accept this task." After leaving the guild headquarters, Jack pouted. "Boss, this old fox is clearly using us. It's just mutual use." Feng Fifan smiled casually. "We need clues, and they need muscle. We each get what we want. Plus, clearing the mine sounds like a good adventure, and we might find some good stuff." Back at the inn, the team began studying the information provided by Chairman Horn. The Gleaming Mine Tunnel is located 30 miles north of the Starwatch Town in the mountains. Its internal structure is complex, with many branching paths. The Crystal Devourer is around level 5, with the boss possibly reaching level 6. It is characterized by high physical defense, some resistance to energy attacks, and is skilled at fighting in tight spaces. "High physical defense. Perfect. I want to try out my new toy," Feng Fifan said, patting his pouch at his waist. Inside was a golden bone flower, a heavy hammer, that seemed eager to be used. Barton also rubbed his hands together. "My new shield needs a sturdy target to test its strength." Ellie checked her arrows. "I need to make some special armor-piercing arrows." Elvin began preparing targeted protective magic to block interference rays. Lilith was ready with potions and divine spells to purify energy pollution and heal physical wounds. The 4 skeleton crew members also looked eager. The mine tunnel environment might be just right for them to show their skills. Early the next morning, the team set out for the glowing mine tunnel. The entrance, which was once a simple camp set up by the Merchant Guild, was now a mess, clearly having been through a fight. A faint smell, like burnt circuits, filled the air. As they entered the tunnel, the light suddenly dimmed. Only the faint glow from moss and crystals on the walls provided some illumination. But for Fong Fifan, who had the eternal kaleidoscope, and the Keen Sense team members, this was no obstacle. Deep inside the tunnel, they soon heard the crunching sounds of gnawing and the crisp breaking of crystals. Turning a corner, they saw the first crystal devourers. They looked like giant armadillos, with backs covered in sharp, shimmering blue crystal armor that sparkled like metal. Some were as small as calves, others nearly as big as rhinos. Their compound eyes glowed with an ominous red light. The battle was about to begin. The crystal devourers spotted the intruders and immediately let out sharp screeches. The crystals on their backs lit up, sending out twisted, interference rays. At the same time, they dug into the ground with their limbs and charged like heavy tanks. "Defend!" Barton shouted angrily. His huge golden tower shield suddenly rose, forming a golden wall. The interference rays hit the shield, causing ripples, but they were blocked firmly. The crystal devourer's charge came one after another, making loud thuds. Barton's feet sank a little into the ground, but he held firm against the impact. "Great shield," Barton shouted, feeling the solid feedback from his new shield, boosting his confidence. Ellie's armor-piercing arrows shot like shooting stars, aiming at the gaps and joints in the crystal-devouring beast's shell. Although they couldn't kill it instantly, they effectively limited its movement. Jack used the complex terrain of the mine tunnel, appearing suddenly in the crystal-devouring beast's blind spots like a ghost. His ordinary form golden dagger targeted its softer belly and eyes. Elvin raised a magic shield to block the stray interference rays, while casting gravity spell to increase the burden on the crystal-devouring beast. Lilith's holy light shone like a guiding lamp, dispelling energy pollution in the air and always ready to heal. Fong Fifan focused on using the Golden Blossom. He targeted the most aggressive LV5 crystal-devouring beast, sidestepped its charge, and swung the heavy Golden Blossom with the wind behind it, aiming precisely at the weak spot where the crystal cluster connected to its flesh on its back. Bang! A muffled sound followed by the cracking of crystal. The crystal-devouring beast howled painfully as the crystal cluster on its back cracked, cracks spreading across it. Its charge halted abruptly, and it staggered and fell to the ground. "Good effect," Fong Fifan nodded with satisfaction. The heavy strike from the Golden Blossom proved very effective against such armored targets. The skeleton team also played a role. Old Didi's bone flute produced sonic waves that couldn't directly harm the crystal-devouring beast, but disturbed it with soul-piercing noise, making it irritable and disrupting its attack rhythm. Gambling Ghost used his sense of vibration to warn of surprise attacks from the side of the mine tunnel. Mound looked like heavily armed infantry, ready to charge and topple a crystal-devouring beast at the right moment. Hai kept pointing out the most energy-disrupted and weakest points on the crystal shell. The team steadily advanced, clearing the crystal-devouring beasts along the way. Deeper in the mine, their density increased, and some mutants capable of shooting energy crystal spikes appeared. Finally, at the deepest part of the tunnel, inside a large crystal cluster cave scarred with gnaw marks, they saw their ultimate target, the mother nest of the crystal-devouring beasts. Surrounding the nest were several LV6 crystal-devouring beast guards, and at the center of the nest, a massive crystal-devouring beast with a body like a small hill, covered in fierce purple crystal clusters on its back. Its energy fluctuations reached LV7. A fierce battle was inevitable. Fong Fifan clenched the golden flower in his hand. The red glow in his left eye and the pale purple in his right eye shimmered with excitement and calmness in the dim mine. The Crystal Devourer's nest and attribute bloom. Additional. Current team attribute panel estimate. Based on Fong Fifan at level 7. Fong Fifan, level 7. Strength, 70. Base equipment bonuses from the Strength Ring. Speed, 65. Base bonuses from Speed Ring and Windrunner Boots. Endurance, 72. Base Endurance Ring. Magic Power, for 80/480. Level Cap Magic Power Ring. Defense, 63. Base Defense Ring and Personal Skills. Insight, 61. Base Insight Ring and Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Abilities. Speech as Law 26 times. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Rinnegan. Equipment. Full set of basic attribute rings. 10 Commandments. Resilient Barrier Necklace. Windrunner Boots. Perfect Shot Firearm. Custom Gold Weapon Vault. Barton. Level 6. 98%. Strength. 68. Speed. 48. Endurance. 75. Magic Power. 180. Mainly used to activate Fighting Spirit. Defense. 85. Core Attribute. Very high with Ancient Guardian Tower Shield and Rings. Insight. 45. Equipment. Full set of basic attribute rings. Resilient Barrier Necklace. Windrunner Boots. Ancient Guardian Tower Shield. Ellie. Level 6. 95%. Strength. 55. Speed. 70. Core Attribute. Endurance. 52. Magic Power. 220. Used for enchanting arrows and similar. Defense. 48. Insight. 75. Core Attribute. Elf Talent Rings Training. Equipment. Full set of basic attribute rings. Resilient Barrier Necklace. Windrunner Boots. Precision Grip Gloves. Wind Chaser Longbow. Jack. Level 6. 92%. Strength. 58. Speed. 85. Main attribute. Significant Equipment Bonus. Endurance. 55. Magic. 190. Used for stealth and burst skills. Defense. 46. Focused on evasion. Perception. 65. Assassin's Intuition Training. Equipment. Full set of basic attribute enhancing rings. Resilient Barrier Necklace. Wind Chasing Boots. Demonic Breaking Dagger. Irwin. Level 6. 90%. Strength. 42. Speed. 50. Endurance. 48. Magic. 580. Main attribute. Boosted by Rings and Sage's Speech Staff. Defense. 45. Mainly Magical Shield. Perception. 68. Mage's Insight. Equipment. Full set of basic attribute enhancing rings. Resilient Barrier Necklace. Wind Chasing Boots. Sage's Speech Staff. Lilith. Level 6. 88%. Strength. 45. Speed. 53. Endurance. 50. Magic. 520. Main attribute. Used for healing and support magic. Defense. 47. Perception. 60. Priest's Awareness. Equipment. Full set of basic attribute enhancing rings. Resilient Barrier Necklace. Wind Chasing Boots. Life Praise Holy Emblem. Skeleton Crew. Average Equivalent Level 6. 85%. Attributes are specialized and not fully compatible with this panel. Focuses on the strength of soul fire, special perception, vibrations, observation, etc., and the perception ability granted by speech and magic. Physical attributes are limited by the skeleton structure, but can be significantly boosted with rings, especially relying on the absolute defense provided by the Resilient Barrier Necklace. Facing the Crystal Devourer, Level 7, and its guards, Level 6, deep within the Crystal Cluster Cave, Feng Fifan's team is on high alert. The massive beast emits a deep energy hum, causing the entire cave's crystals to resonate and produce unsettling fluctuations. Barton, hold the guards. Ellie, Jack, prioritize clearing the small monsters and disrupting the beast. Irwin, suppress the energy field. Lilith, monitor the team's status. Skeleton Squad, respond freely, mainly interfere. Feng Fifan quickly commands, while his right eye's reincarnation eye ripples, instantly analyzing the battlefield's energy flow. Roar, Barton shouted angrily, holding up his golden tower shield, charging like a golden fortress toward a level 6 Crystal Devourer guard. A heavy collision sounded as Barton, with his high defense of 85 and strong stamina, stubbornly withstood the guard's charge. The spikes on his shield even sparked against the crystal armor of the enemy. Ellie's arrows shot out like a continuous barrage, specially aimed at the guard's joints and eyes, with armor-piercing and slight purification effects. Although they couldn't kill instantly, they effectively limited the guard's movements. Jack's figure moved like a ghost, jumping among the crystal clusters. His demon-breaking dagger searched for gaps in the guard's energy core to strike. Elvin waved his staff, releasing powerful magic. Gravity magic and energy disruption covered the battlefield, slowing down the Crystal Devourers and making their energy beams unstable. Lilith's holy light formed a warm shield around the team, counteracting the negative effects of energy resonance and ready to heal at any moment. The skeleton squad also played a role. Old Didi's bone flute emitted chaotic sound waves that, while harmless, irritated the crystal devourers deeply. Gambling Ghost used his sense of vibrations to break several crystal clusters about to shoot energy spikes in advance. Munden seized the moment with a fierce charge, knocking away a crystal devourer attempting to ambush Ellie. Hai kept warning about energy gathering behind the beast. Feng Fifan directly confronted the crystal devourer, emitting level 7 pressure. The beast let out a sharp screech, its purple crystal cluster on its back shining brightly. Dozens of thick energy beams, with strong corrosive and disruptive effects, shot like a rainstorm toward Feng Fifan. At the same time, its huge body moved forward suddenly, with its massive claws slashing down with a tearing wind. Feng Fifan's left eye, a kaleidoscope, spun rapidly, making the trajectory of the beams and claws perfectly clear in his vision, even allowing him to predict subsequent changes. He didn't resist head-on. With a speed of 65 and wind-chasing boots, he moved like a leisurely stroll through the gaps in the energy beams, avoiding the claws by a hair's breadth. Speed is enough, but cleaning up is too troublesome, Feng Fifan thought. He took out a golden samurai sword from his pouch, needing a more efficient way to deal damage. His figure flickered, approaching the beast's rear. The beast roared angrily, unleashing a powerful energy shockwave around it. Divine Judgment of the Gods, Spirit Power Consumption, about 12 points, slightly increased due to shockwave strength. An invisible repulsive energy field expands around Feng Fifan, easily neutralizing and bouncing back the energy shockwave. The massive body of the Beast Queen is slightly pushed back by this force. At that moment, Feng Fifan moved. The Golden Warrior's sword transformed into a streak of golden lightning, piercing through a tiny energy disturbance point on the Beast Queen's neck crystal armor, as seen through the kaleidoscope insight. Puff! The Golden Warrior's sword, imbued with level 7 power and enhanced by high attribute strength, precisely pierced through the defense. The sword's blade, strengthened by a subtle sharpness concept, used without consuming charges, based on familiarity with the rules, amplified the attack. Roar! The Beast Queen let out a painful howl, purple energy blood splattering from the wound. It frantically shook its head, trying to shake off Feng Fifan. Feng Fifan withdrew his sword smoothly, avoiding subsequent attacks. He looked at the purple blood on the blade tip and frowned slightly. The defense is indeed tough. One strike isn't enough to cause serious damage. The Beast Queen was thoroughly enraged. Instead of attacking from afar, it charged wildly at Feng Fifan, opening its large mouth to reveal sharp teeth flickering with danger, used to gnaw on core crystals. A strong suction force emerged, attempting to swallow Feng Fifan. 10,000 phenomena summon. Feng Fifan's right eye locked onto a large crystal cluster on the nearby rock wall. Spirit power consumption, about 10 points. The powerful suction instead pulled him toward the crystal, easily escaping the Beast Queen's grasp. The Beast Queen's bite missed, crashing heavily into the rock wall, causing the cave to shake. It's time to end this. Feng Fifan decided not to delay further. He sheathed the Golden Warrior's sword, and the crimson kaleidoscope in his left eye slowly spun, focusing on the temporarily dazed Beast Queen caused by the collision. Tensho. Spirit power consumption, half of his total, about 240 points. Black flames silently ignited on the back of the crystal-eating Beast Queen. The indestructible purple crystal cluster began to melt like fragile glass under the absolute destruction of the black flames. The Beast Queen let out an unprecedented, piercing scream, rolling and smashing against the rock walls in desperation, trying to extinguish the black flames on its body. But all efforts were futile. 5 seconds passed quickly in its desperate struggle. When the black flames finally went out, the enormous crystal-devouring beast had turned into a puddle of purple, sticky liquid bubbling with gas and emitting a burnt smell. Only a few of the hardest core crystals remained, but they had lost all their shine. With the leader defeated, the remaining crystal-devouring beast guards and ordinary beasts quickly lost their backbone. Under the team's combined efforts, they were soon all cleared away. The battle ended. Although the team members used a lot of energy, no one was seriously injured. Most felt happy about the victory and gained a lot of experience. Barton, Ellie, Jack, Erwin, and Lilith all glowed with the light of leveling up, reaching level 7. The spirits of the skeleton crew also appeared more lively. After cleaning the battlefield, they gained many materials from the crystal-devouring beasts, such as tough shells and energy cores. Deep inside the beast's nest, they also found several high-quality, glowing crystal cores, which are very important to the Starshine Trading Guild. Let's go back. It's time for President Horn to keep his promise, said Feng Fifan, looking at the glowing crystal cores in his hand. He was excited about observing the Immortal Star Core. The 11th clue, just 1% away, seemed very close now. The secret of the Star Core and Horn's sincerity, with the glowing crystal cores and the joy of victory. Feng Fifan's team returned to Starwatch Town. When they placed the high-quality glowing crystal cores on President Horn's desk, the clever merchant showed an expression of incredible joy. "Great! This is wonderful," Horn exclaimed, rubbing his hands excitedly. "Mr. Feng, you and your team are truly our Starshine Guild saviors. Restoring the Glow Mineral Tunnel's production depends on you all." He immediately ordered his staff to prepare a generous reward and held a banquet to thank the team. During the feast, Horn's attitude was even more enthusiastic and respectful than before. He was amazed at how efficiently this team had dealt with the crystal-devouring beast swarm, which even the guild's guards found difficult. Their strength was beyond his expectations. After a few drinks and dishes, Feng Fifan brought up the previous agreement at the right moment. "President Horn, the trouble with the tunnel has been solved. Do you have the Immortal Star Core? Of course. Of course." Horn quickly put down his wine cup, smiling widely. Horn is a man of his word. "Please, follow me." He personally led the Extraordinary Wind team to a heavily guarded secret room beneath the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. In the center of the room, inside a clear crystal protective cover, floated a fist-sized, irregular polyhedral crystal. It was deep blue throughout, with countless stars inside slowly rotating and flickering, emitting a gentle, lasting glow, along with an ancient, vast starry fluctuation. This is the indestructible star core. Even through the crystal cover, everyone could feel the powerful and pure star energy contained within. Elvin's eyes burned with passion, Lilith sensed a peaceful, calm life force, and even the 4 skeleton crew members' soul fires seemed drawn to the rhythm of the stars, gently swaying. "This is our Chamber of Commerce's most treasured artifact, the indestructible star core," President Horn proudly explained. "According to our ancestors, it was found deep in the Meteorite Hills. It's a fragment of an ancient star's core, holding incredible power. Our Chamber of Commerce's growth is closely linked to studying it and occasionally guiding its faint energy." Wind Fifan didn't speak. He stepped forward, simultaneously activating his eternal kaleidoscope and reincarnation eye in his left and right eyes, carefully observing the star core. In his view, the star core was no longer just an energy crystal. Inside, the rotating stars resembled a miniature, incomplete universe model, with each star's birth and death following some ancient rules. More importantly, he sensed a faint rule imprint within, sharing a source with the secret of the meteorite, tinged with sadness and destruction. This was not a trace left intentionally by the fire thief, but more like an indelible mark left by the meteorite event itself, embedded in the core of the star. He tried to send a strand of mental energy into the star core. This time, there was no specific thought fragment, only a vast, cold, lonely feeling as if immersed in an endless starry sea. It seemed to tell the brief life of a star, from birth to brilliance, then sudden death. Fragment, record, trajectory. Faint information flashed and disappeared, but it made Wind Fifan more certain that this star core was direct evidence of the meteorite event, an essential piece of the puzzle. Record, Star Viewing Town, Starshine Chamber of Commerce, Indestructible Star Core. Associated Authority Tendency, none. This is a remnant of the event. The clues point to the Starfall event itself, including its power level and the rules it follows. It is confirmed that Starfall was a real historical event, and substantial fragments have been left behind. Wind Fifan quietly said to Elvin, with a serious tone. This is the 11th 100th clue, and I have obtained it. This star core itself is worth 2% of the clues. Chairman Horn saw Wind Fifen focused and shining with insight, and he became more certain that Mr. Wind was extraordinary and had seen deeper secrets in the star core. He turned his eyes and smiled more warmly. Mr. Wind truly has good judgment. It seems this star core is destined to be with you. I have a small request. Wind Fifen looked back at Horn and said, "Please, Chairman, the star core is valuable, but our guild has limited ability. Over the years, we have only been able to guide its superficial power," Horn said sincerely. "Mr. Wind, with your strength and broad knowledge, perhaps you can discover more of its potential. I am willing to build a good relationship with you, allowing you to come and observe the star core regularly. If you find anything valuable, I hope you can share it with our guild. Of course, the guild will also pay for your research, and you will always be our most honored friend." Wind Fifen immediately understood Horn's plan. They saw their strength and wanted to invest long-term and form a partnership. This would solve their limited research ability and allow them to use Wind's power to develop the star core's value further, even gaining their protection. All right, Wind Fifen thought for a moment and agreed. The secrets contained in this star core are worth deep research. Maintaining a good relationship with the Starshine Guild is also beneficial for future activities in the Starfall Hills and beyond. This is a win-win situation. Great! Chairman Horn was overjoyed. He immediately ordered someone to bring a prepared contract, which clearly outlined the rights and obligations of both sides, with very favorable conditions. Wind Fifen read through it once, confirmed there were no issues, and signed the cooperation agreement with Chairman Horn. When they left the Starshine Guild, the team not only received generous rewards for clearing the mine and the first batch of research funding, but also established a solid connection with this regional trading guild. Most importantly, they obtained a valuable item directly related to the secrets of Starfall for ongoing research. Unexpectedly, this harvest is so great. Elvin gently touched the copy of the contract, feeling excited. Having regular access to the star core will definitely help me understand the rules of the stars and the meteor event much faster. Boss, Chairman Horn is quite good at doing business, Jack said with a smile. But that's not a bad thing for us. Feng Fifen nodded and looked at the busy streets of the stargazing town, feeling in a good mood. Gathering clues went more smoothly than expected, and they even found a long-term research site. Let's stay a few more days in stargazing town so Elvin can do an initial study. We can also rest, enjoy local starry sky pastries, and starberry wine, Feng Fifen decided. In the next few days, the team took a short break. Elvin spent most of his time in the secret room of the Starshine Guild, obsessed with studying the unbreakable star core. Feng Fifen and the others enjoyed experiencing the local customs and relaxing after their battles. He knew there might be other secrets hidden in the Meteor Hills, but their main task was to process what they had already found. When Elvin made some progress in his research and the team finished resting, it was time to move south again, heading toward the next unknown area and continuing their long, exciting journey through 100 cities. The underlying tensions and lightning in stargazing town. Feng Fifen's team didn't experience total peace during their rest in stargazing town. Through casual chats with townspeople, merchants, and the innkeeper, Old Harris, they could clearly feel the undercurrents beneath the town's surface. Did you hear? The mayor and Chairman Horn from the Starshine Guild have been having some disagreements lately, Old Harris said quietly while wiping his glass. It's about a small energy mine recently discovered outside the town. The mayor wants to take control of it to strengthen the town's defenses, Harris explained. But Horn believes the mine is within the guild's traditional exploration area and should belong to the guild. Plus, a slightly drunk mercenary nearby chimed in. The guards patrolling near the town reported seeing suspicious shadows. They suspected scouts from the Demon King's army. And right now, everyone's fighting over power. Sigh. Piecing these bits of information together, Feng Fifen realized that stargazing town was not a peaceful paradise. Internal power struggles and external threats were intertwined, and peaceful days might not last much longer. That evening, Feng Fifen was taking Lily and Ellie to pick some local specialty, starlight moss, said to have calming effects, in the town square. Suddenly, Urgent bell sounds and explosions came from the north gate of the town. Enemy attack. It's the Demon King army. Panic-filled shouts spread quickly through the town. At the north gate, flames shot into the sky, and faintly, twisted figures emitting dark magic were attacking the gate. The guards fought hard, relying on the city wall and protective magic arrays, but among the attacking monsters, there were a few powerful demon officers leading the. It looks like our rest time is over, Feng Fifan said sharply. Barton, Jack, support the north gate. Elvin, help maintain the defense array. Lily, prepare to treat the wounded. Ellie, take the high ground and snipe. Skeleton team, evacuate civilians. His commands were clear and quick. The team immediately sprang into action, blending into the chaos of the town. Feng Fifan flickered and quickly reached a rooftop near the north gate. Looking out, he saw about 100 low-level monsters, LV-3, LV-4, led by several LV-5 berserker demons, attacking the gate wildly. Farther away, a LV-6, cursed priest, in a black robe, holding a bone staff, was chanting spells to weaken the guard's will and the strength of the defense array. Prioritize taking out that spellcaster, Feng Fifan decided instantly. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. His magic flowed, and blue sparks flickered at his fingertips. Speak and cast. Power of thunder, gather at my fingertips, condense but do not release, like a laser shot. Thunder step, finger thunder, magic cost, 30 points, whoosh. A thin, intense blue lightning bolt shot out from his finger like a laser. Its speed was astonishing, crossing hundreds of meters almost instantly, accurately striking the forehead of the cursed priest. The priest didn't expect such a quick, hidden attack from behind him. He only managed to turn his head slightly. The lightning bolt didn't make a loud explosion, but silently pierced through his temple like a red-hot iron rod stabbing butter, leaving a small blackened hole. The cursed priest's chant stopped abruptly. His eyes dimmed instantly, and he swayed before falling straight down. The wound was very small, but its destructive power reached straight to the brain. It was a one-hit kill. The guards on the city wall were initially stunned as the pressure suddenly eased. Then they burst into cheers. Feng Fifan remained expressionless, his fingertips glowing with lightning again. 3 more lightning beams shot out precisely, killing the frontline LV-5 berserk demons instantly. They were pierced through the forehead or heart and died immediately. This method was efficient, accurate, and controllable in energy use. The newly developed Thunderstep E Finger Lightning was very effective for targeting key enemies during chaotic battles. Meanwhile, Barton had already rushed near the city gate. He slammed the Golden Tower shield onto the ground, like an unshakable reef, knocking flying or smashing any monsters trying to climb the wall. Jack moved like a shadowy reaper, hunting down commanders and long-range units among the monsters. Ellie shot arrows from the clock tower, precisely targeting the self-destructing demons that threatened the magic defense array. Elvin used all his magic power to stabilize the fragile defense array. Lilith moved among the injured, shining with holy light, quickly healing the wounded guards. For skeleton crew members also played their part. They used their undead nature to attract fire or help civilians like Old Harris quickly escape. This attack by the Demon King army was clearly just a test. After losing their command node and elite units, the remaining low-level monsters were quickly defeated by the guards and Feng Fifan's team. After the battle, the town mayor and President Horn arrived at the North Gate first. Seeing the defeated Demon King army and Feng Fifan's team rescuing the wounded, their faces looked complicated. Thank you, Mr. Feng, and all brave warriors, for your help. The mayor stepped forward sincerely. Mr. Feng, once again you've helped us greatly. President Horn also expressed his gratitude, but his eyes seemed to hold some other thoughts. Feng Fifan waved his hand, saying it was no trouble. He keenly sensed that after fighting side by side, both the mayor's side and the merchant guild's attitude toward their outsider team had become more subtle. Perhaps, the hidden currents within Starwatch Town would change because of the threat from the Demon King army and their involvement. He didn't get involved in the subsequent disputes, only telling Old Harris, "Boss, please prepare some hot water and food. We fought a battle, and I'm a bit hungry." It was as if the person who just made that precise shot and turned the tide of the battle was not him, Through this sudden fight, Feng Fifan not only tested his new power, but also became more involved in the situation in Starwatch Town. What he didn't know was that far away, Moros, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King army, was very interested in the failed attack and in the human who could use strange lightning powers. At the same time, Roland's brave team, after a successful surprise attack on the Demon King's supply line, heard rumors of a mysterious traveler using golden weapons and strange abilities moving around the land. The world's gears are indeed starting to turn faster because of Feng Fifan and his actions. Whispers in the shadows and the fires of the northern border inside the Demon King army's territory, Shadow Hall. In a hall made of bones and obsidian, the atmosphere was more serious than usual. The Death Realm Demon Emperor, Chaos, sat on his throne. Shadows swirling around his face hid his features. Only 2 red points of light, like abyssal eyes, looked down at the 4 kings below. Lilith, Chaos's deep voice echoed in the hall, cold enough to freeze the soul. The information you brought about the fire thief and the primordial light is very interesting. Those hypocrites sitting on the divine throne are indeed carrying original sins. Multifaceted Phantom Lilith bowed gracefully, with a charming smile on her face. It's an honor to help His Majesty. That human boy named Feng Fifan is clever, but he knows a lot of secrets. He seems to be searching for buried truths too. Perhaps we can keep using him to find our way. Use him? The Legion leader, the Void's gaze, Ball, snorted disdainfully. Just a human. Why bother with such trouble? Since he knows so much, just capture him and extract his soul for questioning. The northern border's war is intense. I don't have time for these schemes. His magic aura surged, clearly annoyed that they hadn't broken through the northern border yet. Lord Ball, bravery is good, but wisdom is also important, the chief mage, Moros, the skeleton weaver, said slowly with a dry voice. Based on recent intelligence from the Soulless Heller and our analysis of the failed attack on Starwatch Town, that Feng Fifan is not simple. He not only has a power similar to Word Spirit, but recently he also showed a very focused and strong lightning ability. Its energy form is subtly similar to some ancient rule fragments we have collected. Moros's eyes flickered with the fire of his soul. I'm very interested in his essence. Maybe he is part of a plan called Fire Thief, or an unexpected event we haven't understood yet. Lilith's plan is more cautious. We can keep watching and even provide some small help when he needs it to help him uncover more secrets. Gron, the Disaster Beast King, growled softly without saying anything. He only cares about when he can charge into battle again. Chaos was silent for a moment. Then his crimson eyes finally focused on Lilith. Lilith, you will continue to handle the contact with that unexpected event. When necessary, you can give some sweeteners. Moros, strengthen research on word spirits, rule fragments, and all powers related to the ancient Fire Thief. Barl, the pressure from the northern border continues, but the attack rhythm can be adjusted. Let's see how the heroes and human kingdoms respond. This world needs more chaos so that the true truth can surface. Yes, Your Majesty, the 4 heavenly kings replied in unison. Northern border, Iron Rock City frontline. Unlike the cold schemes of the Demon King's Hall, the front line of Iron Rock City is filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The hero Roland stands on the city wall. His silver armor is covered with new scratches and burns, but his eyes are sharper and calmer than before. He just led a successful defense against a night raid by the elite Shadow Rippers of the Demon King's army. These monsters are becoming more organized in their attacks, said the gun hero Silas, looking at the tide of monsters retreating outside the city. His brow was furrowed. They seem to be testing our defenses, and recently, some new mixed units have appeared. It's not just the units, said the bow hero Laya, landing lightly from the watchtower with a serious expression. I feel a powerful dark magic gathering behind the monster army, as if preparing for something. A big move. Gar, the shield hero, wiped the blood of magic from his shield, his voice steady as always. Whatever they are preparing, we can only hold the line. Roland, should we advance with our attack plan earlier? Roland shook his head and looked south. No, the time isn't right. Our previous raid on their supply lines was successful, but it also revealed our mobility and intentions. The Demon King's army isn't foolish. They are surely prepared. We need better intelligence and to strengthen ourselves. He paused and then said, "Have you heard the latest news from the southern trade routes?" Silas nodded. A mysterious traveling group, with diverse members, using golden weapons. Their leader seems to have special abilities. They've appeared in several places and even helped locals fight off monsters. Leah added, "They're active in the Western Wasteland and the Jade Forest Sea. Their way of doing things is both good and bad. It seems they're searching for something. Searching for something." Roland's eyes showed a hint of thought. In these turbulent times, any strong, unknown power is worth paying attention to. Maybe one day, we'll meet at a crossroads of fate. But for now, our battle is here. He clenched his holy sword, Dawnbringer, which hummed slightly, showing his resolve. Gar, keep strengthening the city defenses. Silas, plan new scouting routes, focusing on magic fluctuations behind the Demon King's army. Leah, expand the alert zone. I need to know if any large armies move within 100 miles. Roland gave his orders firmly. We must hold this place, for the thousands of people behind us, and for the chance to fight back. The four heroes looked at each other and nodded, full of trust and determination. They had grown quickly through the fires of war. No longer novices, they had become the true backbone of the northern defense line. They knew that fighting the Demon King's army would be a long struggle. One day, their encounter with the extraordinary team from the south might change the whole war unexpectedly. The wind from afar carried the smell of smoke and change. The Demon King's army was plotting in the shadows, while the heroes sharpened their blades in the flames of war. The team from Feng Fifen, on the edge of the storm, continued their journey. Unknowingly, they had already attracted the attention of many forces. Rumors and troubles in Rusthammer Town. The battle at Stargazing Town spread like ripples on a lake after a stone was thrown. The precise and quick fighting style of the Feng Fifen team, especially their leader's mysterious lightning finger technique, became a legendary story among the townspeople and traveling merchants. Did you hear? That time at the North Gate, Mr. Feng was standing on the roof, just pointing his finger. That's right, his team members are all experts. That big guy Barton, holding a shiny, golden shield, when monsters hit him, it's like hitting a mountain. And that elf girl, her archery is amazing. She always aims for the monster's eyes. Others nodded in agreement, full of admiration. These stories naturally reached the town mayor and President Horn. Their attitude toward Feng Fifen's team became more complicated, part grateful, part wary, and part eager to win their favor. When Feng Fifen's team decided to leave Stargazing Town and head south, both sides exchanged generous gifts and subtly expressed hope for future cooperation. Feng Fifen simply smiled at this, accepted the gifts, and decisively led his team away from this troubled land. The journey south was no longer as relaxed as before. News of increased activity by the Demon King army kept coming from the north, making the atmosphere along the way tense. They passed through several small villages and inns, hearing similar worries from villagers and travelers. "Sai, the fighting in the north is fierce. I heard several villages have been looted by monsters. Yeah, prices are rising, and merchant caravans are afraid to take the main roads. Hopefully, the brave heroes can hold out." One day, they arrived at a small town located on a busy trade route, known for rough metalwork, Rusthammer Town. The town was small, filled with the smell of coal smoke and molten metal. Blacksmiths, shirtless and with skin reddened by the forge fire, worked everywhere on the streets. As usual, they found a lively tavern called Furnace Heart to rest and gather information. As soon as they sat down, they overheard a few local blacksmiths wearing leather aprons loudly complaining at the neighboring table. That group of troublemakers, the Black Scar Gang, are getting worse. They've raised the protection fee again this month. If this keeps up, I might as well close my shop. Yeah, I agree. The town guard are just a bunch cowards. They only collect our taxes and don't dare to confront the Black Scar Gang. Well, I heard that there's a big person backing the Black Scar from the north, and they might even be connected to those troublemakers. The guard wouldn't dare to mess with them. Black Scar? Feng Fifen raised an eyebrow. It sounds like a local bully group. The tavern owner, an old man missing a tooth but sharp-eyed, served drinks to Feng Fifen's table and sighed. "You folks are visitors, right? The town's been uneasy lately. It's best not to go out at night. The Black Scar gang targets traveling merchants and lone travelers. They're very fierce. Jack leaned in close to Feng Fifan and whispered, "Boss, it sounds like a big opportunity, and they might be connected to the Demon King army. Should we do something?" Feng Fifan took a sip of the cloudy beer in his cup. The taste was rough but unique. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at the tavern owner and casually asked, "Boss, what's the background of that Black Scar leader? Is he strong? What's the use of fighting if you don't have strength or connections? Where does he come from?" The tavern owner glanced around and lowered his voice. "I don't know his real name, but everyone calls him Iron Claw. Rumor has it he used to be a deserter, cruel and ruthless, with enough strength to bend iron bars with his bare hands. He has about 20 or 30 outlaws under him, and they control an old mine outside the town as their base. And the key point is," his voice dropped even further, "some say they've seen figures in black robes sneaking in and out of the mine, carrying the smell of monsters." Black robes? Feng Fifan thought of the cursed priest he had defeated with a lightning strike in Starwatch Town. It seems the Black Scar is indeed formidable. Just then, the tavern door was forcefully pushed open. Several rough-looking men with fierce expressions and weapons at their waists entered. The leader had a fierce scar on his face and wore a rusty iron hook on his right hand. The atmosphere in the tavern instantly froze, and the conversation stopped. "Boss, it's time to pay this month's protection fee, right?" The Iron Hook man, clearly known as Iron Claw, shouted in his rough voice. His eyes swept over the customers in the tavern, and when he saw Feng Fifan's table, especially Ellie and Lilith, a sly, wicked gleam appeared in his eyes. The tavern owner's face turned pale. He trembled as he took out a small bag of money and handed it over. Iron Claw weighed it in his hand, then spat in disgust. "Is that all? Are you trying to bribe me?" His gaze shifted back to Feng Fifan's table, and he and his men swaggered over. "Hey, new face. You look pretty rich," Iron Claw said, eyeing the golden cup of beer on the table, which Feng Fifan casually held with gold coins. He looked at Ellie and Lilith again. "Bringing such pretty girls out? Aren't you worried about danger?" "Well, my friends and I are a bit short on cash lately. How about you lend us some money, and let these two girls join us for a few drinks?" "Just making friends." His thugs behind him chuckled lecherously. Barton frowned and was about to stand up, but Feng Fifan signaled him to stay seated with a look. Feng Fifan didn't even look at Iron Claw. He just took another slow sip of his beer and then said to the tavern owner, "The drink's okay, but the place is a bit noisy." Iron Claw was ignored and immediately became furious. "Kid, you're asking for trouble," he shouted, his iron hook hand reaching toward Feng Fifan's shoulder. Just as the hook was about to touch Feng Fifan casually lifted his left hand holding the cup. The rim of the cup met the iron hook perfectly. Clang! A clear metallic clash sounded. In everyone's stunned eyes, the sturdy-looking iron hook shattered from where it touched the cup, as if crushed by an invisible force. It broke into rust-colored iron dust, falling softly. Iron Claw kept his arm extended, frozen in place, staring at his bare wrist device. Then he looked at the intact golden cup in Feng Fifan's hand, his face full of disbelief and fear. Feng Fifan glanced at him briefly, his expression calm and steady. "Your claw doesn't seem very strong." He paused, then added in a calm but commanding tone, "And I don't like people disturbing my drink or anyone messing with my team. Take your men and get out of this town. Otherwise," he didn't continue, but a flash of crimson light flickered in his left eye's pupil. The thugs and his underlings felt a cold chill run down their spines, as if something very frightening was watching them. They didn't dare speak harsh words and hurriedly ran out of the tavern, leaving behind their money bags without a second thought. Inside the tavern, everything was silent at first, then suddenly erupted into lively discussion. Everyone looked at Feng Fifan and his team with awe and gratitude. The tavern owner was so excited he was crying tears of joy. "Thank you so much, sir. You really helped us vent our anger." But the Black Scar gang won't give up easily. Their hideout is in the old mine, and they have many people. Feng Fifan put down his cup and smiled at his team. "It seems that before we look for the next clue, we need to help clean up the Rust Hammer Town a bit. Let's stretch our muscles and see what dark secrets might be hidden in that mine." He spoke casually, as if it was a small, insignificant matter. Through this tavern conflict, They not only gained the local people's goodwill, but also found a reason to clear potential threats and possibly gather intelligence related to the Demon King army. As for his 4 old friends, brave warriors from the northern border who he had once defeated, they were currently facing a bigger storm and had no time to worry about him. The cleanup of the old mine and an unexpected discovery, Feng Fifan casually crushed Ironclaw's iron hook in the tavern and issued a final warning, spreading quickly throughout Rusthammer Town like wings. The townspeople cheered, but they also worried about these outsiders. The Black Scar gang had controlled the old mine for years, deeply rooted, and was not easy to deal with. However, Feng Fifan's team was much more capable than they imagined. That night, under the cover of darkness, at the entrance of the old mine, several Black Scar guards sat around a bonfire, whispering about their daytime encounters and Ironclaw's anger. Where did that dragon come from? So arrogant. Ironclaw is about to go crazy. Tomorrow, he plans to gather everyone and go to town to catch those guys and teach them a lesson. Shoo, be quiet. I have a strange feeling in my heart. Just then, a barely audible sound of breaking the air was heard. A thin streak of blue lightning like a venomous snake struck precisely into the forehead of one guard. His body stiffened, his expression instantly faded, and he collapsed silently to the ground without a sound. Before the other guards could react, several more flashes of lightning appeared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The kills were precise and silent. Around the campfire, only a few bodies were left, slowly growing cold. Feng Fifan's figure emerged from the shadows. He flicked his fingers as if just brushing off some dust. Lightning technique. Finger lightning works very well for night raids and clearing guards. Entry cleared. Barton, move forward. Jack, scout the internal layout. Ellie, take the high ground. Erwin, prepare to block the exit. Lilith, follow. Skeleton team, spread out and guard to prevent escape. He gave commands through a simple team communication device, a magic seal made by Erwin. The team moved quickly and silently, slipping into the dark mine shaft like a well-oiled machine. Inside, the mine was complex, with many forks. The air smelled of mold, saltpeter, and a faint, unpleasant scent, perhaps the stench of monsters. Jack's figure was like a ghost, scouting ahead. Using his thief instincts and skills, he easily avoided simple traps and relayed the layout and enemy positions. Most of the Black Scar members gathered in a few large tunnels, drinking and gambling, unaware that death had already arrived. Feng Fifan's plan was simple: divide and conquer, strike quickly. In a mine tunnel with over 10 bandits, Barton charged like a golden tank, smashing through obstacles. His golden tower shield sealed the entrance, cutting off escape. The bandits panicked and drew their weapons, but faced Barton's nearly impenetrable shield and arrows with armor-breaking effects, supported from afar by Ellie. Their resistance was weak and powerless. In another tunnel filled with stolen goods, Jack moved like a shadow dancer. Every flicker of his golden dagger drew a spray of blood. The bandits couldn't even see where the attack came from and fell in fear. Feng Fifan led the team himself, heading straight for the deepest part of the mine, where the core area with the iron claw was located. On the way, he encountered scattered resistance. He didn't need to use his eye techniques or magic words, just relied on the insight of the eternal kaleidoscope and his golden weapons to handle everything easily. Golden bones shattered skulls, golden warrior swords cut throats, and golden chains bound limbs. He was like an elegant artist of death, performing precise and efficient killings in the darkness. Soon, they arrived at a heavily fortified area that looked like a hall in a mine. Iron Claw and the last 7 or 8 core members gathered there, all injured and looking frightened. Iron Claw's broken arm was simply bandaged. When he saw Feng Fifan and his group enter, his eyes filled with hatred and a hint of despair. "It's you. How dare you?" Iron Claw shouted angrily. Feng Fifan was too lazy to talk and simply raised his hand. Thunder escape, Thunderfinger. Whoosh. A blue lightning bolt shot accurately through a bandit trying to secretly send a signal flare. This move completely destroyed the bandit's last hope of resistance. "Spare me. Lord, please spare us. We surrender. It was Iron Claw who forced us." The bandits threw down their weapons and knelt, begging for mercy. Iron Claw's face turned pale. He knew he was doomed, but a crazed look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly pulled out a black scroll engraved with twisted runes. "Let's all die together." He cackled madly, about to tear open the scroll. The dark and ominous aura emanating from the scroll made Elvin's face change drastically. "It's a demon summoning scroll." At this critical moment, Feng Fifan's left eye spun like a kaleidoscope. Illusion, fleeting beauty. Mana cost, 240 points. Ironclaw's movements suddenly froze. In his perception, time seemed to stretch infinitely. He realized he was not in the mine, but in a hellish place burning with black flames, with countless fierce monsters rushing toward him from all directions. He screamed in terror and struggled, but found he couldn't move at all. Even tearing open the scroll, a simple action, became impossible. In reality, he just stood there blankly, face filled with extreme fear. His hand holding the scroll trembled slightly, but he couldn't move a muscle. Feng Fifan's figure flashed, appearing in front of Iron Claw as if teleporting. He easily took the demon scroll from Iron Claw's hand, then casually slashed with his golden warrior's sword, ending Iron Claw's life. The illusion ended, and the moment Iron Claw's consciousness returned to reality was eternal darkness. The remaining bandits were completely defeated and easily subdued by Barton and Jack. The cleanup operation took less than half an hour. The Black Scar gang, including their leader Iron Claw, was wiped out entirely. The team began searching the main mine. Besides heaps of stolen goods, gold, silver, weapons, and materials, they found several encrypted letters and some fragments of standard equipment with a demonic army style in a hidden compartment. Elvin quickly decoded the secret messages, his face turning serious. "Boss, these letters are communications between the Black Scar gang and an intermediary calling himself Shadow Snake. Shadow Snake ordered Black Scar to cause chaos around Rusthammer Town, gather metal resources, and closely watch the trade routes leading to the southern Sighing Marsh. The rewards include not only gold, but also this kind of demon scroll, Sighing Marsh." Feng Fifan remembered the clues about the corrupt authority that Lilith had provided earlier, which was located in the southern swamp. It seems the demon army is also very interested in that area. This Shadow Snake is probably an intelligence agent of the demon army. This operation not only eliminated a threat to the people and gained a good amount of loot, which the team happily accepted, but more importantly, they intercepted intelligence about the demon army's movements and raised the importance of the Sighing Marsh once again. The next day, the residents of Rusthammer Town cautiously gathered near the old mine. All they saw was a mountain of Black Scar bandit corpses at the entrance. There were also prisoners tightly bound, waiting for the town guard to take them away. Meanwhile, Feng Fifan's team, having gathered their spoils, quietly left Rusthammer Town and continued their journey south. The townspeople spontaneously gathered at the town gate, bowing deeply in the direction of their departure. Old Harris, the tavern owner, sighed deeply. Truly, such swift heroes. If only all brave adventurers were as efficient as them. Far in the northern lands, Roland, fighting against the tide of darkness, sneezed unexpectedly, feeling as if someone was comparing him to them. Feng Fifan's team's next target was the perilous yet potentially revealing Sighing Marsh, the trap of the decayed village and the judgment of the exploding star. Leaving Rusthammer Town, the Fifan Wind team traveled south. The air grew wetter, and the tall trees gave way to short, strange swamp plants. They officially entered the outskirts of Sai Swamp. Based on the broken mud plates and Lilith's information, there are clues here related to the power of decay. The swamp is harsh, filled with poisonous mists, and dangerous creatures that have adapted to the rotten environment lurk around. They need to find a temporary place to rest, gather supplies, and learn more details. At the edge of the swamp, they found a small village cut off from the world, Tarnished Moss Village. The village was built on a few dry highlands. The simple wooden houses were crooked, and most villagers looked numb and sluggish, showing signs of long-term hardship and weariness. The Fifan Wind team's arrival was like dropping a stone into still water. The villagers looked at their bright clothes and good equipment, especially Wind Fifan's unique aura, with his eyes flickering with complex emotions, curiosity, fear, and deeper down, an indescribable greed. They found the only shop in the village that sold both groceries and lodging. The shopkeeper was a thin, shifty-eyed old man. Stay the night? 10 silver coins per person, he offered at a high price. Wind Fifen didn't argue. He simply threw a few gold coins on the counter. Prepare some clean food and hot water. Seeing the coins, the old man's eyes lit up, and his attitude became slightly more friendly. But beneath his humility, there was a stronger sense of calculation. After settling in, the team took a brief walk around the village. It was dead and silent, with hardly any middle-aged men. Only some old folks and children remained, but even the children's gazes on them carried an unsettling look of scrutiny. Jack, relying on his thief instincts, whispered to Wind Fifen, "Boss, something's wrong with this village. It's too quiet. And I smell a faint blood and decay smell, not like swamp air." Wind Fifen nodded. His insight from the eternal kaleidoscope allowed him to see more. Some villagers were wrapped in faint resentment, and behind a few shabby houses, there were poor-quality weapons. The whole village exuded a false silence of death. At dusk, they were resting inside a wooden cabin when suddenly loud noises and shouting came from outside. "Catch them. They stole my family heirloom. And my daughter. My daughter is missing. They must have kidnapped her. Foreigners are no good. Arrest them all." They saw the thin old man from earlier in the day, now leading dozens of angry villagers blocking the door. Among them were a few unfamiliar, strong-looking men with fierce expressions. The old man held a broken wooden box, claiming that a family jewel inside had been stolen. Another woman was crying, accusing the visitors of kidnapping her daughter. This was a false accusation, poorly done but effective. In this isolated place where law doesn't reach, outsiders are easy targets and scapegoats. Barton and Jack immediately stood in front of the door. Ellie drew her bow halfway, and Erwin and Lilith prepared to fight. Fong Fifen slowly stepped out of the house. Seeing the exaggerated acting and the fierce, greedy looks in the villagers' eyes, he showed no surprise. Instead, he wore a faint, mocking smile as if he saw through everything. "Family heirloom? Missing daughter," he chuckled softly. "Is this tired old story still being used?" The thin old man, seeing Fong Fifen so calm, felt nervous but gathered his courage, shouting loudly, "Stop wasting time. Hand over the stolen goods and the girl, and compensate for our losses. Otherwise, don't expect to leave Corrosion Village alive." Behind him, the villagers raised their pitchforks and machetes, their faces fierce. Fong Fifen sighed, seeming a little regretful. "I just wanted to rest quietly and gather some information. Why do some people always seek their own doom?" He raised his right hand, palm up. The swirling pattern of his right eye spun faster, releasing a terrifying pressure. "If you like to use disappear to frame others, then, as you wish." Earth Explosion Star. This technique uses the core power of the reincarnation eye and requires the speak and cast spell for targeting and protection. Total cost: 10 uses of speak and cast, and 300 magic points. A pitch-black sphere, as if capable of swallowing all light, slowly rose from his palm and hovered over the village. In the next moment, an irresistible, terrifying suction force erupted from the black sphere. The area covered the entire Rotten Moss village in a surrounding radius of 500 meters. "What's happening? My body is out of control. The house is moving." In the villagers' terrified eyes, the ground beneath their feet began to. Simple wooden houses were uprooted, fences, debris, and even panicked livestock were pulled up and lifted into the air toward a black sphere in the sky. "No, let me go. Help. Save me. Monster. It's a monster." Screams, cries, and curses filled the air. The villagers tried to hold onto the ground, but it was useless. One by one, they were pulled away, along with their homes and everything they relied on for survival, flying toward the destructive core. Fong Fifen stood still, his robes fluttering in the fierce wind, but he and his team behind him seemed unaffected, as if they were in the eye of the storm. This was because he used his power of words to precisely cancel out the gravity pulling on them. "Master, spare us. We were wrong. We won't do it again." The thin old man struggled and cried in midair, his previous ferocity gone. "It was the tooth of the swamp that forced us to do this. We were forced too." Some villagers tried to shift blame to a name that sounded like a local gang. "Executioner. You will die a horrible death." Others cursed desperately. Faced with these pleas, excuses, and curses, Feng Fifen's expression remained unchanged, as if he were watching a group of dying ants. These harmless words seemed so weak before the overwhelming power. He coldly watched the village being uprooted, saw the malicious villagers buried and crushed by dirt, wood, and their own sins, and finally, a terrifying sphere formed in the air, growing larger, a mixture of blood, flesh, and debris. After a few minutes, the pull stopped. Where Rotten Moss Village once stood, there was now a huge, smooth crater, as if struck by a meteor. In the sky, a massive sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter floated, composed of dirt, wood, and human remains, like a grotesque tombstone silently hovering at the edge of the sighing marsh. Feng Fifen made a simple gesture, and the huge sphere slowly flew into the depths of the swamp, eventually sinking into the toxic, bubbling mud and disappearing. Along with it, a village that relied on plundering and killing was buried, along with all its sins. The team remained silent. Although they trusted Feng Fifen's judgment and decisions, such harsh methods still shocked them. Feng Fifen turned around, his face returning to its usual calm. Cleaned up the trash, now it's quiet. Let's go. There's no useful information here. We head straight into the swamp. He didn't bother to search for the so-called family heirloom or look for the missing girl because they didn't exist. The entire village, inside and out, was completely rotten. The team silently followed, leaving behind this land that had just undergone a silent judgment. The fog of the sighing swamp closed behind them, as if nothing had happened. Only the huge crater silently told the story of a village that once was here and its deserved end. The decayed altar deep in the swamp after Feng Fifen's team used the Earth Explosion Star to completely destroy the toxic tumor village. They moved further into the heart of the sighing swamp. The environment grew even worse, with thick, rotten-smelling miasma almost tangible, blocking their sight. Underfoot was an endless, bottomless mud pool, with huge bubbles rising and bursting, releasing nauseating poison gases. Twisted, ghostly claw-like dead trees stood everywhere, draped with slippery vines and brightly colored, highly toxic fungi. Here, ordinary wild animals were almost extinct. Instead, terrifying creatures adapted to the decayed environment thrived. Creatures that could freely move through the mud, covered in pustules, rotting marsh ambushers. There were groups of carrion-eating fish, with sharp teeth, feeding on rotten flesh. And the most troublesome of all, the hateful Stitch abominations, formed from countless decayed corpses and swamp plants, with no fixed shape. These monsters ranged from level 5 to 6, exuding a strong aura of death and decay. Physical attacks and normal magic were ineffective against them. However, for Feng Fifen's team, which had greatly increased strength and a variety of tactics, these were not insurmountable obstacles. Feng Fifen's Lightning Step, Thunderfinger, proved highly effective here. A concentrated lightning strike deals extra purification damage to undead and decayed creatures, often incapacitating a swamp lurker or a small abomination with a single hit. The golden weapon in his hand is also blessed with faint holy light, temporarily blessed by Lilith, making it effective against them. Barton's golden tower shield becomes a mobile platform for the team in the mud. Ellie's enchanted arrows accurately target monsters trying to spray poison or cast curses from afar. Jack's anti-evil dagger can effectively break the energy core of the abomination. Elvin keeps casting spells like Dispel Undead and Purify Area to weaken the negative energy in the environment. Lilith's holy light is a vital safeguard for the team to stay alert and resist decay in the toxic miasma. In this environment, the 4 skeleton crew members seem perfectly at home. They are unaffected by the poison fog, and old Didi's bone flute even disrupts swamp creatures that rely on sound to sense their surroundings. The gambler is highly sensitive to the flow of decay energy, providing early warnings of danger. Mount's heavy skeleton allows it to walk safely over seemingly soft mud pools. High's keen observation can pierce through some mists, revealing hidden paths or traps. Following Lilith's intelligence and Fifen's reincarnation eye, which perceives the lingering decay rules, they push forward cautiously into the swamp's depths. After several days, They arrive at a relatively dry area covered with huge, pale, strange fungi. In the center stands an ancient altar built from black stones, covered with moss and corrosion marks. The altar is round, surrounded by weathered bones, some human, others from different creatures. In the middle of the altar is a sunken basin filled not with water, but with a sticky, bubbling black liquid like tar, emanating a strong aura of decay and death. This is the decay altar. Above the altar, a visible gray-black aura of decay energy swirls, as if even space and time are being rapidly corroded here. This is the place, Fifin said solemnly. He can feel that deep inside the altar, the decay rule's power is much stronger than on the surface, more active, even carrying a faint hint of malice. Elvin carefully examined the surrounding energy. Boss, the decay rules here are very complete and strong. It seems constrained and gathered by some kind of will. This doesn't look naturally formed. It seems more like a man-made node or testing ground. Just as they prepared to approach the altar for a closer look, an unexpected change occurred. The thick, black liquid in the center of the altar boiled violently. A huge monster, about 5 meters tall, made of mud, bones, decayed plants, and black liquid, slowly rose up. It had no fixed shape. Its body kept twisting and reshaping, emanating a terrifying pressure at the peak of level 7. Decay aggregate, level 7, elite, formed from years of decay and resentment from the Sai swamp, along with fragments of rules. It has high physical resistance, strong energy resistance, except holy/life energy, and can release a wide-area decay aura that continuously erodes life and equipment. Get ready to fight. It might be the Guardian here, Feng Fifin shouted. The decay aggregate let out a silent roar, mental shock. Its huge mud arms suddenly swung toward the team. The fierce wind it kicked up even shattered nearby pale fungi. Barton roared loudly. The Golden Tower shield slammed down heavily, fully activating the unmoving as a mountain defensive stance. Boom! The muddy giant hand struck the shield with a thunderous sound. The ground beneath Barton cracked inch by inch, but he clenched his teeth and held against the furious attack. However, the shield's surface was actually corroded by the decay energy, making a sizzling sound, and its glow dimmed slightly. Its attacks have strong rule corrosion, Lily exclaimed. A powerful purification spell immediately cleansed the shield, dispersing the decay energy attached to it. Ellie's arrows and Jack's daggers struck the aggregate, but with little effect. Its body seemed truly made of pure decay rules, making physical attacks ineffective, and energy attacks were greatly weakened by its decay domain. Elvin's Dispel magic could only temporarily push back the resentment on its surface, unable to harm its core. The aggregate raised its arm again. More mud, like tentacles, separated from its body and wrapped around the team from all directions. At the same time, opened in the center of its body, and a thick, dark gray breath with a deadly effect burst out. Troublesome, Feng Fifin said with a cold look. Regular methods were ineffective, so he had to use more powerful forces. His eternal kaleidoscope in his left eye instantly locked onto a constantly moving, flickering core inside the creature's body. This was the convergence point of all its decaying rules. All-encompassing pull, Feng Fifin aimed his right eye at a large black rock beside the altar. Mana cost, about 15 points, increased due to the target's heaviness. A strong suction force pulled him instantly toward the rock, allowing him to skillfully avoid the breath and tentacle attacks. During his flight, he quickly formed hand signs for ceremony, and his internal magic surged wildly. Words become law, gathering the mighty power of heaven, transforming into a purifying thunder spear. Thunder escape, Thunder Dragon. Mana cost, 1/4, 120 points. A mighty purple thunder dragon, more robust, refined, and radiating sacred purification energy than before, roared out from in front of him. No longer a wide-range attack, but like a giant spear of lightning, it was controlled with incredible precision and speed. Thanks to Feng Fifin's accurate control and the inertia from the all-encompassing pull, shooting at the moving core inside the decaying creature with perfect accuracy. The creature seemed to sense the deadly threat, emitting a terrified mental wave, trying to twist and dodge, but the speed of the Thunder Dragon was too fast. Boom! The Thunder Dragon pierced the core precisely. The intense, violent power of lightning and the sacred purification clashed violently with the dense decay rules inside the core, causing a fierce annihilation. Ah! The creature let out a silent, mournful scream. Its huge body trembled violently and expanded, with mud and bones peeling off from its surface. Finally, amid a dull explosion, its body, made of decaying rules, completely collapsed, turning into flying ashes and black mud particles that lost their vitality, falling back into the altar's pool, no longer boiling. The suffocating aura of decay around the altar also dissipated. The team sighed in relief. This battle was not easy, mainly because of the opponent's strange resistance to rules. Feng Fifan walked to the edge of the altar and looked at the now calm, black liquid in the pool. He reached out his hand, trying to sense the remaining thoughts using the reincarnation eye and the power of the Deception Authority. This time, he felt not the repair of Sandstone Town, nor the transformation of the Furnace Fortress, nor the protection of Leafsong Village. Instead, he sensed a cold, pure obsession and praise for end and decay. Decay is the end of all things, and also the most beautiful art, returning everything to eternal silence. This thought was filled with twisted beauty and extreme malice toward life. The Thief of Fire, who left this altar and its rules, had a different idea from the others he had met before, leaning more toward pure destruction and finality. Record, Sighing Swamp, Decay Altar. Related authority tendency, pure decay/end/decline. Features of the Thief of Fire, twisted ideas, obsession with ending and silence, full of malice toward life. Clue: there are major differences in ideas and paths among the Thief of Fire. Feng Fifan spoke slowly, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. The more he learned about each Thief of Fire, the more he realized how deep and murky this pool was. Just as they were recording clues and preparing to rest, Feng Fifan suddenly felt that the dark red clay fragment from the silent ruins in his arms was slightly warm, resonating faintly with a direction deeper in the swamp, somewhere far away. Resonance guidance and the decay temple. The faint resonance from the dark red clay fragment in his hand was like a small lamp lighting the way in thick darkness. Feng Fifan immediately realized that the direction of this resonance might hide deeper secrets related to Hermes, or perhaps to the Deception Authority, or even connected to the activities of other Thieves of Fire. Here, follow me. Feng Fifan did not hesitate. Following the subtle feeling, he led the team toward the deeper parts of the swamp, into areas rarely visited even by local evil creatures. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the environment became. The miasma here was thick enough to be almost liquid, and any ordinary creature inhaling it would likely turn into pus and blood instantly. Underfoot was no longer mud but a slowly writhing, foul-smelling, decayed sludge that seemed alive. Pale arms or twisted faces occasionally emerged from the sludge, then quickly sank back, silent screams echoing. This was an absolute forbidden zone for living beings, where the rules of decay manifested. The team had to strengthen their defenses. Elvin built a multi-layered elemental barrier, and Lilith's holy light shone like a small sun, driving away the pervasive decay and rot. Even the 4 skeleton crew members' soul fires flickered slightly in this environment, as if instinctively rejecting the corrupting power that attacked their very existence. Feng Fifan's right eye, the reincarnation eye, kept turning, analyzing energy flows and avoiding the most dangerous points of corruption. His left eye, the kaleidoscope, constantly observed the twisted patterns in the void that symbolized decay rules. After traveling for most of the day, they saw an amazing sight ahead, a ruined building standing in the center of a relatively open area made of black, hard clay. It was an ancient temple, mostly collapsed, covered with large, brightly colored mushrooms and glowing moss. The temple was built from a dark stone that seemed to absorb light. Even in ruins, it radiated a solemn and almost sacred aura, along with a deep silence. The broken clay tablet in Feng Fifan's arms resonated strongly here. This is the place. Feng Fifan stopped and looked seriously at the ruins. He could feel that deep inside the temple, The power of decay and the rules it represented intertwined strangely with the deception rules symbolized by the clay tablet. It was like two different colors blending on a canvas, creating a more bizarre and dangerous hue. The entrance was a large, half-collapsed archway, like a monster's open mouth. Inside was pitch black, as if all light had been swallowed. Stay alert. The rules here are very chaotic. Feng Fifan led the way into the temple. Inside, the space was larger than it appeared outside, thanks to space expansion techniques. Broken columns supported a shaky dome, and the floor was covered with thick dust and mold that had accumulated over many years. Faint murals could be seen on the walls, but most were eroded or deliberately erased by some force, leaving only twisted patterns symbolizing decay and death. The air was filled with a stronger smell of rot, mixed with hints of old lies and betrayal. They carefully explored along the main corridor. Along the way, they encountered guardians born from the decayed rules of the temple itself, slow-moving but highly resistant petrified zombies that could release a decay aura, and giant corrupted spiders that wove rotten webs and spat paralyzing venom. These monsters were around level 6, making them quite tough in the temple environment. However, the Feng Fifan team worked well together and used many different tactics. Sometimes, Feng Fifan used Thunder Escape, Thunderfinger, to attack key targets from a distance. Other times, he switched to close combat with the Golden Bone Blossom, which also worked well against webs. The team steadily advanced. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the temple, a round main hall. In the center of the hall, there was no statue of a god, only a large throne carved from the same dark stone. The throne was empty, but it was slowly decaying over time. The stone's surface was peeling and crumbling, yet it seemed to be slowly regenerating under some mysterious power, creating a strange balance. In front of the throne, on the ground, was a broken stone tablet. The material of the tablet was exactly the same as the clay fragment Feng Fifan held. This broken tablet was resonating with the fragment in Feng Fifan's hand. Feng Fifan stepped forward and brought the clay fragment close to the broken tablet. When they were close enough, the fragment flew out of his hand and fit perfectly with the broken tablet. Buzz! As soon as they connected, the complete stone tablet emitted a bright dark red glow. A much clearer and larger flow of information flooded into Feng Fifan's mind, mixed with Hermes' signature trickery and deceptive rules. This time, it was no longer fragmented thoughts but a relatively complete memory recorded from Hermes' perspective. In the image, Hermes, a blurry figure shrouded in gray mist, arrived at the temple, which was not yet fully decayed. He had a conversation with another figure on the throne, also covered in a thick aura of decay, representing the decay authority, the fire thief. Their exchange was full of wit and suspicion. Hermes seemed to be persuading the other to join a certain plan, or at least stay neutral. The so-called decayed ruler scoffed at Hermes' proposal, believing that the so-called plan was just another form of struggle. Only complete decay and ending could be the true eternal truth. The negotiation seemed to break down. At the end of the vision, Hermes quietly left a back door in the temple. This was a clay tablet stone inscribed with the scene at that time. He split it in two, taking one half and hiding the other here. His lingering thoughts carried a hint of mockery, stubborn end. You see decay as truth, but you don't realize. Even truth itself can decay. When the primordial reappears and order collapses, your eternal silence might just be a joke. I leave this record, so future generations can see if your truth is as I say. The vision ended. Feng Fifan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of emotion. This memory contained a lot of information. It confirmed the existence of the decay ruler and his obsessive ideas, and also revealed that the Fire Stealer faction was not united. There were fierce conflicts and power struggles within. Hermes seemed to be planning a big scheme, foreseeing the possible reappearance of the primordial light and the potential collapse of order. Record, Sighing Swamp, Decayed Temple. Key discovery. Hermes' contact with the Decay ruler documented. Confirmed serious disagreements and struggles within the Fire Stealer faction. Hermes' core prophecy. Primordial reappearance. Order collapse. This clay tablet is Hermes' observation contract. Feng Fifen's voice carried a rare seriousness. This complete clay tablet contained clues far beyond any previous findings, perhaps accounting for 3 to 5% of the progress. However, just as they were digesting this shocking information, the entire decayed temple suddenly shook violently. The cycle of decay and rebirth on the throne was broken, and the rate of decay accelerated sharply. The rules of decay in the temple became extremely unstable, as if some dormant will had been angered. Not good. We took something, and it disturbed the master here. Quickly, let's go. Feng Fifen acted decisively, grabbing the complete clay tablet, which now glowed faintly, appearing as an ordinary stone slab, and ordered the team to retreat immediately. They hurried back along the same path, behind them collapsing corridors and a rising tide of thick, rotten black sludge like a wave. When they barely escaped the temple entrance, the ancient building behind them collapsed loudly like a sandcastle, completely swallowed by the writhing, decaying mud pool and vanished. Standing near the bubbling, toxic mud, the team members felt scared and relieved. It seems that the decay ruler, even if not here, doesn't like others touching his things, Jack said, catching his breath. Feng Fifen looked at the heavy clay tablet in his hand with deep eyes. The harvest was great, but it also brought more questions and pressure. What is Hermes' plan? What does rebirth of the origin mean? And what does collapse of order refer to? He knew there was no point staying in the Sai swamp anymore. They needed to leave quickly, find a safe place, carefully study the complete clay tablet, and plan their next move. Let's go. Get out of this terrible place. Feng Fifen turned around and led the way toward the swamp's edge. The mud pool behind them gurgled and seemed to mock their ignorance and smallness. The holy emblem shakes and the crimson dusk with the complete clay tablet obtained from the decayed temple. Feng Fifen's team quickly left the suffocating Sai swamp. He used special methods to seal the tablet, blocking most of its energy fluctuations, but he could feel that the rules and information about Hermes and the decay ruler involved were too complex to hide completely. To restock supplies and take a short break, they headed to a medium-sized town called Greywood Town, located southeast of the swamp. The town thrived because of wood processing and its role as a hub for important southern trade routes. The team entered quietly and found an inconspicuous inn to stay. Feng Fifen planned to let Erwin study the clay tablet carefully, while he wanted to go to the market to buy necessary items and secretly contact Lilith, perhaps exchanging information about the decay ruler with that succubus. However, they had just settled into the inn when Feng Fifen was sitting in the corner on the first floor, seemingly leisurely enjoying a local beer with a slightly bitter taste. In fact, his mental energy was quietly spreading out, sensing the surroundings. A very faint but sharply holy fluctuation swept through the entire inn. This wave was not targeting any individual, but seemed like a broad area scan. The source was a group of 6 people who had just entered the inn, dressed in gray-white uniforms with gold trim, looking stern and serious. Leading them was a middle-aged man with sharp eagle-like eyes, wearing a shining white holy emblem on his waist. He held a compass-like magical device, with its needle trembling slightly, pointing vaguely toward Feng Fifen's corner. The Church of the God of Knowledge, the Purifier. A warning bell rang loudly in Feng Fifen's mind. He immediately understood that the device in their hands could detect high-level items related to forbidden knowledge or alien rules. The complete clay tablet he had just obtained, even sealed, was too special in nature and had attracted attention. Almost at the same moment the other's gaze swept over, Feng Fifen moved. He casually put down his glass, but his body vanished from his seat like a ghost, appearing instantly at the back door of the inn. At the same time, through the team's mental link, he sent out the highest alert. Exposed. The Purifiers. Disperse and retreat immediately. The rocky area 10 miles southeast outside the city. Gather there. Hurry. No hesitation, no questions. The team members acted as if they had practiced this countless times. Barton punched down a side wall to create chaos. Ellie slipped out through the window and disappeared into the street. Jack blended into the shadows. Erwin and Lilith quickly used short-range teleportation scrolls from their stockpile, and the skeleton team directly broke through the ceiling to jump out from the second floor. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The Purifiers clearly didn't expect such swift and decisive action from their opponents. Heretic, don't think you can escape. The leader of the Purifiers roared, his holy emblem shining brightly. A white halo spread instantly, trying to seal the space and suppress evil. But Feng Fifin's speed was even faster. Divine power unleashed. Magic power cost 15 points. A strong repulsive force erupted from him, not only pushing away the innkeeper and onlookers trying to approach, but also forcibly disrupting the incomplete holy light barrier, creating a brief opening. He quickly darted out through the back door and blended into the complex alleys of Greywood Town. Chase. He carries forbidden items. Priority 1. The leader of the Purifiers team turned pale and immediately led his team to pursue, crushing a communication crystal. High-priority Heretic spotted. Coordinates, Greywood Town. Request support from all nearby Purifier squads. Target features, black hair, different colored eyes, carrying a high-level forbidden knowledge device. The order spread instantly. Greywood Town, a peaceful hub town, was suddenly set ablaze with activity. Feng Fifin sprinted through the alley, with the eternal kaleidoscope analyzing the terrain, crowds, and every possible hiding spot around him in an instant. Like a slippery eel, he narrowly avoided the holy light arrows and binding spells shot from behind. But he could feel more and more presences gathering from all directions. Not just one team of Purifiers. The church's response was faster than expected. He couldn't be trapped inside the city. He aimed for the southeast city gate and charged forward. The guards at the gate seemed to have received the notice too, trying to close the gate. Vast vortex. Feng Fifin's right eye locked onto a large rivet above the gate. Magic power cost 12 points. His body was pulled with great force, and he instantly slipped through the closing gap in the gate. In the surprised eyes of the guards, he soared out of the city like a large bird. Over there. He's leaving the city. Chase him. Several teams of Purifiers, over 20 in total, sniffing the scent of blood like hunting dogs, pursued relentlessly. Among them were at least 3 leaders, roughly at level 7. Feng Fifin didn't look back, pushing his speed to the limit, rushing toward the designated meeting point. He had to reunite with his team quickly and deal with these tailing pursuers. Otherwise, the endless church hunters would make their lives miserable forever. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner near the ruins of the inn where Feng Fifin had just stopped, a charming figure quietly appeared, none other than the many-faced enchantress, Lilith. She watched the direction where Feng Fifin was fleeing and the aggressive Purifiers. A hint of amusement and surprise flashed in her purple eyes. "Oh dear, little guy, you've caused quite a bit of trouble this time. All the cleaners from the God of Knowledge's church have come out in full force? Looks like what he found is more interesting than I thought." She licked her lips, then disappeared into the shadows again, like a ghost, following closely behind. It seems she plans to wade into this muddy water, perhaps to make another deal. Dusk fell, and the sunset dyed the sky blood red. Outside Greywood Town, on the wilderness, an intense chase and counter hunt were about to begin. Feng Fifin knew he had to make these church scavengers shut up completely in this bloody dusk. Blood-red hunting ground, and trading moments the sunset's glow turned the plain into a fierce red. Feng Fifin's figure moved like a ghost, swiftly weaving through jagged rocks and yellowing bushes, with a team of Purifiers close behind, relentless and like parasites. These church hunters were well-trained and coordinated. They didn't chase blindly but split into small groups, working together, using holy light spells to block and disrupt, shrinking Feng Fifin's space to dodge. White holy light arrows rained down like a storm, smashing rocks and scorching the ground. "Heretic, you can't escape. Hand over the forbidden object and accept purification," shouted the leader of the front Purifier team. He swung his long sword, releasing a crescent-shaped holy light cut that tore through the air, blocking Feng Fifin's path. Feng Fifin's eyes were cold. His left eye spun with a kaleidoscope, instantly calculating the trajectory and weak points of the attack. He didn't slow down but twisted his body at an incredible angle, like a fish skimming past the edge of the holy light, then suddenly flipped his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 gold coins turned into streaks of light, not aimed at the team leader, but precisely at the wrists of 2 Purifier mages behind him, who were chanting binding spells. Ah! A scream sounded as their spells were interrupted. Feng Fifin's timing and choice of attack were sharp and ruthless. But he knew this couldn't go on. The enemy had a clear numerical advantage, and delaying would only bring more reinforcements. He had to end it quickly, without leaving anyone behind. His gaze fixed on the designated meeting point ahead, a dense, maze-like forest of wind-eroded rocks. This is the place. He suddenly sped up and rushed into the rocky forest. The complex terrain immediately reduced the advantage of the purifiers. Spread out and search. Keep formation. He can't escape. The team leader of the purifiers, a middle-aged man holding a detection compass, calmly ordered. He could feel that the compass's indication of Wind Fifin's fluctuations was becoming clearer and more stable within the rocky forest. Has the enemy stopped? That's unusual, unless there's an ambush. A warning rose in his mind, but he was confident in his team's strength and their unwavering belief in justice. Wind Fifin stood in the middle of a relatively open rocky pillar, stopping his steps. He slowly turned around to face the purifiers approaching from different directions. He showed no panic, only a calm, icy expression. His strange-colored eyes shimmered with a chilling light under the blood-red sunset. Not running anymore, ready to face judgment. The team leader stepped forward, the holy emblem in his hand glowing brightly, locking onto Wind Fifin. Judgment? Wind Fifin chuckled softly, with a hint of mockery. Just you guys? Before he finished speaking, an unexpected change occurred. From the shadows of the rocky forest, Barton appeared suddenly like a golden fortress, with a mighty golden tower shield that struck a purifying soldier on the flank, smashing him and his armor into pulp. Ellie's figure appeared on a high rocky pillar. Her bowstring vibrated silently, and arrows imbued with anti-magic and silence effects silently took the life of a mage. Jack, like a true ghost, emerged from the underground shadows, his dagger slashing across the throat of a purifying soldier. Elvin's magic was already prepared. The spell's group silence and gravity amplification instantly covered most of the purifiers, disrupting their formation and spellcasting rhythm. Lilith's holy light transformed into a targeted holy shackles, binding those enemies who tried to resist. For skeleton crew members launched attacks from unexpected angles. They were unafraid of holy light, unless directly hit by soul fire, and their fearless threw the purifiers into chaos. It was an ambush, a carefully planned death trap. Counterattack. For our lord, the team leader was shocked and angry, unleashing a strong burst of holy light to dispel negative effects. But how could Wind Fifin give him a chance? Your opponent is me. Feng Fifin's figure suddenly appeared in front of the team leader. With a sharp, whistling sound, his golden warrior's sword swung down fiercely. The team leader raised his sword to block. Bright holy light clashed with the golden blade, sparks flying. Bang! A loud crash sounded. The team leader felt a huge force hit him, causing his hand to and almost drop his sword. He was shocked. This strange power was far beyond his expectations. Divine strike of heaven and earth. Feng Fifin used his repulsive force at close range. Mana cost, 18 points. The team leader was knocked back like being hit by a giant hammer. He flew backward and crashed hard into a rock pillar, spitting out blood. He wanted to get up, but Feng Fifin's next attack was already coming. Lightning step, Thunderfinger, a streak of blue lightning shot straight at his forehead. The team leader, being a strong level 7 fighter, quickly tilted his head at a critical moment. The lightning brushed past his helmet, leaving a scorch mark and making him dizzy. But before he could feel relieved, Feng Fifin's left eye, with its kaleidoscope, suddenly aimed at him. Illusion, moment of beauty. Mana cost, 240 points. In an instant, the team leader found himself back in the grand cathedral of the God of Knowledge, kneeling before a statue, receiving the blessing of the divine, warm and peaceful. But in the next second, the face of the statue suddenly changed into Feng Fifin's mocking, strange eyes, and black flames erupted throughout the cathedral. No, this is an illusion. He was skilled in mental cultivation and struggled desperately, trying to break free. But the illusion of the eternal kaleidoscope was not so easy to dispel. In reality, his movements slowed, and his eyes became vacant. Feng Fifin did not use the costly Tenso technique again. Instead, he simply stepped forward and gently swung his golden warrior's sword. Puff! A head with an expression of disbelief flew into the air. The Purifier team leader was dead. With their leader fallen, the remaining Purifiers were like a collapsing mountain. Under the coordinated attack of the team, they were quickly slaughtered. The battle ended very quickly, in less than 5 minutes. Over 20 elite Purifiers were wiped out, their blood staining the land of the wind-eroded rocky forest. The team quickly cleaned up the battlefield, destroying all evidence of the fight. As they prepared to move immediately, a lazy, smiling voice came from behind a rock. Well, that was quick and ruthless. You really know how to offend the god of knowledge. Lilith twisted her waist and stepped out of the shadows, watching the mess on the ground and Feng Fifan wiping his golden sword with interest. Feng Fifan wasn't surprised by her appearance. He put away his sword and looked at her calmly. Just cleaning up some noisy flies. Miss Lilith, you've been following us all this time. Do you have any advice? Advice? I wouldn't dare, Lilith said with a charming smile, glancing at the place where Feng Fifan stored his clay tablet. I'm just curious. What kind of forbidden object could cause the church's cleaners to make such a fuss, even making you risk killing someone? Perhaps. We can make a deal, she continued. You share the information you've gained, and in return, maybe you can learn how to avoid the even crazier pursuit coming next, or even get real-time intel on the positions of other Purifier teams. Feng Fifan looked at her, quickly weighing his options. Trading with a witch was risky, but the church's trouble needed to be dealt with quickly. The Demon King's army's intelligence network might offer crucial help. All right, Feng Fifan agreed decisively. I have records of Hermes' contact with the Decay ruler, involving internal conflicts among the Fire Thief and prophecies from Hermes about the reappearance of the Primordial and the collapse of order. He revealed the core information plainly. Lilith's violet eyes flashed with shock and excitement. She clearly understood the value of this information. Such exciting news, she licked her lips. As a reward, here are the exact coordinates and routes of 3 Purifier teams closing in on this area. Also, I suggest you head southwest, across the Ridge Spine Mountains. That's where the forces of the War Church and the Breath of Nature Church intersect. The God of Knowledge's cleaners are less active there. She tossed a faintly magical black crystal containing the intel. Feng Fifan took the crystal, confirmed the information was correct, and nodded. Deal. Happy cooperation, Lilith chuckled softly, her figure gradually fading away. I look forward to our next meeting, little one. I hope you can bring me more surprises then. The witch disappeared, leaving only the team and a trail of blood on the wilderness. Let's go now. Follow the route she gave us, toward the Spinal Rift Mountains, Feng Fifan ordered without delay. The team set out again, vanishing into the deepening night. The smell of blood behind them would eventually be covered by wind and sand, but their bloody encounter with the church's purge team and the exchange with the Demon King's intelligence officer indicated that their path ahead would be even more dangerous and exciting. The thrilling chase and strategic game had only just begun. The Spinal Rift path and the cost of betrayal based on Lilith's information, Feng Fifan's team hurried southwest toward the Spinal Rift Mountains. Night was the best cover, but it also hid many dangers. Everyone was tense. Although they had won the previous fight, it had taken a toll. More importantly, they had fully opposed the Church of the God of Knowledge and become heretics that must be purified. By dawn, they reached the edge of the mountains. It was a desolate, rugged area with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. Only some drought-resistant thorns and low shrubs. According to Lilith, crossing this mountain range would lead into a zone of overlapping powers. They paused briefly beside a dried-up riverbed to rest and hydrate. Feng Fifan took out a black crystal given by Lilith to double-check the intelligence. The crystal showed that 2 other purge teams were rapidly approaching from the northeast and north, expected to reach this area within half a day. Keep moving, no stopping, Feng Fifan ordered, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted but determined team members. Just as they prepared to set out again, Feng Fifan's eternal kaleidoscope suddenly detected several fast-moving black dots on the distant ridge. Enemy attack. Conceal yourselves, he shouted softly. The team instantly dispersed, taking cover behind the rocks along the riverbed. It was the 2 purge teams, altogether 14 people, who had apparently tracked Feng Fifen's team through some means and were now closing in for an ambush. The two leading captains each held a powerful weapon. One wielded a large holy light chain flail, and the other was a woman holding a cold, glowing holy staff. Both were at level 7. Heretic, blasphemer, accept your judgment. The burly captain with the chain flail roared like thunder. He swung his weapon fiercely, sending a concentrated burst of holy light with a smashing effect like a cannonball toward the giant rock where Feng Fifen was hiding. Boom! The rock shattered instantly into pieces, with debris flying like rain. Feng Fifen leapt out just before the explosion, mid-air, his right eye, reincarnation eye, locked onto the other female captain. All things drawn, magic cost, 15 points. The female captain felt a huge force hit her, causing her to stumble forward uncontrollably. A large ice spell she was preparing was suddenly interrupted. "Protect the captain," shouted an aide beside her, instinctively trying to step in front. But at that moment, a chilling scene unfolded. The female captain's eyes flashed with determination and a desire to survive. She quickly grabbed her loyal aide, pulling him in front of her as a shield, then used his body to retreat swiftly. Feng Fifen's next attack was already coming. Lightning escape. Thunderfinger, a blue lightning bolt shot precisely through the aide's heart, who was used as a shield. His face showed shock and despair as he collapsed softly. "Captain, you," he managed to say before dying. The female captain's face was pale, but her eyes were cold and unfeeling. She stared at Feng Fifen without guilt. To purify the heretics, some sacrifices are necessary. The burly captain roared again, rushing forward with his heavy chain flail, swinging it with evil wind toward Feng Fifen, who had just landed. Sacrifice? Just a selfish excuse. Feng Fifen's eyes were sharp. His kaleidoscope Sharingan had already seen through his opponent's power flow. He didn't block directly. His body moved like no bones, sliding along the edge of the chain flail. At the same time, his golden flower-like weapon shot out like a venomous snake from below, striking fiercely at the villain's armpit. Bang! A dull cracking sound echoed. The burly captain screamed in pain as his entire left arm suddenly hung limp, and the chain flail nearly slipped from his grasp. The battle instantly heated up. Barton roared as he held off the attack from other purifiers. Bright holy sparks burst from his golden tower shield, which was corroding and sizzling, but he refused to back down. Ellie's arrows weaved through the crowd. Each time she drew her bow, a spray of blood appeared. She shot an eye socket of a purifier, causing brain matter to burst out. The enemy fell without a sound. Jack moved like a ghost, targeting lone mages and priests. His golden dagger sliced through throats or pierced kidneys, blood splattering on his cold face. Elvin and Lilith supported the team with their magic. One created barriers and weakened enemies. The other healed wounds and removed negative effects. They worked tirelessly. For skeleton, crew members fought bravely. Old Didi's bone flute made harsh noises, disturbing the purifier's minds. Gambler spotted a purifier swinging a sword at Barton's shield. Suddenly, a bony hand shot out from underground, grabbing the enemy's ankle and making him lose balance. Barton then struck with his shield, smashing the enemy's head, splattering blood and brains everywhere. Dun-dun, like a heavy battering ram, crashed into a shielded purifier. His huge bony foot stomped down, crushing the chest armor and ribs beneath. Hai kept pointing out weak spots in the enemy formation, guiding their attacks. The battlefield was filled with blood, screams, clash of weapons, and explosions of magic. Though the purifiers were deeply committed to their faith, they began to falter under the team's efficient and ruthless fighting. The female mage leader saw the situation turning bad. She chanted again, summoning a giant ice spear that formed in front of her, aiming at Feng Fifen, who was fighting a club-wielding brute. Feng Fifen sensed the cold behind him. He quickly crouched to avoid the swinging club, shouting, "Barton! Roar!" Barton understood. His fighting spirit erupted as he pushed his golden tower shield forward, smashing into two purifiers in front of him. They spat blood and flew backward, creating a small opening. Now was the time. Feng Fifen's Rinnegan eye locked onto the incoming ice spear. Divine Judgment. Magic cost, 20 points, increased due to the spear's power. A powerful repulsive force collided with the ice spear. The spear exploded midair, turning into countless ice crystals. The shockwave also knocked several purifiers flying. The female mage leader was hit by the backlash of her spell, groaning softly with blood at the corner of her mouth. Feng Fifan seized this fleeting opportunity, rushing forward like lightning. In an instant, he passed by the arm-lost, chained warrior captain, with his golden sword creating a bright, beautiful arc of light. Thud! The warrior captain's head flew into the air, still showing anger and unwillingness on his face. The headless body swayed and then collapsed heavily. With the leaders gone, the remaining pursuers finally broke down completely. They shouted and scattered in all directions. Leave no one alive. Feng Fifan's tone was cold, without any mercy. Being kind to enemies is cruel to oneself. If they let one escape, they will face endless pursuit. The team moved like a pack of cheetahs after the fleeing enemies. Ellie's arrows seemed like death's invitations. Jack's figure flickered among the rocks, each appearance claiming a life. Even Lilith used her holy new star, burning those who tried to escape the farthest. After a while, the riverbank was silent again, leaving behind 14 different bodies and a thick, lingering smell of blood. The team quickly cleaned the battlefield. Near the female mage captain's body, Feng Fifan found a glowing communication crystal, recording their last plea for help and a coordinate. It was a small village at the foot of a mountain, Shirshi village, that they had stopped at last night to refill water. Did they find us last night? Through that village? Jack cursed. Feng Fifan's eyes turned cold. When they left Shirshi village, they had left a hefty bribe to silence the villagers. Human nature. Feng Fifan sneered, his smile full of mockery for greed and betrayal. Get ready. We're going back to Shirshi village. With lingering killing intent, the team turned around and headed swiftly towards Shirshi village. They needed to confirm the situation and make some people understand that the cost of betrayal is much heavier than a few coins. When Feng Fifan's team appeared again at the entrance of Shirshi village, the villagers who had taken the money instantly turned pale. They tried to explain and beg for mercy, but under Feng Fifan's piercing, soul-seeing gaze, all lies seemed weak and powerless. Without any further questioning, Feng Fifan simply raised his hand. Words become law. Here, a traitor's crime shall be punished by being burned alive. Ability usage 15/26. Small-scale rule enforcement and punishment consumes 1 use. Suddenly, the villagers' bodies ignited with golden flames. They screamed loudly, rolling wildly at the village entrance, but couldn't extinguish the flames that seemed to burn from their very souls. Eventually, under everyone's watch, they turned into piles of blackened ash. The entire Stone Creek village fell silent. All villagers trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground. Feng Fifan didn't look at them again. He led his team and turned back, heading deeper into the Spinal Ridge Mountains. Behind them, the traitors burned, and the village was shrouded in fear. The sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the blood-stained mountain path and revealing more unknown dangers and threats ahead. Betrayal and a frantic escape. The rugged mountain trail in the Spinal Ridge Mountains didn't give Feng Fifan's team the relief they expected. Lily's intelligence temporarily helped them escape the church's hounds, but it also attracted fiercer, more unreasonable wolves, the Demon King army. As they crossed a narrow valley flanked by steep cliffs, 3 terrifying pressures, as solid as mountains, suddenly crushed down from behind. These pressures were filled with pure, savage destruction intent, far beyond any enemy they had faced before. Feng Fifan quickly looked back, his pupils shrinking sharply. At the entrance of the valley, 3 demon warriors, each 3 meters tall, clad in heavy black magic armor, wielding giant swords like doors, stood like 3 iron towers. Their bodies radiated a swirling black-red flame-like demonic aura, and their level was clearly LV-10. 3 LV-10 elite soldiers of the Demon King army. This was not a chase. It was a deadly strike. Scatter. Run. Feng Fifan roared, his voice hoarse. Even he didn't realize how rough it sounded. The level gap was so huge that any direct confrontation seemed laughable. Before the team could react further, the 3 demon warriors moved. Their seemingly heavy bodies burst out with terrifying speed, completely inconsistent with their size. like three black death hurricanes, instantly closing the distance. The leading demon warrior swung his giant sword in a straightforward, sweeping attack. There are no fancy tricks, only pure strength and speed to the extreme. Boom! With the sword wind, the ground was torn open into a deep trench, and the rocky walls on both sides shook violently, with stones falling like rain. Just the aftershock of the sword wind was enough to make Jack, who was trying to flank from the side, spit blood and crash into the rocks like a broken kite. "Jack!" Lilith shouted in surprise. A healing spell was cast immediately, but Jack was already badly injured and temporarily unable to fight. "What do you mean?" Feng Fifan retreated quickly while trying to talk. "I just traded information with your Lilith officer." "Is this the reputation of your Demon King army?" One of the demon soldiers let out a thunderous sneer, his voice cold through his helmet. "Foolish. Lady Lilith is Lady Lilith, and we are ourselves. Hand over what you got from the decayed land, and maybe we'll leave you with your lives." Another soldier was more direct, raising a huge sword high, with terrifying magic energy swirling into a vortex on the blade, talking to the doomed. "Kill them, and the treasure is ours. Kill the mule after it's served its purpose. Don't you understand? If you're lucky enough to survive, you can trade with Lady Lilith again next time. As long as you can still survive." Before he finished speaking, the huge sword filled with terrifying magic power swung down directly at Barton, who was at the front. Barton roared, pouring all his fighting spirit into the Golden Tower shield, the runes on the shield shining brightly. Barrier of inaction. Clang! It was like a divine blacksmith hammering iron, and the loud bang echoed through the valley. Barton was hit as if by a meteorite, thrown forcefully into the air along with his shield, smashing through a huge rock behind him before stopping. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, and his left arm holding the shield was twisted unnaturally, clearly fractured. The sturdy Golden Tower shield had a clear dent and a web of cracks in the center. With just one strike, the strongest shield was nearly destroyed. "Barton!" Ellie's eyes nearly burst with rage. She shot a volley of arrows at the attacking demon soldier, but the arrows hit his heavy magic armor, sparking only a few tiny flashes and leaving no marks. The level gap was too large. And struggle, the demon soldier even lazily ignored Ellie's attack, raising his huge sword again. A flash of madness appeared in Feng Fifan's eyes. He knew he could no longer hold back. Words become law. Here, space is chaotic, and gravity doubles. Ability uses 14/26. Large-scale environment distortion consumes 5 times. The power of rules descended. The space in the valley seemed to turn sticky, causing the 3 demon warriors to slow down noticeably, as if an invisible weight pressed down on them. But this effect was far from enough to defeat a level 10 expert. It only slightly slowed their steps. Trivial tricks. The leading demon warrior's magic energy erupted, forcing open part of the gravity restraint, and he stepped forward again to chase. "Elvin! Scroll!" Feng Fifan shouted. Elvin's face turned pale as he tore open a treasured, priceless 5-ring spell scroll. Dimensional Anchor and Group Speed. The glow of Dimensional Anchor tried to lock onto the 3 demon warriors, preventing them from using space abilities, but it only caused brief interference. Group Speed covered all of their allies, boosting their speed temporarily. "Run!" Feng Fifan grabbed the badly injured Jack. Ellie helped the nearly unconscious Barton. Lily and Elvin followed closely, and the skeleton team charged fearlessly at the demon warriors, trying to use self-destructive attacks for a final stand. Boom! Old Flute's bone flute was stomped to pieces, and the soul fire dimmed instantly. The gambling addict was knocked into bone powder with a casual sword strike. Munden tried to charge, but was pierced through the chest skeleton with a punch. Hai was scattered by a magic shockwave from afar. For loyal skeletons, facing the absolute power of level 10, didn't even get a second to fight back. They were instantly destroyed. Due to a curse, death would return them to that island. But with Feng Fifan's words as law blessing, they could now leave freely. However, each death would send them back to this place, like a spawn point. But this heroic sacrifice finally gave Feng Fifan and his allies a chance to breathe. Using the group speed effect, they crazily rushed toward the other end of the valley's exit. "Chase! They can't escape!" The demon warriors easily broke free from the remaining restraints and chased like 3 black lightning bolts. On the run, Feng Fifan almost threw all the consumables in his storage space away like trash. Powerful invisibility potion. Wow. But the true vision of the demon race easily sees through everything. Health recovery potion. Barton and Jack need to drink a lot to stay alive. Mana recovery potion. Elvin and Lilith keep drinking to maintain their magic and healing powers. Firestorm scroll. Tear it open. The raging flames temporarily block the pursuers for a moment. Frozen path scroll. Use it. The smooth ice causes the demon warriors to slip slightly. All their precious and expensive life-saving items are being used up without hesitation in life and death moments. Every second costs money, and every second is a race against death. Feng Fifan uses all his tricks. Lightning Step, Thunder Strike, constantly shooting at weak points like the eyes and joints of the demon warriors. But they either block with armor or endure it, leaving only slight scorch marks, unable to cause real damage. Divine Judgment. All things drawn. Alternate to disrupt the pursuer's route. Each use consumes a huge amount of magic, making his face grow paler. He even tried Amaterasu, but the black flames just ignited on a demon warrior's shoulder armor and were forcibly suppressed and extinguished by powerful demon energy. The level gap makes this ultimate move ineffective. Despair, like a cold snake, coils around everyone's hearts. They don't know how long they have been fleeing or how many precious potions and scrolls they have used. Just as Feng Fifan feels his magic is about to run out completely, and his spells are nearly exhausted, they finally escape the Spinal Ridge Mountains. In front of them is a dense, ancient forest emitting a faint mist. Enter the forest. Feng Fifan calls out in a hoarse voice. The team, like stray dogs, rushes into the misty forest. The 3 demon warriors reach the edge of the forest, looking at the swirling fog that seems to block perception, hesitating slightly. Humph. Once they enter the Forest of Confusion, it's their luck. This forest is very strange. We might not find them easily inside. The lead demon warrior snorts. They are already at their limit, badly injured. They won't survive long in this forest. Let's go back and report. The 3 LV-10 demon warriors do not step into the forest and turn away. Once they confirm the pursuers are gone, Feng Fifan's tense nerves finally relax. His vision darkens, and he nearly collapses to the ground, but Ellie catches him just in time. He was gasping heavily, his magic almost exhausted, and an unprecedented sense of weakness washed over him. He had only 2 more chances left to cast spells freely. He looked around at his team. Barton was badly injured and unconscious, with a broken left arm and his shield nearly destroyed. Jack's internal organs were damaged, and he was weak. Erwin and Lilith were out of magic, their faces pale as paper. Ellie also had serious internal injuries. The 4 loyal skeleton crew members had all been wiped out, with no soul fire remaining. Everyone was injured, supplies were nearly gone, and their last cards had been played. This was the worst and closest to total defeat they had faced since crossing into this world. Feng Fifan leaned against a cold tree trunk, gazing at the gray forest sky, his eyes burning with a cold, piercing fire. Betrayal? The Demon King army. Fine. I will remember this. The most urgent thing now was to survive, find ways to heal their wounds, and restore their strength. This place, called the Forest of Confusion, was probably not a safe place either. Their future looked very dark.